Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1754 to Chapter 1838. Rumble, the terrifying lightning engulfed Ling Xiao, and the void shattered like a mirror. Chaotic mist filled the air, and everything seemed to have ceased to exist. Roar, within the endless lightning, only the 9 lightning dragons were roaring. They exploded with an ancient and powerful dragon might, causing people to tremble all over. Their eyes were filled with shock. Ji Feishuan, Enai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang's expressions changed instantly, revealing an incomparably worried expression. This was a Supreme Saint talisman. Although Saint energy was prohibited on Mount Musashi, the 9-dragon Heavenly Thunder talisman's power was still unleashed to the extreme. It made them feel that if they were hit by this Saint talisman, their souls would scatter in an instant. Crack, however, suddenly, a purplish golden bolt of lightning rose up in the sky. An ancient and mysterious dragon's roar rang out in an instant. An extremely mysterious figure seemed to appear and began to devour the vast power of lightning in the surroundings. Very soon, it gradually solidified. It was a majestic and ancient silhouette that stood in the sky. Lightning flashed around his body, and purple clouds rose around him. It was as if he was the god of thunder from the ancient times, and he unleashed a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering power. The lightning that filled the sky was devoured by that figure, and in the end, the chaotic aura filled the air. That figure actually turned into Ling Xiao's appearance and walked out of the endless lightning. He was unharmed. How is this possible? Someone's body trembled, and he couldn't even speak clearly. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Under the 9-dragon Heavenly Thunder talisman's explosion, not only was Ling Xiao not killed, he was not even seriously injured. He walked out unharmed, shocking everyone. How did he do it? This Long Out Yin is too terrifying. Everyone had the same question in their hearts, and they did not dare to believe everything that was happening before their eyes. Thunder Emperor's true body? Long Out Yin, you actually dared to steal my 9-layered Imperial Gate's Supreme Saint technique, the Thunder Emperor technique? You're simply courting death. Ji Sky's eyes were filled with disbelief, and then he became furious. His blood-red eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. Even though that aura was just a flash, Ji Sky still recognized it. Ling Xiao cultivated the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk Supreme Lightning Dao Saint technique, the Lightning Emperor technique. Only the Lightning Emperor technique was capable of so easily neutralizing the power of the 9 dragons' heavenly lightning talisman, and even devouring it to condense the Lightning Emperor's true body. What? Long Out Yin actually cultivated the Lightning Emperor technique? That's impossible, right? Shocking things happened one after another. Everyone hadn't recovered from the shock of seeing Ling Xiao escape unscathed from the 9 dragons' Heavenly Thunder talisman. Suddenly hearing Ji Tian's words, everyone was even more shocked. What was the Lightning Emperor technique? The Supreme Saint technique of the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk contained the Thunder Dao origin energy. It was terrifying and could be said to be the #1 offensive saint technique of the 9-fold Imperial Obelisk. Only true disciples could cultivate it. If Ling Xiao had really secretly learned the Thunder Emperor technique, then the 9 Imperial Gates and Ling Xiao would probably have a fight to the death. It would be even more serious than killing the 9 Imperial Gates' true disciple. After all, a sect's Supreme Saint technique was its foundation. It was impossible to allow it to be leaked. However, no one saw clearly whether Ling Xiao had used the Lightning Emperor technique, so they were somewhat skeptical of Ji Tian's words. Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't admit it, even though he had just used the Lightning Emperor technique to neutralize the 9 dragons' heavenly lightning talisman. Ling Xiao sneered. Ji Tian, if you want to kill me, just do it. There's no point in framing me like this. I clearly used my War God Hall's Divine Firmament World Annihilation Lightning Dao. How can a mere 9 dragons' heavenly lightning talisman break my War God Hall's Divine Firmament World Annihilation Lightning Dao? Long Out Yin, don't try to quibble. You dare to secretly learn my 9-fold Imperial Obelisk's Lightning Emperor technique? You're dead meat. No one can save you this time. Ji Tian's eyes were blood-red, filled with cold killing intent. Is that so? Then I want to see if it's you who dies or me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent, and a terrifying sword intent rose around him. In an instant, the sky-devouring sword bloomed with a blazing light and slashed toward Ji Tian like a resplendent galaxy. Among the crowd, Only Ji Tian realized that Ling Xiao had used the Lightning Emperor technique. If he really told the higher-ups of the ninefold imperial obelisk, it wouldn't just be Huang Tai coming to the War God Hall to denounce them. This Ji Tian must die. Ji Tian's expression was incomparably ugly. Ling Xiao held the sky-devouring sword, and his aura was incomparably sharp. His attacks were incomparably ruthless, making him feel extremely sullen. Ji Tian's previous battle with Ji Feishuan could be said to be a lose-lose situation, and he himself was severely injured. If he was at his peak, he was confident that he could fight Ling Xiao. However, not only did he feel powerless now, but his internal injuries were also showing signs of worsening. Rumble, purple runes gushed out from Ji Tian's palm and collided with the sky-devouring sword. However, the purple runes were instantly destroyed, leaving a deep wound on his palm. Ji Tian quickly retreated, dodging the sky-devouring sword's sharp edge. Long Out Yen, you deserve to die. The Blood Origin Pale Saint also saw that Ji Tian's current condition was not good. He was instantly enraged, and a bloody light surrounded him. He was about to give up on Xianxia and attack Ling Xiao. Blood Origin Pale Saint, you want to leave just like that? I'm afraid it won't be that easy, right? A cold light flashed in Xianxia's eyes. The ancient sword in her hand was extremely fast, as though it had transcended time and space. It became even sharper and fiercer, constantly attacking the vital parts of the Blood Origin Pale Saint's body. Xianxia's heart was also stifled. Previously, the Blood Origin Pale Saint stopped her from saving Ji Feishuan. Now, she naturally couldn't let the Blood Origin Pale Saint go to save Ji Tian. Everyone was already in a real fight. As for the consequences of killing Ji Tian, it wasn't something they needed to consider now. Rumble, a fierce great battle broke out once again. Ji Tian became surrounded by perilous situations. Lu Yun and Gao Yang's eyes flashed. They didn't choose to save Ji Tian. On the contrary, if Ling Xiao killed Ji Tian, the relationship between the War God Hall and the ninefold imperial obelisk would be completely broken. This was what the Heavenly Curse sect and the Five Elements Saint sect were most willing to see. Puff, a bloody light filled the air. The sky-devouring sword soared into the sky, leaving a deep wound on Ji Tian's chest. If Ji Tian hadn't dodged quickly, it seemed like his entire body would have been split into two. The sky-devouring sword flashed with a demonic bloody light. A portion of Ji Tian's blood essence had been devoured by the sky-devouring sword, turning into majestic life essence. It merged into Ling Xiao's body, causing Ling Xiao's aura to become even stronger. Ji Sky's expression became more and more unsightly. His eyes were filled with anger and killing intent. This battle made him feel incomparably sullen, and the battle strength that Ling Xiao had erupted with made him incomparably shocked in his heart. Boom, just as everyone was fighting fiercely, rays of blood-red light spread out and merged with the Jade Wall of Life. The Jade Wall of Life shone brightly and instantly released a blazing blood-red divine light. The Jade Wall of Life began to tremble. 36 rays of divine light were instantly released from the Jade Wall of Life. They shot directly onto the stone futons in front of them, causing the 36 stone futons to emit a majestic aura of life. The Jade Wall of Life has opened. Everyone's body trembled. Then, they were overjoyed. The 36 stone futons shone brightly and were filled with vitality. There was a powerful Taoist rhyme intertwining with them, forming a mysterious connection with the Jade Wall of Life. It made people want to sit on them at a glance. Everyone, quickly snatched the stone futons. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. There were hundreds of people here, but there were only 36 stone futons. If they wanted to snatch the stone futons, there would definitely be a fierce battle. Moreover, among the 36 stone futons, the closer to the front, the better. The chances of comprehending the secret skill of life would be higher. Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the others who were fighting fiercely no longer had any intention to continue fighting. All of them rushed towards the stone praying mat and aimed at the first position. Get lost. Lu Yun's eyes were cold. He waved his sleeve and jade-colored runes spread out. They looked dazzling and flew directly towards Wu Xiong. They exploded with a loud bang. Lu Yun, on the other hand, moved towards the stone futon. Lu Yun, come back here. Wu Xiong's qi and blood surged to the sky. His eyes were extremely red, and he did not dodge at all. He directly collided with the runes in the sky. Chaotic chi spread out, and the runes exploded around him, leaving bloody wounds on his body. However, Wu Xiong did not even frown. He followed Lu Yan's figure closely and reached out to grab Lu Yan's head. Wang Dao and Gao Yang, and Ai Shang, and the Blood Origin Alchemy Saint also erupted in an intense battle. They all flew towards the 36 stone futons. The first position is mine. Ji Tian's eyes were blazing. After discovering that the jade disc of life had opened, he spat out a mouthful of blood from Ling Zhao's attack. However, he was extremely fast and took the lead to fly towards the first stone cushion. As long as he occupied one of the 36 stone praying mats, he would be protected by the life jade wall. There would be a life barrier around him and he would not be attacked by others. Ji Sky swore in his heart. Once he obtained the life secret technique, he would summon De Zhou Tian's formless sword array and Zhou Tian's sword. That would be the day Ling Xiao died. Just as Ji Sky was about to land on the stone praying mat, a white shadow suddenly crashed towards Ji Sky. Pa, it was the life source beast, Little White. Like a bolt of white lightning, its furry little claws slapped Ji Tian's face. Although Whitey looked very cute, the terrifying power in its body was not small. Only to hear a crisp sound transmitted over, Ji Sky was directly sent flying out. This seat belongs to my mother, you big bad guy. Whitey said in a childish voice. Whoosh, Ji Feishuan was supported by Whitey and landed directly on the first stone praying mat. Suddenly, a bright white light bloomed and turned into a life barrier, enveloping Ji Feishuan and Whitey. Ji Tian was stunned. When he came to his senses, he was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His handsome face was distorted, and his eyes were filled with monstrous anger and killing intent. Before he could say anything, a snow-white sword light streaked across the sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and in an instant, it pierced through Ji Tian's chest and nailed him to the mountain wall in the distance. Ling Zhao's gaze was incomparably sharp. The sky-devouring sword bloomed with a bright light, and a blood-red color permeated the air as it began to devour the majestic vitality in Ji Tian's body. As the saying goes, take the enemy's life when they are sick. Ling Xiao wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to kill Ji Tian directly. Ji Tian's body turned cold, and in an instant, his soul almost left his body. His eyes were filled with incomparable horror. Get out of my way! Ji Tian roared. He could feel that the sky-devouring sword was stealing the energy in his body. In the blink of an eye, a small part of his life source had been devoured by the sky-devouring sword. If this continued, his life source would be completely devoured by the sky-devouring sword sooner or later, and he would become a dried corpse. Under this kind of threat, Ji Tian immediately began to fight with all his might. His body bloomed with a bright holy light, and a terrifying force erupted from his palms. He directly grabbed the sky-devouring sword and pulled it out from his chest. The sky-devouring sword hummed and trembled, containing a bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as if it would pierce a bloody hole in Ji Tian's body at any time. Long Out Yen, you are courting death. Seeing this scene, the Blood Origin Pill Saint was instantly enraged. He gave up fighting with Nikhang for the stone praying mat and turned into a blood-red light, suddenly rushing towards Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao was already close to Ji Tian, and he was about to smash Ji Tian's head with a punch. Boom! The Blood Origin Pill Saint's body was enveloped in the 10,000 spirits blood flame as if it was burning. He erupted with the peak of a 9th Revolution half-saint and directly collided with Ling Zhao's attack, forcing Ling Xiao to retreat. Long Out Yen, I will not rest until you die. Ji Tian looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable hatred. Just now, he really felt that death was approaching. If the Blood Origin Pill Saint had not blocked Ling Zhao's fatal attack, he was afraid that he would have died in Ling Zhao's hands. Ji Tian said ruthlessly, and his entire body instantly shifted away. He directly chose a stone praying mat and sat down on it. He was afraid that if he had been a little slower, he would have really died in Ling Zhao's hands. However, what made Ji Tian feel incomparably sullen was that the stone praying mat he chose was the last one. Although the boundary of life rose around him, the majestic life energy was obviously much weaker than Ji Feishuan's stone praying mat. Although Ji Tian was extremely unwilling, he could only seize the time to absorb the surrounding life energy. He began to heal himself while preparing to comprehend the secret skill of life at the same time. What a pity! A trace of pity flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. If the blood origin pill saint had not stopped him, Ji Tian would have died in his hands. Whoosh, after Ling Xiao and the blood origin pill saint collided, Ling Xiao directly used the secret skill of teleportation. In an instant, he appeared behind Ji Feishuan, where the second stone praying mat was located. At this moment, Lu Yun and Wang Dao were already close to the stone praying mat. The two of them also noticed Ling Xiao, and a trace of ferocious killing intent flashed in their eyes. They were about to join forces to attack Ling Xiao so that they could seize the second stone praying mat's position. However, Ling Xiao only smiled at them and softly uttered a word. Freeze! Even though Lu Yun and Wang Dao were powerful, they still fell for Ling Xiao's time cycle. Boom! Ling Xiao sat cross-legged on the stone futon. His body was surrounded by a majestic aura of life. The radiance was dazzling and formed a powerful boundary of life. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao smiled faintly at Lu Yun and Wang Dao. Lu Yun and Wang Dao were so depressed that they almost vomited blood. Although the power of time cycle only made them pause for a breath's time was enough to change many things. Not only did Ling Xiao occupy the second stone futon, but Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang also occupied the third, fourth, and fifth stone futons. Long Outyen, you and I are irreconcilable. Wang Dao roared furiously. He glared at Ling Xiao and turned to pounce on the other stone futons. Lu Yun and Wang Dao were powerful and quickly occupied the sixth and seventh stone futons. The Blood Yuan Elixir Saint occupied the eighth stone futon. The other stone futons also had owners very quickly. Only Ji Tian was the most miserable. He was forced by Ling Xiao to choose the 36th stone futon. Rumble, when the 36 stone futons had owners, the Jade Wall of Life suddenly released a dazzling light. It was vast and ancient and contained a majestic aura of life. It was as if a mysterious world had been opened. All 36 of them were enveloped by it and fell into a mysterious realm. Boom, when Ling Xiao opened his eyes, he immediately came to an unfamiliar world. The world was fiery red and filled with thick black smoke. The dense aura of death permeated the air, making people feel as if they had come to a land of death. Ling Xiao was tied to a metal pillar, and all the energy in his body had disappeared. He became extremely weak, and the metal pillar behind him was burned red. It was branded on his back, burning his skin and flesh, and emitting a charred smell. The pain seemed to be magnified by 100 times. Even with Ling Xiao's willpower, he couldn't help but frown. What is this place? Ling Xiao was puzzled. Wasn't he comprehending the secret skill of life in front of the Jade Wall of Life? Why did he come to such a place? Was it an illusion? Ling Xiao couldn't be sure, but the pain was real, and it seemed like it would never end. This is the hell of tongue ripping. Hee hee. Kid, you sowed discord and slandered others while you were alive. That's why you were sent to this hell of tongue ripping after your death. You'll have to suffer 1,000 types of torture and pain in order to wash away your sins. Open your mouth obediently and let me pull out your tongue. A sinister voice sounded. Two ferocious-looking messengers of death appeared in front of Ling Xiao. They were surrounded by a dense ghost qi. Their eyes were blood-red and filled with cruelty. Tongue-ripping hell? 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. It was rumored that after a person died and entered the cycle of reincarnation, they could be reborn. However, those who had committed grave sins would enter the 18 levels of hell and suffer endless pain and torment. Inside the Jade Annulus of Life were the 18 levels of hell? That's right. Ling Xiao, you're already dead. You died in the supreme celestial region of the divine world, in the great Zhou divine country's Martial Mountain. You died while trying to comprehend the Jade Annulus of Life. King Yama has sentenced you to the 18 levels of hell. This is only the first level. You can slowly enjoy it. The two messengers of death laughed coldly. Then, without any explanation, they walked forward. One of them pried open Ling Xiao's mouth while the other took out a pair of iron-red pincers. They clamped onto Ling Xiao's tongue and pulled with all their might, the smell of burnt flesh mixed with fresh blood. The pain was magnified countless times. Ling Xiao was in so much pain that he felt as if he was going to die here. If this is an illusion, isn't it too realistic? I cultivate the great empty heart charm scripture and have a treasure like the wordless heavenly book. It's impossible for me not to sense an illusion. Could it be that I'm really dead? Amidst the endless pain, Ling Xiao even began to doubt his current situation. After all, Ling Xiao did not have a single trace of cultivation. He was like a mortal being tortured by these two brats. The pain of having his tongue pulled out was really keen painful. Bang, after Ling Xiao's tongue was forcefully pulled out by the messengers of death, blood spurted out of his mouth. However, a new tongue grew out of his mouth. The messengers of death did not seem to know fatigue. They extended their fiery red pincers and began to pull out his tongue again. Just like that, Ling Xiao did not know whether his tongue was pulled out 1,000 or 10,000 times. Even with his willpower, he could not bear it anymore. In the end, he fell into endless darkness. Was he really dead just like that? In the darkness, Ling Xiao seemed to see a new world. It was still the same world. The sky was dark and gloomy. The only difference was that there were two messengers of death. Ling Xiao's hands and legs were tied. The two messengers of death held large scissors in their hands and had sinister smiles on their faces. Ling Xiao, welcome to the second level of the Hell of Scissors. The two of us will treat you well. After speaking, the two messengers of death walked forward with sinister smiles. They began to use the large scissors to cut off Ling Xiao's 10 fingers. Hiss, Ling Xiao sucked in a breath of cold air. As the saying went, the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. He was now immortal, and all the divine abilities on his body had disappeared. A heart-wrenching pain came from where his 10 fingers were cut off, causing Ling Xiao's face to turn incomparably pale. After his 10 fingers were cut off, Ling Xiao's 10 fingers quickly grew back. The cycle repeated. The pain was maddening, as if there was no end to it. I'm not dead. Although Ling Xiao's face was incomparably pale from the pain, his eyes were incomparably bright. This was because he could sense that there was a trace of vitality in his body. It was this trace of vitality that allowed his tongue to grow back and his severed fingers to regrow. In hell, there was no vitality. Ling Xiao could already confirm that perhaps the 18 levels of hell were some kind of test. A test to obtain the secret of life. Soon, Ling Xiao's consciousness fell into darkness. The third level, Hell of Trees of Steel. The fourth level, Hell of Mirrors of Retribution. The fifth level, Hell of Steamers. Just like that, Ling Xiao experienced the torment of hell after hell. His tongue was pulled out, his 10 fingers were cut off, his heart was pierced by thousands of arrows, and he was burned to ashes. He experienced a mountain of knives and a sea of fire. All kinds of torture made him experience the fear of life and the unbearable pain of death. If it was an ordinary person, after experiencing this series of oppression, even if they didn't die, they would have gone completely crazy. However, Ling Xiao firmly believed that all of this was a test. Or rather, all of this was just an illusion. His tempered heart had never wavered in the slightest. The 18th level, Hell of Sawing, when Ling Xiao was sawed into two again, and even had to look at his own flesh and blood with his own eyes, Ling Xiao suddenly had an epiphany. Life and death were never diametrically opposed. Life and death complemented each other. The extreme of life was death, and the extreme of death was life. If one wanted to understand the preciousness of life, perhaps one had to understand the fear and pain of death. Was the Jade Wall of Life trying to let people understand the mystery of life in this way? It was just that this method was too cruel. If it weren't for his strong will, he would probably have gone mad after walking through the 18 levels of hell. It was even more impossible for him to maintain a clear and calm mind like Ling Xiao, pondering the meaning of life. How can one know life without knowing death? Ling Xiao's eyes shone with a bright light. Rumble, when this thought appeared in Ling Xiao's mind, the world around him suddenly shattered. The 18 levels of hell and the ghost servants all disappeared. Ling Xiao's consciousness seemed to have entered the depths of the Jade Wall of Life. The surroundings were filled with chaotic fog, and two ancient stone tablets appeared in front of him. The two stone tablets, one black and one white, flowed with a mysterious aura. They were ancient and mysterious. After Ling Xiao appeared, the two stone tablets instantly shone brightly, and two mysterious scriptures appeared. Like flowing light, they surged into Ling Xiao's body. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book trembled violently. The two scriptures, one black and one white, entered Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness like two black and white divine dragons, and were instantly swallowed by the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book shone brightly, exuding an extremely excited fluctuation. Chaotic fog filled the air, and two ancient secret skills appeared on it: secret skill of life. Incomplete, secret skill of death. Incomplete, it's actually the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death? But why is there a secret skill of death here? And both of them are incomplete. Ling Xiao's body trembled, and a look of incomparable surprise appeared in his eyes. However, he was immediately puzzled. The Jade Wall of Life was too mysterious, and Ling Xiao couldn't figure out its depth. Especially when the 18 levels of hell were able to block Ling Xiao's perception of the Heart Realm and the wordless heavenly book. This could only mean that the Jade Wall of Life wasn't simple. However, it was only rumored that there was a secret skill of life in the Martial Mountain. No one had ever said that there was a secret skill of life and death. Ling Xiao guessed that he was probably the only one who had obtained the secret technique of death. The others had probably only obtained the secret technique of life. Why is it only incomplete? Or, the secret skill of life in the Jade Wall of Life isn't complete? Ling Xiao pondered. According to Ji Feishuan, the Ji clan's Mount Martial treasury had a long heritage that could even be traced back to Empress life. It contained a complete life mystic technique. Only by obtaining the life mystic technique could one control the cyclic sword and become the divine emperor of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, or even the head of the Ji clan. However, after Ji Chufeng became an immortal emperor in the past 1 million years, nobody else had obtained the complete life secret skill of it. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. That was very likely. Ling Xiao could feel that the secret skill of life and secret skill of death he obtained were incomplete. It was probably less than 1/10 of the complete secret skill of life. This filled Ling Xiao's heart with regret. While Ling Xiao obtained the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death, Ji Chufeng, who was sitting cross-legged in a secret chamber in the imperial city of the heavenly capital, slowly opened his eyes. Whoosh, two black divine lights pierced through the void. They contained an evil and cold light. They didn't look like the eyes of a human. Instead, they looked like the eyes of a ferocious beast. The Martial Mountain has opened, and the life source beast has appeared. Most importantly, Ji Feishuan has returned. Whether or not we can open that supreme treasure will depend on this. Ji Chufeng muttered to himself. His voice was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Don't worry. I can feel that the item is on Ji Feishuan. She is indeed the person chosen by the ancestors of the Ji clan. As long as the Zhou Tian mirror is opened, you can use her as a blood sacrifice. Not only will you be able to become a saint, but you will also be able to control the Zhou Tian mirror. A charming female voice sounded from Ji Chufeng's body. It was extremely tempting. You're right. I've waited for 1,000,000 years. Once I control the Zhou Tian mirror, the Ji clan will definitely be able to restore the glory of our ancestors and become an emperor clan again. Ji Chufeng said with fanaticism. His entire body was trembling. Now that everything is ready, we're only one step away from success. I hope you won't forget your promise after you succeed. The charming female said slowly. Don't worry. Once I become a saint and control the Zhou Tian mirror, I will definitely reconstruct your body and help you be reborn. Ji Chufeng smiled proudly. I believe in you. The rest is up to you. Although Ling Xiao had obtained the incomplete parts of the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death from the Jade Wall of Life, he was still puzzled. Even if Ji Chufeng had done something, he couldn't figure out how Ji Chufeng erased the other parts of the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death and left them incomplete. Buzz, not long after, a ray of light flashed in the void. Ji Feishuan carried the life source beast and arrived in this chaotic space. I didn't expect you to be faster than me. Ji Feishuan looked at Ling Xiao in shock. The 18 levels of hell were extremely terrifying. Even now, Ji Feishuan still felt a lingering fear. If not for the help of the life source beast, it wouldn't have been so easy for Ji Feishuan to pass the 18 levels of hell so quickly. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be faster than her with just his own strength. Just how tenacious was this man in front of her? I was just lucky. Did you also go through the 18 levels of hell? Ling Xiao smiled when he saw Ji Feishuan. That's right. It's the 18 levels of hell. It's a terrifying place. I didn't expect that in order to comprehend the secret skill of life, one must first understand the meaning of death. Fortunately, Little White was here at the crucial moment. Xianxia sighed softly. Little White also raised its little head proudly. How can one know life without knowing death? This is because there's not only the secret skill of life, but also the secret skill of death. Xiao smiled faintly. Secret skill of death? Xianxia's body trembled. She also saw the two ancient stone tablets in front of Xiao. They were emitting black and white divine lights. In an instant, two ancient scriptures merged into Xianxia's sea of consciousness. Rumble, Xianxia's body blossomed with a blazing radiance, causing the surrounding primal chaos void to violently tremble. The black and white divine radiances intertwined on her body, emitting the true intent of death and life, causing her to appear incomparably mysterious at this moment. Xianxia's glabella glowed, and an extremely mysterious world seemed to appear behind her. A peerless figure seemed to have appeared from the endless years, exuding an invincible aura that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. This is the Empress Shadow in the Tao Comprehension Sea. Could she be the legendary Life Empress? Xiao's body trembled as he thought to himself. Buzz, after the figure appeared, the chaotic void began to tremble violently. An ancient mirror also flew out from Xianxia's body and floated in the void. It seemed to be able to illuminate the heavens and myriad worlds. Billions of miles of the galaxy appeared in 2 colors, black and white. One side was as black as ink and contained an endless amount of death chi, while the other side was as white as snow and seemed to contain a vast amount of life chi. The Mirror of Zhou Tian. After the appearance of the Mirror of Zhou Tian, Xiao felt as though the chaotic void was about to shatter, and an incomparable joy and excitement filled the air. The more intense the true intent of death and life chi emitted from Xianxia, the more dazzling the Mirror of Zhou Tian became. Xiao even felt as though Xianxia was about to become the owner of this world, as a vast amount of power erupted from her body. Buzz, however, the true intent of life and death disappeared from Xianxia's body all of a sudden. The light of the Mirror of Zhou Tian also dimmed instantly, and the surroundings gradually returned to normal. The Mirror of Zhou Tian seemed to be extremely unwilling, but it still turned into a ray of light and shot into Xianxia's body. So that's how it is. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes, revealing a strange expression. Junior sister Ji, what's going on? Xiao asked in confusion. Xiao, do you know what the jade annulus of life is? Xianxia did not answer Xiao's question directly. Jade annulus of life? Isn't that the place that contains the secret technique of life? Could it be that it has other uses? That's right. The jade annulus of life is not just the jade annulus of life. The jade annulus of life is the true body of the Zhou Tian mirror, and the Zhou Tian mirror in my hand is only its artifact spirit. Xianxia said slowly. A light flashed in her palm and the Zhou Tian mirror appeared in her hand. It was dazzling and gorgeous. Black and white intertwined as if it contained the profundity of life and death. The real body of the Zhou Tian mirror? Could it be that the Zhou Tian mirror is? Xiao's heart skipped a beat as he thought of a certain possibility. He could not help but tremble violently. That's right. The Zhou Tian mirror is an extreme Tao monarch weapon. It was left behind by our ancestor, the Life Empress. To be exact, it should be called the Zhou Tian mirror of life and death. One side can determine life, and the other side can determine death. Everything in this world is under the control of this mirror. That's why you can see that there are not only life secret techniques, but also death secret techniques. Xianxia said slowly with a tinge of emotion in her eyes. Extreme Tao Emperor weapon? Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? Xiao's heart was in turmoil. What was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon? It was an extreme Tao supreme treasure that a great emperor had spent his entire life refining. It contained the supreme heavenly Tao that a great emperor had comprehended. Its power was terrifying and even comparable to a real great emperor. The reason why the monarch clans were called monarch clans was because they possessed the bloodline of a great emperor. More importantly, they had an extreme Tao Emperor weapon to protect their fate. The reason why the 12 immortal sacred grounds could stand tall in the divine world for hundreds of millions of years was also because of the protection of the extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Otherwise, their orthodoxies would have been destroyed long ago. It could be said that as long as there was an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it could create a supreme sacred ground and a great force. If someone could control an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it would be equivalent to having a great emperor protecting him. Not only would he possess monstrous combat strength, but he would also be destined to become a supreme expert in the future. Xianxia did not expect that the life jade annulus in the Musashi Mountain was actually an extreme Tao supreme treasure left behind by the Life Empress. The life and death mirror of Zhou Tian could determine the life and death of a person. There was no exception. It sounded extremely domineering. However, why would the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian be here? Moreover, no one had been able to open it for so many years. As if she saw the doubt in Ling Zhao's eyes, Ji Feishuan explained, "My Ji clan has been around since the ancient times. We have experienced a few great calamities, including the terrifying great calamity of the era. The life and death mirror of Zhou Tian was also damaged in the end. The weapon spirit and the body were separated. I don't know which ancestor placed the weapon spirit in the Void Saint world and placed the body in the Musashi Mountain to form the Life Jade Annulus. This Life Jade Annulus is extremely mysterious. Even a sage could not tell its true origin. It's the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian. It's extremely difficult to make the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian recognize you as its master. Not only do you have to obtain the weapon spirit, but you also have to comprehend the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death. Moreover, you have to have the bloodline of my Ji clan to be able to do all of this. However, although there were outstanding people in my Ji clan who managed to comprehend the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death, they could not find the weapon spirit of the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian. Therefore, they could not open the body of the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian. Gradually, some people even forgot the original appearance of the Life Jade Annulus. Moreover, as the bloodline of the Ji clan became thinner and thinner, only some people could comprehend the secret skill of life. They could not even comprehend the secret skill of death. I see. In that case, you're the one who's destined to be the master of the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian? Ling Xiao exclaimed in surprise. It should be. However, I still lack one condition. That is, I have to obtain the complete secret skill of life and the secret skill of death. However, someone tampered with the Life Jade Annulus. The two secret skills are already incomplete. Therefore, when I tried to control the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian, I was forcefully interrupted and ultimately failed. A trace of regret appeared in Ji Feishuan's eyes. This information was obtained from the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian after Ji Feishuan obtained the secret skill of life and the secret skill of death. It was a pity that the incomplete secret skill of Zhou Tian didn't allow her to control the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian. It's Ji Chufeng's doing, right? Why would he do that? In other words, he already knew that the Jade Wall of Life was the Heavenly Cycle Death Mirror, but he didn't have a device spirit and couldn't control the Heavenly Cycle Life and Death Mirror. That's why he tampered with it. He didn't hesitate to let other people participate in the Musashi Mountain over the past million years. Ling Zhao's thoughts kept spinning in his mind. A trace of light appeared in his eyes as he voiced his guess. You're right. It's Ji Chufeng. If I'm not wrong, this martial mountain has probably been set up as a trap by him and is waiting for us to fall into it. In the sky above the Musashi Mountain, Ji Chufeng stood in the air with an indifferent expression on his face. His eyes were blazing with divine light. He held the Zhou Tian sword in his hand and stared at the Jade Wall of Life below him. The aura around him became more and more terrifying. Ji Chufeng, you can begin. A charming woman's voice sounded from Ji Chufeng's body. It was filled with endless temptation. Holy girl, if the Styx Blood Sea array you laid out really helps me control the Zhou Tian life and death mirror, I'll let you go immediately. Moreover, I'll reconstruct your body. But if you dare to lie to me, don't blame me for making you wish you were dead. Ji Chufeng said coldly. Don't worry. The River Styx Blood Sea formation is the supreme killing formation of my clan. It can even refine a saint, let alone these half-saints. I won't lie to you. The charming woman said. Very good. Array, rise. Ji Chufeng nodded in satisfaction. In an instant, his eyes flashed with a dazzling sharpness as he shouted coldly. Asterisk rumble. The void trembled, and the entire Musashi mountain began to tremble violently. 49 blood-colored pillars rose up from the Musashi mountain in an instant. They were like heavenly pillars, reaching a height of 1,000,000 zhang. Each pillar was ancient and mysterious. Golden runes were engraved on them. Furthermore, there was a sinister and terrifying figure that appeared. It was like a demon god from the primordial era. It emitted an aura that made one's mind tremble. When the 49 blood pillars rose up, the Martial Keep mountain was shrouded in a blood-red light. The majestic vitality of the Martial Keep mountain contained all kinds of precious and rare herbs, all kinds of powerful rare birds and strange beasts. There were even a few demon beasts comparable to the 9th Revolution half-saint. All of them roared. Their eyes revealed a look of incomparable fear. But in the end, they were all swallowed by the blood-red light. A terrifying sea of blood spread out and rose from the foot of Mount Musashi. The waves rose to the sky and headed straight for the top of Mount Musashi. Its target was the jade annulus of life. The boundless vitality contained in the entire Mount Musashi had turned into a vast sea of blood at this moment. It was like a vast river that stretched across millions of miles in the sky. It contained extremely terrifying energy ripples. Death energy overflowed into the heavens, the sea of blood boiled, all life was devoured. The Styx's blood sea formation finally released its terrifying power. 1,000,000 years. I have finally waited for this day. As long as I can control Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, I can break the fate of my Ji clan and restore the glory of my Ji clan. So what if he destroyed Musashi Mountain? Even if I have to destroy the entire Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, I won't hesitate. Ji Chufeng's eyes were filled with incomparable madness. Terrifying qi intertwined around him as he controlled the majestic power of the Styx blood sea array and charged toward the jade wall of life. Ji Chufeng was enveloped in a layer of blood-red light, which made him look extremely evil. The boundless blood-red light in the sea of blood boiled and even turned into blood-red flames that enveloped the entire jade wall of life and began to burn fiercely. Rumble, the void trembled violently. The 36 stone futons in front of the jade wall of life trembled violently under the interference of the blood-red flames. The majestic vitality was devoured one after another, and the process of comprehending the jade wall of life was interrupted. Everyone woke up from the Tao comprehending realm at this moment, and their expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene in front of them. What? What's going on? Weren't I in the 18 levels of hell? How did I wake up? Is this also an illusion? This must be the test of the jade wall of life. It must be. Everyone's expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. Ji Feishuan and Ling Xiao exchanged glances, and their eyes revealed a trace of piercing sharpness. They both understood that Ji Chufeng had made his move. This was indeed a trap. Rumble, as the sea of blood surged, the vast deathly aura converged into the Nether River and enveloped the entire jade wall of life. The blood-red flames burned fiercely, constantly refining the jade wall of life. Although Ling Xiao and the other 36 people were protected by the barrier of life, the Nether River blood sea array was constantly absorbing the energy of the barrier of life. They could feel that the barrier of life was getting weaker and weaker, as though it could collapse at any time. Look, that's Divine Emperor Ji Chufeng? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone raised their heads at the same time. When they saw Ji Chufeng in the sky, their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that this terrifying array was actually controlled by Ji Chufeng. Ji Chufeng's frenzied gaze made them shudder. Father, what are you doing? Quickly get me out of here. Sitting on the 36th futon, Ji Tian's face was filled with surprise and joy as he hurriedly shouted. However, Ji Chufeng acted as if he didn't hear Ji Tian's cry for help. His expression was still indifferent, and his eyes were filled with madness. He continued to control the Styx blood sea grand formation, wanting to refine everyone and then kill them all. Father, quickly save us. Father, I don't want to die here. Please save me. Apart from Ji Tian, Ji Chen and a few other princes were also among the 36 people. At this moment, their bodies were trembling as they shouted, and their eyes were incomparably bloodshot. Ji Chufeng's body trembled, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. However, it was immediately replaced by madness and indifference. He said indifferently, "It's your honor to be able to become the nourishment for my blood sacrifice Zhou Tian's mirror of life and death. You should be happy to die under the Nether River blood sea array. Tian Chen Rui it's time for you to sacrifice yourselves in order to break the fate of the Ji clan." Ji Chufeng, you're really ruthless. As the saying goes, a great man has to be ruthless. Once your son dies, you can just give birth to a bunch of sons. They should be happy to help you control the mirror of life and death Zhou Tian. The charming woman smiled. Everyone was stunned. Although many people did not understand what the mirror of life and death Zhou Tian was, they understood that Ji Chufeng wanted to sacrifice all of them. Most importantly, he did not intend to let Ji Tian, Ji Chen, and Ji Chufeng off. They were Ji Chufeng's biological sons. As the saying went, even a vicious tiger would not eat its cubs. Even the ferocious demon clan would not kill their own children, but Ji Chufeng intended to kill his own children. Ji Chufeng, you're really crazy. Ji Tian is your biological son. How can you kill him? Ji Chufeng, I'm the saint of the heavenly curse sect. Let me go if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, the saints of the heavenly curse sect will raise your great Zhou divine nation to the ground and let you die without a burial. Lu Yun said coldly. That's right. Ji Chufeng, let me and brother Lu Yun go. I think your great Zhou divine nation wants to be destroyed. How can you be so deranged? The entire divine world won't tolerate you. Wang Dao said with a gloomy look. His face was ugly. He could feel the terror of the Styx blood sea formation. Even a 9th revolution demonic saint demonic beast would be turned into a pool of blood in an instant when the blood light rolled out. Except for the 36 of them who occupied the stone cattail hassock and had the protection of the life-bounded domain, the other hundreds of people who had been eliminated had been turned into ashes at this moment. Ji Chufeng was determined to keep everyone here at all costs. He didn't even plan to spare his own son. Father, you really want to kill us? Why? Why is this so? Ji Tian, Ji Chen, and the other princes were pale. Their eyes were filled with disbelief as they trembled uncontrollably. They didn't expect Ji Chufeng to be so deranged. He didn't hesitate to sacrifice his son to refine Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Everyone was puzzled. They couldn't believe that Ji Chufeng would be so deranged. Only Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan knew that Ji Chufeng had gone mad in order to obtain the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. He wanted to kill everyone, especially Ji Feishuan. As long as he refined Ji Feishuan and merged the artifact spirit of the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror with his own body, he would be able to control the extreme Dao Emperor weapon through his special blood sacrifice. Even a true saint would go crazy for an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, let alone Ji Chufeng. You're about to die and you still dare to threaten me? You're really courting death. Let me tell you the truth. Today, all of you will die. No one will be spared. The Zhou Tian's life and death mirror is the extreme Dao Emperor weapon of my clan. Tian Chen as long as I control the extreme Dao Emperor weapon, our Ji clan will definitely become an emperor clan and dominate the heavens. For the sake of our clan's hegemony, I can only sacrifice you. Ji Chufeng said coldly, but his voice was cold and emotionless. Rumble, with that, the Styx blood sea formation surged even more violently. Blood-red flames burned the space and devoured everything. Even the life barrier was unable to endure such terrifying power. Ji Sky was originally sitting cross-legged on the last stone futon, and the power of the life enchantment was also the weakest. At this moment, the power of the river Styx blood sea grand array erupted, and the life enchantment suddenly exploded. No. Ji Sky's eyes were filled with incomparable fear. He roared, but the monstrous blood-red flames surged over and directly swept him into the sea of blood. The terrifying power of the formation erupted and directly turned him into a pool of blood. Ji Tian's voice came to an abrupt halt. Everyone's faces instantly became incomparably terrified. It turned out that Ji Chufeng had really gone mad. He had even killed the son he cared about the most. At this time, there was no longer any hope in their hearts. This was especially true for the last few people on the stone praying mats. At this moment, their bodies were trembling. Their faces were incomparably pale, and their eyes were filled with despair. Kacha, soon, the two geniuses on the 34th and 35th stone praying mats, who were both Third Revolution half-saints, also died in the river Styx Blood Sea Grand Array with blood-curdling screams. Ling Xiao, it seems like we're really going to die here this time. This formation is even more terrifying than the de Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation. I'm afraid that even a true saint would be annihilated here. I've implicated you. Ji Chufeng smiled bitterly, and his voice transmitted into Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said, "Junior sister Ji, don't give up so early. Perhaps there's still a chance. If you can control the Zhou Tian's life-death mirror before Ji Chufeng performs the blood sacrifice, we might still have a chance of survival." Easier said than done. Ling Xiao, unless I can obtain the complete secret arts of life and secret arts of death, perhaps there's still a chance. However, the complete secret arts of life and secret arts of death are in Ji Chufeng's hands. How can he give them to me? Ji Feishuan said with a bitter smile. Ji Chufeng had calculated everything clearly. After all, he had planned for 1,000,000 years so that he could completely control the Zhou Tian's life-death mirror today. He only left the incomplete secret arts in the Jade Wall of Life in order to attract people to the Musashi Mountain. Ji Feishuan no longer had any hope in her heart. The complete secret arts of life and secret arts of death? That might not be the case. Junior apprentice sister Ji, do your best. As for the secret arts of life and secret arts of death, leave them to me. I'll definitely give you the complete secret arts of death. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he stared at the Musashi Mountain that was enveloped by the sea of blood. Ling Xiao, don't be rash, Ji Feishuan panicked and hurriedly tried to persuade him. However, before she could finish her words, Ling Zhao's body flashed, and he instantly turned into a dazzling ray of light that shot out of the protection of the stone futon. Rumble, the blood-red flames that filled the sky surged towards Ling Xiao. They contained a monstrous baleful aura and an aura of death, causing Ling Xiao to feel chills all over his body. Even with his strong physical body, there was no way he could withstand such terrifying power. However, Ling Zhao's expression didn't change. A light flashed in his palm, and the cyclic sky seal instantly expanded and floated above his head. It sprinkled rays of dazzling light that protected him. Ji Chufeng had mobilized the power of the Styx's blood sea array and swallowed the majestic vitality that had been nurtured in the Musashi Mountain for millions of years. Naturally, it also broke the barrier that prohibited the Saint Dao energy. Ling Xiao could now use the cyclic sky seal to protect himself. Marshal Uncle Long, what are you doing? Come back quickly. And Ai Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang were also taken aback by Ling Zhao's actions. Their eyes were filled with anxiety as they hurriedly yelled, "Hurry up!" Even Ji Tian, an 8th Revolution half-saint, had died in the Styx's blood sea array in an instant. Even if Ling Xiao had the cyclic sky seal, they didn't think that he could withstand it for long. Swoosh, Ling Zhao's gaze was extremely sharp. When he flew out of the life barrier, his terrifying saint aura filled the air as he mobilized the power of the cyclic sky seal. Like a bolt of purple lightning, his speed was extremely fast as he blasted towards the nearest blood pillar. Rumble, the light of chaos bloomed. The flipping sky seal contained a terrifying power that could annihilate everything. It bloomed directly on the blood pillar. In an instant, endless blood light filled the air. The blood pillar suddenly burst into pieces. Long Outyen broke the Styx blood sea array? Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes revealed an incomparably pleasantly surprised expression. Even the few people who were on the brink of despair had regained their spirit at this moment. Long Outyen, as long as you save me, you'll be the savior of the 5 Dao sect. Senior Long, quickly break this array and save us. If Senior Long has any orders in the future, the Tian Luo sect will do anything for you. Senior Long, I was wrong. I shouldn't have followed Lu Yun and Wang Dao to scold you. As long as you save me, I'll scold those 2 bastards to death. Everyone began to make a big fuss, treating Ling Xiao as their savior, their only hope of escaping from this place. Everyone could see that the Styx blood sea array's foundation was the 49 blood pillars. Now that Ling Xiao had destroyed one of them with the cyclic sky seal, they saw the hope of breaking the array. Long Outyen? You really don't know what's good for you. Could it be that you think you can break my Nether River blood sea grand formation? Ji Chufeng's eyes turned cold, and his eyes were filled with icy killing intent. rumble, black and white divine light rose behind him, containing the true meaning of life and true meaning of death. They intertwined and pressed forward, and in an instant, the Styx blood sea array began to roll violently. The blood pillar that was destroyed by Ling Xiao reappeared out of thin air. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. He realized that the 49 blood pillars were actually condensed from the true meaning of life and true meaning of death. They were the true form of the great Tao and were not solid, but they were even stronger than solid. There was no way to completely destroy them. If Ling Xiao wanted to completely destroy the Styx blood sea array, he would have to kill Ji Chufeng and destroy the 49 blood pillars at the same time. Rumble, Ji Chufeng's eyes were cold as the blood-red light in the sky surged towards Ling Xiao. From the 49 blood pillars, terrifying blood demons rushed out one after another and charged towards Ling Xiao with a sinister smile. Is there no way to destroy it? Then I'll drain the Styx's blood sea grand formation dry. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of madness. Translator, Transin editor, Transin the flipping sky seal shone brightly, like a black divine mountain floating in the blood sea. It emitted a chaotic mist to protect Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's entire body emitted a resplendent light, and a purple sun bloomed on his chest. In that instant, an incomparably terrifying devouring power erupted. Ling Xiao directly used the power of the wordless heaven book and sky-devouring secret technique. A terrifying purple vortex formed on his chest, and he used the indestructible saint technique as a disguise. Everyone only thought it was his indestructible calamity seed. They were unable to sense the presence of the wordless heaven book and sky-devouring secret technique. Boom, it was as if the void had been shattered. Purple chi spread out for 30,000 miles, covering the sky and the sun. It was as if a new sun had just leaped out of the sea and swallowed all the blood light in the sky. Even the extremely ferocious blood demons were crushed by the purple chi, turning into blood-red energy that merged into Ling Xiao's body. This was the first time Ling Xiao used the wordless heaven book and sky-devouring secret technique in the divine world. Although there was a risk of exposing the wordless heaven book, Ling Xiao had no choice but to give it his all. The Styx's blood sea grand formation was simply too terrifying. Even though Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan were ranked on the first 2 stone praying mats, and their life enchantment was incomparably powerful, they still could not escape death after everyone else died. In order to break out of this situation, Ling Xiao had to let Ji Feishuan control the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Ling Xiao had already obtained the fragments of the life secret technique and death secret technique from the life jade wall. However, as long as the wordless heaven book could obtain enough energy, it would be able to fully display the 2 secret techniques. This was Ling Xiao's greatest trump card. As long as the life secret technique and death secret technique were completed, Ji Feishuan would be able to control the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Rumble, the wordless heaven book also began to get excited. Ever since Ling Xiao came to the divine world, it had not eaten a full meal for a long time. The wordless heaven book seemed to be extremely fond of dark and evil energy. For example, the Styx's blood sea grand formation in front of Ling Xiao was formed by Ji Chufeng converting the boundless life energy of the Musashi mountain into death energy and blood energy. These were great supplements for the wordless heaven book. As the energy of the Styx's blood sea grand formation was devoured by Ling Xiao, the wordless heaven book also emitted a resplendent light in Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. The life secret technique and death secret technique also began to gradually become complete. At the same time, the wordless heaven book also returned a portion of its energy into Ling Xiao's body. The boundless life energy was boundless and unparalleled. It flowed through Ling Xiao's limbs and bones, causing his aura to increase explosively. Not good. This Long Out Yen is able to devour the formation's energy. It's too strange. I wonder if it's some kind of divine ability or secret technique that he cultivates himself or a treasure on him. Ji Chufeng's expression changed slightly. He could feel that the energy of the Styx's blood sea grand formation was fading away. Previously, in Tian capital, Ling Xiao had unleashed a powerful devouring power and devoured part of the de Zhou Tian's invisible sword formation's energy. This left a deep impression on Ji Chufeng. He did not expect Ling Xiao to use the same trick again. Devouring the energy of the Styx's blood sea grand formation? He's really courting death. Even if he has the flipping sky seal, he has to die. Summon the Styx's blood saint to explode and kill him. The charming woman was also slightly surprised, but she immediately sneered and said, "Don't worry. The Styx's blood saint? All right." Ji Chufeng frowned slightly. The entire Styx's blood sea grand formation had only nurtured 49 Styx's blood saints. It had taken him millions of years to nurture them, and they were his greatest reliance. Almost every one of them had the power of a 9-revolution half-saint. However, their battle prowess far exceeded that of a 9-revolution half-saint. If the 49 Styx's blood saints fused together, they would be as powerful as a saint. However, Ji Chufeng was also a ruthless person. He would not allow anyone to destroy his plan to control the Zhou Tian's life-death mirror. For this, he even killed his own son. Styx's blood saint, kill him. This was the Nether River Blood Saint, a terrifying existence born from the Nether River Blood Sea formation. Rumble, the two Nether River Blood Saints attacked at the same time. They rushed toward Ling Xiao. Horrible bloody light shone in all directions. Their chi was overwhelming. It was as if they only had the instinct to kill. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He realized that the two Nether River Blood Saints were powerful, but he was engulfing the power of the Nether River Blood Sea formation and had no time to care about them. Plus, he believed in the power of the Flipping Sky Seal. Rumble, under the control of Thunder Spirit King, the Flipping Sky Seal exploded with terrifying power and crashed into the two Nether River Blood Saints. The two Nether River Blood Saints didn't dodge. Instead, the blood-red light around them exploded. The two Nether River Blood Saints blew themselves up against the Flipping Sky Seal. The terrifying blood-red light spread out and shattered the void. The Flipping Sky Seal was drowned by the blood-red light. The self-destruction of the two Nether River Blood Saints was like two real saints. The terrifying power sent the Flipping Sky Seal flying. Even Ling Xiao, who was protected by the Flipping Sky Seal, felt his blood boil. He tasted something sweet in his throat and blood trickled down the corner of his mouth. "Master, this is not good. The two blood-red figures are too terrifying. Although they aren't as powerful as real saints, they aren't far off. I'm afraid the Flipping Sky Seal won't be able to hold on for long," the Thunder Spirit King said anxiously. His voice was weak. Clearly, the self-destruction of the two Nether River Blood Saints had injured him. After all, Thunder Spirit King hadn't become a saint yet. He couldn't completely control the power of the Flipping Sky Seal. "No matter what, we have to hold on. If we can't, we'll all die. Once I devour enough energy, it will be Ji Chufeng's death," Ling Xiao said with a hint of madness in his eyes. "Okay. Let's fight. Master, don't worry. Even if I die, I won't let this bastard hurt you." The Thunder Spirit King instantly became furious. Rumble, there was a bloody mist around Thunder Spirit King. It was the blood of the Blood God, the most original power in Thunder Spirit King's body. Instantly, it merged into the Flipping Sky Seal. The Flipping Sky Seal seemed to have awakened an incomparably terrifying power. It was ancient and mysterious, shaking the heavens and rolling in the endless blood sea. Even the Styx blood sea formation could not cover the light of the Flipping Sky Seal. "Damn it. Styx River Blood Saint, let's see how long you can last." Ji Chufeng's face darkened. He could feel that Ling Xiao was still devouring the power of the Styx blood sea formation. However, Ling Xiao was protected by the Flipping Sky Seal and was like a tortoise shell. Ji Chufeng found it difficult to attack him. He summoned 10 blood saints of the Styx River. They were like 10 blood-red suns rising from the blood sea, emitting a terrifying aura. The 10 figures rushed toward the Flipping Sky Seal at the same time. Rumble, the 10 blood saints of the Styx River exploded at the same time. The terrifying power was 10 times or even dozens of times stronger than before. The terrifying power hit the Flipping Sky Seal, causing it to tremble violently. The power of the void shattering poured into the Flipping Sky Seal, causing Ling Xiao and Thunder Spirit King to be injured to varying degrees. The Flipping Sky Seal buzzed and shook violently. In an instant, it broke free from the bloody light and turned the 10 blood saints of the Styx River into a bloody mist. Ling Xiao took the opportunity to activate the power of the wordless heavenly book and devoured all the bloody mist and bloody energy in the sky. Puff, Ling Xiao spat out another mouthful of blood. His aura became weak, but his eyes became brighter and crazier. "Ha ha ha. I'll kill you. I'd like to see how many blood demons you can summon. Thunder Spirit King laughed crazily. Although his aura had become extremely weak, he still patted his chest. Immediately, a bloody mist of primordial spirit spread out and poured into the flipping sky seal. Rumble. Ling Xiao was still devouring the power of the Styx River Blood Sea formation, causing the void to tremble violently. It was as though a bloody storm had formed. However, during this process, another dozen or so stone mats had their life barriers broken. The dozen or so geniuses on them all screamed as they turned into a bloody mist, becoming nourishment for the Styx Blood Sea array. Brother Liu, what should we do? I don't think Long Outyen can hold on for long. When the life-bounded domain is broken, I'm afraid we'll all die here. Wang Dao, the holy son of the Five Elements Saint sect, said with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. I don't know what to do either. In this Styx River Blood Sea formation, it's impossible for us to send a message to the sect. Now, we can only hope that Ling Xiao can hold on for a while longer. Lu Yun said with a bitter smile. There was a trace of disappointment and despair in his eyes. Only now did they realize that the status of Holy Son that they were so proud of was nothing in the face of absolute strength. Ji Chufeng could even kill his own son, let alone the two of them. Ji Chufeng really deserves to die. However, I seem to have heard of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. It's an extreme Dao Emperor weapon from ancient times. Could it be that Ji Chufeng wants to sacrifice us to refine Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? Wang Dao said slowly with a trace of blazing light in his eyes. So what if it's an extreme Dao Emperor weapon? There's nothing we can do now. If the sect knows about this, they'll definitely send out holy ancestors to take back Zhou Tian's life and death mirror at the cost of billions of lives in the great Zhou divine nation. Lu Yun said slowly. Both of them felt a sense of helplessness in their hearts. They could only watch helplessly as the life barriers of the 36 stone praying mats were broken one after another. Then, the geniuses within them were killed by the Styx Blood Sea array. However, there was nothing they could do. Rumble. The blood-red divine light that filled the sky poured into Ling Zhao's body, making the wordless heavenly book in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness even more dazzling. An ancient and mysterious aura bloomed. The wordless heavenly book was surrounded by chaotic energy, as if a mysterious shadow of a world was emerging. The secret arts of life and secret arts of death were becoming more and more complete. All Styx River Blood Saints, explode. Kill Ji Feishuan. Ji Chufeng's eyes revealed a trace of ferocious killing intent as he pointed at Ji Feishuan. He actually gave up on targeting Ling Xiao. Instead, he summoned all the blood saints of the Styx River. He wanted to completely destroy Ji Feixian's life force barrier and kill her. Rumble. The remaining 37 Nether River blood saints emerged from the blood pearls at the same time. They were surrounded by bloody light and exuded an aura of death that could annihilate everything. Ling Zhao's continuous absorption of the energy of the Nether River Blood Sea array had alerted Ji Chufeng. Seeing that even the 12 Nether River blood saints couldn't break through the defense of the flipping sky seal, Ji Chufeng decided to stop targeting Ling Xiao. Instead, he summoned the 37 Nether River blood saints to attack Ji Feishuan. As long as he could break Ji Feishuan's life enchantment and kill her, he would be able to control the Zhou Tian mirror of life and death. All he had to do was spend more time to refine it. You're courting death. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Although Ji Feishuan was sitting on the first stone futon and the life enchantment was the strongest, Ling Xiao wasn't sure if the life enchantment could stop the 37 Nether River blood saints. If Ji Feishuan died in Ji Chufeng's hands, it wouldn't be of much use even if Ling Xiao obtained the complete secret technique of life and secret technique of death. Rumble. Ling Zhao's terrifying saint aura exploded. He controlled the flipping sky seal and turned into a ray of purple divine light. He pierced through the void and blocked Ji Feishuan's path. Thunder Spirit King also began to fight with all his might. The flipping sky seal was pushed to the extreme by him. It turned into a mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall. Chaotic mist filled the air as purple divine light rose, illuminating the area like the sun. You're courting death. Heavenly Lady, it's up to you now. Ji Chufeng's eyes were indifferent. He revealed a hint of mockery as though he had expected Ling Xiao to come to Ji Feishuan's rescue. Don't worry. I like this little brother's body very much. Hee hee, the charming woman giggled. In an instant, she turned into a red shadow and also merged into the Styx blood sea formation. She silently flew towards Ling Xiao. Rumble. Rumble. Rumble, the 37 Nether River blood saints all activated their strongest power. They began to swell, and their bodies shone with blood-red light. They were like blood-red suns rising into the sky. Then, they exploded with a loud boom. The blood-red light crashed into the flipping sky seal, causing it to tremble violently and shatter the void around it. Chaotic mist filled the air as terrifying fluctuations were released. It was as if the world was going to be destroyed. Ling Xiao's body also shook violently. Every explosion caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood, causing his face to turn even paler. The cyclic sky seal was strong, but it was only a holy treasure. Ling Xiao's cultivation was still too weak. He couldn't fully control the power of the cyclic sky seal. The self-destruction of the 37 Nether River blood saints had dealt an unimaginable blow to the cyclic sky seal. It had also severely injured Ling Xiao. Otherwise, if it were any other flawless holy treasure, in the face of such a suicidal explosion, it would have been blown to smithereens long ago. Crack, a blood-colored divine light enveloped Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan. The blood-colored divine light contained the energy of death and intertwined with the true meaning of life. It caused the life barrier around Ji Feishuan to tremble violently. Fortunately, most of the power of the self-destruction of the 37 blood saints of the Styx River was blocked by Ling Xiao and the flipping sky seal. In the end, only a small part of it landed on the Ward of Life. Although the power of the Ward of Life weakened, it was still blocked in the end. Ling Xiao, you don't have to risk your life like this. Ji Feishuan's eyes were filled with worry. She was even touched and deeply touched, but there was nothing she could do. Ling Xiao stood in front of her. Although his body was trembling violently, he did not take a step back. His spine was like a peerless divine sword, proud and unyielding. At this moment, Ling Xiao's figure was forever imprinted in Ji Feishuan's heart. Ha ha ha. Ji Chufeng. Could it be that you only have this much power? Nether River Blood Saint? You're just an undeserved reputation. I'm right here. I'd like to see how you're going to kill us. Ling Xiao's face was extremely pale, but his eyes were extremely bright. He revealed an unruly sharpness as he laughed heartily at Ji Chufeng. Rumble. The purple divine sun on his chest spewed out light. Although the self-destruction of the 37 Nether River blood saints caused unimaginable damage to Ling Xiao and the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao did not give up on devouring the power of the Nether River blood sea array. He even devoured the remaining power of the 37 Nether River blood saints. The flipping sky seal became a little dim. The Thunder Spirit King also became dispirited. His figure became extremely illusory as though he would fall into a deep sleep at any time. As the majestic blood-red energy was devoured by Ling Xiao, the wordless heavenly book exploded with a dazzling light. The secret skill of life and the secret skill of death were completely perfected at this moment. The ancient heavenly book slowly opened. The mysterious pattern seemed to contain the truth of heaven and earth. Lines of runes merged into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness and formed two extremely ancient and mysterious scriptures. Heavenly Star Constellation Number 23, Secret Skill of Life, the 24th Heavenly Dipper Secret Skill of Death. The true meaning of these two supreme secret skills merged into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. It was as though he had experienced hundreds of millions of life and death situations in an instant. He saw the origin of life and death. His entire body began to emit an extremely ethereal aura. Long Out Yin, you deserve to die. Ji Chufeng's expression was a little ugly. He revealed a monstrous killing intent. He did not expect that the self-destruction of the 37 Nether River blood saints would not be able to kill Ling Xiao. These 49 Nether River blood saints were the trump cards that he had accumulated for 1,000,000 years. Now that they had all gone to waste, his heart was bleeding. However, as long as he could obtain Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, as long as he could control this Supreme Emperor weapon, everything was worth it. Ji Chufeng continued to mobilize the power of the Nether River Blood Sea Array to attack the people on the stone futon. Ji Feishuan was naturally the most important. Buzz. At this moment, a blood-red shadow silently approached Ling Xiao. The space rippled like water. The blood-red shadow emitted a faint fragrance and shot into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, Ling Xiao was completely attracted by the secret art of life and the secret art of death. When the blood-red shadow entered his sea of consciousness, he suddenly became alert. Who are you? Buzz, the crimson shadow flashed and instantly turned into a woman in red. Her figure was very hot, and her skin was as white as jade. Her black hair was like a waterfall, sparkling and resplendent. Her face was incomparably beautiful. Her red lips were like fire, her nose was high, and her big eyes were full of charm. Every frown and smile of hers was full of charm. People who saw her couldn't help but praise her. She was really a peerless beauty. What a handsome young man. I like your body. Let me take over your body, okay? The woman in red giggled. Her voice was as clear as a bell, which made people's hearts skip a beat. You want to take over my body? You're Ji Chufeng's subordinate, right? You're just a spiritual body. You? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. It was as if he was not affected by the charm of the woman in red at all. The woman in red in front of him was full of death aura. It seemed that her cultivation was similar to Thunder Spirit King's, but there was an unfathomable fluctuation. She seemed to be a ninth revolution half-saint, but she seemed to have the cultivation of a saint. Ling Xiao became alert. He was ready to use the wordless heavenly book to take down the woman in red at any time. Hee, young man, don't underestimate me. I'm very powerful. Come, obediently offer your body to me. I'll definitely love you dearly. The woman in red's eyes moved. Her whole body was full of a kind of drowsy fluctuation. It shrouded Ling Xiao, and she also flew towards Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were very clear, and there was a hint of mockery. Rumble, the wordless heavenly book trembled slightly. When the woman in red flew towards Ling Xiao, it suddenly bloomed with bright light, and directly shrouded the woman in red. This is, the wordless heavenly book. The woman in red's face changed greatly. She was in disbelief. Whoosh, a blood-red light flashed around her body. She wanted to escape from Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, but she crashed into the powerful barrier of the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book exuded a majestic devouring power, as if all the worlds in the universe were about to be turned into dust by this devouring power. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect this. For millions of years, countless people have been searching for the wordless heavenly book. Who are you? Why do you have the wordless heavenly book? What is your relationship with the Scarlet Dragon War God? When the woman in red saw the wordless heavenly book, her body trembled. She laughed loudly and stared at Ling Xiao. Why do you have so many questions when you're about to die? All you need to know is that you're going to die today. Ling Xiao said indifferently, his voice extremely calm. I didn't lose at all. You are the successor of the wordless heavenly book. No wonder you want to devour the energy of the river Styx blood sea grand array. Only the wordless heavenly book can obtain the complete secret art of life and secret art of death. You want to help Ji Feishuan turn the tables, right? If you spare my life, I can rely on you. The woman in red said calmly as she stared at Ling Xiao. Spare you? You have no value to me. Ling Xiao said slowly. Of course I have value. Long Out Yin, I know all of Ji Chufeng's arrangements. I also know how to break the river Styx blood sea grand array. I even know how to control Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. The woman in red said. Oh? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The wordless heavenly book's aura gradually calmed down. Although it still enveloped the woman in red, it did not continue to devour her energy. All right. Tell me how to break the river Styx blood sea grand array, and I can spare your life. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Don't worry. Since you have the wordless heavenly book, Ji Chufeng is destined to be defeated. I am the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady, and this river Styx blood sea grand array is the Nether Tribe's supreme holy array. It is formed by 49 heavenly blood pillars. If you want to break the river Styx blood sea grand array, the key is Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. If you teach Ji Feishuan the secret art of death and secret art of life, she will definitely be able to control the main body of the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. When the time comes, as long as we destroy Mount Musashi, the river Styx blood sea grand array will be broken. The woman in red said without holding back. the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady? Alright, if you want me to spare your life, give me a trace of your origin spirit. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The Nether Fairy did not hesitate at all when she heard that. She decisively offered up a trace of her natal origin spirit. It flew towards Ling Xiao like a beam of blood-red light. Since Ling Xiao controlled the Nether Tribe's origin spirit, it was equivalent to controlling her life and death. As long as Ling Xiao willed it, the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady would definitely die. Ling Xiao did not expect the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady to be so sensible. He continued to suppress her under the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao's body flashed as he flew towards Ji Feishuan. You're not dead? Ji Chufeng's eyes widened in shock as he revealed a look of disbelief. He knew how terrifying the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady was. He believed that even a saint would fall into the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady's trap if he was not careful, let alone Ling Xiao. How did Ling Xiao do it? If I'm not dead, it's time for you to die. Ling Xiao sneered as a trace of piercing killing intent flashed in his eyes. Whoosh, Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast as he traveled through the blood sea. In an instant, he arrived near Ji Feishuan. Then, his glabella shone brightly as two ancient and mysterious scriptures were directly imbued into Ji Feishuan's sea of consciousness. The complete secret technique of life and secret technique of death. Ji Feishuan was initially surprised and doubtful. However, when she sensed the secret technique of life and secret technique of death, her body trembled as her eyes revealed a look of incomparable joy. Ji Feishuan did not have the time to ask where Ling Xiao obtained the secret technique of life and secret technique of death. She immediately sat down cross-legged and accepted the inheritance of the two great secret techniques peacefully. Long Outyin, how dare you ruin my plans? You're courting death. Ji Chufeng's eyes were incomparably gloomy. He vaguely felt that something had happened to the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady. The Nether Tribe's heavenly lady was extremely important to him. If it wasn't for the Nether Tribe's heavenly lady's help over the past million years, he would not have been able to set up such a big plan. The Nether Tribe's heavenly lady was also of great use to him. He did not expect her to die in Ling Xiao's hands. He felt that Ling Xiao was extremely strange, especially when he saw an extremely strange fluctuation of aura being emitted from Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan. This made him feel uneasy. Rumble, the blood-red light around Ji Chufeng's body soared into the sky and dyed his clothes red. Streaks of blood-red light rose into the sky and transformed into a gigantic blood demon that pounced towards Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan. Only 7 out of the 36 stone praying mats were left. Only Ling Xiao, Ji Feishuan, Wu Xiong, Gao Yang, Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the Blood Origin Pale Saint were still alive. Get lost. Ling Xiao's gaze was extremely cold. The space between his eyebrows shone brightly as the 9 heavenly Dao primal chaos tablets turned into a powerful barrier that enveloped him and Ji Feishuan. Translator, Atlas Studios Editor, Atlas Studios. The flipping sky seal swept across the sea of blood and killed the blood demons one after another. However, Ling Xiao was already at the end of his tether. After all, he was severely injured previously and the Styx's blood sea formation was too terrifying. Even Ling Xiao could not bear it anymore. Puff, Ling Xiao's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Not good. Long Outyin can't hold on any longer. Lu Yun's body trembled as an extremely ugly expression appeared in his eyes. Damn it, doesn't he have a cyclic sky seal? Why can't he break through the Styx's blood sea formation? Could it be that we're really going to die here? I can't accept this. The Heavenly Choice Convention is coming. I can't accept dying here. Wang Dao's body trembled as well. His eyes were bloodshot and filled with unwillingness. Rumble, at this moment, Ji Feishuan, who was originally sitting cross-legged on the stone praying mat, suddenly emitted a bright light. A mysterious brilliance enveloped her as the surrounding void began to tremble. Ji Feishuan soared into the sky as Grand Dao immortal flowers bloomed in the sky. Golden lotuses filled the air as the majestic and vast Dao true intent was extremely terrifying. Waves of sound waves spread out, causing the Styx's blood sea formation to surge even more violently. At this moment, the jade wall of life that was enveloped by the Styx's blood sea formation suddenly trembled violently. In an instant, it emitted a boundless light as it soared into the sky. Black and white divine lights lingered behind Ji Feishuan, causing her to emit a strange fluctuation of life and death. The jade wall of life trembled violently in the void as layers of stone peeled off. Boundless light illuminated the sky as propitious chi rose and surged. An ancient stone mirror appeared from within. One side was black, and the black light was like the condensed death chi. The other side was white, and the white light emitted a majestic vitality. The two types of life and death chi were perfectly fused in the ancient mirror. And incomparably mysterious energy fluctuation formed between Ji Feishuan and the ancient mirror. As the two of them gradually approached each other, an energy that caused one's heart to tremble was emitted between heaven and earth. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? Impossible. It's impossible. If you don't have the complete secret art of life and secret art of death, how can you activate Zhou Tian's death mirror? G's of the life of life was death of life of the of life of life of life of life of life of life. He had racked his brains and used millions of years to plan everything so that he could completely control the mirror of life and death, an extreme Dao Emperor armament. For this, he did not hesitate to destroy the Ji clan's forbidden land, the martial treasury mountain, sacrificed many geniuses and experts, and even killed his own son. Wasn't it all for the sake of controlling the mirror of life and death? However, an extremely mysterious connection was formed between the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian and Ji Feishuan. He could not accept it at all. I'm going to kill you. The mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian is mine. No one can take it away from me. Ji Chufeng's body trembled violently as his hair danced in the wind. His eyes were blood red and filled with crazy killing intent. Rumble, the Styx's blood sea formation was activated to the extreme by Ji Chufeng. Countless pores on his body began to emit a dazzling blood-red light as if he was about to become one with the Styx's blood sea formation. Blood-red waves surged and streaks of divine light swept across the sky. The sea of blood that filled the sky was about to drown Ji Feishuan. Ji Chufeng had gone crazy. He only wanted to kill Ji Feishuan and take back the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian. The sea of blood was extremely terrifying and filled the sky with murderous aura. It covered this part of the sky and headed toward Ji Feishuan majestically. Ji Feishuan stood in the air with the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian floating above her head. Billions of divine light intertwined and merged into her body as if it was injecting some kind of power. Ji Feishuan's aura became stronger and stronger. However, her eyes were tightly shut as if she did not notice Ji Chufeng's attack. Just as the sea of blood was about to drown Ji Feishuan, the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian trembled slightly. Buzz, a strange sound wave resounded in all directions. The mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian instantly emitted a dazzling light. A black divine light shot out from it and enveloped everyone in the martial treasury mountain. The first to bear the brunt of the light was Ji Chufeng and the Styx's blood sea formation. Rumble, all of a sudden, the Nether River blood sea grand formation began to tremble violently. In an instant, it shattered into billions of the tiniest blood-red particles. Ji Chufeng's expression changed dramatically. He found that he could no longer mobilize the Nether River blood sea grand formation's power. The mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian spun and emitted a white divine light. Boundless vitality surged violently. The mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian devoured all the blood-colored particles in the sky like a whale swallowing the sea. Then, they turned into a majestic vitality and entered Ji Feishuan's body. Rumble, Ji Feishuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The space between her eyebrows shone brightly and the peerless figure began to solidify. The mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian emitted a strange fluctuation that completely enveloped Ji Feishuan. No. Ji Chufeng's eyes were incomparably red as he revealed an extremely desperate expression. He had paid a huge price for the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian. In the end, the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian fell into Ji Feishuan's hands. This was a huge blow to him and he couldn't accept it at all. Ji Chufeng's body flickered with blood-colored light. His aura became evil and dark as if he was about to go mad. Ji Chufeng, 1,000,000 years ago, you killed my parents for the secret art of life and secret art of death. It turns out that your goal was to obtain the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian. Today, you will die a worthy death under the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian. Ji Feishuan's eyes were sparkling and her aura was incomparably ethereal and mysterious. She looked at Ji Chufeng indifferently and her voice was very calm. There wasn't a trace of hatred in her voice. Buzz, the mirror of life and death of Zhou Tian flashed and a black divine light shot towards Ji Chufeng. Ji Chufeng's eyes were blood-red and filled with unwillingness and resentment. He opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't say anything and turned into nothingness under the black divine light. His soul had completely dissipated. This fellow is finally dead. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He instantly felt that his entire body had become extremely weak and was riddled with wounds. Piercing pain came from every part of his body. Anai Shang, Wu Xiong, Gao Yang, Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the blood origin pale saint's eyes also revealed the joy of surviving a calamity. Rumble, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror appeared and the Styx River blood sea array was broken. The secret realm of the Musashi Mountain could no longer withstand such a terrifying force and shattered into pieces. Anai Shang and the others, who were protected by the boundary of life, were hit by the terrifying force. The boundary instantly shattered and they spat out mouthfuls of blood as if they were struck by lightning. Fortunately, they had the cultivation of a sage-to-be. Even if the space was shattered, their physical bodies could withstand it. Therefore, they all used their divine abilities and escaped from the chaotic void. Bright light flickered and a few streams of light fell like meteors. They all appeared in the sky above Tian capital. The power of the shattering void also came towards Ling Xiao. However, before Ling Xiao could block it, a bright white light shot out from Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. It contained a majestic life origin and instantly shot into Ling Xiao's body. Boom! Ling Xiao's body, which was originally riddled with wounds, was nourished by the life origin qi like rain after a long drought. He quickly recovered. The injuries of his physical body, primordial spirit, and Saint Dao Law injuries all healed rapidly. Ling Xiao's aura also became stronger and stronger. As expected of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Ling Xiao sighed softly. His injuries were very serious and he probably needed to rest for a period of time before he could fully recover. However, a white light from Zhou Tian's life and death mirror healed him in an instant. He could not help but be amazed by the heaven-defying power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Little husband, although Zhou Tian's life and death mirror is an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, it is seriously damaged. I don't know how long it will take for it to fully recover to its peak. I'm afraid that your confidant has paid a great price to heal you. The Nether Tribe's heavenly lady giggled. Paid a price? Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He immediately sensed that Ji Feishuan, who was under the protection of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, trembled slightly and her face turned pale. Obviously, she had paid a price to heal Ling Xiao. However, you don't have to worry. She has already begun to control Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. This price won't affect her much. However, I'm afraid that the entire divine realm has been shaken by the appearance of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon. Your confidant is going to have a tough time in the future. The Nether Clan's heavenly maiden sighed softly. Above the void, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror bloomed with boundless light. Black and white light intertwined, like a mysterious sun surrendering in the sky. The surrounding void trembled, as if all the way of the world had gathered in Zhou Tian's life and death mirror at this moment. Ling Xiao could feel that the power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was recovering. That kind of power was extremely terrifying, far surpassing that of a saint. It was like the illusory heavenly axiom, as if it could control the life and death of all living things, dictating the life and death of heaven and earth. That was an extreme emperor's might. The extreme emperor's might that only belonged to an unparalleled emperor permeated the air. It looked sparkling and resplendent, as mysterious as the flying immortal light. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the extreme emperor's might was incomparably terrifying. Experts below the saint realm would probably turn into ashes upon contact with it. Even a true saint would be severely injured if they didn't die. In front of an unparalleled emperor, even if one was as strong as a saint, one could only submit to him. The extreme emperor's might of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror bloomed, radiating in all directions. It was mighty and terrifying, causing countless experts to be shocked as they looked in the direction of the divine capital. Is that the extreme Dao Emperor weapon? I'm afraid that the divine realm is going to be in chaos. Ling Xiao said slowly, as a trace of worry could be seen in his eyes. The appearance of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon would definitely shake the entire divine realm. At that time, many saints would probably take action. After all, the owner of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, Ji Feishuan, was still too weak. There would definitely be people who wouldn't be able to suppress their greed and would want to snatch it away. In front of an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, even a true saint would go crazy. In the martial treasury mountain, tens of thousands of geniuses and experts had been annihilated. In the end, only 7 people were left. In the great Zhou divine nation's royal family, the peerless geniuses had all died in this battle. However, Ji Feishuan had walked to the end and controlled the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Ji Chufeng could be considered as an ambitious and ruthless person. He had planned for 1,000,000 years for the extreme Dao Emperor weapon. However, he had never thought that it would be ruined by Ling Xiao in the end. Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? We can't let Ji Feishuan return to the War God Temple alive. Lu Yun and Wang Dao looked at each other and saw the blazing and cold-killing intent in each other's eyes. If the War God Temple obtained another extreme Dao Emperor weapon, they might be able to stop their decline and rise again. They might even be able to display the peerless brilliance from 1,000,000 years ago. This was something that the Heavenly Curse sect and the 5 Elements Saint sect were not willing to see. The Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. If my pill talisman mountain can obtain the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, we will definitely replace the War God Temple and become the immortal Saint Land. This extreme Dao Emperor weapon must fall into the hands of my pill talisman mountain. However, Ji Feishuan's brilliance is too great now. We still need to think about how to obtain the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. The blood origin elixir saint's eyes revealed a hint of greed. However, he quickly regained his calmness and concealed his aura. He had decided to leave this place for the time being. After all, he had a feud with Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan. If Ji Feishuan noticed him, she could easily kill him with the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the blood origin elixir saint? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of cold-killing intent as he looked at Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the blood origin elixir saint. The 3 of them knew about the background of the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Moreover, they had been enemies with Ling Xiao many times. As long as the 3 of them were killed, even if the news of the extreme Dao Emperor weapon was leaked, the sages would still need some time to take action. This would buy time for Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan to escape. Junior sister Ji, kill them. Ling Xiao shouted as his killing intent blazed. He controlled the flipping sky seal and charged towards Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the blood origin elixir saint. Long Outyin, you'll die a horrible death. Wang Dao and Lu Yun were both startled. Their faces immediately became extremely ugly. After shooting Ling Xiao a venomous glance, they immediately fled into the distance as quickly as they could. The blood origin elixir saint was the fastest. He controlled the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron and turned into a ray of blood light. He wanted to tear the void apart and escape from divine capital. Crack! The 3 of them instantly felt chills running down their spines as the threat of death loomed over their hearts. In the face of such an extreme emperor's aura, they seemed to have no power to resist at all. Lu Yun, Wang Dao, and the blood origin elixir saint were about to die under Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Boom! Suddenly, the void exploded as an ancient and mysterious golden bracelet flew out from the void and blocked Wang Dao's path. It collided with the black light and dissolved the black light. A black flag flew over from another direction. It was covered with dense golden inscriptions, and it shone with endless light. It also blocked the black light that shot towards Lu Yun. It erupted with an earth-shaking boom, and in the end, it dispersed the black light. However, the blood origin elixir saint was not so lucky. No one helped him. His eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Immediately, the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron bloomed with dazzling light and protected him. At the same time, she felt that it was not safe, so she took out dozens of defensive talismans and activated them, forming a terrifying barrier of divine light. Rumble, the dozens of defensive talismans exploded. Even the 10,000 spirits blood cauldron, a flawless saint artifact, could not withstand the deadly black light and exploded a moment later. A flawless saint artifact was destroyed just like that. However, the power of the black light was also weakened to the extreme. In the end, it only left a bloody hole on the blood origin elixir saint's chest before it was completely annihilated. Pfft! My 10,000 spirits blood cauldron. The blood origin elixir saint spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with pain and anger as he screamed continuously. However, he was very decisive. After shooting a venomous glance at Ji Feishuan and Ling Xiao, his figure flashed and he charged into the space that had been torn apart by the explosion of the Myriad spirit blood cauldron, disappearing in an instant. Ling Xiao and Ji Feishuan did not chase after the blood origin pill saint because they were both looking at the sky above Lu Yun and Wang Dao. Their eyes revealed a hint of seriousness. Crack, the void shattered and two figures with monstrous auras descended from the sky. Endless saint aura filled the air and the true will of the great Tao was vast and majestic. Everyone in the heavenly capital trembled and involuntarily knelt down. Two sages had arrived. Greetings, Master. Wang Dao looked at the saint above his head, and his eyes immediately revealed an extremely ecstatic expression. He directly leaped into the air, and then knelt down deeply. The sage was dressed in a white Taoist robe. His hair and beard were all white, and his face was hale and hearty. His entire body exuded an ethereal and otherworldly aura, just like an otherworldly expert. His face was rosy like a baby's, and his body exuded a vast saint aura. His eyes were deep, and they flickered with the light of vicissitudes and wisdom. In his palm, there was a Vajra bracelet. It was simple and mysterious, flowing with crimson light and suffusing with auspicious energy. It was precisely the Vajra bracelet that had blocked a sure kill strike for Wang Dao just now. Greetings, martial uncle. On the other side, Lu Yun was also extremely excited as he bowed to the black-robed sage in front of him. The black-robed sage's aura was dark and evil, and he was draped in a large black flag. It was Daki who had just saved Lu Yun. He looked like a dark king. Although his face was blurry, his eyes revealed a pair of cold and cruel eyes that could see through life and death. Soul Curse Sage, I didn't expect that the two of us would encounter the birth of an extreme Tao Emperor weapon as soon as we came out of seclusion. This is really a blessing. The white-robed sage said with a faint smile. His gaze fell on the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian, and there was a slight fluctuation in his eyes. Clearly, his heart was not calm. The life and death mirror in Zhou Tian of the life and death empress is indeed a blessing. We have been monitoring the Ji clan for so long, but we didn't find any news about the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian. I didn't expect it to be hidden in Musashi Mountain. Jinda Sage, this life and death mirror in Zhou Tian belongs to my heavenly curse sect. What do you think? Soul Curse Sage's voice was very cold, and there was a kind of fluctuation that made people shudder. Soul Curse Sage, you're too greedy. Since the two of us founded together, the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian should belong to our two sections. Let's take down this little girl first, then we'll discuss who it belongs to. What do you think? Jinda Sage shook his head and said. The two sages stood in the sky, and their terrifying sage aura sealed the entire heavenly capital. They spoke as if there was no one around, and they did not put Ji Feishuan and Ling Xiao in their eyes at all. It was as if the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian was already in their hands. All right. Soul Curse Sage said indifferently. You want the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian? I'm afraid you won't be able to get it with your lives. Ji Feishuan's eyes shone brightly. Her entire body exuded a vast aura as if she had merged with the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian. The extreme Tao Emperor aura circled around her body, and it was extremely terrifying. Little girl, you're just a first revolution half-saint. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Hand over the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian. Such an extreme Tao Emperor weapon is not something you can possess. It will only bring disaster to you. As long as you're willing to hand it over, both of us are willing to accept you as our disciple. What do you think? Jinda Sage smiled faintly as the diamond bracelet in his hand glowed faintly. Accept me as your disciple? Who do you think you are? Cut the crap. If you want the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian, you'll have to exchange it with your life. Ji Feishuan said coldly as the battle intent around her grew stronger. She could sense that Jinda Sage and Soul Curse Sage were not ordinary sages. Their terrifying strength had probably reached the pinnacle of sages. Even if she had the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian, she had to be careful when dealing with them. Ling Xiao, we can't stay here for long. With the appearance of the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian, I'm afraid more and more sages will come here. I'll bring you out of here. Ji Feishuan transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. All right. Don't worry about me. I have a way to escape. Can you deal with these two sages? Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry. Even sages will have to pay the price if they dare to lay their hands on the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian. Ji Feishuan sneered. Her voice was filled with confidence. If that's the case, you should hurry up and break out of their encirclement. Leave Tiandu City and return to the War God Shrine. As long as you reach the War God Shrine, even if the news of the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian spreads, the War God Shrine will definitely protect you. I'll take advantage of the chaos and leave. Ling Xiao said quickly. Then be careful. Ji Feishuan agreed. Although she had the life and death mirror in Zhou Tian, it was still difficult for her to protect Ling Xiao. After all, they were facing two powerful sages. Since Ling Xiao had a way to escape, she could stop the two sages and create an opportunity for Ling Xiao to escape. Kid, since you're so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude. Rumble, the heavens and earth trembled. The golden bracelet was simple and unadorned, flowing with reddish golden light. In an instant, rays of sword light were emitted from the bracelet, illuminating the mountains and rivers and shrouding the entire sky above the divine capital. Ji Feishuan's eyes flashed sharply. The Zhou Tian's life and death mirror spun above her head. A ray of black divine light of death shot out with strands of extreme emperor's aura towards the golden bracelet. Kacha, the invincible saint's aura suddenly exploded. The rays of sword light were shattered. The black light instantly shrouded the golden bracelet, causing it to tremble violently. Jean de Saint's eyes flashed. He waved his hand and the golden bracelet flew back to him. The radiance on it had dimmed a little. Although it was just a probing attack, he discovered that the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was so terrifying. A strand of extreme emperor's aura was able to damage the golden bracelet that he had refined for countless years. Kill her. Murderous intent flashed in the soul-cursed saint's eyes. He slammed his palm down from the sky. There was a black rune in the center of his palm. It looked extremely mysterious and ancient, containing a soul-stirring fluctuation. A huge palm print traversed across the sky like a black devouring vortex. It was going to devour Ji Feishuan's primordial spirit. Jean de Saint also attacked at the same time. He did not dare to use the golden bracelet again. Rays of golden divine light rose from his body. There seemed to be a sun floating above his head, shooting out billions of rays of sword light towards Ji Feishuan. They dared to attack Ji Feishuan because they could tell that she was only a first revolution half-saint. Although the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was an extreme emperor weapon, it had been severely damaged and had not recovered to its peak. That was why they dared to attack her. Otherwise, if it were a flawless extreme Dao Emperor armament, it would be able to instantly kill them. The two peak saints charged towards Ji Feishuan together. They wanted to snatch the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror from her. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ji Feishuan's body emitted a murderous aura as a dazzling light bloomed from between her eyebrows. She held the Zhou Tian life and death mirror in her hand and unleashed it across the sky. The Zhou Tian life and death mirror emitted a terrifying aura that could illuminate the myriad of worlds and dictate the life and death of tens of thousands of creatures. The aura soared into the sky in a mighty manner, causing everyone to tremble. Rumble. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror stood in front of the two sages, instantly neutralizing all their attacks. Moreover, a terrifying force erupted, surging toward the two sages. Jean de Saint and Soul Mantra Saint's expressions changed, and they quickly retreated. Whoosh, Extreme Monarch's aura erupted, and it was unstoppable. It broke through the Saint Path domains and shot toward Jean de Sage and Soul Mantra Sage. Puff. Puff, both. Jean de Saint and Soul Mantra Saint tried their best to dodge, but a bloody light still appeared on their chests. Both of them grunted and were sent flying. The two sages were injured as soon as the battle began. Little husband, let's leave quickly. Although Zhou Tian's life and death mirror is extremely terrifying, your lover's cultivation is too weak. I'm afraid she won't be able to withstand more than a few attacks from Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. These two old fellas knew that, and that's why they dared to attack. The Nether Tribe's heavenly lady's voice rang in Ling Zhao's mind. Sure enough, Ling Xiao also noticed that Ji Feishuan's face was slightly pale, but her eyes were brighter and sharper, like a peerless divine sword that was unsheathed. Let's wait a little longer. I have to make sure that she can suppress these too. Otherwise, her life will be in danger if I leave. Ling Xiao said slowly, with a hint of determination in his eyes. Little husband, you're really infatuated. Don't you know that even if you stay, you won't be able to interfere in such a battle? Unless you're willing to expose the wordless heavenly book. The Nether tribe's heavenly lady sighed softly. No matter what, nothing can happen to Ji Feishuan. Ling Xiao said stubbornly. Rumble, the Jinda saint's body was shrouded in golden light, and a vast and terrifying rune rose behind the soul curse saint. It emitted a powerful energy that seemed to be able to interfere with one's primordial spirit as it radiated towards Ji Feishuan. Little girl, your cultivation is too weak. How many more times can you activate Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? If you know what's good for you, you'd better surrender obediently. The Jinda saint's gaze turned sharp, and at the same time, it became even more fervent. If the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror could unleash such terrifying energy in Ji Feishuan's hands, how terrifying would it be if it fell into their hands? It could even kill saints. You're courting death. I'd like to see what qualifications you have to wield this supreme emperor weapon. The soul curse saint's gaze was incomparably gloomy, and the terrifying Saint Dao runes behind him instantly enveloped Ji Feishuan. Each rune was like an immemorial divine mountain, and the majestic runes seemed to have transformed into a vast stretch of mountains and rivers, trying to suppress Ji Feishuan within it. Ji Feishuan ignored them, but her gaze became deeper and deeper. The mysterious light between her eyebrows was unfathomable, and a mysterious figure within it was becoming more and more solid. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying energy was unleashed, and it merged with the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Rumble, the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror seemed to have completely awakened. The surface of the mirror was dazzling, and it actually revealed the mysterious illusory image of 3,000 worlds. It seemed like all the living beings in the world were within this ancient mirror. Two divine lights, one black and one white, shot out from the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. They were like two black and white dragons, intertwined with the true meaning of life and death, and roared as they charged towards the two saints. The runes exploded as the black and white dragon collided with the soul mantra saint. The powerful Saint Dao barrier around the soul mantra saint was blown apart. Terrifying Emperor's aura spread out, as if it wanted to turn the soul mantra saint into dust. Heavenly soul curse, kill. The soul curse saint's eyes flashed with killing intent, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. A green golden rune rose up, and it rapidly pounced on Ji Feishuan's forehead like a ferocious ghost head, wanting to devour Ji Feishuan's primordial spirit. His entire body took the brunt of the attack from the black and white dragon, and the black flag on his body trembled violently. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and was directly sent flying. The green golden rune contained an incomparably mysterious energy fluctuation, and it suddenly appeared in front of Ji Feishuan, and pounced on her forehead. 5 Elements Celestial Sword Technique, / The saint roared and countless sword rays flew towards Ji Feishuan, converging into a 5-colored divine sword. It was vast and majestic as it blotted out the sun and split the world into 2 halves. Heavenly Soul Incantation? That's one of the Soul Incantation Saint's 3 killer moves. It had once slaughtered a saint. Even if Ji Feishuan has an Apex Emperor weapon, she won't be able to defend against this secret technique. That's right. My master's 5 Elements Celestial Sword Technique is a peerless killer move that he created himself. The 5 elements circulate endlessly and form a 5 elements sword domain. It will definitely be able to wear down the power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Lu Yun and Wang Dao's eyes lit up as they sneered. Previously, the terrifying power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror had shocked the two of them. They were extremely nervous, especially when the 2 saints were injured in a single blow. They were afraid that the 2 saints would die here. However, it seemed like they were worrying too much. Ji Feishuan's disadvantage in cultivation was immediately exposed when the 2 pinnacle saints unleashed their killer moves. It wouldn't be long before she ran out of energy. At that time, she could only surrender. Rumble, the heavenly soul incantation rune instantly shot into Ji Feishuan's sea of consciousness and headed for her primordial spirit. However, Ji Feishuan's expression was still very calm at this moment. There was no trace of panic on her face. A dazzling light bloomed as a peerless figure appeared in Ji Feishuan's sea of consciousness. Her slender fingers turned into a light palm and instantly shattered the runes of the heavenly soul incantation. Instead of decreasing, Ji Feishuan's aura began to surge. The heavenly cycle life and death mirror was ancient and mysterious. It was surrounded by an extreme emperor's aura as it pushed forward. It was as if it was pushing the sun, moon, and stars as it moved forward. Everything in the universe was about to be turned into dust by the heavenly cycle life and death mirror. What? The gold saint's expression changed drastically as he sensed that the aura of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror had skyrocketed. It was countless times more terrifying than before, causing his scalp to go numb. Rumble, the sword light that filled the sky shattered, and the heavenly cycle death mirror collided with the huge five elements celestial sword. With a loud bang, the five elements celestial sword exploded. Originally, the power of the five elements was endless. It flowed with each other and was bright and flawless. It could continuously transform into the most powerful domain power and obliterate the opponent within the domain. However, at this moment, it was unable to withstand the power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Even the five elements sword domain exploded with a bang. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror did not slow down, and it crashed towards Jinda Sage. Jinda Saint couldn't hide the fear in his eyes. That was an apex imperial weapon. Even if it was damaged, he wouldn't be able to resist it. Once it hit him, even if his saint body was extremely tough, he would be instantly turned into dust. In this world, apart from an extreme monarch weapon, only a supreme martial monarch could clash with an extreme monarch weapon. Swoosh, Jinda Saint gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of golden blood. The Vajra bracelet shone brightly. After absorbing the golden blood, it began to expand like a golden mountain and collided with Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Jinda Saint took the opportunity to break free from the suppression of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror and moved to the side. Rumble, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror collided with the Vajra bracelet. Like a volcanic eruption, an incomparably blazing divine light burst out. The originally tough Vajra bracelet exploded in an instant. It couldn't even stop Zhou Tian's life and death mirror for a moment. Jinda Saint spat out a mouthful of blood and his aura instantly weakened. My Vajra bracelet. You deserve to die. Jinda Saint's eyes were extremely gloomy and his face revealed an extremely pained expression. That was his natal artifact, the Vajra bracelet, a saint artifact that he had refined for countless years. However, it was destroyed by Zhou Tian's life and death mirror just like that. As a result, his hatred towards Ji Feishuan grew. His killing intent was boiling. Buzz, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror flashed and suppressed the soul curse saint again. The soul curse saint's face changed. Even his heavenly soul curse was silently neutralized by Ji Feishuan. Naturally, he didn't dare to face Zhou Tian's life and death mirror head-on. He began to use his fastest speed and quickly moved away from Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. His figure was extremely miserable. In the blink of an eye, two peak saints were defeated miserably and the other was severely injured. Lu Yun and Wang Dao widened their eyes in disbelief. They finally understood what the might of an extreme Dao Emperor armament was. Damn it! Are we going to let them go just like that? Lu Yun said unwillingly. If they let Ji Feishuan go, it would be hard to say who would get Zhou Tian's life and death mirror next. That be *tch Ji Feishuan cares a lot about Long Outyin. If we can capture Long Outyin, she might just surrender. Wang Dao suddenly saw Ling Xiao in the distance and his eyes flashed. Master, capture Long Outyin. That be *tch Ji Feishuan cares about Long Outyin the most. Wang Dao opened his mouth and yelled. The Jinda Saint's eyes flashed. After hearing Wang Dao's words, he also noticed Ling Xiao in the distance. Instantly, a majestic saint aura erupted from his body and he reached out his hand to grab Ling Xiao. A giant golden palm shrouded the sky, containing a power fluctuation that was difficult to resist. Jinda Saint? Do you really think I'm a pushover? Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold. In an instant, a terrifying aura rose from his body. The flipping sky seal emitted a blazing light and blasted towards the Jinda Saint. Master, don't worry. This ** starred won't be able to hurt you. The Thunder Spirit King sneered. His voice was full of vigor and his body was emitting a majestic aura of vitality. In the Musashi Mountain, Ling Xiao devoured the majestic energy of the river Styx blood sea array and gave a portion of it to the Thunder Spirit King. In addition, Ji Feishuan used the power of the Zhou Tian life and death mirror to heal Ling Xiao. Even the injuries of the Thunder Spirit King were healed. The flipping sky seal was restored to its peak. Moreover, the Thunder Spirit King was emitting a terrifying aura. He was on the verge of a breakthrough and urgently needed a big battle to break through and level up. The flipping sky seal was the reason why Ling Xiao was so confident. The Jinda Saint and the Soul Curse Saint were the best whetstones. Boom. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin 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 Translator, Transin Editor, Transin. When Ji Feishuan saw this, her eyes flashed. She controlled the Zhou Tian life and death mirror and charged towards the Soul Curse Saint. Instantly, the pressure on the Soul Curse Saint increased. The extreme Dao Emperor's aura was extremely terrifying. It made his scalp tingle and he began to have thoughts of retreating. Damn it. She's just a first revolution half-saint. How can she sustain the Zhou Tian life and death mirror for so long? The Soul Curse Saint's eyes were cold and his face was ugly. He could not figure out the reason. According to his and the Jinda Saint's estimation, Ji Feishuan should have exhausted all the energy in her body after one attack. However, after so long, Ji Feishuan was still getting stronger. He could not understand. Within the cyclic sky seal, it was as if the Extreme Emperor's aura had been activated. Heaven and earth shook, and the four seas surged. Only the cyclic sky seal was able to suppress the myriad of worlds, turning into an eternal light. Even Jinda Saint's expression changed. Boom, majestic Saint's aura bloomed around Jinda Saint. A metal Dao fruit floated above his head like a dazzling sun. As he pushed his arms out, the divine light in the sky gathered into a boundless sword light and collided with the cyclic sky seal. With a loud bang, the cyclic sky seal trembled violently. However, the Extreme Emperor's aura that had been awakened instantly turned the boundless sword light into dust and sent Jinda Saint flying. The cyclic sky seal exploded with peerless radiance. At this moment, there was a faint trace of the mysterious intent of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Jinda Saint trembled violently, and a trace of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Crack, on the other side, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror suppressed the void and covered this part of the sky. Soul Mantra Saint had nowhere to run. In the end, he could only clash head-on with Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Powerful Saint Dao talismans exploded around him. Soul Mantra Saint's body trembled violently, and blood spurted out of his mouth. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was too terrifying. Even if it was a damaged Extreme Emperor weapon, it was still an Extreme Emperor weapon. Even Jinda Saint and Soul Mantra Saint, who were both peak saint experts, were defeated miserably. Ling Xiao, hurry up and leave. I can't hold on for much longer. I'll hold off these two saints for you. Leave this place first. Ji Feishuan's voice suddenly entered Ling Xiao's ears, and there was a trace of anxiety in her voice. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He noticed that the peerless figure between Ji Feishuan's eyebrows had dimmed slightly. Ji Feishuan was able to use the power of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror because of that peerless figure. Otherwise, with Ji Feishuan's cultivation base, Zhou Tian's life and death mirror would have sucked all of her cultivation base dry. Alright. Be careful. He also believed that with Zhou Tian's mirror of life and death, as long as Ji Feishuan wanted to escape, the Jinda Sage and the Soul Curse Sage would not be able to stop her. Old men from the Heavenly Curse Sect and the Five Elements Saint Sect, I will remember you. Ling Xiao glanced coldly at Jinda Saint and Soul Curse Saint. Instantly, the flipping sky seal turned into a beam of brilliant light, enveloping him. At the same time, it also swept up an Aisheng, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang. They broke through the distant void and instantly disappeared from the sky above Tiandu City. Jinda Sage and Soul Mantra Sage did not care about Ling Xiao at all because Zhou Tian's life and death mirror was once again suppressing them. Rumble. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror contained a vast and terrifying apex monarch aura. Rays of divine light rained down like a vast waterfall, as if the 9 heavenly stars were falling from the sky, intending to crush Jinda Sage and Soul Mantra Sage into dust. Although the two sages tried their best to defend themselves, their bodies still trembled violently. They were severely injured and spat out mouthfuls of blood. Jifeishuan is already exhausted. Stop her, don't let her escape. Jinda Sage's face was incomparably pale, but his eyes lit up when he saw Jifeishuan's aura become incomparably weak. Zhou Tian's life and death mirror spun above his head, and the terrifying aura also began to recede. You want to leave? Leave Zhou Tian's life and death mirror behind. Soul Mantra Sage's eyes burned with killing intent as he charged towards Jifeishuan. Behind him, a black storm swept across the sky. Black runes that contained the power to suppress the primordial spirit turned into a huge ghost face, opening its mouth to swallow Jifeishuan. Jinda Sage, Soul Mantra Sage, you can't stop me. Keep your worthless lives and wait for me to kill you. A cold glint flashed in Jifeishuan's eyes. In the blink of an eye, the heavenly cycle death mirror shone brightly and directly broke through the black storm. It soared into the sky like a divine dragon and swept Jifeishuan up before disappearing into the 9 heavens. She's already an arrow at the end of its flight. Chase after her. Jinda Sage and Soul Mantra Sage looked at each other with burning killing intent in their eyes. They tore through the void and chased after Jifeishuan. They had already locked onto the aura of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. After all, Jifeishuan wouldn't be able to hold on for long after this battle. Although the two sages were also heavily injured, they still chased after her for the sake of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. The divine world will no longer be peaceful with the appearance of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. I must hurry back to the sect and enter seclusion. This time, I won't come out until I've broken through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Lu Yan's eyes flashed with a sharp light as he said coldly. I'll go back and enter seclusion as well. Brother Lu, let's join forces again during the heavenly selection meeting. Wang Dao nodded and said. The two of them quickly left the divine capital. News of what happened in Tiandu City quickly spread to the entire divine world, causing the entire divine world to be shaken. The appearance of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror? It's in the hands of a first revolution half-saint realm girl? Let's go and take a look. If we can get our hands on an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, our divine sword nation will have a chance to become a holy land. An ownerless extreme Dao Emperor weapon? TSK. This old man wants it. The life and death mirror of Zhou Tian, could it be the supreme treasure of the Life Empress? Legend has it that it contains the secrets of life and death. If I can get my hands on the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian, I'll definitely be able to condense 2 great Dao fruits. That girl is in the divine world. She's heavily injured, she won't be able to escape far. In the extreme north, in the endless barren mountains in the south, in the Buddhist kingdom in the west, in the eastern swamp continent, countless experts were excited when they heard the news. One by one, they began to take action. Many sages who were cultivating in seclusion, old monsters who had lived for countless years, and old antiques took action when they heard the news. They were determined to get their hands on the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian. They wanted to get their hands on this extreme Dao Emperor weapon, although the 12 immortal holy lands had an ambiguous attitude and did not express anything, they still secretly sent out sages to search for Jifeishuan's whereabouts in the entire divine world. In the divine world, an inescapable net was set up, some people with evil intentions even set up ambushes around the war god shrine. They thought that since Jifeishuan was a disciple of the war god shrine, she would most likely return to the war god shrine. The white-clothed war god of the war god shrine took action. Outside the war god shrine, he consecutively killed 3 sages and heavily injured 6 others. He also killed all those who were plotting against the war god shrine, shocking the entire divine world. The war god of the war god temple has reached the great saint realm. One of the saints who had escaped released such a piece of news, causing everyone to be shocked. The 4 realms of the divine path were the divine spirit realm, true god realm, divine king realm, and divine king realm. The saint realm also had 3 realms, saint realm, great saint realm, and saint king realm. Of course, there was another realm between the divine path and the saint realm, which was the half-step saint. Only after experiencing 9 nirvana tribulations could one become a true saint. In the divine realm, the vast majority of people were at the 4 realms of the divine Tao. Those who were able to pass through 9 nirvana tribulations and break through to the saint realm could be said to possess supreme talent and exceptional luck. They were extremely rare. Saints controlled the source of the saint realm, and their words were law. They were the overlords of a region, and their strength was terrifying. It was not something a god realm expert could compare with, however, it was too difficult to become a saint. In the past million years, there were not many people who became saints in the divine world, not to mention the great saint and saint king. Those existed in legends, and most of them were old antiques and old monsters. The war god of the war god temple, who became a saint only a few 100,000 years ago, had already broken through to the great saint realm. Moreover, he could kill a saint at the peak, which made everyone incomparably shocked. Xianxia is my war god temple's disciple. If you dare to kill her, you will end up like this. The white-clothed war god said. He was incomparably unyielding. He wanted to protect Xianxia and intimidate the heroes. Many people began to hesitate. A great saint, even saints did not dare to offend. Although the war god temple had declined in these years, it was still one of the 12 immortal holy lands. Many people gave up. However, there were still some people who took the risk. They sneered at the white-clothed war god's words and continued to chase Xianxia. The entire divine world began to stir because of the appearance of Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. More and more experts appeared. The saints that only existed in legends began to enter the eyes of the people. And all of this had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao left the divine capital, he sent An Shang, Wu Xiong, and Gao Yang back to the war god temple. However, Ling Xiao did not choose to return to the sect. Now that Xianxia had become the target of public criticism, Ling Xiao had also received a lot of attention. Many people were also looking for Ling Xiao, trying to find information about Xianxia from him. The war god temple was not as united as before. Even if they returned to the sect, they might not be safe. Moreover, Ling Xiao had more important things to do. Master, I'm afraid it won't be that easy for you to refine the revival creation pill. After all, this is a supreme holy pill that can only be refined by a pill saint. Moreover, we don't have the pill formula for the eternal creation pill. Thunder Spirit King's voice sounded in Ling Xiao's mind. Perhaps I can try refining the revival creation pill myself. However, the pill formula for the revival creation pill is a problem. The sect may not have it. Ling Xiao's brows furrowed slightly. This was an ancient pill formula that was extremely precious. Ling Xiao wanted to concoct the eternal creation pill to heal the injuries of his 3 senior brothers, the Void Pure Stage, Chonghe, and Lu Wenjing, helping them regain their saint realm. Young master, if you want the recipe for the rebirth pill, I know a place that definitely has it. The Netherworld Fairy's voice suddenly rang out. Where? Pill Talisman Mountain. Ling Xiao was stunned. His eyes revealed a trace of strange light as he said, Pill Talisman Mountain? That is the Holy Land of pill refinement masters and talisman masters. Moreover, they are ambitious enough to replace the war god temple as the immortal Holy Land. It is very likely that they have the pill formula for the revival creation pill. There are many ancient pill formulas in the Pill Talisman Mountain. There are even ancient secret manuals and origin sacred medicines. If you can ransack the herb garden in the Pill Talisman Mountain, your cultivation base will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. The Netherworld Fairy said with a smile. Alright. In that case, let's go to the Pill Talisman Mountain. Forget about ransacking the herb garden in the Pill Talisman Mountain. I still want to live for a few more years. Ling Xiao said angrily. There were 4 heavenly domains in the center of the divine world. They were the Great Haven Law Domain, the Supreme Clear Heavenly Domain, the Jade Clear Heavenly Domain, and the Supreme Clear Heavenly Domain. The Pill Talisman Mountain was located in the Supreme Clear Heavenly Domain. The heritage of the Pill Talisman Mountain was very long. It could even be traced back to the ancient Heavenly Court. It was rumored that the earliest Pill Talisman Mountain was a place where the Heavenly Court refined pills and talismans. It was also the Holy Land in the hearts of countless pill refinement masters and talisman masters in the divine world. If not for the fact that the Pill Talisman Mountain did not have an extreme Tao Emperor weapon, it would have become the 13th immortal Holy Land in the divine world. Therefore, the desire to obtain an extreme Dao Emperor weapon had become the obsession of the Pill Talisman Mountain. However, the extreme Dao Monarch weapons had their own spirits and chose their own masters. Most of the extreme Dao Monarch weapons already had masters. It was very rare for an extreme Dao Monarch weapon to appear without a master. This made the many controllers of Pill Talisman Mountain feel very helpless. It took Ling Xiao a few months to arrive at the Taiqing Heavenly Domain from the Taiqing Heavenly Domain through the giant void teleportation formation. Taishan City, Ling Xiao walked out of the giant teleportation formation. He immediately felt a surge of energy of heaven and earth that was not inferior to the Xianxia Heavenly Domain. He could not help but reveal a trace of joy in his eyes. He had finally arrived at the Taiqing Heavenly Domain. This Taishan City was one of the largest cities in the territory of the Pill Talisman Mountain. Ling Xiao could feel that this Taishan City was very large. It had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The pavilions and towers in the city were magnificent and extraordinary. People came and went on the streets. Every one of them had an extremely powerful aura. In Taishan City, cultivators of the divine realm could be seen everywhere. There were even many cultivators of the half-saint realm. Ling Xiao could even feel a few extremely obscure and powerful auras. Saints, there were actually saints in Taishan City. Sensing the aura of saints, Ling Xiao became more cautious. The Pill Talisman Mountain and the War God Temple were considered hostile forces. If people knew that a disciple of the War God Temple had come here, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Especially because of the life and death mirror incident in Zhoutian, Ling Xiao had become the target of many people. Along the way, Ling Xiao encountered many people who were searching for the whereabouts of him and Ji Feishuan. However, Ling Xiao had the sky-shrouding secret technique. His aura was concealed, so he was able to sneak past them quietly. Taishan City was a large city under the rule of the Pill Talisman Mountain. It was also one of the most prosperous cities in the Taiqing Heavenly Domain. Many cultivators would come here to purchase elixirs and talismans. Therefore, there were the most elixir pavilions and talisman towers here. Ling Xiao used the sky-shrouding secret technique to slightly change his appearance and aura. He looked like an elegant young master. He held a folding fan in his hand, and his clothes were whiter than snow. He walked forward casually on the street. "Sir, our apricot wine is the best in Taishan City. Would you like to come in and have a taste?" At this moment, a young man with delicate features blocked Ling Xiao's path. He pointed at an extraordinarily stylish restaurant beside him and asked with a smile. "Apricot wine?" Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The apricot wine next to him looked very magnificent. It was carved with jade and was made of 10,000-year-old agarwood. It exuded a strange fragrance. In front of the apricot wine, there were many servants like this young man who were soliciting guests. Ling Xiao could feel that those who entered the apricot wine were either rich or noble. Their auras were strong. Most of them were strong men of the half-saint realm. Although Ling Xiao had changed his appearance and aura, his cultivation had not changed. This young man's eyes were very sharp. He saw Ling Xiao's cultivation at a glance, so he came up to solicit him. Seeing that Ling Xiao seemed to be interested, the young man suddenly became spirited. He quickly said, "Is this the first time you've come to Taishan City? The apricot wine of Taishan City is passed down by the wine master of Mount Danfu. It is brewed with 999 kinds of precious magic herbs. It has a rich aftertaste and is also very good for cultivation. Even the strong men of the half-saint realm can calm down and consolidate their corporeity. Would you like to have a try?" "All right." Ling Xiao had nothing to do, so he nodded. "This way, please." The young man immediately welcomed Ling Xiao into the apricot wine with a smile and sat down by the window on the second floor. "Sir, the apricot wine of our apricot wine is divided into 4 levels: low grade, medium grade, upper grade, and the best grade. They can only be purchased with sacred liquid. Which one do you want?" The young man asked with a smile. "Sacred liquid is not a problem. Give me a jar of the best apricot wine," Ling Xiao said lightly. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, the smile on the young man's face froze. He said awkwardly, "Young master, our apricot blossom brothel is expensive. Most people order apricot blossom brothels. Apricot blossom brothels. Apricot blossom brothels. Apricot blossom wine is expensive. The young man's words left Ling Xiao slightly surprised. After all, the value of the holy liquid was extremely high. In fact, it far exceeded that of the divine stones. 20,000 drops of the holy liquid could buy a powerful semi-sage treasure. However, it could only buy a jar of wine in this apricot blossom house. However, Ling Xiao's interest in the apricot blossom brew was piqued. Here are 30,000 drops of holy liquid. I want the top-grade apricot blossom wine and some side dishes. The rest is yours. Ling Xiao saw the young man's hesitation. With a flash of light, a jade bottle appeared in his hand and he casually tossed it to the young man. You really want the best apricot wine? Good, good, good. Sir, please wait for a moment. The apricot wine you want will be served immediately. The young man caught the jade bottle in a fluster and carefully inspected it. He was instantly overjoyed. He knew that he had met an important guest. He quickly bowed deeply to Ling Xiao and left in a hurry. The most expensive item in the apricot blossom house was the apricot wine. The other dishes were not expensive. Even if he prepared a table of top-grade dishes for Ling Xiao, he would still have a lot of sacred liquid left. It was more than his annual salary. The young man treated Ling Xiao as his god of wealth. Naturally, he was incomparably attentive. In the apricot blossom house, the fragrance of the apricot wine filled the air. The fragrance of the apricot wine made people feel as though they were floating in the air. It was as though their souls had been cleansed and became pure. Everyone was drinking while talking loudly about some of the major events that had happened recently. Have you heard? The war god of the war god temple killed 2 sages on Mount Fubo. I didn't expect the war god to be so nice to the disciples of the war god temple. He actually didn't hesitate to personally kill them. Hee, what do you mean by nice to the disciples of the war god temple? Isn't it because of the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror in Ji Feishuan's hands? That's an extreme-grade emperor weapon. If the war god temple obtains another extreme-grade emperor weapon, their strength will definitely increase greatly. That's right. However, Ji Feishuan is not stupid. She did not choose to return to the war god temple. I heard that she managed to avoid being hunted down a few times. She even used the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror to severely injure a few sages. I wonder where she is hiding now. You guys don't know, right? I heard that 3 days ago, Ancestor Yuan Ling of the Pill Talisman Mountain personally attacked Ji Feishuan in the Eastern Sea. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. Ji Feishuan was beaten into the demon burial abyss by Ancestor Yuan Ling. What? The demon burial abyss is a land of death. Countless great demon sages died there during the ancient times. Even sages did not dare to step into it. Ji Feishuan was beaten into the demon burial abyss. Isn't she doomed? Isn't that so? Unfortunately, the extreme-grade emperor weapon, the life and death mirror of Zhou Tian, fell into the demon burial abyss the moment it was born. I'm afraid no one would dare to go in to look for it. Ling Zhao's expression changed instantly when he heard everyone's discussion. Ji Feishuan was beaten into the demon burial abyss by Ancestor Yuan Ling? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. He started to feel anxious, but he soon calmed down. He believed in Ji Feishuan. Ji Feishuan had many secrets, especially the peerless figure in between her eyebrows. Coupled with the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, it was impossible for Ji Feishuan to die so easily. Even if she was beaten into the demon burial abyss, Ling Xiao believed that Ji Feishuan should be able to survive. Ancestor Yuan Ling? Pill Talisman Mountain really couldn't hold back and attacked. A trace of killing intent emerged in Ling Zhao's heart. Master, don't worry. Miss Ji is blessed by the heavens. The owner chosen by the extreme-grade emperor weapon won't die so easily. The Thunder Spirit King seemed to have sensed the depression in Ling Zhao's heart and comforted him. That's right. Little husband, Ji Feishuan was able to obtain the Zhou Tian's life and death mirror, which means that she has gained the recognition of the Life Empress. A mere demon burial abyss is not enough to take her life. The Nether Tribe's heavenly lady said slowly. Ling Xiao nodded, but his heart was still heavy. Suddenly, everyone quieted down. Ling Xiao saw a man and a woman walking up to the apricot blossom brothel. The man was handsome and had a faint smile on his face. He looked gentle and elegant, giving people a good impression of him. The girl was very pretty, and her figure was very hot. Her skin was snow white, and her neck was long and slender. She looked like a proud little peacock. Ling Xiao could see that the man's cultivation had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm, and the girl's cultivation was at the 3rd revolution half-saint realm. The two of them walked side by side, followed by 2 black-robed old men. They were led by a fat man in a brocade robe into the only private room on the 2nd floor. Who on earth are those 2 people? How could the master of Apricot Blossom House accompany them in person? After the man and woman entered the box, someone asked in a low voice, revealing a look of great shock. The fat man in the brocade robe was the master of Apricot Blossom House. His cultivation had reached the 7th transformation demi-saint realm. His strength was extraordinary, and his background in Taishan City was profound. Few people dared to provoke him. It was really shocking that such a powerful figure would curry favor with a young man and woman. I remember. Are these 2 people the dragon and phoenix of the Lu family? Someone exclaimed in surprise. The dragon and phoenix of the Lu family? Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan? They are the leaders of the younger generation of the Lu family, the peerless geniuses of alchemy and talisman Taoism? No wonder the master of Apricot Blossom House accompanied them in person. Hearing the words dragon and phoenix of the Lu family, everyone seemed to think of something, and their eyes were full of shock. The dragon and phoenix of the Lu family have come to Taishan City. It seems that they have come for the ceremony of alchemy and talisman. Presumably, the geniuses of the other 3 families have also come. I'm afraid that Taishan City is going to be annoyed. Someone said slowly. The dragon and phoenix of the Lu family, the ceremony of alchemy and talisman? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had a general understanding of Mount Alchemy and Talisman. There were a total of 4 families of alchemy and talisman, and the Lu family was one of them. The man and woman were extraordinary. To be called the dragon and phoenix of the Lu family, it seemed that they had deep attainments in alchemy and talisman Taoism. But what was the ceremony of alchemy and talisman? At this moment, the young manservant brought Ling Xiao's dishes over. The dishes looked, smelled, and were extremely exquisite. What caught Ling Xiao's attention the most was the jug of wine in the center. The wine jar was white and flawless, exuding a warm luster. It was made of the best 10,000-year-old chalcedony and looked very extraordinary. This wine jar alone was worth a lot, which showed that this top-grade apricot blossom wine was indeed extraordinary. Young master, here is your apricot blossom wine. Please enjoy. The young man carefully held up the jar of wine and placed it in front of Ling Xiao, with a smile on his face. Wait a minute. I want to ask if you know anything about the ceremony of alchemy and talisman? Ling Xiao asked casually. Alchemy talisman ceremony? The young man was slightly stunned, and then a trace of yearning appeared in his eyes as he said, Young master, the Pill Talisman ceremony is a grand event held by the Pill Talisman Mountain, and it's a pinnacle competition between the Tao of Alchemy and the Tao of Talisman. All the alchemy masters and talisman masters in the entire divine world take pride in being able to participate in the Pill Talisman ceremony because if they're able to obtain a good name in the Pill Talisman ceremony, then not only will they be rewarded with various precious spirit herbs, saint pills, and pill formulas, they might even be chosen by the Pill Talisman Mountain and directly join the Pill Talisman Mountain and become a guest elder or elder of the Pill Talisman Mountain. It's an extremely honorable honor. The young man was talking non-stop. He was beaming with joy. He must be looking forward to the grand ceremony of alchemy talisman. Ling Xiao also understood. It turned out that it was the same as what he had thought in his heart. It was a showdown between the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of talismans. However, this alchemy talisman ceremony couldn't help but make Ling Xiao's heart move. Perhaps this was an opportunity to obtain the pill formula of the eternal creation pill. As long as one could emerge as the champion in the Pill Talisman ceremony, one would have the opportunity to enter the scripture pavilion of the Pill Talisman Mountain, right? Master, are you planning to participate in the Pill Talisman ceremony? Thunder Spirit King immediately understood what Ling Xiao was thinking, so he asked with surprise. Why not? This alchemy talisman ceremony is the best opportunity for me to obtain the eternal creation pill. Xianxia smiled faintly in his heart. Young master, the Tao of alchemy and the Tao of talisman are broad and profound. One would need to immerse himself in them for countless years to achieve something. I'm afraid it won't be easy for you to participate in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Why don't you rely on one of the geniuses of the 4 big clans and help him to emerge as the champion in the alchemy talisman ceremony? I think the dragon phoenix of the Lu family is a good choice. If Lu Qingwan takes a fancy to you, you might even be recruited as his son-in-law. The Holy Lady of the Nether tribe chuckled. Obviously, the Thunder Spirit King and the Holy Lady of the Nether tribe were not optimistic about Ling Zhao's chances of participating in the alchemy talisman ceremony. I have to try to know. Xianxia smiled faintly. His expression was very calm. Xianxia opened the wine jar of the apricot blossom wine. Suddenly, a rich wine fragrance filled the air. It was a kind of fragrance that seeped into one's heart and mind. It formed a mist that drifted away and vaguely formed the shape of apricot blossoms. In an instant, the entire apricot blossom tower seemed to be covered by apricot blossoms. Everyone's face revealed an incomparably intoxicated expression. They felt as if they were floating in the air. It's really a good wine. Xiao's eyes lit up. The apricot blossom wine was sparkling and translucent, with a clear color. After Xiao drank it in a single gulp, the cold and sweet taste caused Xiao's mind to shake. As the wine entered his stomach, it instantly turned into a blazing flame, spreading throughout Xiao's limbs and bones. It contained a vast amount of energy essence, surging violently, as if it was about to burst out from Xiao's body. A mysterious aura rushed up from his stomach and spread through his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It then spread from his heart to his mind. It made Xiao feel as if he had been cleansed of all the dust and dust. His heart also began to calm down. Xiao could feel that this cup of apricot blossom wine had increased the saint energy in his body by a lot. His state of mind had also improved a little. This apricot blossom wine was comparable to those precious half-saint supreme pills. It was incomparably mysterious. It's the supreme grade apricot blossom wine? The supreme grade apricot blossom wine costs 20,000 drops of saint liquid per jar. It's extremely expensive. The entire apricot blossom tower only sells 3 jars a day. Who is this person? Everyone's gazes landed on Xiao's body with a trace of curiosity and doubt. They could see that Xiao's cultivation was at the 2nd revolution half-saint. He looked very young and had an extraordinary bearing. His clothes were whiter than snow, and he looked like an elegant young master. They were all guessing in their hearts. Could Xiao also be a disciple of a big family? After all, 20,000 drops of saint liquid was probably all the wealth of an ordinary half-saint. It was naturally inconceivable in the eyes of ordinary people to exchange all their wealth for a jar of wine. Therefore, they mostly ordered low-grade and medium-grade apricot blossom wine. I didn't expect this supreme-grade apricot blossom wine to be so extraordinary. I can buy more. Xiao nodded and thought to himself. Waiter, give me another 10 jars of apricot blossom wine. Xiao called out to the young waiter with a smile. As soon as he said that, everyone was stunned and looked at Xiao with a strange expression. Was this guy really a nouveau riche? Did he really not know that the apricot blossom tower only sold 3 jars a day? Some people even began to think that Xiao was just playing to the gallery. That delicate and pretty young man quickly ran over and said with a wry smile, "Young master, our apricot blossom brothel only sells 3 jars of apricot blossom wine a day. Other than your jar, the other 2 have been bought by young Master Liu." Only 3 jars? That's a pity. How about this, I'll stay in the apricot blossom tower for a period of time. From tomorrow onwards, I'll buy a month's supply of apricot blossom wine. Anyway, Xiao had made a fortune in the divine kingdom of Great Zhou this time. He had obtained a lot of sacred liquid, and this apricot wine was indeed the best. After leaving Taishan City, it was uncertain when he would be able to come back. It was better to buy more now. Anyway, Xiao had plenty of sacred liquid, and he felt the pleasure of being a nouveau riche, seeing Xiao being so arrogant and wanting to reserve the best apricot wine for the next month. Everyone became more and more speechless. He was really rich and capricious. A month's supply of the best apricot wine was 90 jars and 1.8 million drops of sacred liquid. It was enough to buy a perfect holy treasure. The world of the rich was indeed not something that could be understood by ordinary people. What arrogance! You want to reserve the Apricot Blossom House's top-grade apricot blossom wine for an entire month? Do you think that the top-grade apricot blossom wine can be bought casually just because you have the saint liquid? A clear and arrogant voice sounded, with a bit of displeasure. Ling Xiao turned around and found that Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan had come out of the box and were walking toward him. It was Lu Qingwan who had spoken, and her beautiful big eyes were full of anger. Lu Wenlong, who was next to her, looked at Ling Xiao apologetically. Ling Xiao was a little confused. He didn't seem to have offended Lu Qingwan, so why was she looking at him with eyes full of anger? Ling Xiao was a little confused. Sir, my sister was rude and made a fool of herself. However, this best apricot wine was brewed by Master Jiu, who is my sister's master. Lu Wenlong cupped his hands and smiled warmly at Ling Xiao. As the saying went, one doesn't slap a smiling face. Ling Xiao was a little upset, but at this moment, because of Lu Wenlong's attitude, he was even more confused. Sir Lu, I have heard a lot about you. However, even if your sister is Master Jiu's disciple, didn't Master Jiu brew this best apricot wine to sell? I want to buy a month's supply of the best apricot wine. I don't think I have offended your sister? Humph. For someone like you who doesn't know anything about wine, it is a waste to drink the best apricot wine. My master said that anyone can only buy 3 jars of top-grade apricot blossom wine. Unless you can figure out the problem he left in the wine, you can forget about buying another jar of apricot blossom wine no matter how much sacred liquid you have. Lu Qingwan held her head high and said proudly. She looked at Ling Xiao with disdain. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Wenlong. Lu Wenlong laughed bitterly and said, My sister is right. Master Jiu is someone who understands wine. Although the apricot blossom wine is being sold, there is indeed such a rule. I see. May I know what problems Master Jiu left in the apricot blossom brew? Ling Xiao asked curiously. He finally understood the meaning behind the gazes of the surrounding people. He had directly asked for a month's supply of apricot blossom wine, which indeed made him seem like a nouveau riche. If there are any problems left behind, young master will have to find them himself. The apricot blossom tower had apricot blossom stones. Young master could verify the answer by himself. However, ever since Master Wine left this question, no one has been able to guess the answer. Lu Wenlong said with a bitter smile. Obviously, even he and Lu Qingwan could not guess the answer. Is the problem in the apricot blossom wine? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This Master Jiu was really strange. However, this had piqued Ling Zhao's interest. Ling Xiao poured another cup of apricot blossom wine from the jar. He picked up the fragrant wine cup and drank it in one gulp. That mysterious aura appeared once again. Ling Xiao closed his eyes slightly. His heart was calm as he began to carefully comprehend the mysterious aura in the apricot blossom wine. Ling Xiao felt that the problem left behind by Master Jiu was hidden in that mysterious aura. Humph. You're just putting on an act. You still want to find the problem with Master? Dream on. Lu Qingwan snorted coldly. Sister, don't be rude. Lu Wenlong's voice was slightly stern. He felt an incomparable headache. His sister was very spoiled and arrogant. However, she was extremely talented, so she was usually very arrogant. However, Lu Wenlong could feel that the white-clothed young man in front of him had an extraordinary aura. He was probably not an ordinary person. That was why he wanted to befriend him. A short while later, Ling Xiao opened his eyes, and a sliver of surprise appeared in his eyes. He said, I never thought that Master Jiu would actually use 999 precious divine herbs for the apricot wine. Moreover, he used the Tao of pills and the Tao of talismans to refine the apricot wine. His problem is actually to differentiate between the 999 precious divine herbs. It is indeed a very difficult problem. Ling Xiao had cultivated the incomplete version of the secret skill of destiny and the great empty heart charm scripture. His heart realm made his senses extremely sharp. He could easily sense the essence that Master Jiu had left behind in the apricot blossom wine. He also guessed the problem that Master Jiao had left behind. You actually felt it? How is that possible? Lu Qingwan's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Lu Wenlong's eyes also flashed. This white-clothed young man was more powerful than he had imagined. He could sense the problem in the apricot blossom wine in just a moment. Humph. So what if you have guessed the problem that master left behind? Many people had guessed this question, but their master had used alchemy and talisman techniques to add 999 types of divine herbs to brew the apricot blossom wine. Many people couldn't answer the origin of the 999 types of divine herbs. Even my elder brother, a rare genius in alchemy that only appears once every 100 years in Mount Pill Talisman, could only guess the origins of the 990 divine herbs. Lu Qingwan sneered. I feel that I can give it a try. However, I don't know if I will be able to reserve the apricot blossom wine for a month if I verify my answer. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He looked at Lu Wenlong and the apricot blossom wine overseer, ignoring Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan was so angry that she stomped her feet. She looked at Ling Xiao with even more hostility. To Ling Xiao, the problem of Master Jiao hiding in the apricot blossom wine was not the most important thing. Whether he could buy enough apricot blossom wine was the most important thing. Young master, do you really know the answer? Lu Wenlong's eyes trembled slightly. His expression also became serious. The apricot blossom wine overseer, who looked very kind, smiled and said, Young master, Master Jiao said that as long as you can answer his question, he will give you 100 jugs of supreme-grade apricot blossom wine. Moreover, you will be an important guest of the apricot blossom wine in the future. You will enjoy a 50% discount when you purchase apricot blossom wine, 100 jugs of supreme-grade apricot blossom wine. 100 jars of top-grade apricot blossom wine was equivalent to 2 million drops of Saint liquid. It was a sky-high price, and they only needed to answer one question. Many people were tempted. However, they all knew that they couldn't afford the top-grade apricot blossom wine, let alone find the answer hidden within it. Let's give it a try. I'm not very sure either. Ling Xiao smiled. Then, under the guidance of the apricot blossom overseer, he walked towards the apricot blossom stone in the center. The apricot blossom stone was as tall as a person. It was sparkling and translucent, and its surface was mottled and ancient. However, it had a powerful spiritual fluctuation, and it was extremely mysterious. Everyone thought that this apricot blossom stone was just a decoration. They didn't expect it to have such an important function. Humph. You're just putting on an act. Wait and see how I'll ridicule you when you fail. Lu Qingwan looked at Ling Xiao with displeasure. Ling Xiao stood in front of the apricot blossom stone. His expression was calm and indifferent, and his eyes were extremely clear. He stared at the apricot blossom stone and observed it carefully. It was as if he could see into the depths of the apricot blossom stone. Everyone's attention was also attracted by Ling Xiao. They all revealed extremely curious expressions, wanting to see if Ling Xiao could answer Master Jiao's question. I feel that Fairy Qingwan is right. This kid is just putting on an act. After all, even young Master Lu Wenlong couldn't answer the question. How could he possibly answer it? That's right. I heard that in order to answer this question, one must have very deep attainments in alchemy and talisman Dao. I'm afraid that this kid will be exposed by Fairy Qingwan in a while. I really don't know what Master Jiao's intention is to leave behind such a puzzling question. Everyone discussed softly, but most of them had doubts in their eyes. They didn't think that Ling Xiao could give an answer. Ling Xiao's expression was calm, and he wasn't affected by the crowd. He stared at the apricot blossom stone in front of him, and a powerful spiritual fluctuation poured into the apricot blossom stone. Rumble, a bright light exploded, and Ling Xiao felt as if he had arrived in a mysterious chaotic world. Streaks of light flowed in front of his eyes. The 999 streaks of light were all concealed by the qi of primal chaos. He could faintly see that they were the shapes of godly medicines, but he could not see their true origins. Ling Xiao seemed to have understood something. It seems like they will only reveal themselves if I tell them the true names of these 999 divine herbs. Rootless heavenly spiritual wood, cloudwater vine, rainbow blackheart grass, soul-severing lotus, Without any hesitation, Ling Xiao began to recite the names of the 999 godly herbs. Boom, as Ling Xiao reported the name of the godly medicine, the ball of light in front of him shone with divine light. The chaotic qi began to disperse, revealing the godly medicine within. This meant that Ling Xiao had given the correct answer. Ling Xiao's voice was like a great bell, causing the entire chaotic void to rumble. Master Jiu's supreme grade apricot wine was indeed very mysterious. He had used the way of pills and the way of talismans to extract the essence of 999 divine herbs. It was very difficult to completely identify it. One had to have great attainments in the way of pills and the way of talismans. However, this was not difficult for Ling Xiao because he had the mind realm. The mind realm was the foundation of the mind realm that the great Void Emperor had left behind. It could reflect the heavens and recreate the laws of the Great Way. The various divine items that Ling Xiao had seen could reveal their true forms in the mind realm. Therefore, after Ling Xiao drank the apricot wine, it was broken down in his mind realm and turned into the most original energy. This allowed Ling Xiao to identify the origins of the 999 divine herbs. Very quickly, Ling Xiao named the 998 divine medicines. The 999 balls of chaotic light in front of him also revealed the true forms of many divine medicines. They swayed in the void and shone brightly. Only the ball of chaotic light in the middle was still filled with dense chaotic qi. I never thought that there would be such an item in the apricot wine. There was a trace of emotion in Ling Xiao's eyes, but there was also a trace of a blazing light. There was a natural spiritual root on Mount Alchemy talisman called the ancient immortal apricot tree. In the apricot wine brewed by Master Jiu, he had added the petals of the ancient immortal apricot tree. Therefore, there was a strange fragrance that intoxicated people and could cleanse their state of mind and primordial spirit. However, what Ling Xiao did not understand was how precious the ancient immortal apricot tree was. Why would Master Jiu use it to brew wine and sell it? Brother, this kid definitely can't answer Master's question. Why do you value him so much? Lu Qingwan whispered to Lu Wenlong. Sister, although I don't know if he can answer Master Jiu's question, this kid is extraordinary. Even I can't see through him. The alchemy talisman ceremony is about to begin. Countless alchemists and talisman masters from the entire god realm have come to Taishan City. There is no lack of talented cultivators among them. If I can use them, I will definitely be able to take the lead in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Wenlong's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice with a smile. Even you can't see through him? How is that possible? This kid is only a second transformation demi-saint. Although he is talented, he can't even compare to me, let alone you. Even if you want to recruit him, you should recruit some strong cultivators, right? Lu Qingwan said in disbelief. The corner of Lu Wenlong's mouth twitched. He wanted to say something, but suddenly his body trembled. A look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. He actually, really answered it? Boom, the apricot blossom stone burst into a dazzling light. It dyed the entire apricot blossom tower gold. Thousands of rays of light shone, and auspicious vapors rose. A strong fragrance of apricot blossom permeated the air. Everyone could not help but feel refreshed. How is this possible? Lu Qingwan was stunned. Her eyes widened, and her small red mouth opened into a circle. She could not believe what she was seeing. The apricot blossom stone burst into such a dazzling light. Lu Qingwan naturally knew what it meant. It meant that Ling Xiao had recognized 999 divine herbs and gave the correct answer. At this moment, Lu Qingwan seemed to have stopped thinking. She did not believe that Ling Xiao could answer this question at all. She had always thought that Ling Xiao was playing to the gallery. However, it seemed that her brother was right. This white-robed young man was not simple. Could it be that he was the descendant of a reclusive alchemy family? Lu Qingwan looked at Ling Xiao with a complicated gaze. This kid really answered Master Zhou's question? This is unbelievable. Even young Master Lu Wenlong could not answer it. Everyone was shocked. Looking at the strange phenomenon of the apricot blossom stone, they understood what had happened. Maybe he just made a wild guess? Someone said with uncertainty. Made a wild guess? 999 divine herbs. Why don't you try making a wild guess? Someone scoffed. Buzz, from the apricot blossom stone, a bright light instantly shot into the apricot blossom overseer's body. The apricot blossom overseer immediately revealed a respectful expression and nodded repeatedly. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and smiled at the master of the apricot blossom house. Master, can I buy the best apricot blossom wine now? The master of the apricot blossom house saluted Ling Xiao respectfully. Don't worry, master. You can take away 100 jars of the best apricot blossom wine at any time. However, because you have answered Master Jiu's question, Master Jiu will come to Taishan City in 10 days. Master Jiu wants to see you. Please stay in the apricot blossom house for the time being. What do you think? Master Jiu wants to see me? What's the matter? Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. I don't know. But it must be something important. Master Jiu is addicted to alchemy, talisman, and wine. He rarely leaves Mount Dan Talisman. Master's talent must have shocked him. The master of the apricot blossom house looked at Ling Xiao enviously. My master wants to see him? Lu Qingwan was also in disbelief. She naturally knew Master Jiu's temper. It could be said that he was extremely eccentric. He was usually very antisocial and did not even bother to speak to anyone. Even if it was a saint, he would not meet him. He had an important position in the Pill Talisman Mountain. Yet, he wanted to meet Ling Xiao. Lu Qingwan was a little jealous in his heart. This kid is in luck. Master Jiu wants to see him in person. Does he want to take him as his disciple? Everyone shuddered as their eyes were filled with disbelief. Many of them revealed looks of envy and jealousy. This news was even more shocking than Ling Xiao solving the problem Master Jiu left in the apricot blossom wine. After all, with Master Jiu's status in Mount Dan Talisman, it was difficult for Master Jiu to meet a saint, except for a few great ancestors. Okay. I will stay in the apricot blossom house for the time being. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and nodded. He was confident that his disguise was perfect. Even a saint would not be able to see through his disguise. His identity would not be exposed. He was also very curious about Master Jiu. Don't worry, Master. The apricot blossom house will satisfy you. May I know your name? The master of the blossom house was overjoyed. My name is Zhao Ritian. Ling Xiao did not even blink as he spouted nonsense. Zhao Ritian? This name is so domineering. The apricot blossom overseer's expression froze, but she still smiled and flattered him. Zhao Ritian? Ha ha ha, this name is name. Why don't you go to heaven? You still want to fuck the heavens? Lu Qingluan laughed so hard that she was rolling back and forth, as if she had finally found a place to laugh at Ling Xiao. Master, don't be rude. Although Lu Wenlong also felt that the name Zhao Ritian was very strange, there were all kinds of strange things in the world. However, this sister of his was too troublesome. He was planning to befriend her. If she was angered by Lu Qingluan and left, it would be troublesome. Blossom Sect Master Jiu House. Jiu. Brother Zhao, I think this is your first time in Taishan City, right? Lu Xiao Pavilion Master. It. Lu Wenlong smiled at Ling Xiao. It is my first time in Taishan City. Thank you, Brother Lu. Ling Xiao nodded. He could see that Lu Wenlong was interested in befriending him. However, given Lu Wenlong's status in Pill Talisman Mountain, Ling Xiao also wanted to find out some information from him. Hence, he naturally went with the flow and agreed. Ling Xiao, Lu Wenlong, and Lu Qingluan walked into the private room. Lu Wenlong reached out and set up a barrier, enveloping the private room. Where are you from, Brother Zhao? You are so accomplished in alchemy and talisman. You must have learned a lot since you can answer Master Jiu's question. Lu Wenlong said with a smile. Brother Lu, I used to live in the mountains with my master. This is my first experience in the world. I know a little about alchemy. Brother Lu, you are too polite. I just heard from the waiter that the ceremony of alchemy and talisman is about to be held in Taishan City. What is the background of this ceremony? Are there any conditions to participate? Ling Zhao's eyes showed a hint of curiosity. The ceremony of alchemy and talisman, as the name suggests, is a competition between alchemy and talisman held by Mount Danfu. It attracts countless alchemists and talisman masters from all over the god realm to participate. There are rich rewards. It is also the pinnacle of alchemy and talisman. It is a grand event, Lu Wenlong said without hesitation. Then he looked at Ling Xiao in surprise and said, "Brother Zhao, do you want to participate in the ceremony of alchemy and talisman?" But it is not easy to participate in the ceremony of alchemy and talisman. Why is that? Ling Xiao asked. Lu Wenlong smiled and said, "Brother Zhao, you must have heard of the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman, right?" "I have heard of it." The Academy of Alchemy and Talisman is an organization for alchemists and talisman masters. It is all over the god realm, and its headquarters is Mount Danfu. Alchemists and talisman masters can choose to be certified in the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman to become star-ranked alchemists. They enjoy a very respectable status in the god realm. Ling Xiao nodded. At the same time, he felt a little emotional. The Academy of Alchemy and Talisman was spread throughout the god realm. Although it was a very loose organization, the alchemists and talisman masters had a lot of freedom. However, this was the foundation of Mount Danfu, which allowed Mount Danfu to have a powerful force comparable to the 12 immortal holy lands. That's right. For this ceremony of alchemy and talisman, only those who have been certified as grandmasters in the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman are qualified to participate. Lu Wenlong said with a faint smile. Certified grandmasters? That is indeed not an easy task. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he nodded with some surprise. He also knew that the alchemists and talisman masters in the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman were divided into 9 stars. 1 to 3 stars were alchemists or talisman masters, 4 to 6 stars were alchemists or talisman masters, and 7 stars and above were alchemists or talisman masters. For example, a 6-star alchemist master could at most refine supreme-grade divine pills, but a 7-star alchemist master could refine semi-sage grade pills. Above the 9-star alchemist master was the legendary alchemy sage, who could refine flawless divine pills. Only grandmasters could participate in the ceremony of alchemy and talisman. In other words, one had to be at least a 7-star alchemist master or talisman master to be qualified to participate. My brother is already a 9-star alchemist master. He is also one of the people who has the highest chance of winning, Lu Qingwan said proudly. How does the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman certify? Is it too late to participate now? Ling Xiao asked curiously. You want to be certified as an alchemist? Brother Zhao, if you want to be certified as an alchemist, there is the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman in Taishan City. However, the certification process is very troublesome, and you have to go through a series of tests. I'm afraid it's too late, Lu Wenlong said slowly. Lu Wenlong's words were more tactful, but Ling Xiao could hear that the certification process was not that simple. My brother is right. Zhao. Ritian, if you want to be certified now, even if you have the ability to become a 7-star alchemist, I'm afraid it's too late. Why don't you join my brother? My brother will take you to see the alchemy and talisman ceremony. What do you think? Lu Qingwan's words were a little rude. He was almost saying that Ling Xiao did not have the ability. I still want to give it a try, Ling Xiao said with a smile. In that case, I'll take you to the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman. Maybe you can really create a miracle. Lu Wenlong smiled warmly. He was very curious about Ling Xiao's true skill in alchemy. He wanted to see just how far Ling Xiao could go. After all, being able to solve the problem left behind by Master Jiao did not mean that his skill in alchemy was very high. Alchemy was broad and profound, and it was endless. You're overestimating yourself, Lu Qingwan whispered in a low voice. His eyes rolled, and an inexplicable smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The apricot blossom overseer had arranged an exquisite courtyard for Ling Xiao. Not only was the scenery unique, but there were also powerful spirit-gathering matrices and meditation matrices. It was one of the most precious courtyards in the apricot blossom overseer. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan also lived next to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao thanked the apricot blossom overseer, he was led by Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan to the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman in Taishan City. The Academy of Alchemy and Talisman was located in the center of Taishan City. It was the most magnificent building besides the city lord's mansion. The Academy of Alchemy and Talisman covered a vast area with towering ancient trees, pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. When Ling Xiao, Lu Wenlong, and Lu Qingwan entered the Alchemy and Talisman College, Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan immediately became the center of attention. Many alchemists and talisman masters greeted them with smiles. Greetings to young Master Lu and Fairy Qingwan. Young Master Lu's bearing is extraordinary, and Fairy Qingwan is peerless. You are indeed the dragon and phoenix of the Lu clan. I wonder why they came to the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman? Yes. Rumor has it that young Master Lu has long been a 9-star alchemist grandmaster. Although Fairy Qingwan is young, her attainments in the Tao of Talismans are extremely powerful. She has already reached the realm of an 8-star talisman grandmaster. Everyone was discussing in low voices, their eyes filled with reverence. Who is that young man? You can actually chat and laugh with young Master Lu? Someone noticed Ling Xiao and asked doubtfully. Someone who could chat and laugh with Lu Wenlong and stand side by side should be someone who was on the same level as Lu Wenlong. Everyone was guessing in their hearts. Could Ling Xiao be a genius from one of the other 3 great clans? Very soon, a white-haired old man in a white robe walked up to the stage. There were 8 stars embroidered on his chest, and they revolved around a strange pill cauldron. This meant that this old man was an 8-star alchemist grandmaster. Wenlong, what brings you here? The old man's face was flushed red as he laughed, appearing very amiable. Greetings to Senior Brother Wang. Today, I'm here with a friend. My friend wants to be certified as an alchemist grandmaster to obtain the qualifications to participate in the alchemy and talisman ceremony. Lu Wenlong cupped his hands and smiled at the old man. The white-robed old man's name was Wang Hong, and he was the vice dean of the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman. He held a high position, but he was very amiable to Lu Wenlong. It was not only because of Lu Wenlong's extraordinary talent, but more importantly, because of Lu Wenlong's illustrious identity. He was the last disciple of an old ancestor in the sect. Friend? Wang Hong's gaze landed on Ling Xiao, and he smiled warmly. Of course that's easy. Recently, many 6-star alchemists are preparing to participate in the examination to become 7-star alchemists so that they can participate in the alchemy and talisman ceremony. Wenlong, your friend is already a 6-star alchemist at such a young age. I'm sure his alchemy skills are extraordinary. I'll arrange the examination for him now. It was only an examination, and it was naturally a very simple matter for Wang Hong. Cough cough. Senior Brother Wang, my friend isn't a 6-star alchemist grandmaster. Lu Wenlong coughed and smiled awkwardly. Not a 6-star alchemist grandmaster? Hee, that's not a problem. Many geniuses like to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, wanting to cross a few realms in one go. This young friend should be a 5-star alchemist grandmaster, right? Then let's take 2 examinations today. Wang Hong laughed. He thought that Ling Xiao was a genius who wanted to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat, and he sighed in his heart. As expected of Lu Wenlong's friend, his talent was even stronger than he had imagined. A genius alchemist? Who is this person? Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with envy and jealousy as they discussed among themselves. Since Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan had personally brought him to participate in the examination, they were even more curious about Ling Xiao's identity. Vice Principal Wang, my brother's friend is a genius alchemist, but he hasn't had the time to participate in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's examination, so he's not even a 1-star alchemist. Lu Qingwan teased as he looked at Ling Xiao in a threatening manner. What? Wang Hong was stunned, and he almost thought that he had heard wrongly. Lu Wenlong glared at Lu Qingwan, but he smiled helplessly and said, Senior Brother Wang, my friend hasn't been approved by the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. He wants to be certified as a 7-star alchemist grandmaster. This time, Wang Hong finally heard it clearly, and his eyes were instantly filled with disbelief. He wasn't even a 1-star alchemist, and he wanted to be certified as a 7-star alchemist grandmaster? Wang Hong felt as though 10,000 divine beasts were roaring in his heart. Did I hear wrongly? This young man isn't even a 1-star alchemist, and he wants to be certified as a 7-star alchemist grandmaster? He can't be dreaming, right? The crowd was also in an uproar, and they were completely stunned. They thought that the young man brought by Lu Wenlong was some kind of powerful figure, but they didn't expect that he wasn't even a one-star alchemist. This was completely unexpected. Genius? If he's really a genius, why hasn't he participated in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's examination until now? I think he's just an undeserved reputation. That's right. He's not even a one-star alchemist, and he wants to participate in the 7-star alchemist grandmaster examination. This is simply a fool's dream. Shoo, all of you, lower your voices. This is young Master Lu's friend. If you want to offend young Master Lu, just say it. Everyone discussed softly, and their gazes toward Ling Xiao were gradually filled with disdain and contempt. Those who could appear in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy were mostly alchemists and talisman masters. They were all proud and arrogant, and they thought that Ling Xiao was a genius that they looked up to, but now it seemed that he was just an arrogant person. The thought of trampling Ling Xiao from the clouds to the mud gave them a morbid sense of satisfaction. Wenlong, if this young friend really hasn't participated in the Pill and Talisman Academy's assessment before, I'm afraid it's impossible for him to take the 7-star Alchemy Grandmaster examination now. There's not enough time either. You know how strict our Alchemy and Talisman Academy certification test is. Every star has a fixed rating. The Alchemy and Talisman ceremony is approaching. Even if this young friend is a genius, the process of the certification test is still too complicated. Wang Hong smiled bitterly and said very tactfully. His forehead was full of black lines. If Ling Xiao hadn't been brought here by Lu Wenlong, he would have kicked Ling Xiao out. He wasn't even a 1-star alchemy grandmaster, yet he wanted to take the 7-star alchemy grandmaster examination? That was simply a fool's dream. Wang Hong had been immersed in the Pill Dao for tens of thousands of years, but he was only an 8-star alchemy grandmaster now. It's okay. Vice Principal Wang, I can take the 1-star assessment. I have time. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and didn't care about the discussions around him. You have time, but the Pill and Talisman Academy doesn't. Vice Principal Wang, the Pill and Talisman Academy isn't a place where any Tom, Dick or Harry can enter, right? If we don't kick this kind of claptrap out, when are we going to kick him out? At this moment, an ear-piercing voice sounded. The crowd parted, and 2 young men in black robes walked over. They looked extraordinary, and their bodies were as strong as dragons. Their bodies emitted a powerful aura. The 2 young men in black robes looked similar, and they seemed to be a pair of brothers. It's actually the Xiao family's geniuses, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun? Someone exclaimed in surprise. Xiao Rui is an alchemy genius that isn't inferior to Lu Wenlong. He has also reached the 9-star alchemy grandmaster realm. I heard that he has mastered the nether sacred flame and has extremely high attainments in alchemy. He's a popular candidate for the championship like Lu Wenlong. Although Xiao Yun doesn't have much attainments in alchemy, he's extremely talented in cultivation. He's already a 5th revolution half-saint, far surpassing his peers. The Xiao family and the Lu family have always been on bad terms. It seems like there's a good show to watch now. Everyone discussed animatedly. Xiao Yun, you better watch your mouth. You don't need to talk about our Lu family's guests. Lu Qingwan frowned and stared at Xiao Yun. Lu Qingwan, the Pill Talisman Academy doesn't belong to your Lu family. Are you trying to abuse your power for personal gain? He wasn't even a 1-star apothecary, and yet, he wanted to take the 7-star apothecary grandmaster examination? What a fool. Aren't you afraid of bringing shame to the Lu family? Xiao Yun laughed coldly, and he didn't conceal the burning desire and lust in his eyes at all. Lu Qingwan was extremely beautiful and had a kind of peerless temperament, which made Xiao Yun incomparably fascinated. Unfortunately, Lu Qingwan was not interested in him at all. It could even be said that she hated him. This made Xiao Yun burn with anger every time he saw Lu Qingwan, which was why he deliberately targeted her. Xiao Rui's expression was very indifferent. He stood there calmly and did not speak. Like Lu Wenlong, he had the cultivation of a 7th revolution half-saint. However, there was a black flame mark between his eyebrows. It exuded the aura of the netherworld, giving him an evil temperament. Xiao Yun, how do you know that Zhao Ritian can't take the 7-star apothecary grandmaster examination? Let me tell you, even the question left behind by my master in the apricot blossom house was answered by Zhao Ritian. Even your big brother didn't seem to be able to answer that question, right? Lu Qingwan was furious and immediately sneered. He answered the question left behind by Master Jiao in the apricot blossom stone? Xiao Yun was slightly stunned. He didn't know about this. Many people knew about the question left behind by Master Jiao in the apricot blossom stone, but many people didn't answer it. Even Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui had tried before, but they both failed. Xiao Rui, who originally had an indifferent expression, couldn't help but reveal a trace of light in his eyes when he heard this news. That's right. Let me tell you, Zhao Ritian came from a hidden ancient family. His talent is extraordinary, and his attainments in alchemy are the best in his generation. That's why he was able to answer the question left behind by my master. It's not that he doesn't have the ability to participate in the Pill Talisman Academy's examination. It's just that he has always been in seclusion, so he didn't have the chance. I'm sure that he will definitely become a 7-star apothecary grandmaster. Lu Qingwan said with incomparable pride. Although she didn't like Ling Xiao, now that it was related to the Lu family's face and reputation, she couldn't help but exaggerate Ling Xiao's talent. Ling Xiao was also a little speechless. This girl really didn't think before she spoke. She had exaggerated in such a way. If it was someone else who wasn't strong enough and was exposed by Xiao Yun, the Lu family would have lost even more face. He will definitely become a 7-star apothecary grandmaster? Lu Qingwan, why don't we make a bet? Xiao Yun's eyes rolled as he sneered. What bet? Lu Qingwan said, unwilling to be outdone. If this Zhao Ritian can't become a 7-star apothecary grandmaster before the alchemy talisman ceremony, then you will have to marry me. Xiao Yun said with an evil smile. Marry you? Dream on. A toad lusting after a swan's meat. You want to marry me? Lu Qingwan's face instantly turned red as she said with embarrassment and anger. I knew you wouldn't dare to bet. Since that's the case, hurry up and take this bullshit Zhao Ritian and scram, lest you embarrass yourself here. Xiao Yun sneered and provoked her. Who says I don't dare to bet? But what if you lose? Lu Qingwan was like a kitten whose tail was stepped on as she immediately jumped up. If Xiao Yun loses, I will lend my Xiao family's Heart Core Sutra to Brother Lu. How about it? Before Xiao Yun could speak, Xiao Rui spoke as he stared at Lu Wenlong. Heart Core Sutra? Both Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong were shocked, and there was a trace of disbelief in their eyes. The Xiao family's Heart Core Sutra was said to be passed down by the Alchemy Emperor in the alchemy world. It contained the Tao of the Heart Core. Although it was incomplete, it was still incomparably precious as it could rapidly increase one's alchemy attainments through the Tao of the Heart Core. Therefore, the Xiao family relied on the Heart Core Sutra to suppress the Lu family all these years. If not for the appearance of the Lu family's dragons and phoenixes, Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan, the Lu family would have been suppressed by the Xiao family long ago. If they could obtain the Heart Core Sutra, the Lu family's strength might be able to advance by leaps and bounds. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan did not expect Xiao Rui to put in so much effort. Brother, that's the Heart Core Sutra. Let's bet with him. I believe Zhao Ritian will definitely become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster. Lu Qingwan was anxious. No, we can't compromise on this. Lu Wenlong said seriously. Hee, I knew you wouldn't dare. We even took out the Heart Core Sutra. I didn't expect you to be so cowardly. It seems like this Zhao Ritian is just a good-looking guy. Why don't you get lost? Xiao Yun sneered and continued to provoke them. Finally, he scolded Ling Xiao condescendingly. Ling Xiao was a little speechless. He had only wanted to participate in the assessment, but in the end, he had become the focus of the two families' open and covert struggles. Especially this Xiao Yun, who made Ling Xiao extremely displeased. Who do you think you are to ask me, Zhao Ritian, to get lost? You're just a 7-star alchemy grandmaster. If I become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster, will you kneel before me? Ling Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with arrogance. In any case, Ling Xiao did not feel guilty at all for using Zhao Ritian's name. In fact, Ling Xiao even had a little bad taste in his heart. If Zhao Ritian really came to the divine realm one day, Ling Xiao would leave him with a big surprise. "Brat, you're courting death." Xiao Yun's face turned cold. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. He could see that Ling Xiao was only a second revolution half-saint. So, he didn't pay any attention to Ling Xiao. However, he hadn't expected that Ling Xiao would dare to reprimand him. Therefore, his killing intent had been aroused. "Brother Liu, if you believe me, then take a gamble with them. I will definitely win." Ling Xiao's voice entered Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan's ears. He was very serious. He didn't even look at Xiao Yun and directly ignored him. Instantly, Xiao Yun's face turned even uglier. Lu Wenlong was still a little hesitant. Although he was interested in the Heartcore Sutra, he didn't dare to joke about his sister's happiness. When Lu Qingwan heard Ling Xiao's words, she immediately chose to believe Ling Xiao. She said to Xiao Yun, "I'll bet with you. If I lose, I'll marry you. But if I win, you must give the Heartcore Sutra to my brother." Ha ha ha. Fairy Qingwan is indeed bold. "You really dare to bet with me?" Xiao Yun's eyes lit up as he laughed. In his opinion, Lu Qingwan was bound to lose. It was impossible for a person who was not even a 1-star alchemist to become a 7-star alchemist grandmaster in such a short time. Even Xiao Rui would find it difficult to do so. That was why Xiao Rui used the Heartcore Sutra to tempt Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan to participate in the bet. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingwan was indeed young and impetuous. After being provoked by his words, he immediately agreed. "Let's bet then, who's afraid of who? However, in order to prevent you from going back on your word, this bet must begin under the witness of the Pill and Talisman Academy." Lu Qingwan said coldly. Under the witness of the Pill Talisman Academy, this meant that the Pill Talisman Mountain was the witness of this bet. Even the 4 great clans didn't dare to go against the terms of the bet. No problem. This was naturally what Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun wanted. The two of them immediately agreed. In the end, Lu Wenlong smiled bitterly and nodded in agreement. He was also full of confidence in Ling Xiao. To be able to solve the answer left behind by Master Jiu so easily, Ling Xiao would definitely be able to pass the certification test. Wang Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head without saying anything. The Lu and Xiao clans were both part of the 4 great clans. Although Wang Hong was the deputy dean of the Pill and Talisman Academy in Taishan City, he didn't dare to participate in the dispute between the 2 clans. However, he also didn't want to see Ling Xiao pass the 7-star alchemist grandmaster test. "Senior brother Wang, please arrange brother Zhao's test." Lu Wenlong looked at Wang Hong and said slowly. "Okay. However, the certification test is very complicated. There are a total of 5 tests: identifying materials, quenching, refining tripods, condensing elixirs, and alchemy. Whether he can pass the 5 tests as soon as possible depends on young Master Zhao's luck." Wang Hong said slowly. The 5 tests of the certification test seemed easy, but each test was very complicated. Some talented people might be able to pass the 5 tests in 1 or 2 days and complete the certification test. However, the average person would need a longer time to complete the test. After completing the test, one could be promoted by 1 star. If a talented person completed the test every 1 or 2 days, it would take about half a month to be promoted to a 7-star alchemist grandmaster. However, this was only the theoretical time. In reality, all kinds of situations could happen. In reality, the time spent would be much more than half a month. However, there was only 1 month left until the alchemy and talisman ceremony. It was almost impossible to complete the certification test of a 7-star alchemist grandmaster within a month. Ling Xiao suddenly asked, "Deputy Dean Wang, can I go in and take a look at the alchemy library in the Pill and Talisman Academy?" "Alchemy library? Ha ha ha. Boy, are you trying to make a last-minute effort?" Although the alchemy library has the content of the certification test, it is as vast as the sea. If you want to read all the books in there, I'm afraid you won't be able to finish reading them in 100 years. Fairy Qingwan, why don't you just admit defeat? Xiao Yun laughed loudly, and his eyes were filled with undisguised ridicule. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan's expressions changed. Ling Xiao wanting to go to the alchemy library at this time was a sign of his lack of confidence. After all, the one-star alchemist test was about to begin. A one-star alchemist actually wanted to go to the alchemy library to read books? Brother Zhao, you can't lose. Lu Wenlong started to lose his composure and transmitted his voice to Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian, if you dare to let me marry that bastard Xiao Yun, I'll castrate you. Lu Qingwan also transmitted her voice fiercely. Brother Lu, Fairy Qingwan, don't worry. I'm just going to look up some information. I'll be out soon. You have to help me fight for the chance to enter the alchemy library. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I'll win. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice with a smile. Zhao Ritian, you're a big bastard. Lu Qingwan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She wanted nothing more than to pounce on Ling Xiao and bite him a few times. However, at this point, they could only choose to believe in Ling Xiao. Senior brother Wang, it shouldn't be a problem for me to recommend Zhao Ritian to enter the alchemy library, right? Lu Wenlong asked. No problem. Of course it's not a problem. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Lu, even if you don't recommend Zhao Ritian, I will. The longer he stays there, the better. It's best if he stays there until the end of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Xiao Yun laughed loudly. He felt that Lu Qingwan was definitely going to lose this time. His gaze towards Lu Qingwan became even more fervent. The alchemy library was filled with the basic knowledge of alchemy. It was the inheritance of alchemy that had been accumulated for countless years. However, it was only ordinary knowledge of alchemy. As for precious pill recipes, alchemy methods, and cauldron refining techniques, there were very few of them. Those were the foundation of the alchemy library and were hidden within the alchemy library. However, even if the alchemy library only contained the basic knowledge of alchemy, ordinary people were not qualified to enter the alchemy library. However, Lu Wenlong's status was very high. Even the dean of the alchemy library was very polite to him. It was naturally not a problem for him to escort Ling Xiao into the alchemy library. However, Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan had already begun to worry. They were even complaining in their hearts. Just to take the one-star alchemist examination, he had to enter the alchemy library. This was a sign that he was not confident in his own strength. As for Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun, they were naturally very happy. They felt that they would definitely win this bet. Ling Xiao did not care about everyone's opinions. After passing through the layers of restrictions, he pushed open the door of the alchemy library. The alchemy library was located in the depths of the alchemy library. It was one of the core forbidden areas. A powerful sacred array was set up to protect it. Even a saint would not be able to break into the alchemy library. In front of Ling Xiao, there were countless huge bookshelves. On top of them were ancient books, jade slips, and even bamboo slips. However, their materials were very precious. They contained a vast amount of alchemy knowledge. The alchemy library was incomparably huge. There were more than tens of thousands of ancient books, jade slips, and bamboo slips. No wonder Xiao Yun said that it would take at least 100 years to obtain all this knowledge. Young Master Zhao, take your time to look. When you want to leave, just activate this opening gem and you will be able to leave. Wang Hong said to Ling Xiao with a faint smile. Thank you, Beistein Wang. Ling Xiao thanked him and Wang Hong left the alchemy library. Master, don't tell me you really want to read in the alchemy library? The Thunder Spirit King could not understand Ling Xiao's actions. Even the Netherworld tribe Heavenly Lady's eyes were filled with doubt. She did not know what Ling Xiao's intentions were. Let's take a look first. This is the accumulation of the alchemy library for countless years. Ordinary people would not be able to enter. Ling Xiao did not directly answer the Thunder Spirit King's question. Wang. Ling Xiao picked up a jade slip and placed it between his eyebrows. Immediately, he activated his heart realm. A vast power appeared around Ling Xiao. The vast knowledge in the jade slip instantly integrated into his heart realm, forming a similar jade slip. Ling Xiao's greatest reliance was naturally the heart realm. The Great Void Heart Charm scripture had been cultivated to the peak of the 5th level, and Ling Xiao's heart realm was only one step away from the 6th level. Although the heart realm was still unable to help Ling Xiao much in terms of battle prowess, the profoundness of the heart realm was simply not something an ordinary person could imagine. For example, the book that Ling Xiao had picked up, The Basics of Alchemy, contained a vast amount of knowledge about alchemy. Moreover, it was imbued with the true meaning of alchemy. It would take more than a day or two for an expert of the semi-sage level to fully comprehend the contents of this book. However, Ling Xiao's heart realm was able to instantly analyze the majestic information in the jade slip and directly materialize it in Ling Xiao's heart realm. It could be said that Ling Xiao was able to instantly master the alchemy knowledge in this jade slip. This was the supreme divine ability of the heart realm, heaven illumination. In the myriad of worlds, the countless living beings and even the great Tao laws could be replicated and analyzed by the heart realm, revealing their origins. Ling Xiao was the master of the heart realm. With a single thought, all the changes that happened in the heart realm were under his control. Previously, Uncle Su had told Ling Xiao that the reason why the Imperial Emperor Taishu's battle prowess was monstrous and he was able to kill sovereigns was not only because of the Imperial Emperor Taishu's possession of the Fortune Jade Disc, but more importantly, the Imperial Emperor Taishu had cultivated the Taishu Heart Charm scripture to the 9th level. He was able to comprehend the essence of the Imperial Emperor Taishu's peerless treasure skills and replicate them instantly. One could imagine how terrifying the Imperial Emperor Taishu's heart realm was. That was the true heaven illumination. Ling Xiao had only cultivated the Great Void Heart Charm scripture to the peak of the 5th level. Naturally, he couldn't reach the level of heaven illumination. He couldn't even replicate the great Tao principles. However, the alchemy knowledge in the alchemy library was only the most basic part. It didn't involve the origin of alchemy, so it didn't burden Ling Xiao's heart realm at all. Ling Xiao put down the basic understanding of alchemy and picked up a book on fire control. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. He placed it between his eyebrows and immediately changed to another jade slip. Just like that, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into an afterimage in the alchemy library. He constantly used his heart realm to replicate the alchemy knowledge in the ancient books and jade slips. Moreover, his speed was getting faster and faster. In fact, Xiao Yun and the others were right. If Ling Xiao participated in the alchemy assessment in his current state, he might not even be able to pass the 1-star Alchemy Grandmaster certification, let alone a 7-star Alchemy Grandmaster. However, after entering the alchemy library, Ling Xiao's understanding of alchemy improved by leaps and bounds. Even Xiao Rui and Lu Yunlong couldn't catch up to him. Just like that, tens of thousands of jade slips and ancient books' alchemy knowledge were replicated by Ling Xiao's heart realm. Then, they were integrated by Ling Xiao, causing his understanding of alchemy to become deeper and deeper. A day had passed, but Ling Xiao still hadn't come out from the alchemy library. Lu Yunlong and Lu Qingwan couldn't remain calm anymore. They started to feel anxious in their hearts. They originally thought that Ling Xiao wanted to search for some knowledge in the alchemy library. However, the current situation was completely out of their expectations. Ha ha ha. I knew it. This dog's hit Zhao Ritian is completely arrogant and conceited. He doesn't deserve his reputation. Senior brother Lu, you must have been deceived by him. I think he wants to wait in the alchemy library until the alchemy talisman competition is over, right? Xiao Yun didn't hide the ridicule in his eyes as he spoke. Young Master Xiao is right. It's been a day and a night, but Zhao Ritian still hasn't come out. I think this fellow really doesn't dare to come out. Hee, Fairy Qing Wan is going to be screwed over by him this time. Could it be that Fairy Qing Wan is really going to marry Xiao Yun? This Zhao Ritian is simply shameless. He wasted young Master Lu's trust in him. I'm afraid he's going to completely enrage young Master Lu this time. Everyone was getting impatient from waiting. All of them were discussing fervently. In their hearts, they were certain that Ling Xiao was a coward and entering the alchemy library was just an excuse. Brother, this Zhao Ritian is a bastard. When he comes out, even if I have to marry Xiao Yun, I'll kill him first. Sister, don't be anxious. The results aren't out yet. Maybe Zhao Ritian is reading alchemy knowledge in the alchemy library. After all, it's only been a day. Let's continue to wait. Although Lu Wenlong was a little anxious, he still comforted Lu Qingwan. However, after 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao still hadn't come out of the alchemy library. Even Lu Wenlong was starting to lose his composure. A trace of anxiety appeared in his eyes. Sister Qingwan, I'm right, right? That Zhao Ritian is a bastard. When he comes out, I'll help you kill him and vent your anger. I think you should just admit defeat. It's a waste of everyone's time if we continue to wait. Xiaoyun said with a face full of smiles as though victory was in his hands. Don't even think about it. Lu Qingwan's face was pale. Her eyes were red and her body was trembling. She had already started to lose all hope. Sister Qingwan, why do you have to do this? That Zhao Ritian is obviously hiding in the alchemy library and doesn't dare to come out. Even if he comes out, he won't be able to complete the certification test. Xiaoyun said with a smile. He didn't hide the passion in his eyes. Xiaoyun, we already said that it's before the alchemy talisman ceremony. It's not time yet. Why are you so anxious? Lu Wenlong was a little angry when he saw Xiaoyun being so aggressive. Although he was extremely regretful and disappointed and thought that they would definitely lose this bet, he didn't want to see Xiaoyun being so arrogant. Junior brother Lu, you're too childish. You've been fooled by that Zhao Ritian and you still have a trace of hope for him? At this moment, Xiao Rui, who had been indifferent, spoke up. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. It seemed like the result of this bet was already decided. However, the Lu family and the Xiao family had always been on bad terms. The Lu family was even suppressed by the Xiao family. If Lu Qingwan joined the Xiao family, the Lu family's situation would be even more dangerous. He's still too young and arrogant. He's been fooled. Someone sighed softly. They were all sure that Ling Xiao was a liar. At the same time, everyone started to doubt how Ling Xiao solved the problem in the apricot flower stone. Zhao Ritian is dead. Everyone thought. The Lu family and the Xiao family wouldn't let him go. Everyone's treat him as a dead man. Who says we're going to lose? You're just a mere 7-star alchemy grandmaster. Let me tell you this time, what is a 7-star alchemy grandmaster? I want to take the 9-star apothecary grandmaster examination. At this moment, the door of the alchemy pavilion lit up and slowly opened. A weak voice came out from within. After 3 days and 3 nights, Ling Xiao finally exited seclusion. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan could not help but tremble, and a trace of hope inexplicably emerged in their hearts. Ling Xiao walked out of the alchemy library. However, his face was a little pale. His eyes were sunken, and his hair was very messy. His aura had become extremely chaotic as if he had just experienced a battle of life and death. His vitality had been greatly damaged. After Ling Xiao walked out of the alchemy library, he couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. The vast alchemy knowledge in the alchemy library had now been thoroughly integrated by him. Even though he had the power of the heart realm, activating the heart realm for 3 days and 3 nights without sleep had also consumed a lot of his energy. Therefore, he looked like he was lacking in both qi and blood. Brat, what did you do in the alchemy library? Could it be that you were frightened for 3 days and 3 nights, and that's why you look like this? You dare to say that you want to take the 9-star apothecary grandmaster examination? If you can take the 9-star apothecary grandmaster examination, then I'll be the alchemy saint. You're about to die, yet you're still acting so recklessly. Xiaoyun sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Zhao Ritian. You bastard. When Lu Qingwan saw that Ling Xiao had finally come out of the alchemy library, the grievance, anger, and disappointment in his heart surged. His eyes turned red, and he was about to cry. Brother Zhao, how did you end up like this? If you really can't do it, let's just admit defeat. I was too greedy and wanted to obtain the Heart Core Sutra too much. This has nothing to do with you. Although Lu Wenlong also had some resentment towards Ling Xiao, he could not be too harsh on him. He could only laugh bitterly. Brother Lu, trust me. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Wenlong seriously. His eyes revealed a strong sense of confidence. For some reason, Lu Wenlong's body suddenly trembled. His dim eyes regained some vigor as he said seriously, all right. Brother Zhao, I trust you. The rest of the certification test will depend on you. Senior Brother Wang, please arrange for Brother Zhao to participate in the certification test immediately. Lu Wenlong looked at Wang Hong and said. All right. Wang Hong nodded. His expression was very calm. Whether it was the Lu family or the Xiao family, he could not afford to offend them. Even though he was certain that Zhao Ritian was a fraud, he still immediately went to arrange for the certification test. Ling Xiao noticed everyone's doubtful gazes and discussions, but his expression was still very calm. This was because he had enough confidence in himself. Seeing that Ling Xiao had ignored him once again, Xiaoyan's expression was incomparably gloomy. He secretly swore in his heart that he would teach this brat a good lesson after the certification test. When Xiao Rui saw Ling Zhao's expression, his eyes could not help but flash as he frowned slightly. The alchemy certification test begins now. Following Wang Hong's announcement, Ling Xiao followed Wang Hong into the secret room for the certification test. As this involved the bet between Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui, the Lu family and the Xiao family each sent a 7-star alchemy grandmaster as a supervisor. Wang Hong was the main examiner, responsible for Ling Zhao's certification test. There were a total of 5 tests in the certification test: identifying ingredients, quenching, refining cauldron, condensing pills, and alchemy skills. These 5 tests were used to comprehensively assess a person's alchemy skills. The first test, identifying ingredients. After Wang Hong announced, he gave Ling Xiao a prepared test paper. There were thousands of questions on the test paper, and the requirement was to answer them within 4 hours. Moreover, one had to answer more than 800 questions correctly to pass the test. After all, it was a 1-star alchemy test. The test paper was not difficult. Most of it was theoretical knowledge. Some were how to identify medicinal ingredients, some were how to identify alchemy techniques, and some were how to find mistakes in the alchemy process. However, it was not an easy task to answer thousands of questions within 4 hours. Many people found it difficult to answer all the questions within 4 hours, not to mention having an accuracy rate of more than 80%. Brother, how long do you think it will take for Zhao Ritian to pass the 1-star alchemist assessment? Lu Qingwan asked worriedly and expectantly. The 1-star alchemist assessment shouldn't be too difficult for him. He should be able to pass 5 tests in a day. It shouldn't be difficult for him to pass the 3-star alchemist level. However, the 4-star alchemist master and 7-star alchemist grandmaster are 2 huge hurdles. Lu Wenlong said slowly. There's less than a month left until the pill talisman ceremony. I hope there's still time. Lu Qingwan sighed softly. Fairy Qingwan, I think it'll be difficult for Zhao Ritian to pass the 1-star alchemist assessment. Especially the first test, material identification. Out of 1,000 questions, he has to answer 800 questions correctly in 2 hours to pass. This test is neither difficult nor easy. I'm afraid that Zhao Ritian won't be able to pass the material identification test. Xiaoyan sneered coldly. However, as soon as Xiaoyan finished speaking, everyone saw one of the 5 stars in front of them light up. This meant that Ling Xiao had already passed the first round of assessment, the identification of talents. What? In less than 15 minutes, Zhao Ritian actually completed the material identification test? How is this possible? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. One had to know that out of the 1,000 questions, many people would find it difficult to complete them in 4 hours, let alone guarantee the correct rate. However, they realized that not only did Ling Xiao complete all the questions in 15 minutes, he even got all of them correct. 15 minutes, all of the 1,000 questions correct. This Zhao Ritian really gave us a surprise. Lu Wenlong's eyes flashed as he said in shock. Brother, it seems that this Zhao Ritian is quite capable. Lu Qingwan was also excited. Her eyes were filled with hope. On the other hand, Xiaoyun was dumbfounded. The scene in front of him made him feel a burning pain on his face. It was as if he was slapped by Ling Xiao. He had just said that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to pass the material identification test. In the end, Ling Xiao completed 1,000 questions in 15 minutes. And all of them were correct. Humph. This is just the first test. There are still 4 more tests after that. Moreover, the 1-star alchemist assessment is easy. I'd like to see how far he can go. It's too early for you to be happy, Xiaoyan said with an ugly expression. Inside the secret chamber, Wang Hong and the two elders from the Lu and Xiao clans were also a little surprised. To complete 1,000 questions in 15 minutes, this speed and efficiency had already surpassed many alchemy geniuses. However, they didn't say anything and continued with the second test. Second stage, quenching. Quenching was to control the flames. It mainly tested the method of controlling the flames. Naturally, this was not difficult for Ling Xiao. As long as his primordial spirit was strong enough and his control was precise enough, it was very easy to complete the stage. Ling Xiao only used a quarter of an hour to complete the second round of the test. Next was the third stage, refining the cauldron. It was to use flames to control the cauldron to refine pills. Ling Xiao still finished it in 15 minutes. The fourth stage, pill condensation, was to condense the half-finished medicinal liquid in the pill cauldron into a divine pill, which was completed within a quarter of an hour. The fifth stage, pill Dao, was to analyze the divine pill. Analyzing the refining method of a divine pill, the strength of the flames, the type of divine pill used, the attributes, and so on was considered a comprehensive examination. Ling Xiao still finished it in 15 minutes. In less than 2 hours, Ling Xiao had consecutively broken through 5 stages without a single mistake, causing Wang Hong and the two old men to be shocked. However, they didn't find any mistakes even after carefully checking a few times. Ling Xiao's operation could be said to be perfect. Young Master Zhao, congratulations on passing 5 stages consecutively. You are qualified to be promoted to a 1-star alchemist. Next, do you still want to take the 2-star alchemist assessment? Wang Hong took a deep breath and said seriously to Ling Xiao. Continue. Ling Xiao said calmly. The 1-star alchemist assessment was not difficult for him at all. As for the crowd outside the secret chamber, they were all shocked. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief as they looked at the 5 bright stars in front of him. He completed the 1-star alchemist examination in less than 2 hours. In the history of the Alchemy and Talisman Academy, this was a speed that belonged to the top geniuses. Big brother, I remember that you also used around 4 hours to complete the 1-star alchemist assessment, right? This Zhao Ritian's completion speed is actually faster than yours? Lu Qingwan's eyes were filled with disbelief. That's right. He was more than twice as fast as me. Even though it was only the 1-star alchemist assessment, I can see that his alchemy skills are extremely profound. Now, I'm more and more convinced that he will be able to complete the 7-star alchemist grandmaster certification before the Alchemy and Talisman tournament. Lu Wenlong took a deep breath and said slowly. Xiao Yan's face became very ugly. He couldn't believe everything that was happening in front of him. Originally, he thought that Ling Zhao's reputation was undeserved. Let alone a 7-star alchemist grandmaster, even a 1-star alchemist would be difficult to pass. However, reality gave him a hard slap in the face. Don't be anxious. He's only a 1-star alchemist. The subsequent assessments will get more and more difficult. Xiao Rui said slowly as his eyes revealed a glimmer of light. The 2-star alchemist assessment was still the same as before: material identification, fire quenching, cauldron refining, pill condensation, and alchemy Dao. The difficulty naturally exceeded that of a 1-star alchemist. However, it didn't make any difference to Ling Xiao. After 15 minutes, he passed the material identification assessment. After 30 minutes, he passed the fire quenching assessment. After 45 minutes, he passed the cauldron refining assessment. The crowd outside the secret chamber saw stars lighting up one after another. Ling Zhao's speed in completing the 2-star alchemist assessment was actually the same as that of a 1-star alchemist. In less than 2 hours, he passed the 2-star alchemist assessment. Outside the secret chamber, the crowd was completely silent. Everyone was completely stunned. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao. They were all secretly guessing that perhaps Ling Zhao's words could really come true. When Ling Xiao passed the 3-star alchemist assessment again, the crowd couldn't remain calm anymore. This Zhao Ritian is really a genius in alchemy? In just half a day, he passed the 3-star alchemist assessment. Moreover, he maintained the same speed. This is simply unbelievable. Could it be that we're all wrong? But if he's a genius in alchemy, why did he stay in the alchemy library for 3 days and 3 nights before coming out to continue the assessment? Brother, he's already a 3-star alchemist. It's only been half a day. Is Zhao Ritian going to pass the 7-star alchemist grandmaster examination in a day? Lu Qingwan's little face was red and very beautiful. Her eyes were full of shock and excitement. It's hard to say. The difficulty of the 4-star alchemist grandmaster examination has increased by a large margin. It depends on when he can pass the 4-star alchemist grandmaster examination. But I can be sure that he will definitely become a 7-star alchemist grandmaster before the alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Wenlong sighed emotionally as he spoke. Fortunately, he chose to believe in Ling Xiao. At this moment, he was incomparably glad. Xiao Yun's face had completely darkened. He wanted to say something, but the experience of being slapped in the face was still vivid in his mind. In the end, he didn't say anything, but his eyes were filled with an extremely unresigned expression. Everyone was staring at the 5 stars in front of him. When the 5 stars lit up, it would mean that Ling Xiao had become a 4-star alchemist grandmaster. Inside the secret chamber, Wang Hong and the 2 old men were shocked. Ling Xiao's speed simply made them gasp in amazement. In the end, they even became a little numb. It was as if they were used to Ling Xiao's speed and arranged for him to take the examination again and again. The first test of the 4-star alchemist grandmaster examination was to identify the materials. The questions had increased to 2,000 questions. Similarly, one had to complete 1,900 questions within 4 hours to pass the test. The increase in difficulty wasn't just a little bit. Wang Hong was also staring at Ling Xiao, wanting to see how far he could go. Ling Xiao's expression was incomparably calm. After receiving the test paper, he immediately started writing. The speed of answering the questions was extremely fast. There was almost no need to think, as if the answers were hidden in his mind. As the saying went, no matter how many changes there were, it was still the same. After Ling Xiao absorbed the boundless knowledge in the alchemy library, he already had a systematic understanding of alchemy. Therefore, these questions weren't difficult for him at all. Others might need to think for a while before answering, but he could give the most accurate answer with just a thought. After an hour, Ling Xiao completed 2,000 questions. Furthermore, they were all correct. This time, Wang Hong and the 2 old men couldn't remain calm anymore. Their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Ling Xiao's speed had already surpassed Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui. Could it be that this Zhao Ritian was really a genius from some hidden ancient clan? In 5 hours, Ling Xiao passed 5 tests consecutively and was officially promoted to a 4-star alchemist grandmaster. At this moment, everyone outside the secret chamber. 5 hours. Brother, he created a new record. If I remember correctly, when you were promoted to a 4-star alchemist, you also took an entire day to pass the examination, right? Lu Qingwan was completely excited. That's right. In the entire history of Mount Pill Talisman, there has never been someone like that. Perhaps only those alchemy geniuses from the ancient times could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Lu Wenlong said Ling Xiao Rui to Zhao's grandmaster's eyes. As long as he's Granto. He faintly guessed that Zhao Ritian might really have the strength of a 7-star alchemist grandmaster. How is this possible? How is this possible? Xiao Yun was already in a daze, as if he'd suffered a great blow. He didn't dare believe what he was seeing. However, shocking things happened one after another, leaving everyone dumbfounded. It was as if they were in a dream. 5 hours, 5-star alchemist grandmaster, 5 hours, 6-star alchemist grandmaster. After a day, Ling Xiao passed the 6-star alchemist grandmaster examination. Everyone felt that it was unreal. They were completely dumbfounded. If someone told them before today that a person who wasn't even a 1-star alchemist could complete all the examinations in a day and be promoted to a 6-star alchemist grandmaster, they would definitely spit on that person's face. This was simply impossible, but now, a miracle really happened. Moreover, it happened in front of everyone's eyes. Most of the people who appeared in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy were alchemists and talisman masters. They were all highly respected and arrogant. They were extremely confident in their attainments in alchemy and talisman Dao. But now, they were completely shocked. Everyone seemed to see a rising star in alchemy appearing in front of them. After completing the 6-star alchemist grandmaster examination, Ling Xiao couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. he felt a little tired. After all, such a high-intensity examination was too much for him to bear even with his current high attainments in alchemy. At this moment, Wang Hong and the two old men looked at Ling Xiao as if they were looking at a monster. Their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. "Vice Dean Wang, can I participate in the 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster examination now?" Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Wang Hong shuddered and hurriedly said with a smile, "Yes, of course you can. I really didn't expect young Master Zhao to have such terrifying attainments in alchemy. I'm sure becoming a 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster will be a piece of cake." However, the 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster examination isn't difficult, but it isn't easy either. As long as young Master Zhao can successfully refine 3 types of half-sage pills, he can be promoted to a 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster. "Is this the place where 3 half-sage level pills were concocted?" Ling Xiao asked. "That's right. It's right here. You can tell us what materials you need, and the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman will provide you with them. However, we will only provide 2 sets of materials for each type of half-sage pill. If the refinement fails, it means that you have failed the examination," Wang Hong said slowly. The previous examinations were mostly basic examinations. Even if there was an alchemy examination, it was more focused on quenching, refining cauldrons, and condensing pills, etc. As for the 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster examination, it was much simpler. As long as one could refine 3 types of half-sage pills, he could be promoted to a 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster. However, only 2 sets of materials were provided for each type of half-sage pill. This meant that one had to have an extremely high success rate. Otherwise, as long as one type of pill failed, all his efforts would be in vain. "Zhao Ritian has already started the examination for the 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster," someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone trembled and stared at the brightest star in the secret chamber. As long as that star lit up, it meant that Ling Xiao had successfully become a 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster. Although it seemed like a small step from a 6-star Alchemist Master to a 7-star Alchemist Grandmaster, the difference was like heaven and earth. It was like the difference between a god king and a half-step saint. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath. A 6-star alchemy grandmaster could refine a supreme grade divine pill, but a 7-star alchemy grandmaster could refine a sage-to-be elixir. It was because a 7-star alchemy grandmaster had comprehended the true meaning of alchemy that they were called the Grandmaster realm. A 7-star alchemy grandmaster had a very high status even in the 12 immortal sacred grounds. That was why the alchemy talisman ceremony set the minimum requirement. Only a 7-star alchemy grandmaster was qualified to participate in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Although the test to become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster seemed simple, it was extremely difficult to refine 3 types of sage-to-be elixirs. 3 types of sage-to-be elixirs with only 6 sets of materials. If there was a mistake in the refining process, it would be a failure. Moreover, if one failed the test to become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster, they would not be allowed to participate in the test again for a year. If Ling Xiao failed, it would be impossible for him to become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster before the alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Yunlong and Lu Qingluan were nervous and expectant. Ling Xiao's performance had filled them with confidence. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun were also very nervous. They were afraid that if Lu Yunlong passed the 7-star alchemy grandmaster examination, then they would have to lend the Heart Core Sutra to Lu Yunlong. This would be a great loss to the Xiao family. In the secret chamber, Ling Zhao's expression was extremely calm. There was no joy or sorrow. "Young Master Zhao, what kind of elixir do you want to refine?" Wang Hong looked at Ling Xiao and asked softly. "I choose the Wood Saint Elixir, Fire Saint Elixir, and Water Saint Elixir," Ling Xiao said calmly. "Ancient 5 Elements Saint Elixir?" "Young Master Zhao, you have to think carefully. The ancient 5 Elements Saint Elixir is extremely difficult to refine. Even a 9th Revolution alchemy grandmaster would find it difficult to refine it successfully. Although the 5 Elements Saint Elixir is a sage-to-be elixir, it is comparable to a flawless saint elixir. Normally, only alchemy saints in Pill Talisman Mountain can refine it." Wang Hong was a little surprised and began to persuade him. Although the 5 Elemental Saint Pill was very famous, it was very difficult to refine a pure 5 Elemental Saint Pill. Other than having a very deep understanding of the five elemental Great Tao, refining the five elemental Saint Pill would also exhaust one's primordial spirit and saint way origin. Therefore, even pill saints would rarely refine five elements sacred pills. However, although the five elements Saint Pill was only a half-saint pill, it was very mysterious. If a half-saint expert could swallow the five elements Saint Pill, he could comprehend the five elements Great Tao true meaning and condense the five elements Great Tao seed in his body. The five elements Saint sect attached great importance to the five elements Saint Pill. However, the number of five elements Saint Pill refined every year was too little. Therefore, the value of the five elements Saint Pill was extremely high. Even a ninth revolution alchemist grandmaster would find it difficult to refine? Vice Principal Wang, if I can refine the five elements Saint Pill, will I be promoted to a ninth revolution alchemy grandmaster? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he smiled faintly. However, he was only joking and did not take it seriously. The Alchemy and Talisman Academy's assessment was very difficult. Every time one was promoted, they had to go through a strict assessment and certification. However, he did not expect Wang Hong to nod seriously and say, if you can refine all five elements Saint Pill, you will be promoted to a ninth star alchemy grandmaster. However, we will only provide you with one set of materials for each pill. In other words, you only have one chance. If you fail, all your efforts will be for naught. One chance to refine the five elements Saint Pill? This condition is indeed very harsh. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Therefore, young Master Zhao, I advise you to refine other half-saint pills. Wang Hong smiled bitterly. Vice Principal Wang, I am afraid of trouble. It takes too much time to go through the assessment one by one. I choose to refine the five elements Saint Pill. Please bring me the materials for refining the five elements Saint Pill. I want to give it a try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. What? Young Master Zhao, are you sure? Wang Hong looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. However, his gaze was as if he was looking at a fool. I am sure. Ling Xiao nodded seriously and said. All right. I will get the materials for the five elements Saint Pill for you. However, the difficulty of this challenge is indeed too high. Wang Hong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He originally admired Ling Xiao very much and even thought that Ling Xiao was an alchemy genius who could stand shoulder to shoulder with Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui. However, he was extremely disappointed when he saw Ling Xiao overestimating himself and choosing to challenge the five elements Saint Pill. He was still too young and impetuous. He did not understand the true meaning of being an alchemy grandmaster. However, there were two seventh-star alchemy grandmasters from the Lu clan and the Xiao clan here. Wang Hong could not say much and could only let Ling Xiao do as he wished. Master, are you really choosing the five elements Saint Pill? Aren't you afraid that you might fail? Thunder Spirit King and Underworld Tribe Heavenly Lady were also extremely surprised. They thought that Ling Xiao might have overestimated himself this time. I will refine the five elements Saint Pill. Moreover, I will not fail. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His eyes were filled with strong confidence. In the Alchemy Book Pavilion, there was the pill formula of the five elements Saint Pill. Although it was an ancient pill formula, it was extremely difficult to refine. Therefore, it was recorded in the Alchemy Book Pavilion. Otherwise, it would be impossible to record the pill formula of a half-saint pill. It was not that Ling Xiao had to refine the five elements Saint Pill. It was just that he had searched through the entire alchemy library and only found the formula for the five elements Saint Pill. If it was any other formula, he would not be able to refine it. Moreover, Ling Xiao was confident that he could refine the five elements Saint Pill. Wang Hong quickly brought the materials for refining the five elements Saint Pill and handed them to Ling Xiao. At the same time, he activated the array in the secret room. A light flashed in front of Ling Xiao, and an ancient pill cauldron appeared. In order to prevent cheating, he had to use the pill cauldron and earth fire from the Alchemy Talisman Academy to refine the pill under the supervision of Wang Hong and the other two. Only then would he pass the assessment. Five elements Heavenly Zoysia Grass, Golden Sun Dragon Vine, Heavenly Azure Divine Wood, Thousand Change Heavenly Water, Cloud Fire Golden Sand, Ancient Earth Living Soil. They are all materials for refining the five elements Saint Pill. Ling Xiao opened the storage pouch that Wang Hong had given him. He saw several hundred types of resplendent godly medicines and half-saint medicines. They emitted a strange medicinal fragrance, were resplendent, and were overflowing with colors. They were extremely extraordinary. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of satisfaction. Buzz. Roar. 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 The roar of a dragon resounded in the secret chamber. It contained the power of an ancient artifact. As the roar of the dragon resounded, the ancient runes on the cauldron seemed to come alive. They shone brightly and flowed with a mysterious flame. The temperature of the cauldron began to rise rapidly. Below the cauldron, the majestic earth fire burned fiercely and intertwined into the shape of a dragon. It was as if a crimson dragon was rising. In the end, it turned into 108 crimson dragons. It was a magnificent sight. 108 dragon roars, 108 flaming dragons. This is Zhou Tian's godly dragon cauldron refining technique? How is this possible? Wang Hong and the two old men trembled. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Zhou Tian's godly dragon cauldron refining technique is said to be created by an emperor of the dragon tribe. It can greatly reduce the time needed to refine pills. It can also absorb the essence of heaven and earth using Zhou Tian's godly dragon cauldron refining technique. However, the requirements for the divine Zhou Tian's godly dragon cauldron refining technique are extremely stringent. It has extremely high requirements for the primordial spirit, physical body, and Tao. Other than the dragon tribe, very few humans can refine it. At most, they can summon a few dozen flaming dragons. Who is this Zhao Ritian? The old man from the Lu family said slowly. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Although our alchemy library has the Zhou Tian's godly dragon cauldron refining technique, not many true disciples and alchemy saint patriarchs have successfully cultivated it. It seems like this Zhao Ritian's identity is not ordinary. Wang Hong exclaimed. Seeing Ling Zhao's skill, a thought suddenly appeared in their minds. Perhaps this Zhao Ritian could really refine the 5 elemental saint pill, rumble. The elixir cauldron was golden in color. It shone brilliantly and dazzlingly. The blazing flame seemed to be able to burn even the void. When the 108 dragon roars were heard, the 108 crimson flaming dragons instantly turned into streams of light and merged into the elixir cauldron. Ling Zhao's eyes shone brightly. He instantly took out all the divine herbs and half-saint herbs and tossed them all into the cauldron. After that, he slapped his palms together and a vast amount of divine energy surged into the cauldron. The cauldron spun and landed on the ground once more. Ling Xiao formed seals with his hands and continued to stir up the flames. At the same time, he sent the power of his Yuan spirit into the cauldron and began to control the extraction of the medicinal liquid. He became extremely focused. He wants to refine all the 5 elemental saint pills at the same time. The old man from the Shao clan was also shocked. Refining the 5 elements Saint Dan at the same time was even more difficult than refining the gold Saint Dan, wood Saint Dan, water Saint Dan, fire Saint Dan and earth Saint Dan separately. They never thought that Ling Xiao would actually choose to refine the 5 elements Saint Dan at the same time. Refining 5 elements Holy Dan at the same time is truly a big deal. I've seen Master Jiao concoct 5 elements sacred pills at the same time. That kind of scene is really something to look forward to. Could it be that Zhao Ritian's attainments in alchemy are comparable to Master Jiao's? Wang Hong's body trembled as well. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 of them were talking to each other through telepathy. They were afraid that they would affect Ling Zhao's refining of the 5 elemental saint pills, but they were extremely shocked. The old man from the Lu and Xiao families also told Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui about the situation in the secret room. What? Brother Zhao chose to refine the 5 elemental saint pills? He's too impulsive. When Lu Wenlong heard this news, his originally elegant and indifferent expression instantly changed. His eyes were filled with incomparable anxiety. He naturally knew the difficulty of refining the 5 elemental saint pills. Even if Lu Wenlong was a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, he would have to pay a huge price to refine the 5 elemental saint pills. Moreover, it was impossible to guarantee success on the first try. Not only did Ling Xiao choose to refine the 5 elemental saint pills, but he also challenged the 9-star alchemy grandmaster to refine the 5 elemental saint pills. In Lu Wenlong's opinion, this was impossible. 5 elemental saint pills? After hearing the news, Lu Qingwan's face instantly turned pale. From a 6-star alchemy grandmaster to a 9-star alchemy grandmaster to challenge the 5 elemental saint pills that even Lu Wenlong couldn't refine. In Lu Qingwan's opinion, this meant that Ling Xiao would definitely lose. They originally thought that as long as Ling Xiao worked steadily, it wouldn't be a problem for him to become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster. However, they didn't expect Ling Xiao to give them another huge surprise. Challenging the 5 elemental saint pills? How arrogant! Xiao Rui said coldly with a hint of mockery in his eyes. His and Lu Wenlong's alchemy attainments were on par. They were both 9-star alchemy grandmasters. Even the two of them couldn't guarantee that they could refine the 5 elemental saint pills in one try. It was basically impossible for Zhao Ritian to do it. Xiao Rui also secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he didn't have to hand over the hardcore scripture. 5 elemental saint pills? Ha 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 ha. This Zhao Ritian is really reckless. When Xiao Yun heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed out loud. His eyes were filled with joy. Zhao Ritian had actually come up with such a stupid move. This meant that he had won for sure. Xiao Yun's mood could be said to be up and down. Because of Ling Xiao, he was extremely unhappy. He had already thought about it. When Ling Xiao came out with a face full of dirt, he would definitely mock Ling Xiao properly. It seems like this Zhao Ritian is still young and impetuous. Everyone secretly shook their heads and thought that it was a pity. This Zhao Ritian shouldn't have any problem becoming a 7-star alchemy grandmaster. However, he just had to court death by trying to refine the 5 elemental saint pill. Everyone was secretly waiting. It wouldn't be long before the news of Ling Xiao's failure would spread. In the secret chamber, time passed by day. Ling Xiao had already stayed in the secret chamber for 6 days and 6 nights. He stared at the alchemy cauldron in front of him without rest. There was already a heavy sense of fatigue between his brows. However, Ling Xiao could feel that the vast and majestic energy in the alchemy cauldron was being nurtured. It was as if it could successfully condense the pill at any time. Ling Xiao's entire attention was placed on the alchemy cauldron. His majestic primordial spirit spread out like thousands of strands of divine light, controlling every detail of the alchemy cauldron. He sensed the power of the flames and constantly integrated it into the alchemy cauldron. The heart realm was the biggest reason why Ling Xiao dared to refine the 5 elements saint pill. After finding the pill formula of the 5 elements saint pill in the alchemy library, Ling Xiao also saw a top-grade cauldron refining technique that could greatly shorten the time required. It was the Zhou Tian's divine dragon cauldron refining technique. Therefore, he decided to take the risk and refine the 5 elements saint pill in one go. The majestic heart realm allowed Ling Xiao to perceive the slightest change in the 5 elements saint pill in the cauldron and adjust accordingly. After 6 days and 6 nights, Ling Xiao could feel that the 5 elements saint pill in the cauldron had condensed to the extreme. The 5 elements saint pill was about to condense into a pill. Boom, the cauldron was dazzling. Rays of divine light filled the cauldron. The flames emitted a chaotic color. There was a 5-colored divine light floating in the cauldron. It was as dazzling as a 5-colored divine sun. The 5-colored light seemed to be breathing. Every time it breathed, it could devour a vast amount of heaven and earth energy. It looked even more mysterious and unpredictable. It contained an incomparably terrifying power. It has been 6 days and 6 nights. Can Zhao Ritian really refine the 5 elements saint pill? Wang Hong and the 2 old men's eyes were filled with doubt and expectation. As alchemists, they temporarily forgot their original position. They were nervous and expectant. Hoping to see a miracle happen, if Zhao Ritian really could refine the 5 elements saint pill, there would be another dark horse in this alchemy talisman ceremony. It would be a dark horse that would appear out of nowhere. They suddenly realized that Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution half-saint realm. A 2nd revolution half-saint realm 9-star alchemy grandmaster could be considered a peerless genius even in the history of alchemy talisman mountain. I hope he can succeed. Wang Hong was slightly embarrassed. He thought that Ling Xiao was arrogant and conceited. Now, it seemed that Ling Xiao really had the strength to do so. Geniuses were all proud, and Ling Xiao had the right to be proud. boom, a dazzling divine light suddenly gushed out from the cauldron. Wang Hong and the other two old men couldn't help but tremble. They stared at the cauldron in front of them and felt a little nervous. The heaven and earth shook, and a mysterious aura fluctuated in the void. The cauldron gushed out divine light, as vast and mysterious as a pillar of heaven. If it wasn't for the powerful array set up in this secret chamber, the divine light fluctuation would have destroyed the secret chamber. The pill cauldron became more and more blazing. Accompanied by a powerful dragon roar, it was as if the primordial ancestral dragon had come into being. A vast dragon might spread out. At the same time, it emitted a mysterious fluctuation of the Grand Tao. Crack, the cauldron in front of him seemed unable to withstand this sudden burst of power, and it suddenly exploded. Then, 5 small dragons flew out from the cauldron. They were sparkling and translucent, as if they were extremely intelligent. In an instant, they wanted to soar into the sky and escape this place. The alchemy talisman. Was the God open ceremony was not to open. Of heaven and Tao talisman? Was God realm cauldron. However, there was a powerful array set up in the secret chamber. They had no way of escaping. Boom, a majestic heavenly aura descended from the void. Bolts of lightning fell towards the dragon cauldron. They contained a destructive fluctuation. The elixir tribulation had arrived. He really refined the 5 elements Saint Elixir? Wang Hong and the other 2 old men widened their eyes. Their eyes were filled with excitement. The elixir tribulation represented the completion of the elixir formation. He was only half a step away from refining the 5 elements Saint Elixir. As long as the 5 elements Saint Elixir could withstand the lightning tribulation, the true meaning of the 5 elements Great Tao would be completed. Ling Zhao's eyes had a trace of exhaustion, but there was also a trace of relief. He had finally done it. However, refining the 5 elemental Saint Pill was still rather risky for Ling Xiao. He was already heavily injured right now. Whether it was the power of his soul or his mental strength, they were both extremely depleted. The difficulty of refining this 5 elements sacred pill was indeed extremely high. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had used the Zhou Tian Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique to shorten the time needed to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill by dozens of times. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao had persisted for a few months, he would not have been able to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill by the time the pill talisman ceremony ended. Boom! 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 Streaks of dazzling lightning flashed, causing the void to tremble violently. The 5 little dragons seemed to have a mind of their own as they twisted their bodies in the lightning. At the same time, they were devouring the power of the lightning tribulation. In the end, they slowly condensed into 5 resplendent pills. It was the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round and mysterious. There were strange patterns on it, and it was suffused with a faint aura of primal chaos. At the same time, there was a fragrance coming from it. The 5 elements Saint Pill was finally refined by Ling Xiao. Whoosh, Ling Xiao stretched out his hand and made a grabbing motion. A resplendent light shone from his palm, and the 5 pills trembled slightly before flying back into his palm. He carefully placed them into the pill bottle that he had prepared beforehand. Vice Principal Wang, 2 Grandmasters, please verify it. Ling Xiao smiled and passed the pill bottle to Wang Hong. At this moment, Wang Hong and the other 2 could not be bothered about the cauldron that Ling Xiao had destroyed. Their eyes were all on the pill bottle as they carefully received it and examined it carefully. Even though they already knew the result, they still felt that it was unreal when they looked at the 5 elements Saint Pill in the pill bottle. The 5 elements Saint Pill was refined just like that. Wang Hong and the other 2 looked at each other and nodded their heads in the end. They confirmed that Ling Xiao had indeed refined the 5 elements Saint Pill. Outside the secret chamber, everyone was getting impatient from waiting. 6 days and 6 nights had passed, but there was still no movement from the secret chamber. Could it be that Zhao Ritian was really able to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill? It would take at least a few months to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill. That Zhao Ritian doesn't know what's good for him. He will definitely lose this time. Everyone, don't be anxious. Zhao Ritian will naturally roll out with his face covered in dirt in a while. Xiaoyun sneered. His eyes were filled with arrogance. Lu Wenlong's expression was a little gloomy. He looked at Lu Qingluan, who was silent at the side, with heartache and said, "Sister, I have let you down." In less than 10 days, Lu Qingwan looked like she had lost a lot of weight. This made Lu Wenlong's heart ache and anger. At the same time, he was filled with resentment towards Ling Xiao. He gritted his teeth and wondered if he should wait for Ling Xiao to come out and beat him up first to avenge Lu Qingwan. Lu Qingwan looked at the secret chamber in a daze and suddenly said, "Brother, do you think Zhao Ritian can really refine the 5 elements Saint Pill?" Lu Wenlong thought for a moment and said, "It's possible. After all, with his previous stunning performance, I'm afraid that his attainments in alchemy have exceeded our expectations. However, the 5 elements Saint Pill is 5 pills. If he wants to completely refine them, a month's time is simply not enough. Even if he manages to refine them in the end, I'm afraid we'll still lose this bet." Lu Qingwan actually knew the result, but she was hoping that a miracle would happen. Lu Wenlong's words completely shattered the last trace of hope in her heart. A line of clear tears flowed from Lu Qingwan's eyes. Seeing Lu Qingwan like this, Lu Wenlong's heart ached and he was angry. Even though he was a gentle and refined person, he couldn't help but be angry at Ling Xiao. At the same time, he was filled with guilt. If he didn't want the Heart Core Sutra so badly, he wouldn't have taken the risk and ended up in such an irreversible situation. "Sister Qingwan, don't be so sad. Be happy. You're going to marry me. You'll look better if you smile." Xiaoyun walked in front of Lu Qingwan and said with a burning gaze. Scram. A cold light flashed in Lu Wenlong's eyes. A vast aura erupted from his body, causing Xiaoyun's body to tremble. Fear appeared in his eyes as he quickly retreated. "Lu Wenlong, what's the point of bullying my brother? If you want to fight, I can accompany you for a few moves. But after a while, I'm afraid we'll be in-laws," Xiao Rui said coldly. He stood in front of Xiaoyun and exuded a powerful aura that wasn't weaker than Lu Wenlong's as he confronted Lu Wenlong. "Xiao Rui, no one knows the result. If you're so sure, be careful of being slapped in the face. Then your Xiao family will look bad," Lu Wenlong said coldly. "In my opinion, the result is already confirmed. Even you and I can't pass such a harsh certification test. Do you really think that Zhao Ritian can pass? What a fool's dream." Xiao Rui sneered. Gotcha. At this moment, the door of the secret room slowly opened. Ling Xiao was the first to walk out of the secret room. He looked very weak. His face was slightly pale, and his breathing was chaotic as if his vitality was greatly damaged. "Ha ha ha. I said that Zhao Ritian would definitely fail. Look, he came out with his tail between his legs, right? He wants to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill? He really doesn't know what's good for him." Xiaoyun laughed loudly when he saw Ling Xiao. His face was full of mockery. It seems that he really failed. Everyone sighed softly. 6 days wasn't enough time to concoct the 5 elements holy pill. Ling Xiao must have failed the assessment if he walked out of the secret room at this time. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan's faces turned extremely pale in an instant. The last shred of hope in their hearts was shattered. "Sister Qingwan, after you marry me, I will definitely love you dearly." Xiaoyun stared at Lu Qingwan and said. His eyes were burning with lust. When he thought of Lu Qingwan's porcelain-like skin and curvy figure, Xiaoyun's entire body burned. "Xiaoyun, you want to marry Fairy Qingwan? What a fool's dream. Get out of my way. A good dog doesn't block the way." Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked at Xiaoyun as he spoke indifferently. "Zhao Ritian, you're courting death." Xiaoyun's gaze turned cold. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to speak to him in such a manner after failing the test, he was instantly enraged. A powerful aura pressed down on Ling Xiao. The crowd could not help but frown. They felt that this Zhao Ritian was too arrogant. He had already failed the assessment and yet he still dared to stand out. Clang! 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 At this moment, 9 clear bell rings resounded throughout the entire Pill and Talisman Academy, causing everyone's hearts to tremble involuntarily. The Pill rune bell has rung 9 times. Someone has advanced to become a 9-star Alchemy Grandmaster or 9-star Talisman Grandmaster? Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. The pill rune bell of the Pill and Talisman Academy would only ring when someone advanced to become a grandmaster. There were 7 rings for 7 stars, 8 rings for 8 stars, and 9 rings for 9 stars. Now that the pill rune bell had rung 9 times, it meant that someone in the Pill and Talisman Academy had advanced to become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster or 9-star talisman grandmaster. This was a supreme honor. Could it be? Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief, and they could not help but look at Ling Xiao. Why are you all looking at him? He has already failed the assessment. It's impossible for him to advance to a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. I think someone in the Talisman Academy should have advanced to a 9-star talisman grandmaster. Xiaoyun felt that something was amiss, and he immediately scolded everyone. At this moment, Wang Hong and the 2 elders from the Liu and Xiao families walked out of the secret chamber. The reason why they were late was that the 3 of them had to ring the pill rune bell together. Congratulations, Grandmaster Zhao. Congratulations, Grandmaster Zhao. Congratulations, Grandmaster Zhao. Wang Hong and the 2 elders cupped their hands at Ling Xiao, and their eyes were filled with incomparable respect. Everyone was instantly petrified. Grandmaster Zhao? What did that mean? Could it be that the pill rune bell had rung 9 times because of Zhao Ritian? Brother Zhao, you passed the 9-star alchemy grandmaster certification test? Lu Wenlong's body trembled, and he could not hide the joy in his eyes. He hurriedly looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Although Lu Qingwan did not speak, he was also extremely excited at this moment. He looked at Ling Xiao nervously, waiting to hear the answer from Ling Xiao. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you. Ling Xiao cupped his hands at Lu Wenlong and smiled slightly. It was really him. Everyone had a surreal feeling, as if they were dreaming. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. They originally thought that Ling Xiao had failed the certification test, but how did he suddenly become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster? Could it be that he had really refined the 5 elements Saint Pill in 6 days? Impossible. That's impossible. You must have cheated. It would take at least a few months to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill. How could he have completed it in 6 days? All of you deserve to die. Xiaoyun roared. His eyes were bloodshot, and his handsome face was extremely distorted. He could not accept this result at all. Young Master Xiao, even if you're a disciple of the Xiao family, the Pill and Talisman Academy will not allow you to behave so atrociously here. Zhao Ritian used the Zhou Tian Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique to refine the 5 elements Saint Pill. The 3 of us witnessed it together. This is the 5 elements Saint Pill. Feel free to come and take a look. Wang Hong's gaze turned cold as he spoke slowly to the crowd. Wang Hong exuded a powerful aura, and everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Only now did they remember that Wang Hong wasn't just an 8-star alchemist grandmaster, he was also a 9th Revolution half-true saint expert. Wang Hong represented the Pill and Talisman Academy, and the Pill and Talisman Mountain. He did not want to offend the Xiao family, but it did not mean that he did not dare to offend the Xiao family. Xiaoyun, step back. Xiao Rui saw that Xiaoyun's face was red as if he wanted to say something. He couldn't help but frown and stop him. The Pill and Talisman Academy of Taishan City had a pivotal position in the entire Pill Talisman Mountain, especially the dean of the Pill and Talisman Academy. Even the heads of the Liu and Xiao families attached great importance to him, so Xiao Rui didn't want the Xiao family to offend the Pill and Talisman Academy because of Xiaoyun. It seems that I have misjudged you. Zhao Ritian, you can use Zhou Tian's Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique to refine 5 elements sacred elixirs. You are indeed a genius in alchemy. I will remember you. Xiao Rui looked deeply at Ling Xiao and said expressionlessly. It is my honor to be remembered by Mr. Xiao. But the winner of this bet must have been determined, right? When will Mr. Xiao take out the heart elixir scripture? Ling Xiao smiled faintly as if he didn't notice the threat in Xiao Rui's words. The heart elixir scripture. I will naturally give it to junior brother Liu. I don't need you to remind me. When it came to the heart elixir scripture, Xiao Rui's face couldn't help but twitch, and there was a trace of pain in his eyes. That's good. Ling Xiao said faintly. Brother Zhao, I didn't expect you to be able to refine 5 elements sacred elixirs with Zhou Tian's Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique. You are indeed a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. It seems that I have misjudged you. Thank you very much this time. Lu Wenlong recovered from his shock and cupped his hands respectfully towards Ling Xiao, feeling both ashamed and grateful. He was ashamed for doubting Ling Xiao and even resenting him, but he was also grateful to Ling Xiao for helping him win this bet. Not only did Lu Qinghuan not have to marry Xiao Yun, but he also got the heart elixir scripture of the Xiao family. Brother Lu is too polite. I still have to thank Brother Lu for trusting me. Without Brother Lu, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to enter the Alchemy Pavilion and participate in the Alchemy Certification exam. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had a good impression of Lu Wenlong. He was used to the scheming and deceit between cultivators. Lu Wenlong's trust was especially precious to Ling Xiao. This was a kind and honest person who was worth befriending. Brother Zhao's words really make me feel ashamed. Many people who can enter the Alchemy Pavilion, but only to become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster with such peerless talent. Lu Wenlong said seriously. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Lu Wenlong probably didn't know the true meaning of the Alchemy Pavilion to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had obtained a vast amount of alchemy knowledge from the Alchemy Pavilion. The Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique and the 5 elements Saint Pill formula were all obtained from the Alchemy Pavilion. If it wasn't for the Alchemy Pavilion, Ling Xiao wouldn't have been able to pass this assessment. Lu. Thank you. To tease to me to thank you T2s. To me. To me too. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qinghuan with a smile and said. This spoiled little pepper now looked thinner. She must have experienced a lot of psychological torture and suffering these days. It could be said that she had helped Ling Xiao vent his anger, which made Ling Xiao feel a little happy in his heart. I mean, thank you. Lu Qinghuan was furious when she saw Ling Xiao's expression. She wanted to pounce on him and bite him a few times, but she held herself back in the end. She was getting more and more curious about Ling Xiao. Who was this Zhao Ritian? Sometimes, he looked arrogant and as annoying as those disciples of the aristocratic families. But sometimes, his strong confidence was admirable. Lu Qinghuan was getting more and more confused about who was the real Ling Xiao. You're welcome. Why would I let you marry that bastard Xiao Yun? He's not worthy of you. Although you're still young and have no breasts or buttocks. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The first half of his sentence warmed Lu Qinghuan's heart. She was very touched. But when she heard the second half of his sentence, she immediately went berserk. Who's young? Who has no breasts or buttocks? Zhao Ritian, explain it clearly. Lu Qinghuan gritted her teeth and said. Her eyes were filled with shame and anger. She couldn't help but straighten her chest like a cute little lion. You're indeed not young. Ha ha ha. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Qinghuan and couldn't help but laugh. Only then did Lu Qinghuan realize that she was being teased by Ling Xiao. Her face immediately turned red and she hated Ling Xiao to the core. When Xiao Yun saw Ling Xiao and Lu Qinghuan flirting in the distance, his heart burned with anger. He looked at Ling Xiao with a gaze filled with cold-killing intent. It was as if it was real and undisguised. It's fine if you don't provoke me. But if you really don't know what's good for you, so what if you're the young master of the Xiao family? Ling Xiao also noticed the killing intent in Xiao Yun's eyes and couldn't help but sneer in his heart. The 5 elements sacred pill had been inspected by many alchemists. They could all see that it was indeed a 5 elements sacred pill. Moreover, its quality was excellent. It emitted a powerful 5 elements Tao true meaning. There was also a trace of the aura of a pill tribulation on it. It was a sign that it had just been refined. There was no possibility of cheating. Using Zhou Tian's Divine Dragon Cauldron refining technique to refine a 5 elements sacred pill and directly become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. This Zhao Ritian will probably be famous in no time. That's right. It seems like the pill talisman ceremony this time will be a fierce battle. Other than the geniuses of the 4 big families, this Zhao Ritian also has a high chance of becoming the champion. You really can't judge a book by its cover. This time, we have all misjudged him. TSK. The pill talisman bell rang 9 times. Amazing, amazing. Everyone was discussing animatedly. Their eyes were filled with shock and respect as they looked at Ling Xiao. A 9-star alchemy grandmaster was extremely rare. Therefore, their status was extremely high. Ling Xiao had won everyone's respect with his strength. Grandmaster Zhao, this is your pill talisman armlet. With this, you can participate in the pill talisman ceremony. In the future, you will be able to enjoy the resources of the Pill Talisman Academy in any Dao Talisman Academy. Moreover, there will be great discounts. Wang Hong took out a golden armlet. There was a red cauldron engraved on it. It was surrounded by 9 golden stars. It shone brilliantly and was crystal clear. It was the symbol of a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. Originally, Wang Hong was unable to preside over the 9-star Alchemy Grandmaster certification assessment as an 8-star Alchemy Grandmaster. However, Ling Xiao was able to become a 9-star Alchemy Grandmaster directly because he had refined a 5-elements sacred pill. Therefore, the assessment was much more important. This was why Wang Hong was asked to recruit Ling Xiao. After all, every 9-star Alchemy Grandmaster represented the future pill saint. They were extremely valuable. Even the 12 immortal sanctuaries would lower themselves to recruit them. This was especially so for Zhao Ritian. Although his identity was mysterious, he had yet to join any major forces. This made him even more valuable. Thank you, Vice Dean Wang. Ling Xiao smiled and took the pill talisman armlet. Zhao Ritian, I want to challenge you. Xiaoyan suddenly raised his head. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Ling Xiao and roared. Rumble, his whole body was exuding an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuation. His cultivation of 5th Revolution half-step sage had erupted. His entire body had become extremely frightening. Xiaoyan hated Ling Xiao to the core. In his opinion, he was sure to win this bet. Lu Qingwan, whom he yearned for day and night, would be able to marry him directly. However, it was all because of Ling Xiao that he suffered a crushing defeat. Xiaoyan could be said to have experienced great ups and downs. There were several times when he thought that Ling Xiao would definitely not become a 7-star alchemy grandmaster. However, the final result was something that he could not accept at all. Therefore, he could not help but want to challenge Ling Xiao directly. Xiao Rui's eyes flashed, but he did not stop Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan was a cultivation genius. He was courageous and diligent. However, he suffered a great loss at the hands of Ling Xiao today. Xiao Rui could feel that Ling Xiao had left a shadow in Xiaoyan's heart. Xiaoyan needed to vent so that it would not affect his future cultivation. Xiaoyan, do you have any shame? You are already a 5th transformation half-saint, while Zhao Ritian is only a 2nd transformation half-saint. How dare you challenge him? Before Ling Xiao could speak, Lu Qingwan stood out and said angrily to Xiaoyan. Seeing that Lu Qingwan was protecting Ling Xiao, Xiaoyan was even more furious. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, Zhao Ritian, are you still a man? What kind of ability is it to hide behind a woman? As long as you dare to fight with me, I will suppress my cultivation. If you don't dare to, get out of Taishan City as soon as possible. You want to challenge me? Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes. He really admired Xiaoyan's courage. That's right. I want to challenge you, Lu Qingwan. I want to show you that I am the only one who is worthy of you. After all, strength is everything in this world. What is a mere 9-star alchemy grandmaster? I can beat him into a dead dog. Xiaoyan's eyes were filled with coldness. Xiaoyan. Private fights are prohibited in Taishan City. If you want to fight, I can suppress my cultivation and exchange a few moves with you. Lu Wenlong frowned and said faintly. Brother Lu, the fight between Xiaoyan and Zhao Ritian is not personal. It is a real challenge. I advise you not to interfere. Why don't I exchange a few blows with Brother Lu? Xiao Rui's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. Is Brother Xiao determined to stand up for Xiaoyan? Then I would really like to experience Brother Zhao's brilliant moves. Lu Wenlong said slowly, his gaze calm and indifferent. Boom, powerful auras erupted from Xiao Rui and Lu Wenlong's bodies. Immediately, they began to confront each other in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Everyone couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Could it be that Xiao Rui and Lu Wenlong were really going to have a huge battle? These two people were geniuses of alchemy. However, their cultivations were also very high. They had already reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. So, their every move contained great power. "Brother Lu, let me do it," Ling Xiao slowly said. Then, he walked out and looked at Xiaoyun. "Very good. Xiaoyun, since you want to fight, then let's fight." How could Ling Xiao not see that Xiaoyun wanted to regain his lost face through him? Unfortunately, Ling Xiao wasn't a pushover. Xiaoyun had kicked an iron plate. "Zhao Ritian, don't be rash. Xiaoyun is extremely strong. Even though he's only a 5th revolution half-saint, he's once killed a 6th revolution half-saint," Lu Qingwan said anxiously. She knew that although Ling Xiao was very talented in alchemy, he was only a 2nd revolution half-saint. Even if Xiaoyun suppressed his cultivation, Ling Xiao might not be a match for Xiaoyun. "Don't worry. Trust me," Ling Xiao said calmly. "Very good. Zhao Ritian, I didn't expect you to be a man. Then, come to the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's arena with me. Don't worry. I promise I won't kill you," Xiaoyun said with a sinister smile. Taishan City prohibited private fights. If there were any grievances that needed to be settled, they had to fight in the Taishan City's arena. However, there was also an arena in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Xiaoyun originally thought that Ling Xiao wouldn't dare to accept his challenge. He just wanted to taunt and ridicule him to regain some face. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to actually accept the challenge. This was exactly what he wanted. He had already decided that he would destroy Ling Xiao's cultivation in the arena. He would let Ling Xiao experience what it meant to beg for death. "Brother Zhao, be careful," Lu Wenlong said seriously. He knew that Ling Xiao was a very opinionated person, so he didn't try to persuade him. However, he secretly decided that as long as Ling Xiao was in danger, he would definitely choose to intervene. "Don't worry." Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He walked out with Xiaoyun and entered the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's arena. Although Zhao Ritian is a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, his cultivation is only a 2nd revolution half-saint. I really don't know where he got his confidence from to accept Xiaoyun's challenge so easily. Everyone sighed. There was a trace of sympathy and pity in their eyes. After all, he was still young and hot-blooded. After being provoked by words, he immediately agreed. Xiaoyun's combat strength is extremely strong. This time, Zhao Ritian is in danger. The Alchemy and Talisman Academy shouldn't let Zhao Ritian suffer too much, right? However, one thing is for sure. Zhao Ritian will definitely lose. That's right. Zhao Ritian is still too unwise. Even if Xiaoyun suppressed his cultivation, he still went through 5 nirvana tribulations. His physical body is extremely strong. It's not something that ordinary people can contend with. Everyone discussed softly. Naturally, they weren't optimistic about Ling Zhao's chances. "The two of you can fight in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's arena. However, both of you are people of status. I hope that both of you will not go overboard. Why don't we limit it to 10 moves? As long as one side concedes, the battle will immediately end." Wang Hong also stepped into the arena and said to Ling Xiao and Xiaoyun. He was the deputy dean of the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Naturally, he would act as the temporary referee for the battle between Ling Xiao and Xiaoyun. Although he felt that Ling Zhao's decision was unwise, since Ling Xiao and Xiaoyun had decided to fight in the arena, he couldn't say anything. Xiaoyun frowned slightly. He naturally understood that Wang Hong was siding with Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but snort coldly and said, 10 moves is enough. Thank you, Deputy Dean Wang. 10 moves is indeed enough. If he doesn't admit defeat, 10 moves are enough for me to kill him. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His expression was calm and indifferent. Everyone was speechless. You want to defeat Xiaoyun in 10 moves? Zhao Ritian started to spout nonsense again. This was different from the alchemy certification test. This was a battle of life and death. Even with Wang Hong's restrictions and Xiaoyun couldn't kill him, he definitely wouldn't let Zhao Ritian off so easily. Brother, Zhao Ritian will be fine, right? Xiaoyun is ruthless and holds a grudge against him. I'm afraid he won't let him off so easily. Lu Qingwan said worriedly. Don't worry. Zhao Ritian is now a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. Senior brother Wang won't let him suffer too much. Moreover, didn't you notice? Zhao Ritian isn't an arrogant person. Why would he accept Xiaoyun's challenge just because of Xiaoyun's words? Lu Wenlong said with a smile, his eyes revealing a wisp of wisdom. You mean? Lu Qingwan suddenly trembled. The reason why Zhao Ritian dared to accept Xiaoyun's challenge is because he is confident that he can fight with Xiaoyun and even defeat Xiaoyun. Lu Wenlong said with a deep meaning. How is that possible? Lu Qingwan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered. For true geniuses, nothing is impossible. Perhaps Zhao Ritian is a true genius. Although I find it hard to believe, I'm afraid that's the truth. Let's wait and see. Lu Wenlong said slowly. In the arena, Xiaoyun had taken the initiative to seal his cultivation, suppressing it to the second revolution half-saint realm. His eyes were red, and his expression was cold. He was like a wild beast that was about to devour its prey as he glared at Ling Xiao. Make your move. Otherwise, you won't have the chance to. Ling Xiao said indifferently as he stood calmly in the arena. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Murderous intent flashed in Xiaoyun's eyes as he pounced on Ling Xiao. Boom, there seemed to be blazing flames rising around him, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Xiaoyun was wrapped in monstrous flames as he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. This palm contained a vast true meaning of flames that seemed to be able to burn the heavens and destroy the earth. At the same time, Xiaoyun's skin turned crimson gold and flowed with resplendent light that contained explosive power. Xiaoyun indeed has the Crimson Flame Battle Constitution. Not only can he control the origin of flames, but his physical body is also extremely terrifying. Someone exclaimed as his eyes were filled with shock. The Scarlet Flame Battle physique was a powerful physique of the Xiao family. It was rumored that the reason why Xiaoyun's battle prowess was monstrous was because he possessed the Scarlet Flame Battle physique. Moreover, his bloodline was close to atavism, so his physical body was extremely powerful. 5 Nirvana tribulations plus the Scarlet Flame Battle physique, Xiaoyun's physical body is extremely terrifying. Although he has suppressed his cultivation, it doesn't affect his combat strength that is comparable to a 5th revolution half-saint. Lu Wenlong's eyes flashed as he slowly said. That bastard Xiaoyun is simply shameless. Lu Qingwan said through gritted teeth. Just as Xiaoyun's palm was about to envelop Ling Xiao, the flames that filled the sky burned the heavens. There was a kind of energy fluctuation that could turn everything into dust. Ling Xiao moved, roar, a majestic dragon's roar erupted from Ling Xiao's body, resounding through the heavens. Ling Xiao's body emitted a golden glow, and a vast dragon's might erupted. A divine light flashed in his eyes, and then he threw a punch at Xiaoyun. Crack, golden lightning rose. In an instant, Ling Xiao was like a primordial divine dragon that had awakened from a deep slumber. That invincible aura that looked down on everything made everyone tremble. When the fist and palm collided, the void rumbled violently. The flames that filled the sky were swept away, and only a crisp sound could be heard. Xiaoyun was sent flying back at an even faster speed. A bloody light flashed in the void, and one of Xiaoyun's arms exploded into a bloody mist. His entire body let out a muffled groan and smashed heavily into the distant arena. The entire hall was shocked, and it was dead silent. Everyone was petrified. Xiaoyun, who had gone through 5 Nirvana tribulations and possessed the Scarlet Flame Battle Constitution, was actually defeated by Ling Xiao with a single punch. Moreover, it was such a miserable defeat. No one had expected it. How is this possible? How can Zhao Ritian have such terrifying combat strength? Someone exclaimed, and his voice was trembling. He was completely stunned by the scene before him. Was that dragon's might? Could it be that Zhao Ritian has the bloodline of the dragon clan? Everyone was guessing, because the dragon power just now was too terrifying. It shook the sky, and the vast power of the bloodline burst out, causing everyone to feel a wave of palpitations. So it's like that. Lu Wenlong's eyes flashed as he slowly said. Brother, he actually defeated Xiaoyun? This guy is really a monster. Lu Qingwan laughed bitterly. There was a trace of relief in his eyes, but there was also a trace of defeat. Ling Xiao was indeed not injured. However, not only was Ling Xiao a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, his talent in the martial Dao was also so terrifying. This made Lu Qingluan, who had always considered himself a genius, feel a little defeated. Someone from the Dragon Clan? It shouldn't be possible. Xiao Rui's heart skipped a beat. His gaze became sharp, revealing a trace of cold killing intent. This Zhao Ritian had exceeded his expectations. Xiao Rui actually felt a little regretful in his heart. It seemed like he really shouldn't have allowed Xiao Yun to challenge Zhao Ritian. Impossible. How can you have such a powerful physical body? You must have used some secret technique. Zhao Ritian, go to hell. Xiao Yun had completely gone crazy. His handsome face had become incomparably distorted. Previously, Ling Zhao's advancement to a 9-star alchemy grandmaster had already caused him to burn with jealousy. That was why he wanted to challenge Ling Xiao to regain some confidence. However, he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would actually surpass him in the combat strength that he was most proud of. He was defeated with a single punch. Xiao Yun couldn't accept it at all. It was as if he had gone crazy. There was a faint feeling that he was going to go berserk. Boom, streaks of blood-red light spread around his body and rose up in the vast sea of fire. His entire aura became incomparably terrifying. Streaks of flames condensed into mysterious runes around his body. His fist was resplendent as it suddenly blasted towards Ling Xiao. An incomparably terrifying power erupted. You want me to die? Unfortunately, you're still too weak. Ling Xiao said calmly. His gaze was incomparably deep, as if it could contain a part of the starry sky. Boom, he threw a punch forward. Chaotic chi permeated the air as if there were 3,000 worlds condensing behind him. A terrifying fist that was invincible erupted. It was as if it was pushing away the sun, moon, and stars as it fell forward. At this moment, Ling Xiao was like an invincible and peerless celestial emperor. He erupted with a peerless sharpness that made one's heart tremble. Not good. Xiao Rui's expression changed drastically. He could feel the terror of this fist. It was very likely that Xiao Yun would die under this fist. This was a peerless fist intent. Ling Xiao had once encountered the 9 Emperor's phantoms during his tribulation. Among them, the first great Emperor's supreme fist that could traverse 3,000 boundaries and transform everything into chaos left a deep impression on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's punch was an imitation of the great Emperor's supreme fist intent, giving it some kind of power that could turn something rotten into something magical. It was as if it could surpass and destroy everything. Therefore, this fist made Xiao Rui's heart palpitate incomparably. He believed that Xiao Yun definitely couldn't withstand this fist. Boom, Xiao Rui's body emitted an incomparably terrifying aura fluctuation as if a black flame was burning. His eyes were deep and cold, and his black hair fluttered. In an instant, he soared into the sky and rushed directly onto the arena. The incomparably terrifying flames around his body condensed into a powerful fist that suppressed Ling Xiao. Xiao Rui, you dare to break the rules? Lu Wenlong said angrily. He didn't expect Xiao Rui to suddenly attack Ling Xiao and ignore the rules of the arena challenge. Xiao Rui's strength was incomparably terrifying. The peak strength of a 7th revolution half-saint erupted. Moreover, he didn't hold back at all. He clearly wanted to kill Ling Xiao. Although Lu Wenlong also leaped up in an instant, he was still one step slower than Xiao Rui. A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He didn't expect Xiao Rui to attack at this time. Suddenly, the battle intent in his eyes rose. His body emitted a vast dragon's roar as he blasted a fist towards Xiao Rui. Gotcha! The void trembled violently, and cracks appeared in the void. The collision of the two fists was like the eruption of hundreds of thousands of volcanoes, erupting with blazing rays of light. The chaotic mist filled the air, and the flames crisscrossed. The terrifying aftermath spread out. Xiao Yun felt as if he was struck by lightning. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but fly out. Ling Xiao and Xiao Rui also trembled and retreated at the same time. What a powerful flame Dao true intent! Ling Xiao stared at Xiao Rui in the distance. His gaze was cold and sharp. He could feel that there was a terrifying flame hidden in Xiao Rui's body as if it could burn the sky. Xiao Rui was also shocked. His heart was in turmoil. Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the 2nd revolution half-saint realm. However, Ling Zhao's punch was on par with his. Xiao Rui could even feel Ling Zhao's terrifying physical strength. He didn't feel like a second revolution half-saint realm cultivator, but more like a powerful Archean ominous beast. Zhao Ritian actually blocked Xiao Rui's attack? How is this possible? Everyone was also shocked. Originally, when Xiao Rui made a move, although they despised Xiao Rui's character in their hearts, they also thought that this time, Ling Xiao would probably be seriously injured even if he didn't die. But the result was far beyond their imagination. Lu Wenlong was also incomparably shocked in his heart, but he still leaped onto the arena in an instant and blocked in front of Xiao Rui. He said in a cold voice, "Xiao Rui, you actually dare to ignore the arena rules? Do you really think I don't dare to kill you on the spot?" "You?" Xiao Rui sneered. His eyes were filled with disdain. "Young Master Xiao, as long as both parties don't admit defeat in the arena, no one else is allowed to interfere. Could it be that you don't know this rule?" Wang Hong's expression was also incomparably ugly as he stared at Xiao Rui and said coldly. He was also incomparably annoyed. Previously, he only thought that Ling Xiao and Xiao Yun would stop when the battle was over. He didn't expect Ling Zhao's strength to be so terrifying that it even forced Xiao Rui to make a move. However, Wang Hong also knew that if Xiao Rui didn't make a move, Xiao Yun might really die under Ling Zhao's punch. "Vice Principal Wang, you just said that both parties will stop when the battle is over. No killing blows are allowed." However, this Zhao Ritian was the one who broke the rules first. He wanted to kill Xiao Yun, so I had to make a move. After seeing Wang Hong, Xiao Rui still opened his mouth to explain. What a joke. Zhao Ritian wants to kill? Xiao Rui, Xiao Yun's cultivation is at the 5th revolution half-saint realm. Just now, he went against his own promise to remove the suppression on his cultivation. Yet, you say that a 2nd revolution half-saint Zhao Ritian wants to kill a 5th revolution half-saint Xiao Yun? How shameless. Xiao Yun is a piece of trash. Lu Qingwan couldn't help but say. Everyone's expression also became a little strange. No one would have thought that not only was Ling Zhao's talent in alchemy outstanding, but his combat strength was also so terrifying. He even defeated Xiao Yun, who was known as the genius of the Xiao clan. Everyone even began to sympathize with Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun. These two brothers went against Ling Xiao, but their faces were slapped more and more. Not only did they lose the Heartcore Sutra, but even Xiao Yun was also heavily injured by Ling Xiao. Zhao Ritian, you and I are irreconcilable. PFFF. Xiao Yun's face was incomparably distorted. His eyes were filled with monstrous anger as he roared at Ling Xiao. Then, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. He fainted just like that? I remember that Zhao Ritian only threw 2 punches, right? Everyone was dumbfounded. If Ling Xiao had only left a shadow on Xiao Yun's body before, then Ling Xiao had simply become Xiao Yun's inner demon. If Ling Xiao didn't die, it would be difficult for Xiao Yun to improve in his lifetime. Strictly speaking, Zhao Ritian only threw 1 punch. The second punch was blocked by Xiao Rui. What a tragedy for Xiao Yun. That's right. I'm afraid he's going to become the laughingstock of the 4 major families. The Lu family won't mind giving him more publicity. Everyone discussed softly. There was even a trace of sympathy in their eyes when they looked at Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun. Zhao Ritian, my Xiao family will remember what you've done today. We'll definitely repay you generously in the future. Xiao Rui saw that Xiao Yun had fainted, and his expression instantly changed. He hurriedly carried Xiao Yun up, stared coldly at Ling Xiao, and turned to leave in a hurry. Although Wang Hong and Lu Wenlong frowned and were very unhappy with Xiao Rui's behavior, they couldn't stop him and could only let him leave. Grandmaster Zhao, it was this old man's negligence just now. Fortunately, Grandmaster Zhao is fine. Otherwise, this old man wouldn't be able to redeem myself even if I died 100 times. Wang Hong laughed bitterly and expressed his apology. Vice Principal Wang, don't feel guilty. This is a matter between me and the Xiao family. I really want to see if the Xiao family can hide the truth from the masses with one hand. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. His gaze was very calm. Brother Zhao, don't worry. I won't let the Xiao family touch a single hair of yours. Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun are really too much. I won't let them off so easily. However, Brother Xiao should try to avoid conflict with them. The Xiao family is usually overbearing. I'm afraid they won't let this matter go so easily. Lu Wenlong said to Ling Xiao with a trace of coldness in his eyes. Although he had an honest personality, he was also angered by Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun today. Thank you, Brother Lu. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Zhao. Ritian, my master has arrived. He wants to see you. 10 days later, Master Wine arrived at Taishan City. Not only was Master Wine Lu Qingluan's master, but he was also a saint who had proven his way for hundreds of thousands of years. His cultivation was unfathomable, and he was known as the master of alchemy, talisman, and wine. He held an important position in the entire Pill Talisman Mountain. Ling Xiao was also very curious as to why Master Wine was looking for him. When Ling Xiao, Lu Wenlong, and Lu Qingluan returned to Apricot Blossom Tower, they saw a white-haired old man in a white robe sitting at the head of the hall. He looked like an ordinary old man, and his aura was very calm. At this moment, his eyes were slightly closed, and his face was as red as a baby's. However, Ling Xiao could feel that under that calmness, there was a vast and terrifying aura. That was the power of the divine path, and it seemed to have merged with the surrounding heaven and earth. It was like the incarnation of the great path, and it was unfathomable. This was a saint who was no weaker than Huang Tai, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He must be Master Wine. Master Wine seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao as well. He opened his eyes, and his gaze was extremely deep. When he saw Ling Xiao, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. You are the one who solved the problem I left in the apricot blossom brew? Master Jiao stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with interest in his eyes as he spoke with a smile. Greetings, Master. Qingluan missed you so much. He is Zhao Ritian, the one who solved the problem you left in the apricot blossom brew. And he just passed the 9-star alchemy grandmaster examination in the Pill Talisman College. After seeing Master Wine, Lu Qingluan immediately ran up the mountain and hugged Master Wine's arm affectionately. He passed the 9-star alchemy grandmaster examination in the Pill Talisman College? It seems that I am right. Zhao Ritian, are you willing to be my disciple? Master Wine's eyes flashed as he looked at Ling Xiao and smiled. What? Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan both trembled, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. They never thought that Master Wine would want to take Ling Xiao as his disciple as soon as he saw him. Ling Xiao was also slightly taken aback. He did not know what Master Wine was up to. Zhao Ritian, what are you waiting for? My master has never easily accepted a disciple. Why aren't you kneeling down and acknowledging him as your master? Lu Qingluan hurriedly urged with a trace of envy in his eyes. One had to know that Master Wine had an extremely high status on Pill Seal Mountain. The reason why Lu Qingluan was able to become Master Wine's disciple was not because of how outstanding Lu Qingluan was, but because Master Wine owed the Lu family a favor. In addition, Lu Qingluan's talent was not bad, so he was able to become Master Wine's only disciple. However, this was the first time Master Wine had taken the initiative to take someone in as his disciple. Master Wine, I already have a master, so I can't take you as my master. I'm sorry. Although Ling Xiao did not know Master Zhou's intentions, he still spoke slowly with an apologetic look in his eyes. You already have a master? What a pity. A look of pity appeared in Master Wine's eyes. Zhao Ritian, you really don't know what's good for you. You don't know how many people want to take my master as their master, but my master has never taken a liking to them. You actually dare to refuse? Lu Qingluan looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a fool and complained. She did not expect Ling Xiao to reject Master Jiao. Qingluan, a master-disciple relationship can't be forced. Since Zhao Ritian already has a master, I naturally can't force him. You and Wenlong can leave. First, I have something to discuss with Zhao Ritian. Master Wine said with a smile. Yes, Master. Lu Qingluan and Lu Wenlong bowed to Master Wine, then turned around and left. Buzz, after Lu Qingluan and Lu Wenlong left, only Ling Xiao and Master Wine were left in the room. Master Wine waved his hand, and suddenly, a bright light bloomed. It formed a powerful bysema and covered the entire room. Master Wine looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly, Zhao Ritian, although I don't know where you came from, you should have cultivated the heart path, right? How did you know? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. At the same time, he instantly became alert. The flipping sky seal was floating in his body, as if it would be activated by him at any time to break Master Wine's barrier and escape. Almost no one knew that Ling Xiao cultivated the Taishu heart charm scripture, but Master Wine had pointed out his cultivation of the heart path, which shocked Ling Xiao greatly. You don't have to be nervous. I'm sure you saw the problem I left in the apricot flower brew. But the problem I left in the apricot flower brew is the 999 divine herbs. If you want to completely guess the answer, you have to be a saint who can see through the illusion. Or, you have to cultivate the heart path and use your powerful heart force to see through the illusion and see the true form of the 999 divine herbs. You're not a saint, which means you've cultivated the heart path. Master Wine said with a smile. The problem in the apricot flower brew? You're right, Master Wine. I did cultivate the heart path. It's just a heart path technique that I obtained by chance. Ling Xiao said calmly, directly admitting to it. He had been wondering why Master Wine would leave that problem in the apricot flower brew. It turned out that he was looking for a person who cultivated the heart path. To be able to solve that problem, your cultivation of the heart path is not weak. That's right, I'm looking for a person who cultivates the heart path. I won't beat around the bush with you. Zhao Ritian, I want to ask you to do me a favor. Once it's done, I'll reward you handsomely. Master Wine said seriously. You want my help? Master Wine, if I may ask, although there are very few people who cultivate the heart path in the realm of the gods, it's not like there aren't any, right? Take the Buddhist disciples for example. Many of them cultivate the heart path. With your status, it should be easy for you to find a person who cultivates the heart path. Why did you put in so much effort to set a test in the apricot flower brew? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. You're right. There are indeed a few people who cultivate the heart path in the realm of the gods. However, those who can reach your level are mostly Buddhist disciples. But I have a grudge with those Buddhist monks. Naturally, I can't ask them for help. So, I had to use this method. Master Wine said slowly. However, when he mentioned the Buddhist disciples, his eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Master Wine, what do you want me to help you with? Ling Xiao asked after thinking for a while. He instinctively felt that this would be a very troublesome matter. However, since it was something that could make a saint ask, he wanted to clarify it first. Help me go to a place and find a person. Oh, what place? What kind of people? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with curiosity. Let me tell you a story first. Master Jiao said slowly, a nostalgic look in his eyes. Then, without waiting for Ling Zhao's reply, he began to tell his story. In the Qinghe kingdom of the East Sea, there was a scholar who lived in a small mountain village. He was poor since he was young, but he loved to study. When he was 20, he became the top scholar of the Qinghe kingdom. The entire mountain village was shocked, and the scholar brought honor to his ancestors. He rode on a horse and paraded through the streets. The scholar had a fiancée who was his childhood sweetheart. Her name was Xiaoyu, and they were very close. After the scholar became the top scholar, he planned to marry Xiaoyu. However, the princess of the Qinghe kingdom took a liking to the scholar and wanted him to be her son-in-law. The scholar refused, and the king was furious. He was sent to the Great Snow Mountain in the far north of the Qinghe kingdom to build a city wall. The scholar was abandoned by everyone, but only Xiaoyu stayed by his side. He stayed in the Great Snow Mountain for 3 years. Master Jiao spoke in a soothing tone, as if he was reminiscing. Ling Xiao thought that Master Jiao was probably telling his own story. That scholar might be Master Jiao. Ling Xiao continued to listen to the story quietly. Although the 3 years in the Great Snow Mountain were poor, they were the happiest 3 years of the scholar and Xiaoyu. The scholar built the Great Snow Mountain and led the villagers to chase the invading barbarians out of the Great Snow Mountain. The king sent a messenger to tell the scholar that as long as he agreed to marry the princess, he could return to the capital immediately. However, the scholar refused and would rather stay in the Great Snow Mountain with Xiaoyu. Master Jiu spoke slowly. His voice sounded weary, but there was a faint smile in his eyes. On the great snow mountain, the scholar and Xiaoyu grew crops and vegetables in the ice cellar. They hunted in the snow forest, watched the cold wind blow all year round, and hugged each other under the boundless sky. The scholar felt that there was nothing more blissful than this. However, the princess' love for the scholar turned into hatred. She was jealous of the scholar's feelings for Xiaoyu. She envied the scholar for not abandoning Xiaoyu even under such circumstances. Hence, the princess' love for the scholar turned into a killing intent. She sent an assassin to kill Xiaoyu when the scholar was fighting against the barbarians. When the scholar returned, Xiaoyu was already dead. But Xiaoyu didn't die in pain at all. Her brows were full of smiles, but there was still deep longing and regret in her eyes. Perhaps she couldn't bear to leave just like that. The scholar completely lost it. He hugged Xiaoyu's corpse and roared, asking why the villainous heavens were so cruel. Why was it that good people were not rewarded well, but bad people could do whatever they wanted? He was even willing to die for little Yu. He wanted to avenge little Yu, but he was just a weak scholar. How could he deal with the princess and the king? The scholar hugged Xiaoyu's body and sat on the snowy mountain for 3 days and 3 nights. Snowflakes covered his body and turned him into an ice sculpture. The scholar even thought that if he died like this, perhaps he could accompany Xianxia, a Taoist who was passing by, save the scholar. The Taoist exclaimed that the scholar had a peerless Taoist physique and was a genius in cultivation. He might even be able to reach the peerless realm that the Taoist would never be able to reach in his lifetime, but the scholar already had the will to die. Not to mention cultivation, he didn't even have the desire to live anymore. But the Taoist told the scholar 2 things. First, as long as the scholar was strong enough, Xianxia could come back from the dead. Second, the world was heartless and treated all living things like straw dogs. But only when one was strong enough could they control their own fate and even take revenge. The scholar was enlightened and became the Taoist's disciple on the snowy mountain. The scholar did not disappoint the Taoist priest. After 10 years of cultivation on the great snow mountain and observing the changes of nature, as well as the truth of the universe, he reached the realm of Taoist priest and was only 1 step away from the supreme immortal realm. The Taoist passed away and the scholar buried him on the snowy mountain. Then, he wanted to return to Qinghe country to avenge Xiaoyu. He wanted to kill the princess and the king to pay tribute to Xiaoyu's soul in heaven. However, he encountered a divine path overlord of the Buddhist sect. In order to refine the Buddhist kingdom in his palm, he slaughtered 50 million living beings in the Qinghe kingdom and integrated the land within 1,000 miles of the Qinghe kingdom into the Buddhist kingdom in battle. The scholar went crazy as if he was about to turn into a devil. He used everything he learned in his life, but he still wasn't the Buddhist master's match. However, the Buddhist experts did not kill the scholar. Instead, they brought him back to the Buddhist sect's Blood Buddha temple. The scholar became a servant of the Buddha's Saraira that was enshrined under the Saraira pagoda. He used his own blood to worship the Saraira of the Buddha. 1,000,000 years ago, when the devil race invaded the divine world, the Blood Buddha temple wasn't spared. The Buddhist master also died in the devil race's invasion. The scholar was lucky enough to escape. He wanted to obtain the Buddhist kingdom in his palm because it contained the souls of billions of people in Qinghe country, including Xiaoyu's soul. The scholar still remembered the Taoist's words. As long as he could find Xiaoyu's soul and be strong enough, he could bring her back from the dead. But unfortunately, an eminent monk of the Myriad Buddha temple took action and destroyed the devil race. He also integrated the endless true spirits of the Blood Buddha temple into the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. It was said that the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue was the western pure land of ultimate bliss. The souls of all living beings could rest in peace there. There would never be any killing and would always be peaceful and happy. That eminent monk was already an ancient saint, and the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue was a forbidden area of the Myriad Buddha temple. The scholar couldn't enter it at all. But the scholar had an obsession in his heart. He must find Xiaoyu's soul and revive her. So he went through untold hardships and tribulations. He constantly grew and reached the divine realm. He bravely advanced and finally confirmed his Tao and became a saint. He thought that after confirming his Tao and becoming a saint, he finally had the qualifications to negotiate with the Myriad Buddha temple. So he went to Mount Meru ancestral court to ask for Xiaoyu's soul. But the Myriad Buddha temple wasn't willing to return Xiaoya's soul. They even injured the scholar and expelled him from Mount Meru. After so many years, the scholar still didn't give up. After inquiring about and verifying it from many sources, he'd finally figured out the profundities of the 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue. It was actually a heart world. According to legend, it was a precious treasure left behind by the head of the 3 ancient Buddhas, Emperor Amitabha. It contained a boundlessly vast heart world that was concealed between reality and illusion, and it was the source of the Buddhist sect's faith. Buddhists collected countless souls and placed them in the heart realm in order to obtain the power of faith. It was even used for Buddhist disciples to enter the mortal world and experience tribulations to sever karma and transcend the mortal world. Only those who cultivated heart force could enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. But the scholar had already confirmed his Tao and became a saint. He couldn't recultivate his heart Tao, and even if he did, he couldn't enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. Master Jiu's voice was deep, and it sounded as if it had been through the vicissitudes of life. It was like a jar of old wine that could intoxicate people. A powerful Taoist rhyme permeated the air. Finally, Master Jiu finished his story and looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. "I'm sure you've already guessed that the scholar in the story is me," Master Jiu said slowly. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as a trace of emotion appeared in his eyes. Unknowingly, a red-cloaked figure appeared in his mind. Thinking of that red-cloaked figure, that head of white hair, and that woman who had waited for him for 10,000 years, the corners of Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became slightly moist. "Jin Sei, how is she doing?" Ling Xiao's heart trembled slightly. He put away his complicated emotions and said seriously, "Master Jiu's story is very good. It's even better than the apricot blossom brew. He's true to himself and only loves one person in his life. I admire such a person. Alright, Master Jiu, I promise you that I'll find Xiaoyu for you." Master Jiu was a little surprised. "You agreed so quickly? That's the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit. It's extremely dangerous. You really don't want to think about it?" Master Jiu thought that he would need more time to persuade Ling Xiao. He did not expect Ling Xiao to agree so easily. "There's no need to think about it. I promise you. However, I still have a few questions that I need Master Jiu to answer for me," Ling Xiao said slowly. "Please tell me." Master Jiu nodded. He looked at Ling Xiao with a meaningful gaze. At that moment, he seemed to see his own shadow in Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "First question. After Master Jiu became a sage, he became the supreme elder of Pill Talisman Mountain. Although Pill Talisman Mountain is not as powerful as Myriad Buddha Temple, it's not that far off. Moreover, Pill Talisman Mountain's status is very high. Even Myriad Buddha Temple needs a lot of pills and talismans from Pill Talisman Mountain. However, they offended Master Jiu for a mortal soul. They even injured Master Jiu and became enemies with Pill Talisman Mountain. Isn't that too much of a loss? Unless Xiaoyu's soul is not simple and is extremely important to Myriad Buddha Temple. It's more important than offending Master Jiu." A hint of admiration appeared in the master's eyes as he slowly said, "You're right. If it was only a mortal soul and I took the initiative, even the Myriad Buddha Temple would have to give me face. But when I mentioned Little Yu's soul, their attitude immediately became extremely cold and unreasonable. So, I guess that something has probably happened to Little Yu's soul. But I can't find anything out from the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. You'll have to investigate this yourself." Ling Xiao nodded and continued, "Second question. Before me, Master Jiu must have sent someone into the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit, right? Did you get any useful information?" Ling Xiao was very certain of this. It was impossible that Master Wine did not have other methods. After so many years, he must have found some people who cultivated the way of the heart. Those people had probably failed. "You're right. Before you, I found a total of 99 people who cultivated the Tao of the heart and made them enter the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. But as expected, all of them failed and died completely. This involves the secret of the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue, and it's something that I have to tell you." Master Jiu nodded. His gaze became serious as well. The 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue is a huge heart realm. In the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue, even a Buddhist disciple can only form a heart force clone to enter. So, in the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue, the stronger the heart force, the stronger the talent. After entering the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue, one will be reincarnated. After a baby is born, it will undergo a baptism of Buddha's light. After reaching adulthood at the age of 20, it will undergo a merit baptism. Everyone who enters the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue will be completely converted by Buddhism. After going through these 2 baptisms, they will become the most loyal disciples of Buddhism. That's why Buddhism is not afraid of people sneaking into the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. It's because those who sneak in will eventually be converted into Buddhist disciples. It's very terrifying. Of the 99 people I found, 90 of them did not even make it through the baptism of Buddha's light and were directly converted. 9 of them made it through the baptism of Buddha's light, but they did not make it through the merit baptism. They still failed. In the end, they were discovered by the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue and directly turned into heart force trash. They died and their Tao disappeared. According to my research, if you want to make it through the baptism of Buddha's light and the merit baptism, the stronger the heart force, the better. Only then can you quickly break the mystery of being in the womb and recover your memories. Master Jiao told Ling Xiao everything he knew about the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. So that's how it is. Buddhism's divine ability of enlightenment is indeed terrifying. Ling Xiao couldn't help but be shocked when he heard this. If he was converted by Buddhism and completely became a Buddhist disciple, then his life and death would not be in his control. Even his thoughts would be controlled by others. It was simply a fate worse than death. Ling Xiao finally understood the dangers of the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. Your heart force is the strongest among all the people I have seen. Although it has not reached the level of using heart force to prove the Tao of a heart saint, it is far stronger than the 99 people. Therefore, you are the one with the most hope. However, it is still very dangerous. Once you are in the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue, I will not be able to help you. When the time comes, you can only rely on yourself. Master Jiao said seriously. I can give it a try. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. He had just communicated with Uncle Su in the Great Void Temple and asked him about the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. Uncle Su had suggested that he go to the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. For Ling Zhao's Great Void Charm scripture, it would be a great opportunity and creation. Ling Xiao had the heart realm and the wordless heavenly book. He was already in an invincible position. Even the divine ability of enlightenment of Buddhism could not convert him. Moreover, Ling Xiao was very curious about the 8 treasures lotus pool of virtue. This was because Uncle Su had once told him that the secret skill of karma of the 1000 Buddha temple was the #1 heart path technique in the all heavens. If the Great Void Emperor had been able to obtain the secret skill of karma and verify it with the Great Void Charm scripture, he would have been able to prove his Tao and become an emperor long ago. If Ling Xiao wanted to become the #1 heart saint in the all heavens, he had to cultivate the #1 heart path technique in the all heavens. If you can help me bring Xiaoyu back, I will owe you my life. Even if you want me to go against the chaotic heavenly sect, I will not hesitate. Master Jiao said with a smile, but there was a sharp glint in his eyes. The chaotic heavenly sect was the #1 existence in the God world's 12 immortal sanctuaries. They had the secret skill of chaos, the #1 sky art. Even the Emperor clan did not dare to provoke them. However, Master Jiao said that he would go against the chaotic heavenly sect for Xiaoyu. Master Wine, you're exaggerating. However, I came to the pill talisman ceremony to find the recipe for the eternal creation pill. Do you know the recipe? Ling Xiao asked with a hint of anticipation in his eyes. The recipe for the eternal creation pill? The eternal creation pill is an ancient divine pill. It's a supreme healing treasure refined from the snow lotus of creation. However, it's extremely difficult to refine the eternal creation pill. I'm afraid even I can't refine it. However, I do have a part of the recipe. Master Wine said in surprise. Master Wine, you're an alchemy saint. Even you can't refine the eternal creation pill? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. It's not that I can't refine it. It's just that the requirements for refining the eternal creation pill are too harsh. First of all, the snow lotus of good fortune was an ancient source sacred medicine. Now, it was nearly lost and it was extremely difficult to find. Moreover, in order to refine the eternal good fortune pill, one had to comprehend the source of life. If one could condense the Tao fruit of life, then they would naturally be able to refine the eternal good fortune pill or obtain the legendary secret arts of life. However, I didn't become a sage through the great path of life. I don't have the secret skill of life. Master Wine said slowly. I see. I have a few elders who suffered Tao injuries and fell from the sage realm to the sage-to-be sage realm. That's why I want to refine the eternal creation pill to heal them. Ling Xiao said. Master Wine nodded and said, the eternal creation pill is an ancient divine pill. It contains the origin of life. Naturally, it can heal Tao injuries. However, I only have a part of the recipe for the eternal creation pill. The specific refining method is stored in the Pill Book Pavilion on Pill Talisman Mountain. After the Pill Talisman ceremony, I'll get it for you. How about that? Buzz, Master Wine's palm flashed and a jade talisman appeared. He placed it between his eyebrows for a moment and then handed it to Ling Xiao. After Ling Xiao received it, he immediately realized that the jade talisman contained the various medicinal ingredients needed to refine the rebirth pill. The main ingredient was naturally the snow lotus of good fortune. However, in addition to the snow lotus of good fortune, there were also hundreds of semi-sage medicines needed. Ling Xiao looked carefully. Although these semi-sage medicines were very precious, they should be able to be collected. He couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank you, Master Wine. When are we heading to the 8-treasure lotus pool? Ling Xiao asked. There's no rush. The main reason I came to Taishan City this time is to preside over the grand ceremony of alchemy and talisman. After the pill talisman ceremony, I'll bring you to the 8 treasures lotus pond of virtue and virtue. Master Wine said with a smile. All right. Ling Xiao nodded in agreement. Master Jiao left with Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan. He told them some things about the alchemy talisman ceremony. Ling Xiao returned to his small courtyard and set up a powerful formation. Then, he took out a semi-sage level cave-dwelling treasure and turned into a ray of light before entering it. After doing all this, Ling Xiao used his heart realm to communicate with the Great Void Temple and entered it. Uncle Su, is there anything special about the 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue and virtue? Ling Xiao asked curiously when he saw Uncle Su in the Great Void Temple. Previously, he had communicated with Uncle Su. Although Uncle Su did not explain in detail, he had advised Ling Xiao to agree to Master Wine's request and enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit. He had even told Ling Xiao that this was a great opportunity. Uncle Su smiled and said, of course. The 8 treasures lotus pond of merit is not an ordinary place. It's the heart realm left behind by Amitabha, one of the 3 ancient Buddhas. It can even be said to be a complete greater thousand world that exists between reality and illusion. Although it's not an emperor weapon, to Buddhism, it's more important than an emperor weapon. The 8 treasures lotus pond of merit is the source of Buddhism's faith. It's also the place where karma is entangled. Legend has it that the complete secret skill of karma is in there. The complete secret skill of karma? To Ling Xiao, this news made him extremely excited. After coming to the divine world, Ling Xiao had been thinking about how to obtain the 12 sky arts. Now that he had joined the War God Temple, he was not qualified to comprehend the War God Temple's fundamental secret skill of War God Temple. As for the complete secret skills of other immortal sacred grounds, it was even more difficult to obtain them. How could Ling Xiao not be excited when Uncle Su said that the complete secret skill of karma was in the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit? The most important thing is that the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit can be said to be the boundary between reality and illusion. For countless years, it has accumulated a vast amount of heart energy, power of faith, and power of karma. This is extremely beneficial to your heart realm. If you can steal a portion of the energy from the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit and integrate it into your heart realm, it can shorten the time you need to break through to the 6th level of the Great Void Charm Scripture by 100 or 1,000 times. Uncle Su smiled. Although you've reached the peak of the 5th level of the Great Void Charm Scripture, the 6th level of the prominent divine realm is a hurdle. If you cultivate by yourself, I'm afraid you won't be able to break through even after cultivating for 10,000 years. If you can become a heart saint in advance, you'll be able to protect yourself even when facing a real sage. Uncle Su's words were an unbearable temptation to Ling Xiao. Heart Saint, the meaning of these two words did not need to be explained. Ling Xiao understood how important it was. All right. In that case, I really want to see what kind of place the 8 treasures lotus pond of Myriad is. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Young master, if you want to refine the eternal creation pill, although you're not a pill saint yet, you might be able to increase your chances of success in the elixir hall. Uncle Su reminded him. All right. I also plan to refine the eternal creation pill in the elixir hall after I obtain the pill formula for the eternal creation pill. Ling Xiao smiled and said. He had already opened the elixir hall. Naturally, he knew how mysterious the elixir hall was. The elixir hall contained the great Void Emperor's vast knowledge of pill Dao. Refining pills in the elixir hall was like having the great Void Emperor by his side. Even if Ling Xiao was only a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, he could still refine a real divine pill. However, before Ling Xiao's heart charm scripture of merit broke through to the 6th level, he would not be able to get the Great Void Temple to recognize him as its owner. Naturally, he would not be able to obtain all of the Great Void Emperor's inheritance. However, Ling Xiao believed that this day would not be too far away. Uncle Su, how is Talisman King now? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Talisman King. He looked at Uncle Su curiously and asked. Not only was Talisman King the ruler of the entire Void Realm, but he was also Uncle Su's disciple. Talisman King? I'm afraid you didn't expect him to have the legendary Heavenly Talisman's sacred body. After being tempered in the endless world of hearts, coupled with the vast power of Talisman in the Void Realm, his cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. He's now at the peak of the 3rd Revolution Half-Saint Realm. It won't be long before he breaks through to the 4th Revolution Half-Saint Realm. When Talisman King was mentioned, Uncle Su's eyes flashed with a smile and satisfaction. Talisman King might be stubborn, but he was indeed very talented. Heavenly Talisman's sacred body? 3rd Revolution Half-Saint Realm? Ling Xiao became somewhat speechless. He had experienced several life and death situations. And he had made the breakthrough into the 2nd Revolution of the Half-Saint Realm with great difficulty. However, he hadn't expected that Fu Wang had silently made the breakthrough into the 3rd Revolution of the Half-Saint Realm. Ling Xiao had heard of the Heavenly Talisman's sacred body before. It was a peerless sacred body. It was rumored that the Heavenly Curse sect had been searching for the Heavenly Talisman's sacred body. Unfortunately, they had not found it after so many years. If Talisman King entered the Heavenly Curse sect, he would immediately become the holy son of the Heavenly Curse sect. He would be highly valued and nurtured. Do you want to see him, young master? However, he's not convinced by you. Uncle Su said with a smile. Then, a light flashed in his palm. Instantly, a ripple-like image appeared in front of Ling Xiao. Talisman King had bronze skin and sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. He had short hair and a strange rune between his eyebrows. It was as if he had merged with the world around him. Every breath he took was like a thunderclap, causing the void around him to tremble violently. The vast energy around him surged toward his limbs like clouds, making his aura stronger and stronger. Forget it. I won't see him for the time being. Let him cultivate. Perhaps he'll have a chance to participate in the Heavenly Choice Convention with me in the near future. Ling Xiao thought for a while and shook his head. Don't worry, young master. He's well prepared. He might even break through to the advanced Half-Saint Realm in a few years. Uncle Su said with a smile. All right. Ling Xiao could not take the blow. He laughed bitterly and left the Great Void Temple. In Xianxia City, because of the alchemy talisman ceremony, more and more people came here. Many alchemists from holy lands, and even some alchemists from reclusive ancient clans, and rogue cultivators had all come to Xianxia City. There were many young geniuses among them, so there had been several fights in Xianxia City over the past few days. Many people's eyes alchemists and many people's and in King Tower. Many people's and alchemists. Many masters in S and school goddess tower. Alchemists and kings, S famous as S and god. And goddesses SSS and names. However, the name Zhao Ritian was very unfamiliar. Furthermore, this Zhao Ritian lived in the apricot blossom brothel and rarely came out. No one knew where he came from. This made his identity even more mysterious. After Ling Xiao left his courtyard, he found that there were many unfamiliar figures in the apricot blossom tower. Many pairs of eyes were staring at his courtyard. Is that Zhao Ritian? He's out. Go and report to the family head. This is a young genius no weaker than Lu Wenlong and Xiao Rui. Let's see if we can rope him in. Follow him. Let's see where he's going. Many divine minds intertwined. After Ling Xiao appeared, they could not help but discuss. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. He did not expect so many people to be outside his courtyard. They must be from the major families and forces. They had heard that Ling Xiao had become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, so they came to inquire about the situation and monitor Ling Xiao's whereabouts. Ling Xiao suspected that some of them were from the Xiao family, however, Ling Xiao did not pay attention to them. Instead, he went straight to the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. I should be able to find these hundreds of semi-sage herbs in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Ling Xiao thought to himself. He already had the snow lotus of good fortune, but if he wanted to refine the regeneration pill, he still needed hundreds of semi-sage herbs as supplementary herbs. Therefore, Ling Xiao thought of the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. There should be many kinds of herbs in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Ling Xiao did not pay attention to those who were following behind him. In the Alchemy and Talisman Academy, Ling Xiao met Wang Hong. Grandmaster Zhao, why have you come to the Alchemy and Talisman Academy? Wang Hong asked curiously. He did not expect Ling Xiao to return in just a few days. Vice Academy Master Wang, I'm here to buy some semi-sage herbs. Take a look at these semi-sage herbs. Do we have them in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy? Ling Xiao did not beat around the bush with Wang Hong. He directly wrote down the hundreds of semi-sage herbs. Yama grass, sleepless flower, 7-star spider, soul-catching nether vine. Grandmaster Zhao, most of these are highly toxic semi-sage herbs. Could it be that you want to refine some kind of poisonous pill? Haha, although these semi-sage herbs are precious, we should have them in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Wait a moment, I'll go take a look. Wang Hong looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. However, he immediately realized that he had misspoken. He could not help but smile and ask Ling Xiao to sit down. Then, he went to the storeroom to take a look. Not long after, Wang Hong came back. Grandmaster Zhao, I just took a look. Our Alchemy and Talisman Academy has most of the hundreds of semi-sage herbs you want. However, the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede are too rare. Moreover, they are highly toxic. We don't have them in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Wang Hong waved his sleeve, and suddenly, hundreds of jade boxes appeared in front of Ling Xiao. They looked crystal clear and extraordinary. The semi-sage herbs in them could be seen clearly. They were well preserved. The blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede? No problem, I'll go look elsewhere. Vice Academy Master Wang has already helped me a lot by finding so many semi-sage herbs for me. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The hundreds of semi-sage herbs were extremely rare. Most of them were highly toxic. He did not expect the Alchemy and Talisman Academy to be able to find so many. This gave him a more intuitive understanding of the Alchemy and Talisman Academy's foundation. The 9-headed centipede was a poisonous insect. Although it could be used as medicine, it didn't have much intelligence. The 9-headed centipede had the ability to travel through the void and was extremely difficult to capture. It was also highly poisonous. A single bite from a half-saint could kill him instantly. These 2 half-saint herbs were extremely difficult to find. Ling Xiao didn't expect to find them in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Grandmaster Zhao, if you really need the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede, maybe you can go to the Fortune Pavilion. There should be the treasures you want there. Wang Hong thought for a moment and then said to Ling Xiao. The Fortune Pavilion? The Fortune Pavilion that is said to have opened all over the God Realm? That's right. Taishan City is such a huge city. The Fortune Pavilion naturally won't let it go. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The origin of the Baoyun Pavilion was very mysterious. It was rumored that there were branches of the Baoyun Pavilion in the big cities of the divine world. It was said that the Baoyun Pavilion could find all the treasures in the universe. Moreover, the Baoyun Pavilion only served the experts. One had to be at least a semi-sage to enter the Baoyun Pavilion. That's right. If you can't find the Blood Soul Fruit and the Nine-Headed Centipede in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy, I'm afraid you won't be able to find them in other places for a while. However, the Fortune Pavilion will definitely have them. You can go and have a look. Wang Hong said to Ling Xiao. Okay. Thank you, Vice Dean Wang. How much sacred liquid are these half-saint herbs worth? Ling Xiao nodded and said. A total of 98 half-saint herbs. Grandmaster Zhao is a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. You can enjoy a 50% discount in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. The total is 223,000 drops of sacred liquid. I'll round up the change for you. You can pay 220,000 drops of sacred liquid. Wang Hong smiled slightly. 220,000 drops of sacred liquid? Good. Keep it well. Ling Xiao smacked his lips inwardly. The value of these half-step saint elixirs wasn't low. He still had more than 200,000 drops of saint elixirs on him. After buying these half-step saint elixirs, he was practically a pauper. It seems that I have to find a way to get some sacred liquid. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to afford the Blood Soul Fruit and the Nine-Headed Centipede. Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. After leaving the Academy of Alchemy and Talisman, Ling Xiao was about to head to the Pavilion of Fortune when two uninvited guests blocked his path. Are you Grandmaster Zhao Ritian? Our holy son wants to see you. Please come with us. A cold voice rang out, causing Ling Xiao to frown. It was a man and a woman who stopped Ling Xiao. The man was as strong as a dragon and wore a black robe. He had a powerful aura while the woman was tall and beautiful. However, both of them looked very cold. Although they addressed Ling Xiao as Grandmaster Zhao, they looked arrogant and did not show any respect at all. Instead, they looked like they were superior and bossy. Both of them had the cultivation of 5th Revolution half-sage. It was indeed something to be proud of. They could be regarded as genius powerhouses since they had reached 5th Revolution half-sage at such a young age. You are disciples of the Five Elements Saint sect? Who is your holy son? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His voice was calm. That's right, we are disciples of the Five Elements Saint sect. Our holy son is Huang Xuanzong, a 9th Revolution half-sage. It is your honor to be summoned by him. Hurry up and come with us. Don't let our holy son wait. The pretty woman said impatiently, as if it was a matter of course. Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. He sneered and said, What does it have to do with me if your holy son wants to see me? I didn't agree to see him. Get out of my way, I have something to do. Ling Xiao did not have a good impression of the Five Elements Saint sect. When he was in the divine capital, he had a big fight with Saint Jinda of the Five Elements Saint sect. He did not expect that a disciple of the Five Elements Saint sect would appear in front of him. It seemed that he and the Five Elements Saint sect were really fated. Zhao Ritian. You have to think carefully. Although you are a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, you are only a 2nd Revolution half-sage. In the divine world, strength is respected. Our holy son will soon become a saint. You can't afford to offend him. Don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The black-robed man said coldly as he stared at Ling Xiao. He thought that as long as he mentioned the holy son's name, Zhao Ritian would naturally follow him back to see the holy son. However, he did not expect Zhao Ritian to be so ungrateful and reject him directly. The black-robed man immediately felt a little embarrassed, and the way he looked at Ling Xiao also became a little unfriendly. Become a saint? Not to mention that he hasn't become a saint. Even if he has, what does it have to do with me? I don't know him, so I don't want to see him. Please get out of my way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao said impatiently. These disciples of the immortal Saint Lands were all arrogant. It was as if they would rush up and kneel down to curry favor with them as long as they mentioned their names. This made Ling Xiao feel extremely disgusted. Zhao Ritian, we are giving you face by calling you Grandmaster Zhao. However, don't be so shameless. Do you really think that we won't dare to lay a hand on you? The beautiful woman said coldly. Her voice was sharp and her eyes revealed a trace of killing intent. lay a hand on me? I really want to see how you are going to lay a hand on me. Come at me if you're not afraid of death. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Senior brother, what should we do? This brat refuses a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Are we really going to tie him up and bring him back? Isn't it just because he can refine the 5 elements Saint Pill? What's there to be arrogant about? The beautiful woman said to the black-robed man through voice transmission. This brat doesn't know what's good for him. It's his fortune that the saint has taken a liking to him. Since he's so stubborn, we'll crush all his bones and bring him back. I'd like to see if this small pill talisman mountain dares to interfere with the matters of our 5 elements saint sect. The black-robed man also sneered and said through voice transmission. Rumble, the two of them looked at each other and seemed to have made up their minds. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies. In an instant, the void around them trembled violently. The two of them seemed to be about to pounce on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly and revealed a trace of cold-killing intent. The blood in his body was surging, and his aura became obscure and uncertain. It was as if an archaean fierce beast had awakened, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. Since these 2 disciples of the 5 elements saint sect dared to lay a hand on him here, Ling Xiao was naturally not afraid of them. He was still waiting to get to the treasure tower, so he might as well get rid of these 2 guys first. Stop. How dare you lay a hand on him in Taishan City? At this moment, a delicate voice was heard. Ling Xiao was stunned when he saw that it was Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong who had rushed over together. Lu Qingwan scolded the 2 disciples of the 5 elements saint sect. The 2 black-robed old men under her command had an extremely terrifying aura. They instantly surrounded the 2 disciples of the 5 elements saint sect. Only then did Ling Xiao realize that the 2 black-robed old men following Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong were both 9 revolution half-saints. Their auras were extremely terrifying. However, Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong were the proud talents of the Lu family. They were called the dragons and phoenixes of the Lu family. It was only right for them to be protected by these 2 old men. As for the 2 disciples of the 5 elements saint sect, when they felt the terrifying aura around them, their faces turned pale. The black-robed young man said fiercely, "What do you want to do? We are the true disciples of the 5 elements sacred sect. We are here to invite Grand Master Zhao under the order of the Holy Son of the Huang Xuanzong." Invite Grand Master Zhao? Why do I see that Grand Master Zhao is unwilling to go back to you, and you want to attack him? This is Taishan City, not your 5 elements sacred sect. You have to abide by the rules of Taishan City. Otherwise, don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Lu Qingwan's eyes flashed coldly as he scolded coldly. Fairy Qingwan, you must be joking. How can we attack Grand Master Zhao? Our holy son admires Grand Master Zhao very much, so he sent us to invite Grand Master Zhao back. That pretty woman quickly said, squeezing out a smile on her face. They naturally knew that the 2 people in front of them were the dragons and phoenixes of the Lu family. They were extremely talented and powerful. Even if they were extremely arrogant, they unconsciously bowed their heads in front of Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong. Go back and tell Huang Xuanzong that I have no time to see him. If he really admires me, then he should come to visit me in person. Don't send some random people. Ling Xiao sneered coldly. When Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong arrived, Ling Xiao also knew that this battle was not going to happen. Moreover, 2 disciples of the 5 revolution half-saint realm could not arouse Ling Xiao's interest at all. So, he waved his hand impatiently as if he was driving away flies. We will definitely convey Grand Master Zhao's words to the Holy Sun for you. But don't regret it, Grand Master Zhao. Those who dare to offend our Holy Sun will not be able to survive in this world. The faces of the 2 disciples of the 5 elements saint sect alternated between green and white. Their eyes were incomparably cold. They took a deep look at Ling Xiao, turned around, and left. Seeing that Ling Xiao did not intend to pursue the matter, Lu Qingwan and Lu Wenlong did not make things difficult for them and let them leave. Brother Zhao, letting them go like this is really letting them off too easily. Do you know Huang Xuanzong? Why would he send someone to look for you? Lu Wenlong looked at Ling Xiao and asked doubtfully. No, I don't. Is the Huang Xuanzong very famous? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Huang Xuanzong is the head of the 5 great holy sons of the 5 elements saint sect. He has the legendary 5 elements saint body. His strength is unparalleled and unfathomable. He has already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. He is known as one of the most promising people to become a saint within 100 years. Zhao Ritian, I think this Huang Xuanzong doesn't have good intentions. He's most likely here because you can concoct the 5 elements sacred pill. Lu Qingluan slowly said. When she mentioned Huang Xuanzong, there was a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Oh? This Huang Xuanzong was actually so powerful? However, not to mention that he hasn't become a saint yet, even if he has, I won't be able to refine the 5 elemental saint pill for him. Ling Xiao sneered. Brother Zhao is right. The 5 elements saint sect is too overbearing. This is the Taiqing celestial domain, not the Shangqing celestial domain. There's no need to be afraid of them. Brother Zhao, where are you going? Lu Wenlong also smiled faintly. I want to go to the Fortune Treasure Pavilion to buy 2 half-saint elixirs, the Blood Soul Fruit and the 9-headed centipede. Have you heard of them? Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he asked. The Fortune Treasure Pavilion? There are indeed various precious treasures in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. Today is the annual auction of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. There will be many strange treasures appearing. The Blood Soul Fruit and the 9-headed centipede are both rare half-saint elixirs. Moreover, they are highly toxic. However, the Fortune Treasure Pavilion must have them. I'll go with Brother Zhao. I'm also going to participate in this auction. Lu Wenlong smiled faintly. Auction? I'll go too. I'll go too. Lu Qingluan was suddenly energized and said excitedly. All right. Let's go together. Lu Wenlong said with a smile. The Fortune Treasure Pavilion was not far from the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. On the busiest street of the entire Taishan city, there was a huge manor. There were pavilions, small bridges, and flowing water. Ancient trees were green and filled with a faint spiritual mist. It looked like a paradise. It was very extraordinary. Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan were obviously frequent guests of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. When the beautiful maid at the door saw the 2 of them, she immediately showed a respectful expression and welcomed the 3 of them into the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He saw that even the beautiful maids at the entrance were First Revolution half-saint. There were no God Realm experts in the entire Treasure of Fortune Pavilion. Even the servants and guards were half-saint cultivators. The Fortune Treasure Pavilion's foundation is really deep. Ling Xiao sighed softly in his heart. This was only the Fortune Treasure Pavilion in Taishan City. How many Fortune Treasure Pavilions were there in the entire God Realm? There were so many half-saints here. There were probably more half-saints than the true disciples of the immortal sacred lands. The background of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion is very mysterious. Even the disciples of the immortal sacred lands don't dare to be presumptuous here. But their reputation is very good, and there are no treasures that they can't find. For example, the Blood Soul Fruit and the 9-headed centipede, they definitely have them. Lu Wenlong said with a slight smile. Obviously, he was full of confidence in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. Ling Xiao nodded, and there was a little more expectation in his heart. Young Master Lu, Goddess Qingluan, what brings you here? The dragon and phoenix of the Lu family have graced our Fortune Treasure Pavilion with your presence. It's really an honor. A hearty laugh came, and a middle-aged fat man in a brocade robe walked out of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. He looked very friendly with a smile and came up to greet them. Deacon Wang, sorry to disturb you. This time, we are naturally here to participate in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion's auction. In addition, my friend wants to buy some half-saint medicine. Lu Wenlong said with a slight smile. Obviously, he was very familiar with this middle-aged fat man. This fat man is called Wang Lang, and he is a deacon of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. He can be considered a middle to high level in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. The Fortune Treasure Pavilion has 9 deacons who are responsible for daily operations. Above the deacons are the elders and the mysterious Tower Master. Lu Qingluan said to Ling Xiao telepathically. Thank you. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Qingluan, and there was a hint of a smile in his eyes. This is Grandmaster Zhao Ritian? After seeing Ling Xiao, Wang Lang's eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise. Your fortune pavilion is really well informed. I didn't expect you to recognize him at a glance in just a few days. That's right, my friend is the new 9-star alchemy grandmaster, Zhao Ritian. Lu Wenlong scolded with a smile. Greetings, Deacon Wang. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and bowed. This Wang Lang seemed to be all smiles and was very kind. However, he was actually an 8th Revolution half-saint. This made Ling Xiao very surprised. He now had a deeper understanding of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion's foundation. Grandmaster Zhao, you're too kind. It's our blessing that Grandmaster Zhao can come to our Fortune Pavilion. If Grandmaster Zhao needs anything, just let me know. I'll find it for you as soon as possible. Wang Lang said with a smile. It had to be said that Wang Lang was indeed very amiable. His smile looked very sincere and gave people a feeling of a spring breeze. He didn't have the slightest arrogance of a high-level half-saint. Deacon Wang, I came to the Fortune Pavilion this time to look for 2 half-saint medicines, the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede. Do you have them in the Fortune Pavilion? Ling Xiao said with a smile. The blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede? These are half-saint medicines from the ancient times, and they have the potential to grow into real origin saint medicines. They are very rare and contain a strong poison. Our Fortune Treasure Pavilion just happens to have these 2 kinds of semi-sage herbs, but... Wang Lang said with a little surprise, but in the end, he hesitated. But what? Lu Wenlong asked curiously. But the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede were placed in the Fortune Pavilion by young Master Xiao Rui for auction, and young Master Xiao also came back to participate in today's auction. Wang Lang looked at Lu Wenlong and Ling Xiao and said. Wang Lang's meaning was obvious. Ling Xiao and Lu Wenlong's conflict with Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun in the Dan and Talisman Academy had already spread throughout Taishan City. Since Xiao Rui had consigned the item to be auctioned, and Xiao Rui would also come to participate in the auction, if they saw Ling Xiao and Lu Wenlong participating in the auction, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause? Although Wang Lang was on good terms with Lu Wenlong, it wasn't appropriate for him to warn him directly. He could only give him such a vague hint. Xiao Rui is being auctioned in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion? This is indeed a little difficult. Lu Wenlong and Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. Why does Xiao Rui have the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede? Does this guy really have a grudge against us? Lu Qingwan said gloomily. It's all right. So what if it was Xiao Rui's auction item? In an auction, everyone was bidding, and the highest bidder would win. Then, let's participate in the auction and strive to obtain these 2 half-sage herbs. Ling Xiao thought about it for a while and decided. All right. Deacon Wang, how long until the auction begins? Lu Wenlong asked. Wang Lang said, it's about to start. There were about 4 hours left. Why don't you take a rest first, and I'll call you when the auction starts? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and asked, Deacon Wang, I have a few items here. I wonder if I can put them in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion's auction? Ling Xiao had used up all the saint liquid on him. If he participated in the auction now, he probably couldn't even afford to bid, so Ling Xiao wanted to auction a few treasures. Grandmaster Zhao, the auction is very close now. If it's an ordinary treasure, I'm afraid the elders won't agree to put it in the auction. Why don't you let the Fortune Treasure Pavilion buy any treasures you have? Wang Lang said with some difficulty. Brother Zhao, there's no need to auction any treasures. If you need the saint liquid, I'll buy the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede for you. Take it as a thank you for helping us win the bet. Lu Wenlong smiled slightly. He could also see that Ling Xiao wanted to auction the treasures because he was embarrassed. Buzz, a light flashed in Ling Xiao's palm, and suddenly, 3 golden light balls appeared. There were 3 golden tokens in the light balls. They looked mysterious and seemed to contain a strange energy fluctuation. Deacon Wang, can these 3 treasures be auctioned? Ling Xiao asked. These are golden holy badges? Wang Lang saw the 3 golden light balls in Ling Xiao's hand and suddenly trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief, and he couldn't help but exclaim. Golden holy badges, they are actually golden holy badges? Even Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan couldn't remain calm. The virtual saint world was an irresistible temptation for many half-saints. It contained endless opportunities and treasures, and even the inheritance of the holy way of the ancient saints. Everyone who entered the virtual saint world would be able to obtain a lot of good fortune. However, there were very few holy badges in the void saint world, and only true saints were qualified to compete for them. Most of the holy badges were silver holy badges, and golden holy badges were extremely rare. Even Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan, who were the descendants of the Lu clan, had only obtained a few silver holy badges. They hadn't obtained a golden holy badge yet. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to auction 3 golden holy badges, and immediately felt that Ling Xiao's background was even more mysterious. Grandmaster Zhao is really willing to auction off the golden holy badges? These 3 golden holy badges are enough to be one of the best treasures in this auction. Grandmaster Zhao is really generous. Wang Lang exclaimed. Let's auction them off. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Ling Xiao said calmly. Of course there's no problem. Grandmaster Zhao, please take a rest first. I'll pass these 3 golden holy badges to the person in charge of the auction. Don't worry, Grandmaster Zhao, these 3 golden holy badges will definitely be auctioned off at a high price. Wang Lang said with a smile. His attitude towards Ling Xiao became even more respectful. After excusing himself, he hurriedly left. Brother Zhao, those are golden holy badges. You're just going to auction them off like that? If you keep them for yourself, these 3 golden holy badges would probably be enough for you to reach the 9th transformation half-saint realm within 100 years. Lu Wenlong said with some pity and envy. It's okay, I still have golden holy badges. Ling Xiao said nonchalantly. You still have golden holy badges? Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan looked at each other and suddenly felt a little speechless. They hadn't even seen the golden holy badges before. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so indifferent to them. Suddenly, they felt discouraged for the first time. It was truly infuriating to compare oneself to others. Ling Xiao and the other 2 rested in an elegant room, but what they didn't know was that after Wang Lang left, he immediately released the news that the 3 golden holy badges would appear in the auction. Suddenly, countless geniuses in the entire Taishan city were in an uproar. The Fortune Pavilion's auction was considered a grand event in the entire Taishan city. It attracted countless geniuses and experts to participate. Especially before the alchemy talisman ceremony, many alchemists and talisman masters wanted to buy some herbs, materials for making talismans, and various treasures to increase their chances of winning in the alchemy talisman ceremony. It could be said that alchemists and talisman masters were the wealthiest people. For the sake of a single material, they would not hesitate to go all out and even fight. The treasure of Fortune Pavilion's auction had become a carnival for numerous alchemists and talisman masters. Not to mention the 4 big families of Alchemy Talisman Mountain, even many alchemists from the immortal Holy Lands had come to the auction. The Fortune Pavilion's auction was held in a very spacious hall that could accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, the auction hall was full of people. Ling Xiao, Lu Wenlong, and Lu Qingluan sat in a private room on the 2nd floor, waiting for the auction to begin. At the same time, in another private room on the 2nd floor, Xiao Rui and Xiao Yun were also waiting for the auction to begin. Both of their eyes were burning with passion. Big brother, 3 golden holy badges have appeared this time. We must get them. If you enter the Void Saint world with the golden holy badges, you will definitely be able to obtain a supreme opportunity and quickly break through to the 9th transformation half-saint realm. Xiao Yun said slowly. That's right. We must get the 3 golden holy badges. However, the temptation of the golden holy badges is too strong. I'm afraid that the other 3 big families and even the disciples of the immortal Holy Lands will compete with us. This time, it seems that we won't be able to get them if we don't put in a lot of effort. Xiao Rui nodded. Even if we have to put in a lot of effort, we won't hesitate. Big brother, I don't understand why you are auctioning the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede? These are only half-saint herbs. Can they really be auctioned for a high price? Xiao Yun asked doubtfully. The blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede? Those are just bait that I left behind. I want to see who will compete for the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede. Xiao Rui's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance as he said slowly. Bait? Xiaoyan suddenly thought of something and his heart skipped a beat. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In another private room, the young man and woman from the Five Elements Saint sect stood in front of a young man. Their eyes were filled with respect, and there was no longer a trace of arrogance that they had shown towards Ling Xiao. The young man looked ordinary. This was an extremely ordinary-looking young man. He wore white robes and looked like a frail scholar. He did not give off the slightest aura of worldly affairs, but his eyes seemed to contain the scenes of life and death in the heavens. A single glance at them would make people feel like they were sucked into them and unable to extricate themselves from them. This young man was the son of the Saint World. Senior brother Huang, that Zhao Ritian is too arrogant. He thinks that he has the support of Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan. He doesn't care about us at all. He even said that if you want to see him, you have to visit him personally. That's right. Senior brother Huang, Zhao Litian was just lucky to be able to refine the Five Elements Saint pill and become a 9-star alchemy grandmaster. Why do we have to look for him? If you want the Five Elements Saint pill, you can find the pill saint of Pill Seal Mountain to refine it. Why do you have to look for Zhao Litian? The pretty woman asked with some doubt. Zhao Litian is able to refine the Five Elements Saint pill with his second revolution half-saint cultivation. He must have a big secret. Since he wants me to personally pay him a visit, then let's make a trip there after the auction. Huang Xuanzong's voice had a strange fluctuation. His expression was calm, without any joy or sorrow. Senior brother Huang, I heard that there will be 3 golden holy badges in today's auction. Shall we get them? The young man in the black robe said eagerly. 3 golden holy badges. Not bad. But I don't know who is so generous to take out 3 golden holy badges for auction. Our target today is not the golden holy badges, but that treasure. If the price is acceptable, we will get it. If the price is too high, we will go all out and get that treasure. Huang Xuanzong's eyes flashed as he said slowly. Yes. The young man in the black robe and the pretty lady nodded and said. The auction soon began. She was a beautiful woman who looked to be in her 20s. She was tall, had snow-white skin, and a very hot figure. Especially her pair of breasts that were about to burst out, causing people's eyes to almost pop out of their sockets. Every frown and smile of hers exuded a different kind of charm. She looked very mature and exuded a different kind of seductive aura. Hello, everyone. I am the deacon of the Fortune Treasure Pavilion, Yao Ji. I will be the host of today's auction. There are more than 10,000 items in today's auction. There are all kinds of heavenly treasures, spiritual pills, and powerful divine weapons. I hope that everyone can get the treasure that you want. The beautiful lady chuckled at the crowd. Her voice was as clear as a bell, and it made everyone's heart skip a beat. She is really a monster. Everyone widened their eyes as their gazes fell on Yao Ji. Some of them were even unscrupulous. This Yao Ji is a ruthless person. Don't be fooled by her beautiful appearance. In fact, she is extremely vicious and merciless. She is ranked first among the 9 deacons. Countless people have tried to get their hands on her, but they all died in her hands. Lu Wenlong said slowly with a hint of fear in his eyes. 8th Revolution half-saint cultivation? She is only a step away from the 9th Revolution half-saint. This Yao Ji is really strong. She seems to have cultivated some kind of seduction technique? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he looked at Yao Ji on the auction stage. Humph. A shameless woman who only knows how to seduce men. What is there to look at? If you keep looking, your eyeballs will fall out. When Lu Qingwan saw that both Lu Wenlong and Ling Zhao's gazes were on the enchantress, he was instantly displeased and snorted coldly. Lu Wenlong and Ling Xiao looked at each other helplessly. Everyone, let's not talk too much. Let's start today's auction. Let's welcome the first item, the Horned Dragon Saint Armor. Yao Ji smiled at everyone. Then, a maid came forward with a tray. She opened a jade box on the tray. Suddenly, a dazzling light bloomed. A silver armor appeared in the middle of the box. Although this Horned Dragon Saint Armor is a half-saint treasure, it's still one of the best among half-saint treasures. If you can completely refine it, you'll be able to withstand the full-force attack of a high-level half-saint for 15 minutes. The starting price is 10,000 drops of holy liquid. Each increment must be at least 1,000 drops of holy liquid. Please make your bids. The enchantress's voice carried a hint of temptation. It had to be said that the horned dragon's saint armor's appearance was very attractive. Moreover, it could withstand the full power attack of a high-level half-saint for 15 minutes. It could be considered as a life-saving treasure. Immediately, many people showed an interested expression and started to bid one after another. 13,000 drops of holy liquid, 14,000 drops of holy liquid, 15,000 drops of holy liquid. Bids rose and fell one after another in the auction hall, and the scene soon became incomparably lively. In the end, the horned dragon's saint armor ended up in the hands of a tall young man with a head full of hair at the price of 41,000 drops of saint liquid. The young man looked very simple and honest. He was grinning from ear to ear after the deal was made. It's a disciple of the Tai family. Lu Wenlong's eyes flashed. He recognized the tall young man as a disciple of the Tai family, one of the 4 major families. Among the 4 major families of Pale Talisman Mountain, the Tai family didn't have much talent in alchemy or talisman. However, they were extremely talented in refining weapons and had great combat strength. Tai Xinlei, that blockhead. It seems like the Tai family has really treated him badly. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so happy with the horned dragon's saint armor. Lu Qingwan recognized the young man and shook his head. Next is the second auction item. The seal of mountains and rivers left behind by Saint Oyezi a million years ago. Although it's only a half-finished product, it has the potential to become a flawless holy treasure. The starting price is 100,000 drops of holy liquid. The enchantress's voice rang out again. Ling Xiao didn't intend to participate in the auction. He had been waiting for the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede. However, he didn't expect the second auction item to attract him. This seal of mountains and rivers looks similar to the flipping sky seal? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he carefully stared at the black seal on the auction platform. His heart trembled slightly. The seal of mountains and rivers looked ancient and mysterious. It exuded a wave of vicissitudes, as if it was a miniature mountain, incomparably heavy. Master, you must obtain the seal of mountains and rivers. I can feel that the seal of mountains and rivers is not simple. It has the same aura as the flipping sky seal. Maybe it contains some secret. If I take it, I can feel that the opportunity for me to become a sage is this seal of mountains and rivers. Thunder Spirit King's voice suddenly sounded in Ling Zhao's mind. He was extremely excited. An opportunity to become a saint? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he immediately decided that he had to get this seal of mountains and rivers. As long as the Thunder Spirit King could become a saint, Ling Zhao's fighting power would have a qualitative change. By then, even if he faced a real saint, he would have the power to fight. Originally, the Thunder Spirit King was already on the verge of breaking through, but breaking through was not an easy thing to do. To make the Thunder Spirit King this excited, it could be seen that this seal of mountain and river was not ordinary. Not only Ling Xiao, but many people also showed their interest in the seal of mountains and rivers, and they all began to bid. I bid 110,000 holy liquid. I bid 115,000 holy liquid, 130,000 holy liquid, this seal of mountains and rivers is mine. Soon, after everyone's bidding, the price of the seal of mountains and rivers had already reached 300,000 holy liquid. 300,000 drops of sacred liquid was enough to buy another flawless sacred treasure, so many people began to hesitate, and the bidding became much slower. I bid 400,000 holy liquid. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed, and he directly bid. Originally, 300,000 holy liquid was already very high, and many people were weighing the price. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to add 100,000 holy liquid in one go. Zhao Ritian, are you crazy? Even if it's the work of Master Oyezi, it's only a prototype. It's not worth so much holy liquid. Lu Qingwan said in disbelief. This seal of mountains and rivers is very useful to me. Its value cannot be measured by holy liquid. Brother Lu, I'm embarrassed now. I'm afraid I'll have to rely on you to help me out later. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, but his voice was very determined. He was determined to get the seal of mountains and rivers. Lu Wenlong said straightforwardly, since it's very useful to Brother Zhao, then bid for it. Brother Zhao, just tell me how much holy liquid you need. Alright. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. In the Xiao family's box. Big brother, it's that bastard Zhao Ritian's voice. Even if he turns into ashes, I won't remember it wrongly. He's actually participating in the auction in the Lu family's box? Should we give him some trouble? Xiao Yun's eyes revealed a trace of resentment as he gritted his teeth and said. When he thought of the humiliation Ling Xiao brought to him in the Pill and Talisman College, Xiao Yun was so angry that he wanted to go crazy. Even his Taoist heart was a little unstable. Zhao Ritian? It seems like he really needs this seal of mountains and rivers. Then, let's help him. If we can get the seal of mountains and rivers so easily, wouldn't it be too easy? Xiao Rui's eyes were deep as he said coldly. Alright. Xiao Yun immediately sneered and said. I'll bid 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Xiao Yun's voice rang out from the room, and it instantly shocked everyone. The entire auction hall instantly became silent. Just now, everyone could tell that someone from the Lu family's box had bid. Now that Xiao Yun was actually raising the price, everyone felt a very strange atmosphere. Were the Lu family and the Xiao family going to fight again? Even those who wanted to continue bidding shook their heads and gave up in the face of such a high price. In the box, Lu Qingwan was instantly enraged. Even Lu Wenlong's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Xiao Yun, that bastard. How dare he not follow the rules and bid so recklessly? Lu Qingwan said angrily. In an auction, there were some unspoken rules. For example, one could not randomly raise the price. There was a kind of tacit understanding between the major families. If they did not need a treasure, they would not maliciously raise the price. Otherwise, if everyone raised the price, it would only end in a lose-lose situation, and the auction house would be the final winner. Xiao Yun did not bid at all, which meant that he was not interested in the seal of mountains and rivers. He only had one goal, and that was to target Ling Xiao. Very good. I want to see what gives him the confidence to bid against me, 550,000 drops of holy liquid. Ling Xiao's voice was very calm, but his eyes turned cold. He bid again. Ling Xiao could see that Xiao Yun was deliberately targeting him. However, the seal of mountains and rivers was very important to him. He had to get it at all costs. 600,000 drops of sacred liquid. Xiao Yun's voice sounded once more, and it even carried a trace of ridicule. 650,000 drops of sacred liquid, 700,000 drops of sacred liquid. Only Ling Xiao's and Xiao Yun's voices remained in the auction hall. Everyone's expressions had become somewhat strange. It seemed like the Lu and Xiao clans were really at odds. A mere artifact embryo was actually nearing the price of 1,000,000 drops of saint liquid. Moreover, the two parties seemed to have truly gone all out in this bidding war. The world of the rich is really hard to understand. 1,000,000 drops of sacred liquid is enough to buy a good flawless sacred treasure. Yeah, I really don't understand what they're thinking. Is it worth it to spend so much sacred liquid for one breath? Everyone was discussing animatedly, their eyes filled with incomprehensible expressions. This Xiao Yun is too much. Lu Qingwan was about to explode in anger. He clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles were cracking. 1,500,000 drops of sacred liquid. When Xiao Yun raised the bid to 1,000,000, Ling Xiao directly raised the bid by 500,000 to 1,500,000 drops. However, Ling Xiao's gaze also became incomparably cold. Xiao Yun had completely angered him. Ha ha ha. 1,500,000 drops of sacred liquid for a weapon embryo? Grandmaster Zhao Ritian, you're really rich. If that's the case, I'll give it to you. Xiao Yun's incomparably arrogant laughter rang out. He directly gave up on bidding. To be honest, Xiao Yun didn't dare to bid again. If Ling Xiao chose to give up on 1,500,000 drops of sacred liquid, he would lose everything. At that time, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. However, seeing Ling Xiao bleed so much, Xiao Yun was very pleased. The person competing with Xiao Yun is actually the newly promoted 9-star alchemy grandmaster, Zhao Ritian. No wonder Xiao Yun dared to publicly disrupt the situation. It turns out that he's targeting Zhao Ritian. Although Zhao Ritian's talent is extraordinary, it's a pity that he's only a second transformation half-saint. In Taishan City, it can be said that even a strong dragon can't defeat a snake in its own territory. He can't do anything to Xiaoyun. Everyone also understood that the person who made the bid in the box of the Lu family was Zhao Ritian, who had become famous in Taishan City these days. In the end, because Xiaoyun gave up on bidding, Ling Xiao bought the seal of mountains and rivers for the astronomical price of 1.5 million drops of holy liquid. However, many people were secretly mocking them. This was the result of offending the Xiao family. In the end, they were tricked by Xiaoyun, so they could only swallow their anger. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief after obtaining the seal of mountains and rivers. To him, the holy liquid was nothing. However, 1.5 million drops of holy liquid could help the Thunder Spirit King become a saint. It was definitely a good deal. However, Ling Xiao remembered that he had been tricked by Xiaoyun this time. Following that, dozens of other treasures appeared, but Ling Xiao didn't continue to bid. Everyone thought that Ling Xiao was afraid of Xiaoyun, so they shook their heads and stopped paying attention to him. The next auction item is Star River Primary Iron. Everyone knows that Star River Primary Iron is a top refining material. Not only can it be used to forge a life source sacred treasure, but it can also absorb the power of the stars. It has great potential. The starting price of Star River Primary Iron is 50,000 drops of holy liquid. Yao Ji's voice rang out in the auction hall. The following auction items were all kinds of heavenly treasures, origin sacred medicines, and treasures for refining weapons and talismans. The alchemists and talisman masters who had nothing to do before suddenly seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. Their eyes shone brightly as they rubbed their fists and prepared to participate in the competition. 60,000 drops of holy liquid, 70,000 drops of holy liquid, 100,000 drops of holy liquid. Everyone's voices rose and fell in the auction hall. It was extremely lively. It's actually Star River Primary Iron? Brother, this Star River Primary Iron is the size of a fist, and its quality is excellent. If it is integrated into my life source sacred treasure, it will definitely increase my strength. When Xiaoyun saw the Star River Primary Iron on the auction stage, his body suddenly trembled, and his eyes revealed an extremely hot light. That piece of Star River Primary Iron was the size of a fist, and its entire body was shining with a silver light. It was gorgeous and dazzling. Mysterious starlight lingered on it, as if it was a star in the sky, and it lit up the entire auction hall. Everyone could feel the majestic power of the stars contained in the Star River Primary Iron. All right. You can bid. No one will dare to compete with you for the Star River Primary Iron. Xiao Rui said indifferently. In Taishan City, the 4 great clans were the local tyrants. Even the disciples of the immortal Holy Land would avoid conflict with the 4 great clans. Therefore, Xiao Rui believed that as long as Xiaoyun made a bid, everyone would go with the flow and give it to Xiaoyun. All right. Xiaoyun took a deep breath, and then said loudly, "Everyone, I am Xiaoyun, and I am determined to get the Star River Primary Iron. I hope that everyone can give the Xiao family some face. I bid 200,000 drops of holy liquid." As soon as Xiaoyun's voice came out, everyone hesitated. Xiaoyun immediately added 100,000 drops of holy liquid, which meant that he was determined to get the Star River Primary Iron. Moreover, the Star River Primary Iron's value was probably only around 200,000 drops of holy liquid. It was not worth offending Xiaoyun for the Star River Primary Iron. Everyone, young Master Xiaoyun has bid 200,000 drops of holy liquid. Is there anyone else who wants to bid? This is a top-notch treasure of heaven and earth that can be forged into a supreme sacred treasure. If you miss this opportunity, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find such a high-quality Star River Primary Iron again. Yao Ji's seductive voice sounded in the hall. As her eyes wandered, she exuded a powerful charm, as if she was tempting everyone to bid. Yao Ji was also a little dissatisfied with Xiaoyun. This was an auction, and the Xiao family was abusing their power here. Moreover, 200,000 drops of holy liquid was far from the price she had in mind. The final result of the auction was also related to Yao Ji's final commission, so she was naturally dissatisfied with Xiaoyun. However, although Yao Ji was naturally seductive, and her every frown and smile was intoxicating, everyone was more afraid of the Xiao family's power, so they all stopped bidding. 200,000 drops of holy liquid once, 200,000 drops of holy liquid twice, 200,000 drops of holy liquid. Although Yao Ji was very disappointed, she did not show it on her face. She could only announce the final result. However, before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by a voice. I bid 300,000 drops of holy liquid. The voice came from the Lu family box. Xiaoyun's face instantly turned livid. Zhao Ritian, you're courting death. He did not expect Zhao Ritian to interfere and compete with him for the Galaxy Essence Iron. However, Xiaoyun also knew that Zhao Ritian was taking revenge for what he had done to the seal of mountains and rivers. 310,000 drops of sacred liquid. Xiaoyun gritted his teeth and continued to bid. Everyone was stunned. They did not expect Ling Xiao to dare to compete with Xiaoyun. Although the Galaxy Essence Iron was precious, its value was not more than 300,000. Ling Xiao's bid was close to the value of the Galaxy Essence Iron itself. It was not worth it to bid any higher. 350,000 drops of sacred liquid. Ling Xiao continued to speak in a casual manner. Ha ha ha. Well done. Zhao Ritian, fight him with all your might. Xiaoyun, that bastard, has finally met his match? Lu Qingluan said excitedly as if he had finally vented his anger. 400,000 drops of sacred liquid. Xiaoyun was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. However, he was determined to obtain the celestial river. Essence Iron. The Xiao family had rarely found celestial river essence iron of such quality in so many years. Once it was integrated into his life source sacred treasure, it would definitely increase his strength greatly. However, Xiaoyun finally understood Ling Xiao's intention. He was slightly regretful, but in the blink of an eye, it was covered by endless anger. Zhao Ritian, damn it. 450,000 drops of sacred liquid. Ling Xiao continued to bid calmly, as though the holy liquid wasn't worth anything at all. He was suppressing Xiaoyun just to vent his anger. Just like that, Ling Xiao and Xiaoyun bid one after another. Soon, the price of the Galaxy Essence Iron reached 600,000 drops of sacred liquid. Yao Ji smiled like a peach blossom. She looked at the Lu family box with joy. Forget it, I'll let you have it. Your Xiao family is so overbearing. I don't dare to compete with you. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk out of Taishan City alive. Ling Xiao said calmly when Xiaoyun bid 800,000 drops of sacred liquid. Pfft. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Xiaoyun could not hold it in anymore. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with hatred. He even looked like he was about to go crazy. Brother, calm down. Don't be agitated. Zhao Ritian is courting death, I will not let him go. Xiao Rui quickly took out a healing pill and fed it to Xiaoyun. At the same time, the majestic saint energy in his body surged into Xiaoyun's body, suppressing his inner demon that was about to go berserk. Xiao Rui's gaze also became incomparably cold with a trace of murderous intent. Everyone was speechless. What do you mean by the Xiao clan is overbearing? You don't dare to compete with the Xiao clan? Then what were you doing earlier? Yet, after making the Xiao clan suffer such a huge loss, they're still pretending to be innocent, shameless, simply too shameless, but I like it, everyone was silently cursing in their hearts. However, being able to see the tyrannical Xiao family suffer a loss, they felt incomparably carefree in their hearts, but this was just the beginning. In the following auctions, as long as the Xiao clan took a fancy to a treasure, Ling Xiao would definitely appear to disrupt the auction. It was as if he didn't care about the value of the auction item at all and would only go against the Xiao clan. In the end, the Xiao clan had no choice but to buy all kinds of treasures at a price much higher than the estimated price. Of course, the Xiao clan also learned from their mistakes and cheated Ling Xiao quite a bit. Many auction items also fell into Ling Xiao's hands at a very high price, but Ling Xiao didn't seem to care at all. The Xiao clan hated Ling Xiao to the extreme, everyone looked as if they were watching a good show. Every time Ling Xiao and the Xiao clan were at each other's throats, they would all give up on bidding. However, very quickly, everyone began to curse. This was because Ling Xiao wasn't just going against the Xiao clan. As long as he took a fancy to a treasure, it was as if he didn't care about the price at all and would directly bid. This caused many alchemists and talisman masters' faces to turn green. This Zhao Ritian is simply shameless, bastard, despicable. An alchemist master with white hair and beard scolded loudly. His beard was trembling in anger. He doesn't know what's good for him. Could it be that he wants to make everyone his enemy? He still has the face to say that the Xiao clan is overbearing? I think he's even more overbearing than the Xiao clan. Those alchemists and talisman masters all scolded and glared at Ling Xiao. Their expressions were extremely ugly. In the private room of the Five Elements Saint sect. Saint Sun, this Zhao Ritian is really reckless. He actually dares to offend so many people? I think his reputation is going to be ruined soon. The black-robed young man said to Huang Xuanzong with an incomparably pleased expression. It's fine if he offended the Xiao clan, but he actually dared to offend alchemists and talisman masters. He's really a newborn calf that isn't afraid of tigers. However, what I'm more curious about is, where did this kid get so much saint liquid? Huang Xuanzong's eyes had a trace of astonishment. After hearing Huang Xuanzong's words, the two Five Elements Saint sect members couldn't help but tremble. They suddenly realized that the value of the treasures Huang Xuanzong had obtained during this period of time had almost reached 10 million drops of saint liquid. What kind of concept was 10 million drops of saint liquid? Perhaps many Ninth Revolution half-saints didn't have so much wealth. Many small clans might only be able to accumulate so many resources after hundreds or thousands of years. This kid has a secret on him. The young man and woman from the Five Elements Saint sect looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with a trace of passion and greed. In the private room of the Lu clan. Zhao Ritian, it's fine if you offend Xiao Yun. In any case, that guy isn't a good person. However, why do you have to become enemies with so many alchemists and talisman masters? They're not to be trifled with. Lu Qingwan said as he looked at Ling Xiao with a headache. The eyes of those alchemists and talisman masters outside were very cold. If looks could kill, they would have already dragged Ling Xiao out of the private room and chopped him to death. Become enemies with them? I didn't become enemies with anyone. Of course, Xiao Yun is an exception. The auction is where the highest bidder wins. I just bid when I see a treasure that I like. Is there a problem? They can't afford it, so they're blaming it on me? Ling Xiao said with a cold smile. He simply didn't put those alchemists and talisman masters in his eyes. In Ling Xiao's view, those guys were a group of people who only cared about benefits. This time, they clearly came as a group. As long as an alchemist or talisman master encountered a treasure that they liked or needed, they would rarely bid. This was also to prevent the price of the treasure from being too high. It had already become an unspoken rule in their hearts. However, Ling Xiao wasn't a member of their small group. He was too lazy to care about what they thought. He just followed his heart and bid when he saw something that he liked. That's right. These so-called alchemists and talisman craftsmen are nothing but a motley crew. Brother Zhao, just bid whatever you need. Don't bother about them. Lu Wenlong said with a smile. Brother Lu is still the best. Ling Xiao nodded with a smile. The next item is the half-saint herb, the blood soul fruit. Yao Ji's voice sounded, causing Ling Xiao and Lu Wenlong's eyes to flash. It was finally the blood soul fruit. The blood soul fruit is a half-saint herb. Although it contains poison, it has an extremely mysterious power. Perhaps it can allow one to comprehend the origin of the blood Dao. Moreover, it's a necessary supplementary ingredient for refining ancient elixirs. A blood-colored spiritual fruit appeared in Yao Ji's hand. It looked resplendent with mysterious runes on it. It was enveloped by a transparent barrier and looked extremely demonic. The blood soul fruit was extremely poisonous. Even the smell of the blood soul fruit could cause one to be poisoned, so it had to be enveloped by a barrier. The blood soul fruit was very rare. Normally, it would only appear in some ancient secret realms. Immediately, many alchemists revealed expressions of interest. The starting price is 10,000 drops of saint liquid. Each increment must be at least 1,000 drops of saint liquid. Everyone, please bid. As soon as Yao Ji's voice fell, a few alchemists immediately began to bid. 20,000 drops of saint liquid, 25,000 drops of saint liquid, 40,000 drops of saint liquid. Soon, the price of the blood soul fruit began to rise. Big brother, it seems like the blood soul fruit can be auctioned for quite a bit of saint liquid. Do you want me to raise the price a little? Xiao Yan's eyes were filled with excitement as he spoke to Xiao Rui. No need. The blood soul fruit and the nine-headed centipede are just bait. I want to see who will get them in the end. Xiao Rui's eyes were deep as he spoke slowly. 100,000 drops of saint liquid. Ling Xiao bid. Instantly, everyone was about to curse in their hearts. This *T stirrer was here to mess things up again. Does he really need the blood soul fruit or is he just messing around? Xiao Rui's eyes flashed as he stared at the Lu family's box with uncertainty. 110,000 drops of saint liquid. At this moment, an indifferent voice rang out from the Five Elements Saint Sex box. Senior Brother Huang, do you like blood soul fruits? According to what I know, the blood soul fruit doesn't have any great use, right? The pretty girl from the Five Elements Saint sect asked doubtfully. I'm interested. Perhaps it will be useful to me. Huang Xuanzong said indifferently. Ling Xiao could not help but frown. This situation was somewhat out of his expectations. It seemed that many people were interested in the blood soul fruit. However, Ling Xiao was determined to obtain the blood soul fruit and absolutely could not allow it to fall into the hands of others. 200,000 drops of holy liquid. This blood soul fruit looks delicious. I, Zhao Ritian, want it. Ling Xiao's voice carried a hint of savagery and arrogance as it rang out from the box. 200,000 drops of holy liquid? Where did this bastard get so much saint liquid? Everyone felt disgusted. Zhao Ritian had already spent tens of millions of saint liquid, yet he still dared to bid. Instantly, those alchemists who were interested in the blood soul fruit began to hesitate. This was because 200,000 drops of sacred liquid had already exceeded the price of a half-saint medicine. Even the blood soul fruit was somewhat expensive. 210,000 drops of sacred liquid. Huang Xuanzong continued to bid. His voice was very calm. 300,000 drops of sacred liquid. 310,000 drops of sacred liquid. In the end, only the voices of Ling Xiao and Huang Xuanzong were left in the hall. There was even a faint sign that they were about to fight it out. Who is it that wants the blood soul fruit between the two of them? Is it Zhao Ritian or Huang Xuanzong? Xiao Rui muttered. There was a trace of doubt in his eyes. Although Ling Xiao had been bidding, it seemed that Ling Xiao was a troublemaker. It was hard to say if he was really interested in the blood soul fruit. On the contrary, Xiao Rui was even more suspicious of Huang Xuanzong. Huang Xuanzong was the saint son of the Five Elements Saint sect. To him, not to mention a mere half-saint medicine, even an origin saint medicine was nothing. However, why was he so interested in the blood soul fruit? Master Zhao, if you agree to my next condition, I will directly bid for the blood soul fruit and give it to you. How about it? Huang Xuanzong said slowly. It's just a blood soul fruit and you want me to agree to your condition? Who do you think you are? I just can't take this lying down. I'd like to see how you're going to compete with me. I'll bid 500,000 drops of saint liquid. Ling Xiao sneered. In fact, his heart was bleeding a little. Previously, he had only spent over 200,000 drops of sacred liquid to exchange for the 98 half-saint herbs in the Alchemy and Talisman Academy. Now, he was offering 500,000 drops of sacred liquid for a single blood soul fruit. 500,000 drops of saint liquid? Master Zhao is really rich. I'll give this blood soul fruit to you. Huang Xuanzong frowned slightly. 500,000 drops of saint liquid for a single blood soul fruit was indeed a little too high. Although Huang Xuanzong was rich, he wasn't willing to be a spendthrift. In the end, he gave up. The blood soul fruit fell into Ling Zhao's hands, however, everyone looked at the Lu family's box as if they were looking at a fool. Zhao Ritian added another label in their hearts. Prodigal, he was simply too prodigal. 500,000 drops of saint liquid could buy an inferior origin saint medicine. This guy actually used it to buy a half-saint medicine, regardless of what others thought. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He had finally obtained the blood soul fruit. As long as he got the nine-headed centipede, he would have all the ingredients to refine the eternal rejuvenation pill. The next item is an ancient poisonous insect, the nine-headed centipede. Yao Ji's voice resounded. A golden cage appeared on the auction stage. It looked dazzling and was engraved with all kinds of mysterious runes. In the cage, there was a 9-headed centipede that was about a foot long. Its entire body was silver as if it was made of silver. It emitted a dazzling divine glow. However, its 9 heads looked extremely ferocious. Its pair of blood-red and cold eyes made people shudder. The 9-headed centipede is extremely poisonous. Even a half-saint would die instantly after being bitten by the 9-headed centipede. If you can refine it, it will be a trump card and a sharp weapon for self-defense. Moreover, the 9-headed centipede can also be used to refine powerful poison pills. The starting price is 30,000 drops of saint liquid. Yao Ji's voice was very provocative when she introduced the 9-headed centipede. 40,000 drops of saint liquid, 50,000 drops of saint liquid. Many people had a strong interest in this poisonous insect. Especially after being bitten by it, even a half-saint would die instantly. They all wanted to refine it and use it as a trump card for self-defense. 500,000 drops of holy liquid. This 9-headed centipede is fated to be with me. You should give up. Just as everyone was intensely participating in the bidding, Ling Zhao's voice rang out once again. Everyone was about to curse. Who would play like this? This Zhao Ritian was simply a bastard. Someone else had bid 100,000 drops of holy liquid, but he had directly increased it to 500,000. How were they supposed to compete? On the other hand, Xiao Rui's gaze instantly became extremely sharp. It's actually him? Xiao Rui muttered to himself as a strange light flashed in his eyes. The 9-headed centipede was quickly bought by Ling Xiao for 500,000 drops of holy liquid. Everyone simultaneously glared at Ling Xiao. With such a disruptor in today's auction, their hearts were incomparably sullen. Many of the treasures that they had their eyes on could only watch as Ling Xiao bought them at a high price. The feeling of being crushed in terms of wealth was truly unpleasant, especially those alchemists and talisman masters. Usually, they thought highly of themselves and were extremely wealthy. However, they were completely crushed by Zhao Ritian today. What is the background of this bastard Zhao Ritian? Everyone rubbed their gums. Ling Xiao was becoming more and more mysterious in their hearts. I've finally gotten the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede. 1,000,000 drops of holy liquid. It's worth it. Ling Xiao smiled slightly as he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Zhao Ritian, are you stupid? The blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede are not worth so much holy liquid. You're simply a prodigal. Lu Qingwan said with some envy and jealousy. You can't say that. Perhaps in your eyes, the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede are not worth so much holy liquid. However, in my eyes, they are priceless treasures. It's worth it no matter how much holy liquid I pay. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. In this auction, he had obtained the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede, as well as some unexpected surprises such as the seal of mountains and rivers. This made Ling Xiao extremely satisfied, so he did not plan to participate in the following auctions. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. After Ling Xiao obtained the 9-headed centipede, he indeed chose not to participate in the auction. Everyone guessed that this prodigal son had spent most of his holy liquid, so they couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Without Ling Zhao's interference, the rest of the auction became much more normal. Everyone began to participate in the auction step by step, and there were no longer any unreasonable high prices like before. Yao Ji, on the other hand, was rather disappointed. She threw flirtatious glances at the Lu family box again and again, hoping that Ling Xiao would continue to interfere. However, to her disappointment, Ling Xiao did not do anything at all. Brother Zhao, this enchantress seems to be interested in you. If you have any ideas, I can ask Wang Lang to introduce her to you. Lu Wenlong smiled and said. Her figure is not bad. Big breasts and perky buttocks. She's good for fertility. But he's too old. How can he match up to the handsome and extraordinary me? Ling Xiao glanced at Enchantress and spouted nonsense with a straight face. That Enchantress is a slutty vixen. The two of you have no taste at all. Lu Qingwan looked at Lu Wenlong and Ling Xiao with some disdain. Especially when she saw that Lu Wenlong and Ling Zhao's gazes had landed on Yao Ji, a trace of displeasure appeared in her heart for no reason. Kid, go play at the side. You won't understand. This kind of woman is the best. Ling Xiao looked at Lu Qingluan and teased her. Lu Qingluan was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She could not wait to pounce on Ling Xiao and bite him a few times. After almost a day, the auction finally came to an end. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now begin the auction of the finale of this auction. That is the 3 golden holy badges that everyone has been waiting for. Enchantress smiled at the crowd. Her eyes were like silk, and her entire body was exuding a seductive charm. Her voice was extremely provocative. She could not help but look up at the Lu family box because she knew that the owner of the 3 golden holy badges was the mysterious Grandmaster Zhao Ritian. The auction of the golden holy badges has finally begun. Everyone could not help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with incomparable excitement. What was the most important thing to the half-saint experts? It was not the origin source sacred medicine, the flawless sacred treasure, or the powerful sacred technique. It was the holy badges. As long as one had the holy badges, they would be able to enter the Void Saint world and obtain countless precious inheritances. In the Void Saint world, they could even compete with the countless geniuses and experts in the Void Saint world to hone their cultivation and will. However, the holy badges were one-time use treasures. They were extremely precious, especially the golden holy badges, which were even rarer. Therefore, the appearance of 3 golden holy badges in this auction naturally made many geniuses and experts extremely excited. The 3 golden holy badges will be auctioned separately. The starting price of each golden holy badge is 1 million sacred liquids. Each increment must not be less than 10,000 sacred liquids. As for what the golden holy badges are, I'm sure everyone knows. There's no need for me to explain. In short, this is a supreme opportunity and treasure of creation for a half-saint expert. Now, the auction for the first golden holy badge begins. Yao Ji said to the crowd with a smile. Although 1 million sacred liquids was a sky-high price and could even buy the origin source sacred medicine and flawless sacred treasure, which made many people flinch at the sight of it, there were still many people who rubbed their palms together and began to bid. Among them, the most enthusiastic ones were naturally the disciples of the 4 major families and many immortal saint lands. 1,500,000 drops of sacred liquids. A thunderous voice resounded. It was extremely loud and exuded a domineering aura of determination. It's Tai Xingyuan from the Tai family. A glint flashed across Lu Wenlong's eyes. In this auction, the Tai family's box basically didn't bid much. Who would have thought that they would immediately bid for the first golden holy badge, 1,600,000 drops of sacred liquids? Xiao Rui's voice also came from the Xiao family box. 1,700,000 drops of sacred liquids, 1,780,000 drops of sacred liquids. In the entire hall, the big shots in the boxes on the second floor began to bid. At this moment, it was as if the sacred liquids were not sacred liquids at all. In order to obtain the golden holy badge, they all began to bid. I didn't expect the golden holy badge to be so valuable. Ling Xiao was also slightly surprised. He originally thought that a golden holy badge would at most be worth 2 million drops of sacred liquids. However, it seemed like the price of the golden holy badge would far exceed his expectations and imagination. The rarer something is, the more valuable it is. This is a golden holy badge. For the opportunity to become a martial saint, for the inheritance of a martial saint, they will definitely obtain it at all costs. To these big families, big forces, and even the immortal saint lands, the sacred liquids are nothing. This kind of irreplaceable treasure is the most important. Lu Wenlong said with some emotion. The Lu family did not participate in the bidding for the golden holy badge because Ling Xiao had previously promised Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan that he would sell 2 golden holy badges to them at the final price. This made them extremely surprised and extremely grateful to Ling Xiao. At this moment, seeing how everyone was frantically competing for the golden holy badge, they had a more intuitive understanding of the value of the golden holy badge. 3 million drops of holy liquid. Right at this moment, a clear and cold voice rang out in the auction hall, causing everyone's eyes to involuntarily tremble. It's Lin Shi from the Lin family? I didn't expect her to participate in this auction. Someone exclaimed. Immediately, everyone's gaze shifted to a private room on the second floor. Lin Shi from the Lin family was the most dazzling genius of the Lin family. She was already an 8th Revolution half-saint, and she was also a 9-star alchemy grandmaster and a 9-star talisman grandmaster. Lin Shi had a peerless appearance and talent, and the Lin family was the most powerful family among the 4 major families, so Lin Shi naturally became the object of admiration for many disciples of Pale Seal Mountain. Even Lu Wenlong, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan couldn't help but tremble when they heard Lin Shi's voice, and their eyes revealed a trace of passion. "It's Lin Shi? I didn't expect her to come too. Brother, why are you still looking? Your eyeballs are about to pop out." Lu Qingwan's eyes also revealed a trace of complexity. When she glanced at Lu Wenlong from the corner of her eyes, she immediately said in a bad mood. "Lin Shi is out of seclusion. I'm afraid her cultivation has broken through again this time. Compared to her, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, and I seem to have fallen behind." Lu Wenlong said with a wry smile. "Humph. What is she proud of? Give me a few more years, and I will definitely surpass her." Lu Qingwan said with some dissatisfaction. "Is this Lin Shi very famous?" Ling Xiao asked with some surprise. "Of course she's famous. Lin Shi is known as the #1 genius of Pale Seal Mountain. Not only is she a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, but she is also a 9-star talisman grandmaster. The key is that her talent in cultivation is also superb, and she has already reached the 8th Revolution half-saint. The most important person is my brother, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan are all in love with Lin Shi, but unfortunately, she has no interest in them at all." Lu Qingwan said in a bad mood. "Oh? Then I really want to see what kind of peerless beauty she is." Ling Xiao smiled slightly, and a trace of curiosity appeared in his eyes. After Lin Shi bid 3 million drops of holy liquid, the auction hall fell into a strange silence. No one dared to bid any more. "Ha ha ha. Congratulations, little sister Lin. Only little sister Lin is worthy of this golden holy badge. Ironheart Ape, give up." Ironheart Yuan's hearty laughter rang out from the box. "Junior sister Lin's talent is peerless. She is the most suitable person to obtain this golden holy badge. I also give up. I hope that junior sister Lin can become a saint as soon as possible," Xiao Rui said confidently. His voice was very gentle. Compared to his usual aloof and domineering attitude, it was as if he was a completely different person. "I also give up. I'll give this golden holy badge to junior sister Lin." Even the holy son of the 5 Elements Saint sect, Huang Xuanzong, chose to give up on bidding and gave the golden badge to Lin Shi. Lu Wenlong smiled bitterly and shook his head. He didn't say anything, but it was clear that he didn't intend to continue bidding. "Thank you for your kindness, senior brothers. Lin Shi doesn't deserve it." A cold voice rang out from the box of the Lin family. It was ethereal, as if there wasn't a trace of emotion. Seeing that Lu Wenlong, Ironheart Yuan, Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong, the 4 peerless geniuses, had chosen to give up on bidding for the golden holy badge, the others naturally wouldn't be foolish enough to compete with Lin Shi. Not only would they not be able to win against Lin Shi, they might even offend the 4 peerless geniuses. It was simply not worth it. In the end, the first golden holy badge was obtained by Lin Shi at the price of 3 million drops of saint liquid. Ling Xiao was a little annoyed. He could feel that if it wasn't for Lin Shi's interference, the price of the golden holy badge would be far more than 3 million drops of saint liquid. Those bastards pretended to be gentlemanly, but they made him lose so much saint liquid. Even Ling Xiao was a little unhappy with Lin Shi. "Next up is the second golden holy badge," the demonist's voice rang out in the auction hall. Everyone's spirits were lifted. Although the first golden holy badge had been snatched away by Lin Shi, there were a total of 3 golden holy badges. They might still have a chance. 1,500,000 drops of saint liquid, 1,800,000 drops of saint liquid, 2,000,000 drops of saint liquid. Everyone was excited. Soon, the price of the second golden holy badge began to rise. At this moment, a cold voice rang out from the Lin family's box. 3 million drops of saint liquid. Lin Shi made another bid. This time, even Tai Xingyuan, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong couldn't remain calm. Lin Shi seemed to be deliberately disrupting the situation. Everyone had already given her a golden holy badge, yet she still wanted to continue bidding. Could it be that she really thought that no one would bid against her? Everyone, this is a golden holy badge that I bought on behalf of a good friend. I hope that senior brothers can give way to Xier. Xier will be eternally grateful. The door of the Liu family's box opened. A figure walked out and bowed to everyone. Her voice was as clear and pleasant as a bell, ethereal and ethereal. Lin Shi actually walked out from the Lin family's box. Everyone's gaze instantly fell on Lin Shi. Lin Shi was wearing a loose black robe, but it couldn't hide her alluring figure under the black robe. Her skin was as white as jade, and her figure was very hot. Her entire body was emitting an endless aura of seduction. However, her face looked very cold, beautiful, and refined. She was as pure as a snow lotus in the heavenly mountain. She was awe-inspiring and inviolable. This kind of seduction and pure temperament had actually reached a perfect balance on her body. Everyone couldn't help but tremble in their hearts. Their eyes revealed an incomparably intoxicated look. Compared to Lin Shi, even the enchantress seemed to be overshadowed. Since you're Sister Lin's friend, you're also my friend. It's just a golden holy badge. If it can make Sister Lin happy, it's worth it. I hope that everyone will give me, Tai Xingyuan, some face and give the golden holy badge to Sister Lin. Tai Xingyuan also laughed out loud. He walked out from the Tai family's box, and his voice was incomparably domineering. Everyone was about to curse in their hearts. Tai Xingyuan, you're trying to curry favor, but you still dare to threaten everyone? Can you be any more shameless? However, everyone only cursed in their hearts, and no one dared to say it out loud. It's just a golden holy badge. Junior Sister Lin is more suitable to be its owner. Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong also smiled faintly. The number 1 genius of Pill Talisman Mountain, a 9-star alchemist grandmaster and a 9-star talisman grandmaster. Moreover, everyone noticed that when Lin Shi came out of seclusion this time, even her cultivation had broken through to the peak of the 9th Revolution Half-Saint realm. On behalf of my friend, Xier would like to thank all of you for your help. Lin Shi smiled at the crowd. Her smile was like 100 flowers blooming, intoxicating the crowd. Although Enchantress was not happy, she could not say anything. The smile on her face faded a little as she calmly announced, 3 million drops of holy liquid going once, 3 million drops of holy liquid going twice, 3 million drops of holy liquid. Just when everyone thought that the second golden holy badge would fall into Yao Ji's hands, a lazy voice interrupted Yao Ji. I've been thinking of going to the Void Saint world to train and see if I can break through to the Pill Saint realm. This golden holy badge is not bad. I'll take it. 4 million drops of holy liquid. The smiles on everyone's faces froze as they looked in the same direction. The voice came from the box of the Liu family. Ling Xiao made a bid, Yao Ji's eyes suddenly lit up, and a smile appeared on her lips. She naturally knew that the owner of the golden sacred token was Ling Xiao. She was afraid that Ling Xiao was unhappy with Lin Shi, so he had deliberately raised the price, but she naturally couldn't tell everyone. The *T stirrer is here again. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts. This Zhao Ritian was really a weirdo. He did not even give face to Fairy Lin Shi. Although Zhao Ritian was a 9-star alchemy grandmaster, he was still a far cry from Fairy Lin Shi. What gave him the confidence to compete with Fairy Lin Shi for the golden holy badge? The smile on Lin Shi's face disappeared as she looked deeply into the Liu family's box. Ling Xiao could feel that Lin Shi's gaze seemed to be able to penetrate everything, landing directly on him, causing him to feel a chill run down his spine. A technique superpower? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Zhao Ritian, how dare you compete with Fairy Lin Shi for the golden holy badge? Are you tired of living? The loud iron-hard ape's eyes turned cold as he roared. His voice was like a thunderclap. He looked very strong and muscular. His body was like a dragon, and his blood was boiling. His long black hair was loose, and he looked extremely wild. His eyes were blazing and aggressive. Brother Iron, this Zhao Ritian is not a good person. His so-called 9-star alchemy grandmaster title might have been obtained by cheating. Such a person still wants to obtain the golden sacred badge and enter the void sacred world? This is simply a fool's dream. Xiao Rui said coldly. Although Huang Xuanzong did not say anything, it was clear that he was also watching the show. He was happy to see Zhao Ritian being targeted like this. Ling Xiao sneered and said, "Iron-hearted Yuan, Xiao Rui, this is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If I want to bid, I'll bid. What does it have to do with you? You guys are willing to kneel and lick others' boots, but I'm not interested in that." Both Tai Xingyuan and Xiao Rui's eyes turned cold, and they became extremely unfriendly. They stared at the Lu clan's box, and a terrifying aura loomed around them. At this time, Lin Shi suddenly smiled and said, "What this Grandmaster Zhao said is right, the highest bidder wins the auction. I really need this golden holy token, 4,500,000 drops of holy liquid. 5 million drops of holy liquid. Celestial Maiden Lin Shi, if you don't have the holy liquid, I can lend it to you. However, I think this golden holy badge is more destined for me." Ling Xiao said with a smile, as if 5 million drops of holy liquid were nothing to him. 5 million drops of holy liquid? Everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Did Zhao Ritian really have so much holy liquid? In total, he had already spent more than 10 million drops of holy liquid in the auction. I suspect that Zhao Ritian doesn't have so much holy liquid. He's only a second revolution half-saint. Where did he get so much holy liquid? The Fortune Treasure Pavilion should conduct a strict investigation. He's just a troublemaker. At this time, Xiaoyan also said coldly. Everyone's gaze fell on Yao Ji, wanting to see how she would deal with this matter. Yao Ji said indifferently, "You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Anyone who bids in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion will go through a strict investigation. If you can't pay enough holy liquid, don't even think about leaving the Fortune Treasure Pavilion alive. This Grandmaster Zhao has the right to bid." As soon as Yao Ji finished speaking, everyone looked at Ling Xiao in a different light. Yao Ji's words meant that the Fortune Treasure Pavilion had really conducted a thorough investigation. Grandmaster Zhao Ritian's value was actually more than 10 million drops of holy liquid. Very well. Grandmaster Zhao, I didn't expect you to be so rich. But I won't let go of the golden holy badge. I'll pay 6 million drops of holy liquid. Lin Shi's expression changed slightly. And those who were familiar with her knew that this young lady was really angry. There was someone in Taishan City who didn't give Lin Shi face. The consequences were serious. 6,500,000 drops of holy liquid. I don't lack holy liquid. Fairy Lin, you're too stingy. Ling Xiao said with a smile. 8 million drops of holy liquid. Zhao Ritian, I'll remember you. Lin Shi said suddenly. Her breathing was a little hurried. Her chest rose and fell, revealing a perfect curve that could drive people crazy. She bit her teeth and called out a sky-high price. 8 million drops of holy liquid? Fairy Lin, you win. I give up. Ling Xiao pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and chose to give up. It seems that Zhao Ritian can't take it anymore. That's right. No matter how rich he is, how can he be compared to Fairy Lin? Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that Zhao Ritian couldn't take it anymore. He's puffing himself up at his own cost. He doesn't know what's good for him. Iron-hearted Yuan and Xiao Rui both laughed coldly. Lin Shi's eyes became a little suspicious. She had a bad feeling in her heart. It seemed that she had been cheated. She also hated Ling Xiao. She could have gotten the golden holy badge with 3 million drops of holy liquid, but because of Ling Xiao, she had to spend an extra 5 million drops of holy liquid. Even though the Lin family was rich, Lin Shi still felt the pinch. Zhao Ritian, you're really shameless, really shameless. Ha ha ha. I like it. Now Lin Shi is dumbfounded, right? In the Lu family's box, Lu Qingwan laughed very happily, like a little fox. Lu Wenlong only had a bitter smile on his face. He knew that Lin Shi had been cheated by Ling Xiao, but he couldn't say anything. Just like that, the second golden holy badge was bought by Lin Shi at the sky-high price of 8 million drops of holy liquid. The enchantress was laughing in her heart. She was more and more satisfied with Ling Xiao. It was as if she could see a large amount of holy liquid in her pocket. If Ling Xiao appeared in front of her now, she couldn't wait to rush up and kiss him a few times. Everyone, there's only one golden holy badge left. This is the supreme treasure that leads directly to the Void Saint world. This is the key to opening the door to the sage's inheritance. Aren't you going to act? The last gold unholy badge will be auctioned at a starting price of 1,000,000 drops of holy liquid. Please make your bids. The enchantress's tempting voice rang out in the auction hall again. There were a total of 3 gold unholy badges, but 2 of them had already landed in Linxi's hands. There was only 1 left. Everyone's gaze fell on Linxi, and they looked at her inquisitively. If Linxi was also interested in this gold unholy badge, then everyone would have no chance at all. Linxi smiled faintly and said, 2 gold unholy badges are enough. I won't participate in the auction for this gold unholy badge. Linxi's words made the crowd heave a sigh of relief. Since Sister Lin has bought the gold unholy badge, I have to get this one no matter what and enter the Void Saint world with Sister Lin. I want this gold unholy badge for 3,000,000 drops of holy liquid. Tai Xingyuan's eyes were burning as he glanced at the crowd. He immediately added 2,000,000 drops of holy liquid. Moreover, with the Tai clan's overbearingness and his identity as the young master of the Tai clan, ordinary people did not dare to compete with him. They all lowered their heads. Brother Tai, it should be me and Sister Lin entering the Void Saint world together. I want this gold unholy badge for 4,000,000 drops of holy liquid. Xiao Rui's faint voice rang out. Others might be afraid of Tai Xingyuan, but he was not. Moreover, how could he lose out in front of Sister Linxi? The 2 of you should stop fighting. This gold unholy badge is fated with me. 5,000,000 drops of holy liquid. Huang Xuanzong said with a faint smile. Then, he joined in. Everyone's eyes revealed a subtle look. The 3 of them were peerless geniuses with extraordinary talents. Huang Xuanzong was the leader of the younger generation of the 5 Elements Saint sect. In terms of talent and status, he surpassed Tai Xingyuan and Xiao Rui. However, for Linxi, he also joined in the competition. The crowd did not believe that the 5 Elements Saint sect did not even have a golden holy badge. Huang Xuanzong's target could only be Linxi. However, what puzzled everyone was that Lu Yunlong of the Lu clan had no intention of competing for the golden holy badge. Logically speaking, he was also Linxi's admirer. Why did he not choose to fight? In the Lu clan's box, Lu Wenlong actually wanted to bid, but he was stopped by Ling Xiao. Brother Lu, I have already agreed to give you a golden holy badge. Why are you joining in the fun? Moreover, if you compete with the 3 of them, I'm afraid that Linxi will not notice you. If you want to attract Linxi's attention, you have to find another way and loosen the reins only to grasp them better. First, you have to pretend that you don't care about her. With Linxi's arrogance, she will naturally be curious about you, don't you think so? Ling Xiao spouted nonsense to Lu Wenlong. However, Lu Wenlong's eyes lit up as he looked at Ling Xiao with admiration. Especially when he glanced at Linxi from the corner of his eyes, he became even more excited. Brother Zhao is a god. Look, isn't junior apprentice Sister Linxi looking at me? Outside, Linxi's gaze coincidentally landed on the Lu family box. There was some doubt in her eyes as she muttered to herself, as if she was hesitating about something. Ahem. That's right, Linxi is just curious about why you aren't bidding. Stay calm. Keep it up. Ling Zhao's heart jumped in fright as he coughed lightly. He could faintly feel that Linxi had probably realized that she had been tricked, and it was not like what Lu Wenlong had said. Vixen. Lu Qinghuan looked at Ling Xiao and Lu Wenlong with some disdain, then looked at Linxi outside with hostility and said. The last gold unholy badge surrounded Iron Heart Yuan, Xiao Rui, and Huang Xuanzong. The 3 of them did not seem to give in. They all began to bid, not wanting Linxi to look down on them. However, when Huang Xuanzong called out a high price of 8,000,000 drops of holy liquid, Iron Heart Yuan and Xiao Rui hesitated. This was already the price of the 2nd golden holy badge, and it was also the highest price of a treasure in the entire auction so far. It was not that Iron Heart Yuan and Xiao Rui could not afford the price, but they were all here for the last treasure. If it was just for a golden holy badge, it did not seem worth it. You too, it seems that you have to let me win. Huang Xuanzong smiled indifferently, looking very elegant. Iron Heart Yuan glanced at Linxi in the distance, and suddenly gritted his teeth and said, Brother Huang, I think this golden holy badge is more fated with me. I bid 10,000,000 drops of holy liquid. When Ironheart Yuan's voice came out, not only Xiao Rui and Huang Xuanzong, but even everyone's expression changed. 10 million drops of holy liquid was simply an unimaginable price. It was enough to buy those powerful holy treasures. It had already far exceeded the price of a golden holy badge. However, everyone knew that the golden holy badge would be gone with each use. It was impossible to measure its price with holy liquid. Moreover, most of the 10 million drops of holy liquid were probably due to personal feelings. As expected of the young masters of the 4 major families in Pilseal Mountain, each of them was more generous than the other. 10 million drops of holy liquid? Brother Iron, you are really bold. However, it seems that Brother Iron does not intend to compete for that treasure. Since that is the case, I will give up. Xiao Rui looked deeply at Ironheart Yuan and said slowly. Anyway, that item is not very useful to me. I will leave it to you guys to compete for it. I am more interested in going to the Void Saint World with Sister Lin. The Ironheart Ape grinned, looking very pleased with himself. I will give up too. Huang Xuanzong frowned and also chose to give up. In the end, the golden holy badge fell into Ironheart Yuan's hands at the sky-high price of 10 million drops of holy liquid. However, Ling Xiao was very sharp. When Yao Ji announced that the 10 million drops of holy liquid had been sold, Ironheart Yuan's eyes flashed with a hint of pain. However, he concealed it very well. Brother Zhao, it seems that the biggest winner in this auction is you. 3 golden holy badges actually brought you 21 million drops of holy liquid. It is really unimaginable. Lu Wenlong laughed bitterly. Although he was the young master of the Lu family, he was also a little envious of Ling Xiao. Hehe, I was also lucky. Ling Xiao smiled slightly. Obviously, he was very satisfied. In this way, other than the various treasures that he had auctioned off previously, he still had a large surplus. This was also something that he had not expected. Brother Lu, I see that the 4 major families and the 5 elements Saint sect have all come. I am afraid that you are not just here for the auction, right? Could it be that there are some treasures that all of you have to compete for? Ling Xiao asked with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Lu Wenlong nodded. Just as he was about to say something, his eyes suddenly lit up. It is that treasure. In the auction hall, a few old men with terrifying auras carried a golden box and walked in. Then, they used a very complicated method to open the seal on the box. Suddenly, an incomparably mysterious aura spread out from the box. What kind of treasure is this? Everyone's body trembled, and their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief and incomparable excitement. On the other hand, Tai Xingyuan, Xiao Rui, Huang Xuanzong, Lin Shi, and the others all stood up at the same time. Their eyes shone brightly as they revealed an extremely excited expression. Everyone, this is the last item for today's auction. It's also the most precious treasure in the entire auction, the Enlightenment Futon. Yao Ji's eyes were also filled with excitement as she spoke slowly to the crowd. Buzz, she opened the golden box, and a green futon appeared in front of everyone. The futon looked very exquisite, and the green patterns on it were filled with strange fluctuations. Chaotic mist lingered around it, and the light was dazzling. It exuded a vast aura of the holy path. Brother Zhao, this is the Enlightenment Futon. It's a supreme treasure refined from the leaves of the Enlightenment tree. If you can sit on the Enlightenment Futon and cultivate, not only will you not have any inner demons, but you will also be able to integrate with the true meaning of the Great Tao. Your cultivation will improve by leaps and bounds. Most importantly, with the help of the Enlightenment Futon, even a 9-star alchemy grandmaster will be able to reach the realm of an alchemy saint and refine a supreme divine pill. It can be said that with the Enlightenment Futon, you will definitely be able to take the top spot in this alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Wenlong said excitedly. The Enlightenment Futon is refined using the Enlightenment tree as the raw material? Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with a strange look. In terms of understanding of the Enlightenment tree, who could compare to him? One had to know that the Chongsun sect in the lower realm had an entire Enlightenment tree. It was the foundation of the Chongsun sect. That's right. The Enlightenment tree is the innate spiritual root of the Buddhism sect. It's said that the Enlightenment Futon was passed down from the Buddhism sect. It's just in time for this alchemy talisman ceremony, so the four major families are determined to get the Enlightenment futon. They hope to take the top spot in the alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Qinghuan said slowly. Everyone, the Enlightenment futon is a flawless saint treasure and a mid-grade saint treasure, but its effect is more precious than many high-grade saint treasures. This is because when you cultivate on the Enlightenment futon, not only can you calm your mind and comprehend the origin of the Great Path, but you can also kill your inner demons. It can even be said that with the Enlightenment futon, the success rate of becoming a saint will increase by more than 30%. Yao Ji's voice resounded throughout the auction hall. Immediately, everyone's eyes turned red and their breathing quickened. They all looked at the Enlightenment cushion with greed and passion. Could it increase the success rate of becoming a saint? It should be known that even if a 9th revolution half-saint wanted to become a saint, without sufficient preparation and accumulation, and without powerful good fortune treasures, the success rate would be less than 5%. Those 9th revolution half-saints who had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years didn't dare to make a breakthrough because it was too difficult to become a saint. They would either succeed or die. It could be said that although there was only a step between a 9th revolution half-saint and a saint, it was as difficult as climbing the sky. Countless 9th revolution half-saints would go crazy for the Enlightenment futon if it could increase the success rate by 30%, not to mention the others. I think everyone knows the importance and preciousness of the Enlightenment futon. The starting price of the Enlightenment futon is 10 million drops of saint liquid. Each bid must be at least 10,000 drops of saint liquid. Please make your bids. Yao Ji said slowly. 10 million drops of saint liquid, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. The starting price was already the same as the price of the last golden saint token. Many people couldn't help but give up with a bitter smile. No matter how good the treasure was, it was a pity that they didn't have the strength to take it. The only people who could take the Enlightenment futon were the four major families and the 5 elements saint sect. Everyone's eyes fell on them, waiting for them to bid. 12 million drops of saint liquid. Xiao Rui's eyes flashed and took the lead to bid. 15 million drops of saint liquid. Huang Xuanzong followed closely and said without hesitation. 18 million drops of saint liquid. Lu Wenlong also took a deep breath and said with incomparable excitement. Within the auction hall, bids rang out one after another. The prices caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. 10 million drops of saint liquid was the entire resource of a divine nation or a mid-grade family. After all, saint liquid was incomparably precious. If one wanted to break through to the divine king realm, half-saint realm, and a true saint, the saint liquid was indispensable. It was far from being comparable to divine stones. However, in the eyes of the four major families and the 5 elements saint sect, the saint liquid was just a number. They would do anything for the Enlightenment futon. In the corner of the 2nd floor, there was an old monk with a bitter face. An old monk with a frown was sitting in the private room. He looked very thin and weak, like a bag of bones. He was wearing a shabby kasaya and his body was faintly glowing with a dark golden light. His face was filled with wrinkles, making him look very old. His snow-white eyebrows were very long, and his eyes seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. He had a compassionate temperament. Beside the old monk sat a little monk. He looked to be 7 or 8 years old. He was white and chubby, like a porcelain doll. He had a pair of round eyes, and his chubby face was very cute. However, the little monk was the same as the old monk. They were both sighing. Master, the Enlightenment futon is our last treasure. Are we really going to sell it like this? The little monk said crisply. His eyes were filled with reluctance. What can we do if we don't sell it? If we don't sell it, how are we going to buy all kinds of heavenly treasures and divine weapons for a little bastard like you? Our Sanskrit temple's hopes are all on you. You can't disappoint me. The old monk said with a bitter smile. Master, then I won't eat heavenly treasures and divine weapons. The Enlightenment futon is your most beloved treasure. I don't want to sell it like this. The little monk said with tears in his eyes. Huining, don't cry. Master is still waiting for you to revive the Sanskrit temple and kill that traitor. If you sell a mere Enlightenment futon, then sell it. It's nothing. the old monk said slowly. Yes, master. The little monk sobbed as he stopped crying. However, this fortune treasure pavilion didn't disappoint me. It seems like the 4 major families and the 5 elements saint sect are determined to get the enlightenment futon. When the time comes, I'm afraid it will be auctioned for an unimaginable price. At that time, we will have the saint liquid to buy a flawless saint treasure for you. The old monk looked at the situation in the auction hall and said with satisfaction. Flawless saint treasure? When the little monk heard the words flawless saint treasure, his eyes instantly lit up. He even forgot to cry, and saliva flowed out of his mouth. 30 million drops of saint liquid. When Lu Wenlong's voice resounded in the auction hall, everyone couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with shock. The Lu family had really put in a lot of effort this time. When 30 million drops of saint liquid appeared, even Xiao Rui, iron-hearted Yuan, and Huang Xuanzong frowned. Their faces were filled with struggle. 30 million drops of saint liquid was indeed a sky-high price. It was more than enough to buy the enlightenment praying mat. It wasn't that they didn't want to continue bidding, but the price was too high and they didn't have enough saint liquid on them. Brother Iron, can you lend me some saint liquid? When I get the enlightenment praying mat, I can lend it to Brother Iron to cultivate for a period of time. Xiao Rui suddenly transmitted his voice to iron-hearted Yuan. After iron-hearted Yuan bought the golden sacred badge, he didn't have much saint liquid on him. It wasn't enough to bid for the enlightenment praying mat. So when the price of the enlightenment praying mat exceeded 20 million drops of saint liquid, iron-hearted Yuan gave up. Hearing Xiao Rui's words, iron-hearted Yuan's eyes flashed and said, Brother Xiao, I can lend you some saint liquid because I'm also unhappy with Lu Wenlong. But you have to promise me one thing. I can lend you all 20 million drops of saint liquid. What is it? Xiao Rui's spirit shook as he hurriedly transmitted his voice. Give up on pursuing Lin Shi and stand on the same side as me in the future. Help me pursue Lin Shi and I can help you deal with Lu Wenlong. I know that this pill talisman ceremony is very important to you and the Xiao family. As long as you promise me, I can represent the Tai family to form an alliance with you. Iron-hearted Yuan said faintly and set a temptation that Xiao Rui couldn't resist. Xiao Rui was still struggling. After all, he was also very fond of Lin Shi. But in the end, he still decided to get the enlightenment praying mat for the Xiao family and the first place of the pill talisman ceremony. All right. I promise you. Xiao Rui gritted his teeth and said. Great. I believe in Brother Xiao and the Xiao family's reputation. I'll give you 20 million drops of saint liquid right now. Iron-hearted Yuan laughed heartily. 35 million drops of saint liquid. While Xiao Rui and Ironheart Yuan were discussing, Huang Xuanzong also gritted his teeth and added another 5 million drops of saint liquid. This was already Huang Xuanzong's limit. Although the 5 elements saint sect was powerful, they might not be as wealthy as the pill talisman mountain. Huang Xuanzong was willing to offer 35 million drops of saint liquid, and that was also his limit. If there was anyone who offered a higher price, even Huang Xuanzong wouldn't be able to take it down. 40 million drops of holy liquid. At this moment, Lin Shi frowned and shouted a price with great difficulty. Although the Lin family was the head of the 4 great families, 40 million drops of sacred liquid was not a small sum to the Lin family. Lin Shi had also paid a heavy price for the Tao Enlightenment futon. Looks like the enlightenment praying mat is going to fall into their hands. Lu Wenlong smiled bitterly. He had already decided to give up. The 30 million drops of sacred liquid were given to him by the Lu family to auction off the enlightenment futon, but now it seemed that it was far from enough. That's the enlightenment praying mat. The person who obtains it is destined to become the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Lu Qingwan's eyes were also filled with regret. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. The enlightenment praying mat that everyone was scrambling for wasn't that attractive to him. Ling Xiao even thought that when the time came, he could cut off some leaves from the enlightenment tree of the Chongsun sect and casually make some enlightenment praying mats. Wouldn't the Chongsun sect be rich? 40 million drops of sacred liquid. Is there anyone else who wants to continue bidding? You have to know that this is the enlightenment praying mat. Not only can it be used to destroy one's inner demon and comprehend the origin of the great Tao, it can also allow you to be the champion of the alchemy talisman ceremony. Yao Ji's tempting voice rang out in the auction hall. Although the price had already exceeded Yao Ji's expectations, he still continued to incite everyone's emotions. However, the auction hall was very quiet, as if everyone had already given up on bidding. 40 million drops of sacred liquid was already an unimaginable price. 40 million drops of sacred liquid once, 40 million drops of sacred liquid twice. Yao Ji was slightly disappointed. He could only announce it according to the procedure. Suddenly, Xiao Rui's eyes flashed and he continued to bid. 50 million drops of sacred liquid. As soon as Xiao Rui's voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on him. Even Lin Shi's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. How could the Xiao clan be willing to take out so much sacred liquid to auction the enlightenment praying mat? Junior sister Lin, I only have 50 million drops of sacred liquid on me. If your bid is higher than 50 million drops of sacred liquid, I will give up. Xiao Rui smiled at Lin Shi. No need. I don't have that much sacred liquid. The enlightenment praying mat is yours. Lin Shi was a little regretful, but she still said lightly. Thank you, junior sister Lin. Xiao Rui said with a smile. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the enlightenment praying mat was going to fall into Xiao Rui's hands. This price made countless people flinch, but it was only used to buy a mid-grade sacred treasure, the enlightenment praying mat. Everyone had an incomparably intuitive understanding of the strength of the four major clans. 50 million drops of sacred liquid once, 50 million drops of sacred liquid twice, 50 million drops of sacred liquid thrice. Congratulations to young Master Xiao Rui for winning the enlightenment praying mat. Yao Ji announced. Xiao Rui breathed a sigh of relief. Although he paid a great price, he finally got the enlightenment praying mat. In the private room, the old monk and the little monk's eyes also revealed an incomparably excited look. Master, 50 million drops of sacred liquid, this is the most expensive one among all your treasures, right? Do you have other more expensive treasures? The little monk Huining said to the old monk excitedly. The old monk was originally very happy, but after hearing Huining's words, his face suddenly darkened and said, no more. My treasures have all been squandered by a prodigal little bastard like you. 50 million drops of sacred liquid should be able to support you for a while. Sai, when you enter the 8 treasure lotus merit pool, you must work hard for me. Master, don't worry. I will definitely beat those bald donkeys to a pulp. The little monk Huining said seriously. Bang, the old monk gave Huining a blow and said angrily, who are you calling a bald donkey? You are a little bald donkey yourself. If you dare to talk nonsense again, be careful that Buddha will appear and expel you from Buddhism. Master, you hit me again. For so many years, I have never seen Buddha appear. The little monk Huining held his head, and it was so painful that tears were about to fall. Let's go to the Fortune Treasure Pavilion to buy a flawless sacred treasure for you to try. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will break your legs. The auction was over. Ling Xiao was very satisfied. Not only did he get the blood soul fruit and the 9-headed centipede, but he also got the seal of mountains and rivers and other treasures. The seal of mountains and rivers was not simple. If it could help the Thunder Spirit King break through, it would be a great opportunity. Ling Xiao went to the backstage of the Fortune Treasure Tower and saw the charming enchantress. After handing over all the treasures, Ling Xiao still had more than 6 million drops of holy liquid left. Master Zhao, I didn't expect you to be such a handsome young man. If you need anything in the future, feel free to look for me. I will definitely satisfy you. The enchantress winked at Ling Xiao, and then left, swaying her slender waist. She left behind a fragrant wind that left a lingering aftertaste. Ling Xiao was speechless. The enchantress was really a seductress. Brother Zhao, it seems that the enchantress is interested in you. Do you want to try? I heard that the enchantress's background is not simple. Lu Wenlong looked at the enchantress's back and smiled at Ling Xiao. Forget it. I think the enchantress is more suitable for you. Brother Lu, here are 2 golden holy badges. Please keep them well. For these 2 golden holy badges, just give me 6 million drops of holy liquid. Ling Xiao shook his head and smiled. He then took out the 2 golden holy badges and handed them to Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingwan. How can I do that? The 3 gold unholy badges that Brother Zhao auctioned were sold for 20 million drops of holy liquid. I can't take advantage of Brother Zhao. Let's go with 8 million drops of holy liquid each. Lu Wenlong shook his head. His attitude was very firm. Brother Lu, you don't have to be so polite with me. You saw it too. If I didn't bid on purpose, how could Xianxia bid such a high price? 3 million drops of holy liquid is the normal price. Ling Xiao said with a smile. However, Lu Wenlong would not agree no matter what. He did not want to take advantage of Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was Ling Xiao who had helped him obtain the Heart Core Sutra in the Pill and Talisman Dao College. In the end, Ling Xiao could not change his mind and could only accept Lu Wenlong's 16 million drops of sacred liquid, instantly making Ling Xiao rich. Brother Zhao, the Pill Talisman ceremony is about to begin. We have to go back and prepare. Goodbye. If Brother Zhao needs anything, just ask the Apricot Blossom Tower Master to take care of it. I will come to the Apricot Blossom Tower to look for Brother Zhao during the Alchemy Talisman ceremony. Lu Wenlong cupped his hands and bowed. Good. Goodbye. Ling Xiao smiled and said goodbye to Lu Wenlong and Lu Qingluan. I say, Miss Lin, is it really okay for you to secretly eavesdrop on other people's conversations? Ling Xiao looked towards a corner in the distance with a hint of a smile in his eyes. Wang, there was a flash of light in the air, and a beautiful woman in a black dress appeared. She was looking at Ling Xiao with an unfriendly expression, and her breathing was a little hurried, causing her chest to rise and fall, outlining her soul-stirring perfect curves. It was the eldest daughter of the Lin family, Lin Shi. Zhao Ritian, the owner of those 3 golden holy badges, is indeed you. You actually dared to trick me? Lin Shi was so angry that her teeth itched as she glared at Ling Xiao. Trick you? Miss Lin, you can't say that, right? If it weren't for your beauty, how could my golden holy badges only be auctioned for 3 million drops of holy liquid? Since you are so heartless, you can't blame me for being unjust, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Very well. Zhao Ritian, I will remember you. I admit defeat. But you better be careful in the future. Don't fall into my hands. Lin Shi glared at Ling Xiao, then stomped her feet and left. Ling Xiao touched his nose and felt a little helpless. He had offended another great lady. Lin Shi's cultivation was very strong. She had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Moreover, she didn't look like a broad-minded person. Women were always a little narrow-minded. Ling Xiao returned to the Apricot Blossom Tower. Thunder Spirit King, this seal of mountains and rivers is indeed not simple. Ling Xiao opened the isolation array in the small courtyard. After carefully studying the seal of mountains and rivers, he suddenly exclaimed. The seal of mountains and rivers looked like a tool embryo. There was hope for it to be promoted to a flawless holy treasure. The main reason was that the material of the seal of mountains and rivers had already reached the level of a holy treasure. Moreover, there was a sleeping tool spirit in the seal of mountains and rivers. As long as the tool spirit was activated and the seal of mountains and rivers was continuously nurtured, the seal of mountains and rivers would be promoted to a flawless holy treasure in the future. However, Ling Xiao found that the material of the seal of mountains and rivers was very similar to the material of the cyclic sky seal. Moreover, the tool spirit in the seal of mountains and rivers was somewhat similar to the Thunder Spirit King. They both contained an extremely powerful thunder wave power. Master, the creator of the seal of mountains and rivers, O Yezi, I suspect that he might have seen the cyclic sky seal. Otherwise, how could he have forged the cyclic sky seal? Because the seal of mountains and rivers was originally an imitation of the cyclic sky seal. As long as I can devour the tool spirit of the seal of mountains and rivers, then integrate the seal of mountains and rivers into the cyclic sky seal, I will definitely become a sage. Thunder Spirit King said with incomparable excitement. It's hard to say whether O Yezi has seen the cyclic sky seal or not. Maybe he has seen the cyclic sky seal. Anyway, this is a pleasant surprise. You can start devouring the seal of mountains and rivers now and try to break through as soon as possible. Ling Xiao said slowly. Now, Thunder Spirit King had already reached the peak of the 9th transformation half-saint. He only needed an opportunity to break through completely. Moreover, after breaking through, Thunder Spirit King would be able to completely control the cyclic sky seal. Even if the original tool spirit of the cyclic sky seal, Second Holy Lord, came back, he would not be able to take control of the cyclic sky seal. Good. Master, let's leave Taishan City first and find an empty place in the wilderness. When I become a sage, although it won't really lead to the divine test, the cyclic sky seal will definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. At that time, I'm afraid that it will attract the attention of those who want to see it. Thunder Spirit King said. Good. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Now, in Taishan City, there were many pairs of eyes staring at Ling Xiao, watching his every move. However, Ling Xiao was not worried. He used his own spirit to leave a clone, and then used the sky-hiding secret skill to quietly leave Apricot Blossom Tower and go out of Taishan City. After leaving Taishan City, Ling Xiao flew all the way to the north. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, he stopped in an ancient mountain range. This mountain range had a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The chi of heaven and earth was very weak, so there were very few powerful demonic beasts in the mountain range. It was not a paradise. Few strong people came here. It was just a barren mountain with few people. Ling Xiao stopped in a valley, and then took out a lot of materials to set up a huge breath-concealing and defensive matrix, preparing for Thunder Spirit King's breakthrough. Thunder Spirit King had already devoured the seal of mountains and rivers with the cyclic sky seal. His spirit became unstable, and the cyclic sky seal began to shine with strange lights. The runes on the cyclic sky seal lit up, and an ancient and mysterious spirit spread out, slowly floating in the void. Ling Xiao's eyes showed a trace of expectation, waiting for the final transformation of the cyclic sky seal. At the same time, the old monk and the little monk Huining also left Taishan City and went all the way to the north, in the direction of this barren mountain. Boom! Ling Xiao could feel the endless chaotic light surging in the flipping sky seal. The mysterious world of death was trembling slightly. The seal of mountains and rivers was like a stream of light, merging into the flipping sky seal. It was as if it had been completely devoured by the flipping sky seal. The device spirit in the seal of mountains and rivers was a ball of purple lightning. Although it was very intelligent, there was a powerful seal that had not been opened. When the ball of purple lightning entered the flipping sky seal, it immediately began to absorb the endless chaotic chi. Its aura also became more and more terrifying. It is indeed the origin of thunder. The Thunder Spirit King's eyes were filled with surprise. He opened his mouth and swallowed the ball of purple lightning into his stomach. Crack, bolts of lightning were dazzling. Thunder Spirit King was standing in the chaotic void. He was surrounded by endless lightning. His aura started to become extremely violent. It seemed that he had finally reached the critical point. At this moment, the Thunder Spirit King also found the opportunity to break through. With the help of the device spirit of the seal of mountains and rivers, he began to advance towards the mysterious sage realm. If the Thunder Spirit King was still the original Thunder Spirit King, there would have been a divine trial at this moment. However, the Thunder Spirit King was now only the device spirit of the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal was originally a top holy treasure. His advancement seemed to have absorbed the power of the flipping sky seal. He began to completely control the flipping sky seal and become one with it. Boom, the void trembled slightly. Incomparably majestic energy gathered from all directions and surged towards the flipping sky seal. Inside the flipping sky seal, Thunder Spirit King's body was filled with holy power. Thunder light shone brightly. His entire being was in a mysterious state. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the Thunder Spirit King had begun to ascend to the Saint Realm. The flipping sky seal had undergone a mysterious change. The original black ancient seal began to flow with a brilliant light, and there were waves of mysterious waves spreading out in all directions. The Thunder Spirit King finally broke through. Ling Xiao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. He sat cross-legged in the valley and stared at the flipping sky seal floating in the void. He was waiting for the final change of the flipping sky seal. When the Thunder Spirit King and the flipping sky seal completely merged into one, Ling Xiao would be able to use the power of the flipping sky seal. At that time, he would be like the Scarlet Dragon war god from 1,000,000 years ago. Even saints could be slaughtered. In a vast expanse of chaotic void, a resplendent golden divine sun emitted an eternal light. Streams of golden flames flowed and looked dazzling. It turned into an incomparably bizarre scene that appeared in the chaotic void. Above the golden sun sat a young man in golden armor. He was handsome and heroic, and his skin was translucent like jade. The blood in his body surged like a river, containing extremely violent ripples of energy. His breathing was like thunder. Every time he breathed, he would devour the endless golden flames in the surroundings, causing his presence to become even more unfathomable. There was a golden flame mark between his eyebrows, making him look even more mysterious and dignified. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. There seemed to be two streams of divine flames in his eyes that pierced through the firmament, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The golden divine sun turned into a stream of light and merged into his glabella, causing his presence to become even more unfathomable. Not bad. This is the 108th sun that you have devoured. With these 108th sun, it is enough for you to activate the Emperor Yin cauldron. Even if a saint was standing in front of you now, he would be killed by you directly. An old voice came from the young man's body, with an extremely satisfied fluctuation. Second uncle, does this mean that we can return to the realm of the gods now? After staying here for so many years, I am about to die of boredom. Now that I have obtained the inheritance of the Emperor Yin, cultivated the Emperor Yin scripture and controlled the Emperor Yin cauldron, those so-called geniuses in the realm of the gods are a bunch of trash. Who can be my opponent? The young man in golden armor said proudly. His eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. You are right. Ritian, your talent is the best that I have ever seen in my life. Your luck and opportunities are also unparalleled. Who would have thought that instead of entering the realm of the gods, we would find the ancient fire world, allowing you to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Yin by chance. Soon, you will be able to become a saint and even have a glimpse of the legendary Great Emperor realm. It is not impossible. Second uncle also said with great emotion. Second uncle, this is all thanks to you. If you had not brought me out of the God of War world from the universe river, I am afraid that I would still be in the God of War world, waiting for the door to the realm of the gods to open. Second uncle, don't worry, Zhao Ritian, will not let you down. I will sweep through all the worlds, be invincible, and become the Ritian Great Emperor. Zhao Ritian said emotionally. Ha ha ha. You are ambitious. You have spent more than 1,000 years in the ancient fire world to obtain the inheritance of the Emperor Yin. However, the flow of time in the ancient fire world is different from the realm of the gods. I am afraid that only a dozen years have passed in the realm of the gods. Although Ling Xiao has obtained the inheritance of the Scarlet Dragon War God, I am afraid that he is at most in the Heavenly God realm or even the Divine King realm. How can he be compared to you? Second uncle said with a smile. Zhao Ritian had obtained the inheritance of the Emperor Yin and devoured 108 sons. In the past 1,000 years, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. He had reached the 7th revolution half-saint realm. In the entire realm of the gods, those so-called geniuses are a bunch of trash. Only Ling Xiao is worthy of my attention. It is a pity that he did not have enough opportunities. To be able to break through to the heavenly god realm or even the divine king realm in a dozen years, he is considered to be extremely talented. It seems like he is no longer worthy to be my opponent. Life is as lonely as snow. Zhao Ritian stood with his hands behind his back and smiled proudly. That's right. Although you have only broken through to the 7th revolution half-saint realm, you will definitely be able to break through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm once you have refined all the 108 sons and cultivated the Emperor Yin scripture to a small success. The Heaven's Choice Convention is about to begin. That is your real stage. This time, you must be the best in the Heaven's Choice Convention and become the chosen one. You must defeat all the geniuses in the universe and live up to the name of the Emperor Yin. Second uncle said. Ha ha ha. All right. Let us return to the realm of the gods. Someone actually dared to take my treasure? Interesting, interesting. Second uncle suddenly said with surprise in his voice. Treasure? Second uncle, what treasure did someone take away from you? Zhao Ritian asked curiously. You won't know even if I tell you. My treasure is in the divine world. Let's go back to the divine world. I want to see who has the guts to take second uncle's treasure. second uncle said with a cold smile. All right. Zhao Ritian nodded his head and let out a long howl. Instantly, a sun in the distance exploded. Endless flames spread out and a three-legged strange golden bird rushed out from it. It was emitting a ferocious aura. Its bloodline was ancient and mysterious, and its eyes were extremely sharp. However, it obediently stopped in front of Zhao Ritian. As Zhao Ritian leaped up and rode on the strange bird, the three-legged strange bird instantly turned into a golden stream of light. It directly broke through the void and disappeared into the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In the valley, the flipping sky seal was floating in the void, surrounded by endless chaotic light. Blazing lightning was emitted from it, ancient and mysterious. At this moment, Thunder Spirit King's aura was more than 10 times or even 100 times stronger than before. A vast and mysterious holy aura was emitted, causing the space in the flipping sky seal to undergo earth-shattering changes. A purple Thunder Dao fruit was floating above Thunder Spirit King's head. His aura was incomparably mysterious as he merged with the flipping sky seal, completely controlling all the power of the flipping sky seal. When Thunder Spirit King's aura calmed down, Ling Xiao quickly asked, "How is it? Have you completely controlled the power of the flipping sky seal?" "Master, I have completed the promotion and can now control all the power of the flipping sky seal." "But," Thunder Spirit King said in a low voice. "But what?" Ling Xiao asked. "There is a core area in the flipping sky seal that I have never been able to step into. It is the area where the Extreme Emperor's aura is released. I suspect that the flipping sky seal is not as simple as a holy treasure." Thunder Spirit King took a deep breath and said, "Not a holy treasure? Could it be?" Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something and could not help but tremble. "That's right. How could an ordinary saint treasure possess such a powerful emperor's might? Even if it has the support of a great emperor, it should have dissipated after so many years. Therefore, I suspect that the flipping sky seal is not a holy treasure at all, but an incomplete Extreme Dao Emperor weapon," Thunder Spirit King said slowly. His eyes were filled with excitement. An Extreme Dao Emperor weapon. In the era where great emperors were absent, it represented invincible and extreme power. Even if it was an incomplete Extreme Dao Emperor weapon, it was still extremely precious and its value could not be measured. Apex Emperor weapon? It is said that the flipping sky seal is a replica of the heaven battling seal. Is there a secret that we don't know about? Ling Xiao's body also trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's hard to say. With my current cultivation, I can't enter the area with the Extreme Emperor pressure. If I want to completely control the flipping sky seal, I'm afraid my cultivation will have to improve further. Thunder Spirit King sighed and said, "It's all right. Since the flipping sky seal still has secrets that we don't know, let's explore them slowly. How much power can you unleash now?" Ling Xiao nodded and said, "The flipping sky seal is extremely powerful. It can directly kill anyone below a saint. But if I want to deal with a saint, I must use the Extreme Dao Emperor pressure. With my current strength, I'm afraid I can only use the Extreme Dao Emperor pressure 3 times at most," Thunder Spirit King said slowly. 3 Extreme Dao Emperor pressure? It seems that even a real saint can be killed by it. Finally, I have the power to protect myself. Very good. Ling Xiao nodded with a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. Whoosh, translator, trans and editor, trans and the flipping sky seal turned into a stream of light and flew back into Ling Xiao's body. It even emitted a strange power that nourished Ling Xiao's body and made him stronger and stronger. Ling Xiao was about to return to Taishan City when he suddenly heard the sound of something breaking through the air in the distance. There was also the sound of fierce fighting, which caused the mountains in the distance to shake violently. Ling Xiao could not help but be startled. He immediately used the sky-shrouding secret skill and flew in the direction of the fighting. Boom, a mountain was directly shattered. Rocks flew everywhere, and heaven and earth trembled. A man covered in a black robe was fighting with a skinny old monk. Every blow was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. The scene was extremely terrifying. However, the black-robed man's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. The shriveled old monk's cultivation wasn't weak either. He was also at the 9th revolution half-saint realm. However, he seemed to have suffered some kind of internal injury. Therefore, he wasn't able to erupt with a strong fighting strength. Huining, hurry up and leave. Don't worry about Master. The Prajna temple depends on you in the future. The old monk roared. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Master, I'm not leaving. If we leave together. If we die together. A little monk stood below. He was chubby and cute. At this moment, he was wiping his tears and anxiously shouting. Ha ha ha. Master, junior brother is right. How could he just abandon you and leave like this? As long as you give me the Prajna Sutra, I promise not to kill you and junior brother. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. An ice-cold voice resounded from the black-robed man's mouth. It was filled with murderous aura. Wretched disciple, don't even think about it. The old monk suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were wide open in anger. The string of golden Buddhist beads on his wrist instantly exploded. After absorbing the old monk's blood, it instantly transformed into a bizarre swastika character, and directly flew towards the black-robed man. The complexion of the black-robed man slightly changed. He couldn't help but coldly snorted and said, Great Prajna Palm? Unfortunately, Master, your injuries have not healed. You are unable to display the full power of Great Prajna Palm. Boom, the black-robed man also sent out a palm strike. Golden Buddhist radiance exploded around his body. At the same time, black devil chi surged. It transformed into a half-golden half-black swastika character, and welcomed the old monk. The void trembled violently, and the two swastika characters exploded with a loud bang. The black-robed man's body was filled with golden and black radiance. Half of it was benevolent and holy Buddhist radiance, and the other half was dark and evil devil radiance. They formed a perfect balance in his palm strike. The Buddhist beads that filled the sky exploded with a loud bang. The black-robed man's palm strike broke the old monk's arm, and instantly landed on the old monk's chest. Puff! Traitorous disciple, you betrayed your master, betrayed the Buddha, and joined the demonic path. Sooner or later, you will die a horrible death. The old monk angrily glared at the black-robed man. His eyes revealed a trace of despair. Master, are you all right? Woo-woo. Senior brother Huixin, why did you harm Master? Don't you remember how Master taught you the Tao back then? The little monk Huining's face was covered in tears. He ran over and helped the old monk up. His eyes were filled with anger and sadness. The black-robed man's body trembled. His eyes revealed a trace of struggle. However, he immediately became cold and emotionless. Junior brother, as long as you hand over the great wisdom scripture, I promise I won't kill you. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless. Don't even think about it. The old monk's face was like gold paper. He revealed a trace of misery and determination. You don't know the difference between life and death. Since it's like this, then Great Wisdom Temple will be destroyed today. The black-robed man's eyes blazed with killing intent. He instantly pounced towards the old monk and little monk. The old monk was already an arrow at the end of its flight. He was on the verge of death. He had no way of resisting. He could only close his eyes in despair. 2 lines of tears flowed out. If he died, then he died. It was a pity that the inheritance of Great Wisdom Temple was cut off. Huining was still young, so he had to die with him. Hong Long, however, at this moment, a black streak of light was extremely fast. It instantly attacked the black-robed man. It contained an incomparably terrifying power. The black-robed man's expression couldn't help but change. He didn't dare take it head-on with his bare hands. He hurriedly took out a pure gold monk's blade. It exploded with an incomparably powerful holy aura as it chopped down towards the black streak of light. Kacha, a terrifying divine light exploded. The black-robed man felt as if he had collided with an incomparably hard ancient divine mountain. His entire body trembled violently. The monk's blade in his hand actually directly broke apart. That black streak of light was a small black seal. It directly smashed into the black-robed man's chest and sent him flying. Who are you? A trace of blood flowed out of the black-robed man's mouth. He stared at the figure that flew over from the distance. It was a white-clothed youth. He was heroic and extraordinary. His aura was otherworldly. His black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were incomparably cold, containing a trace of intense killing intent. It was Ling Xiao. Defecting to the demon race, deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors, everyone has the right to punish you. How do you want to die? Ling Xiao stared at the black-robed man and said coldly. Ling Xiao originally didn't intend to meddle in other people's business, but when he found out that this black-robed man was actually a Buddhist disciple who had betrayed his master and ancestors, defected to the devil race, and turned around to kill his own master and junior brother, Ling Xiao was immediately enraged. The remnants of the demon race had deceived their master and destroyed their ancestors. No matter which one it was, they had to die. There was no room for negotiation. You? You are merely a second revolution half-saint. Do you really think that you can behave atrociously in front of me just because you have a powerful holy treasure? Brat, this saint treasure of yours is not bad. This seat will kindly accept it. The black-robed man sneered. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. A black golden demon subduing pestle appeared in his hand. It was heavy and ancient, radiating with powerful holy might. The black-robed man knew that the flipping sky seal was extraordinary, so he immediately took out a powerful holy treasure. That was the reason why the flipping sky seal had smashed the top semi-holy treasure. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was only a second revolution half-saint. He was relying on the power of a holy treasure. There was nothing to be afraid of. It's actually the War God Temple's flipping sky seal? Could it be that he is the new War God Temple master? The old monk's eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment as he muttered to himself. War God Temple's flipping sky seal? Master, can this benefactor defeat senior brother Huixin? If we can't beat him, then we'll all be in trouble. Huining opened his cute big eyes and said with expectation and worry. Don't worry. With the flipping sky seal, he won't lose. Huining, remember, don't call Huixin senior brother in the future. He is a traitor. You must kill him in the future and take revenge. For my great wisdom temple. The old monk stared at Huining and said. Suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His chi became incomparably weak and he was on the verge of death. The old monk was already seriously injured. This time, he used his life force to fight Huixin. In the end, his injuries worsened. He was already on the verge of death. He had been holding on until now, but after seeing Ling Xiao and Huining safe and sound, he could not hold on any longer. Master, you can't die. If you die, what will I do? Master, woo-woo. Huining hugged the old monk. His face was full of tears. He cried so sadly that his face was a mess. Silly child, what joy is there in life? Why should I die? I just returned to the embrace of Buddha. If you can enter the 8-treasure lotus pond of virtue and virtue one day, maybe we will meet again. Huining, follow him from now on. He should be a good person. The old monk smiled at Huining. His face was full of kindness and reluctance. He rubbed Huining's head. His chi became weaker and weaker. Weng, the old monk forced himself to sit down cross-legged. He put his palms together and lowered his head. He had a benevolent expression as he chanted, Avalokitesvara. Bodhisattva, when you walk deep in the Prajnaparamita, you see that the 5 skandhas are all emptiness. Sarira, form is not different from emptiness. Emptiness is not different from form. Form is emptiness is form. Feelings, thoughts, actions, and consciousness are all the same. As the old monk chanted, the surrounding space lit up with a resplendent Buddhist light. It was as if a door to the void had been opened. Flowers of the great Tao sprinkled down. The surrounding space shook. The old monk's body slowly turned into a rain of light. Sarira is the emptiness of all laws. It is neither born nor destroyed, neither dirty nor clean, neither increasing nor decreasing. Therefore, there is no form in the air, no feelings, no thoughts, no consciousness, no eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no color, no sound, no smell, no touch. Therefore, the Prajnaparamita mantra is the mantra, Jiadi Jiadi, Boluo Jiadi, Boluo Sing Jiadi, Bodhisattva He. As the old monk finished reciting the last sentence of the mantra, his whole body became crystal clear. In an instant, he turned into a resplendent rain of light and disappeared from the world. Amitabha. Huining put his palms together and softly chanted the mantra of Buddha. He was choking with sobs and tears were streaming down his face. Boom! Ling Xiao controlled the heaven-flipping seal and collided with Huixin's demon-subduing pestle. Instantly, Huixin was sent flying again. He directly smashed a human-shaped hole in the mountain wall far away. Huh? Old man, you would rather die than give me the Prajna Sutra? Very well. The black-robed man was furious and his face turned ghastly pale. He had intended to interrogate the primordial spirit of the old monk to find the whereabouts of the Prajna Sutra. However, he had not expected Ling Xiao to appear and the old monk would die. He had lost both his life and his wealth. You won't even let my master off. You really deserve to die. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent as he shouted in anger. In an instant, the flipping sky seal shone with boundless light. Boundless chaotic chi filled the air as if it was surrounding the 3,000 worlds. It came crashing down on the black-robed man. The Thunder Spirit King activated the Extreme Emperor's aura of the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal contained unparalleled power as if it was going to turn everything into dust. This is Extreme Emperor's aura? Who are you? The black-robed man's face changed instantly and his eyes were filled with horror. Although he was terrified of the flipping sky seal, he was confident that he could contend with it. However, when the Extreme Emperor's aura of the flipping sky seal was activated, he instantly felt the threat of death as if he would be smashed into dust by the flipping sky seal at any time. Rumble, the flipping sky seal flew across the sky. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold and he did not answer the black-robed man's question. In his heart, the black-robed man had become a target to be killed. Such a traitor of the demon clan who had betrayed his master must die. Damn it! The black-robed man was locked in place and there was no way for him to dodge. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he held the demon-subduing pestle. In an instant, all the terrifying power around him poured into the demon-subduing pestle. The Buddha's light and the demon's light intertwined, containing a terrifying power. Boom! The demon-subduing pestle and the flipping sky seal collided. In an instant, the Extreme Emperor's aura spread out and sent the demon-subduing pestle flying. Even the talismans on it were shattered. Although the demon-subduing pestle was a powerful holy treasure, it was far from being comparable to the flipping sky seal. Therefore, it was sent flying upon contact. The flipping sky seal was like an immemorial sacred mountain that pressed down. It seemed that no power could resist it. At this moment, the black-robed man felt that his strength was so insignificant, like an ant facing a divine dragon. He had no strength to resist at all. I'll remember you. Brat, one day, I'll kill you. The black-robed man roared as he glared at Ling Xiao. The murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. Rumble, the flipping sky seal fell and smashed the black-robed man into a bloody mist. He exploded completely and even his primordial spirit was shattered instantly. It's just a clone? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He discovered that the primordial spirit of the black-robed man was not complete. It seemed that the black-robed man was still alive and still had some tricks up his sleeve. A mere doppelganger had the power of a 9th revolution half-saint. How strong was this black-robed man? Ling Zhao's heart trembled slightly. Ling Xiao saw that although the black-robed man was dead, a treasure had fallen from his body. It was not destroyed by the flipping sky seal. It was stored in a golden box covered with runes. This box looks familiar. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He suddenly recalled that the Enlightenment futon was stored in this golden box at the auction. But why did the black-robed man have the same golden box? Ling Xiao pondered for a moment. He directly destroyed the runes on the box with brute force and opened it. A bright green light bloomed. A green futon appeared in the golden box. It looked crystal clear and filled with a mysterious Taoist rhyme. It was the Enlightenment futon. Why is the Enlightenment futon in the black-robed man's hands? Could it be that he snatched it from Xiao Rui's hands? Ling Xiao was a little surprised and thought to himself. Xiao Rui had spent 50 million drops of sacred liquid to bid for the Enlightenment futon. It could be said that he had put in a lot of effort. Ling Xiao did not expect it to fall into the black-robed man's hands. Presumably, Xiao Rui was really in for a tragedy, however, this was also an unexpected surprise. Ling Xiao naturally did not hesitate to take it for himself and put it away. Little monk, your master has already passed away. Don't be too sad. Cultivate well in the future. I believe that with your talent, you will definitely be able to avenge your master and kill that traitorous disciple. When Ling Xiao raised his head, he saw that the little monk was still sitting there. His small figure looked very frail and made one's heart ache. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh and walked over to help him up. Benefactor, do you think I can still see my master? My master said that as long as I can enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit, there is hope to see him. Huining raised his head and looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hope. Definitely. The 8 treasures lotus pond of merit is rumored to be the western paradise of Buddhism. As long as you are a Buddhist disciple, you will enter the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit to reincarnate after death. Your master should have gone there too. Ling Xiao smiled and said. Yes. I will definitely go to the 8 treasures lotus pond of merit and bring my master back. Benefactor, can I follow you in the future? The little monk opened his eyes wide and asked innocently. Ling Xiao originally wanted to refuse, but looking at the little monk's innocent and pure eyes, he could not help but feel his heart soften. He sighed softly and said, well, you will follow me in the future. Ling Xiao did not expect that when he came out of Taishan City, he would bring back another burden. The little monk's cultivation was not high. It seemed that he was only in the Divine King realm, but his physical body was extremely pure and had a kind of immortal fluctuation that even Ling Xiao could not see through. Thank you, benefactor. I will definitely be obedient. The little monk said happily. Well, now come back to Taishan City with me. Ling Xiao said with a headache. Then he took the little monk's hand and rose into the sky, heading toward Taishan City. In Taishan City, the Xiao family had gone crazy. Countless cultivators of the Xiao family were wantonly searching Taishan City. They even sent out a saint, which made the atmosphere of the entire Taishan City extremely tense. After the auction of the Treasure House of Fortune, Xiao Rui had just left the Treasure House of Fortune with the Enlightenment futon when he was knocked unconscious by a black-robed man who snatched the Enlightenment futon away. It should be known that Xiao Rui was a 7th Revolution half-saint. He was very powerful and had many defensive treasures on him. Even a 9th Revolution half-saint would find it difficult to knock him unconscious quietly and then snatch the Enlightenment futon away. The Xiao family even suspected that it was done by the other 3 families or the immortal Holy Land, but the other 3 families all denied it. The Xiao family had no evidence at all, and the black-robed man did not even leave a trace. Although the Xiao family sent out a large number of cultivators to search everywhere, they did not find the whereabouts of the black-robed man. The Xiao family and Xiao Rui had become a complete laughingstock. After all, the Enlightenment futon, which they had spent 50 million drops of sacred liquid to buy, was snatched away as soon as it left the Treasure House of Fortune. This was simply a slap to the Xiao family's face. Such arrogance did not take the Xiao family or even the Pill Talisman Mountain seriously at all. Xiao Rui was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally wanted to rely on the Enlightenment futon to win the Pill Talisman ceremony. Now, it was all in vain. When Ling Xiao returned to Taishan City, he heard that Xiao Rui had been knocked unconscious and that the Enlightenment futon had been snatched away. Was it really done by the black-robed man? To be able to knock Xiao Rui out quietly and snatch the Enlightenment futon, this guy is really capable. A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. The Enlightenment praying mat that Xiao Rui obtained with great difficulty was snatched away just like that, and the Xiao family couldn't find any traces of that person. Not only did it make Xiao Rui vomit blood from anger, the Xiao family also became the laughingstock of everyone. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. If it wasn't for the Lightning Spirit King becoming a saint and completely controlling the power of the flipping sky seal, it would be impossible to kill the black-robed person so easily. Huixin was originally a genius of our Sanskrit temple. His battle power was exceptional, and he was unrivaled in the same realm. But he was deranged and deceived his master, even master was killed by him. Woo-woo. This little monk will definitely take revenge for master. the little monk said while choking with sobs. Alright, don't cry. As long as you train hard, there will definitely be a day when you can kill your enemy. Since Huixin was a disciple of Sanskrit temple, why would he be related to the demon race? Ling Xiao comforted Huining, and asked curiously. Although Huining was master's disciple, he was proud and arrogant. He wanted to obtain the secret of the Great Wisdom Sutra. Through the little monk Huining's explanation, Ling Xiao gradually understood the grudge between them and the black-robed person. So the black-robed person Huixin was the head disciple of the old monk Hongren. The old monk Hongren was the head of Sanskrit temple. Sanskrit temple was a branch of Buddhism. Although their strength wasn't strong, and even the old monk Hongren was only a 9th revolution half-saint, and hadn't become a saint yet, the Sanskrit temple's Great Wisdom Sutra was one of the supreme sutras of Buddhism. It was rumored that it contained heavenly secrets. But after countless years, not only Sanskrit temple, even the other monks couldn't understand the secret of the Great Wisdom Sutra. And after the old monk Hongren took Huixin as his disciple, he taught him with great care. Huixin's talent was also exceptional, and his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds. He reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm, and was hailed as the hope of Sanskrit temple. However, Huixin was extremely ambitious. He always wanted to use the Prajna Sutra to prove his Tao, but no one was able to understand the secrets of the Prajna Sutra. Huixin even didn't hesitate to join the devil race and cultivate the devil path's divine arts and secret techniques. He tried in vain to combine the Buddhist and devil paths to comprehend the secrets of the Prajna Sutra. In the end, it caused his temperament to change greatly and he went mad. Huixin always thought that the old monk Hongren knew the secret of the Sanskrit Sutra, but didn't tell him. That was why, for the sake of obtaining the secret of the Sanskrit Sutra, Huixin didn't hesitate to seriously injure the old monk Hongren, killing several thousand people from Sanskrit temple. In the end, the old monk Hongren escaped with Huining, but he was still pursued by Huixin. This time, it was likely that Huixin had found the Enlightenment rush mad at the auction. Following the map, he found the old monk Hongren and Huining's traces and chased after them. This person is truly insane. Ling Zhao's eyes were filled with incomparably cold killing intent. Huixin's madness wasn't enough to describe his master and ancestors. Such a person was extremely terrifying. For the sake of his Tao, he could disregard everything. Killing his master and ancestors was just his way to prove his Tao. Killing his master to prove his Tao, this Huixin was definitely an extremely dangerous person. When Ling Xiao saw the little monk take out Huixin's demon-subduing pestle. The demon-subduing pestle was a powerful saint treasure. After Ling Xiao killed Huixin, he gave it to the little monk. However, he saw the little monk take a bite out of the demon-subduing pestle after grabbing it. Crunch, a large piece of the demon-subduing pestle was bitten off by the little monk. Immediately, the little monk's body emitted a dazzling light. It was as if he was cast in gold. His aura also began to rise. Originally, the little monk's cultivation was only at the mid-stage Divine King realm. However, as he devoured the power of the demon-subduing pestle, his cultivation began to rise. You actually ate a flawless saint treasure? Ling Xiao widened his eyes. His eyes were filled with disbelief. A flawless saint treasure was incomparably tough. It was even tougher than his current physical body. However, this little monk grabbed the flawless saint treasure and took a bite out of it. Just how sharp were the little monk's silver teeth? Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao was dumbfounded. I have been eating it all this time. Is there a problem? I want to eat more saint treasures so that I can become a saint as soon as possible and avenge my master. The little monk stared with his innocent eyes. Then, he took another bite out of the demon-subduing pestle. Crunch, crunch. After the little monk swallowed the demon-subduing pestle, his cultivation rose from the mid-stage Divine King realm to the Great Divine King realm. Ling Xiao couldn't believe his eyes. What kind of freak did I meet? Ling Xiao wailed in his heart. That was a flawless saint treasure. It was swallowed by the little monk just like that. Most importantly, swallowing a saint treasure could increase one's cultivation. This was simply unheard of. Little husband, have you heard of a peerless physique called the Diamond Saint Physique? The Nether Tribe Heavenly Lady suddenly asked. Diamond Saint Physique? Could it be the peerless diamond saint physique that is said to have an immortal body and unparalleled offensive power? Are you saying that this little monk has the diamond saint physique? However, I have never heard that the diamond saint physique can increase one's cultivation by swallowing saint treasures. Xianxia said in surprise. The diamond saint physique cannot increase one's cultivation by swallowing saint treasures. At most, it can swallow some heaven and earth treasures and absorb the essence of heaven and earth to refine its body. However, above the diamond saint physique, there is the prajna diamond saint physique, which is a secret Buddhist technique. Let alone swallowing heaven and earth treasures, all the innate gold essence in the world are its food. The more it swallows, the faster its strength will increase. Therefore, I suspect that this little monk has the legendary prajna diamond saint physique. The holy maiden of the Nether tribe said with emotion. Prajna diamond saint physique? It seems that I have really found a treasure. However, as far as I know, the current arhat of the Myriad Buddha temple has the diamond saint physique, right? If they know that this little monk has the prajna diamond saint physique, won't they be greedy like wolves who have seen meat? Xianxia exclaimed in surprise. The current arhat of the Myriad Buddha temple was ranked at the top among the younger generation of the 12 immortal holy lands. It was said that he had already reached the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Like Huang Xuanzong, he was one of the top geniuses in the world. However, the little monk's talent was even stronger than the arhat of the Myriad Buddha temple? This was really hard to believe. That's right. Therefore, you must not expose the little monk's talent. If he swallows saint treasures in the future, don't let others find out. Once the prajna diamond saint physique matures, the diamond saint physique will be nothing. The holy maiden of the Nether tribe said slowly. Xianxia agreed with this very much. The little monk's talent was indeed extremely terrifying. He had reached the great perfection of God King just by devouring a demon-subduing pestle. This rate of improvement was even easier than eating or drinking. Taishan City, in the Lin family manor. There was a small bridge over flowing water, and the trees were shady. The pavilions were hidden in the forest, and it looked very peaceful. In a pavilion at the top of the mountain stood a woman in red clothes. She had a head of white hair and a tall figure. She gave off an extraordinary aura. She was wearing a black robe that wrapped around her beautiful body. She slowly walked into the pavilion. After seeing the woman in red, a strange look appeared in her eyes. She smiled and said, "Sister, although you can see the full view of Taishan City from here, you can't see the bustle of Taishan City. If you want, I can accompany you to Taishan City to have a look." "No need. Senior Sister Lin, did you get the item?" The woman in red's voice was extremely cold. She slowly turned around, revealing a peerless face. The woman in red's skin was like jade, and her face was flawless. It was as if she was the most perfect gift from the Creator. There was no flaw to be found on her body. In particular, her otherworldly and untainted temperament made Xianxia feel inferior. The heavens favored this woman a little too much. It was a pity that she was a little too cold. It was as if she maintained a sense of alienation from everyone. Xianxia suppressed the trace of emotion in her heart and smiled. "Sister Xianxia, this is the golden holy badge. But I am a little puzzled. With your status in the Taishang Palace, it should be easy for you to get the golden holy badge, right? Why do you have to auction it off?" "I don't want to owe the Taishang Palace too much," Xianxia said calmly. "Why do you have to do this?" Xianxia sighed softly. She felt a little distressed. Although this woman looked as cold as ice, with her red clothes and white hair, and her heart wrapped up, from the first time Xianxia met her, Xianxia felt that Xianxia had a temperament that made her feel very distressed. "Senior Sister Lin, since the golden holy badge has been obtained, I will go to the Void Saint world to cultivate for a while. In half a month I will accompany you to the alchemy seal ceremony," Xianxia said slowly. Her eyes were indifferent and calm, like the frost that would not melt for thousands of years. "Okay. Then be careful." Xianxia wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, she sighed. Xianxia took the golden holy badge and left, preparing to cultivate in the Void Saint world. At the same time, in the Apricot Blossom Tower, Xianxia was also preparing to bring the little monk into the Void Saint world. "Huineng, your cultivation has reached the great divine king realm. Although you are talented, you need to comprehend your own holy Tao true meaning in order to break through to the sage-to-be realm. You need to be well prepared. I hope you can make a breakthrough in the void sacred world. Don't waste this golden badge. Ling Xiao exhorted. Thank you, big brother. This little monk will definitely not disappoint you. Huining nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with joy. Originally, he had been calling Ling Xiao benefactor. Later on, under Ling Xiao's request, he finally stopped calling him benefactor and temporarily called him brother. Ling Xiao also wanted to erase the traces of Buddhism on Huining's body so that the Buddhist monks wouldn't notice it. If the great wisdom Vajra Saint physique was discovered, there would be endless trouble. Alright, let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and said. Buzz, the golden badge was stuck between Ling Xiao and Huining's eyebrows. Suddenly, the two of them were enveloped in a dazzling radiance. Ling Xiao and Huining's consciousness seemed to have entered a mysterious chaotic void. Endless streams of light flickered around them and a vast and mysterious world appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Huining's consciousness directly entered a dazzling vortex and entered the vast world. The Void Saint world. When Ling Xiao and Huining opened their eyes, they were still at the starting ground of the Void Saint world. There were still many people at the starting ground. However, most of them were in the Divine Path realm. Although there were some in the Sage-to-be realm, there weren't many of them. Everyone was chatting in the square of the starting ground, purchasing various treasures and even forming teams to explore the secret lands of the Void Saint world. It was very lively. Hey, kid, I haven't seen you for so long and you already have a child? Ling Xiao and Huining were still looking around curiously. Suddenly, an old voice was heard and Ling Xiao's face turned black. Turning around, a blind old Taoist was carrying a crippled monk on his back. The blind old Taoist had a wretched smile on his face. Don't talk nonsense. This is my little brother. Why are the two of you in the Void Saint world every day? It seems like you have quite a lot of holy badges with you. Ling Xiao stared at the blind old man and the crippled old man suspiciously. These two old men seemed to be in the starting ground all the time and had never left. Hee, why don't you take a look at who we are? What's a mere holy badge to us? That's right, the crippled old man has always wanted to take you in as his disciple. Have you thought about it? If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. I advise you to grab this opportunity. The blind old Taoist chuckled. Suddenly, the crippled old Taoist's eyes lit up. He patted the blind old Taoist and pointed at Huining. Eh? This little monk actually has the legendary Prajnavatra sage body? Kid, you've been eliminated. The crippled old man said that he wants to take this little monk in as his disciple. Why aren't you asking this little monk to kneel down and acknowledge him as your master? The blind old Taoist's face was filled with excitement. You can tell? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He stared at the crippled old Taoist and said seriously. He felt more and more that the blind old Taoist and the crippled old Taoist were not simple. The blind old Taoist was extremely wretched. However, the crippled old Taoist was actually able to recognize that the little monk had the Prajnavatra sage body. This made Ling Xiao's heart tremble. I already have a master. I don't want to acknowledge you as my master. Huining seemed to be very afraid of the crippled old Taoist and hid behind Ling Xiao. That's right. Huining is the successor of the Prajna temple. Master, it's impossible for him to acknowledge you as his master. If there's nothing else, we'll leave first. Ling Xiao slowly said. Buzz, at this moment, a strange sound wave spread out from the crippled old Taoist's body. It emitted an ancient and mysterious aura. It was like an ancient scripture. Ling Xiao and the little monk couldn't help but tremble. Although Ling Xiao didn't understand it, he could feel that the ancient scripture was very similar to the scripture that the old Taoist Hongren chanted when he was transforming into the Tao. The little monk looked at the crippled old Taoist with incomparable excitement and said, You. Who are you? This is the Prajna scripture. Only our Prajna temple's people know it. Ling Xiao also stared at the crippled old Taoist and a thought appeared in his mind. The blind old Taoist lightly sighed and said, Because the crippled old Taoist is also a member of the Prajna temple. Little monk, being able to acknowledge the crippled old Taoist as your master is your fortune. Moreover, your Prajnavajra sage body is something that only the crippled old Taoist has the qualifications to teach you. What? Ling Xiao and the small monk looked at each other, their eyes revealing a trace of disbelief. Wang, cripple still didn't say anything. He calmly looked at Ling Xiao and the small monk, his body releasing a sparkling radiance. The golden multicolored light was resplendent, and in that instant, his entire body seemed to have been cast in gold, sparkling and translucent, containing an ancient and terrifying energy fluctuation. However, no one in the plaza seemed to have noticed such a large commotion. Blind and cripple had a mysterious power on their bodies, and like a barrier, it enveloped Ling Xiao and the small monk, isolating them from everything. However, after Ling Xiao saw the changes on Cripple's body, he was also a bit shocked. He stared at Cripple in disbelief and said, "This is Prajna Diamond Saint body?" The fluctuations emitted from Cripple and the small monk's bodies were simply the same. Cripple used to have the Prajna Diamond Saint body, and used to be the head of Prajna Temple. His name is Prajna, little guy, have you heard of him? Blind put away his extremely wretched expression, and became serious. Prajna. The founder of my Prajna temple is Prajna ancestor. From then on, in order to avoid the founder's name, no one dared to use the name Prajna. Could it be that you are? You are. The small monk opened his eyes wide, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Even though Prajna temple's strength couldn't be considered too powerful, it could still be considered a Buddhist sect. It was rumored that when Buddha passed down his teachings, he left behind 84,000 techniques, and the Prajna technique was the most special and mysterious technique. Prajna ancestor had once listened to the teachings of Buddha, and obtained the Prajna scripture passed down by Buddha, establishing the Prajna temple. Not only was Prajna ancestor's Buddhist teachings profound, he also possessed the unparalleled Prajna Diamond Saint body. His battle prowess overflowed into the heavens, making Prajna temple extremely powerful in the entire Buddhist sect. However, later on, after ancestor Hanya mysteriously disappeared, Hanya temple declined. The small monk was the only successor of Prajna temple, so he naturally knew about Prajna ancestor's deeds. Now that he heard that the cripple monk in front of him was actually the legendary Prajna ancestor, it was no different from a character from a legend, so he naturally found it hard to accept. Cripple is Prajna, and the first person to possess the Prajna Diamond Saint body in Prajna temple. Blind said slowly. His voice was extremely calm. Are you really Patriarch Hanya? Then why are you in the void sacred world? Why have you not returned to the temple? What on earth happened? The little monk was incomparably excited and his eyes were filled with doubt. Ling Zhao's eyes were also filled with doubt. To be able to be named Prajna, it was clear that this crippled monk was extremely extraordinary. Prajna represented the ultimate wisdom in Buddhism, and it usually only appeared in scriptures. Why would the ancestor of Sanskrit temple, the unmatched expert who possessed the Sanskrit Vajra saintly body, appear in this void sacred realm? Moreover, his legs were severed by someone mixed together with this swindling blind man? Cripple cultivates the vow of silence. Let me answer for him. Blind sighed and said slowly. The Prajnavajra saint physique is the supreme saint physique of the Buddhist sect. It represents ultimate wisdom and eternal immortality. Rumor has it that those who possess the Prajnavajra saint physique have the potential to become an emperor. They are the Buddha of the Buddhist sect. However, after the three ancient Buddhas, no one else has been able to become a Buddha. Even the Bodhisattvas and Buddhas of the Myriad Buddha's temple were stuck at the last step and couldn't advance even an inch. Thus, the Prajnavajra saint physique naturally became the path to heaven in their eyes. Even though it is said that the four elements of the Buddhist sect are nothing, who could completely achieve it? No one could resist the temptation of the Prajnavajra saint physique. After her saint physique was exposed, the Myriad Buddha's temple took action. They set a trap and captured her. They severed her body and wanted to use a supreme secret technique to dig out the Prajnavajra Sarira and fuse it into the body of the Buddha king of the Myriad Buddha's temple. She couldn't bear the humiliation and directly detonated the Sarira, heavily injuring the Buddha king. Her body also turned into dust. In order to prevent the Myriad Buddha's temple from pursuing her, she could only fuse her body with the void sacred world. From then on, she didn't set foot in the God world for millions of years. Blind slowly said. His voice was very gentle, but the content of his narration was very shocking. The ancestor of the Prajna temple was actually trapped by someone who wanted to dig out the Prajnavajra Sarira. This was simply something unheard of. It was hard to believe. Little monk, I dare to guarantee that in the millions of years after Prajna, the Prajnavajra saint physique hasn't appeared in the Prajna temple. Otherwise, the Prajna temple would have been destroyed long ago. However, for you to appear in the Prajna temple, it seems like the heavens are really protecting the Prajna temple. Blind looked at the little monk. Even though his eyes were dim and lifeless, he seemed to be able to see through the little monk's heart. That's right. After the disappearance of ancestor Prajna, no one was able to see through the secrets of our Prajna temple's Prajna Sutra. It became a Buddhist scripture known by the entire Buddhist sect. Countless seniors of the sect wanted to comprehend the secrets of the Prajna Sutra, but they all failed. Even a traitor like Huixin appeared. The little monk's face was full of grief. He narrated how Huixin betrayed the Prajna temple and killed the old monk Hongren. You all have no way of comprehending the secrets of the Prajna Sutra. That is because what you all obtained wasn't the complete Prajna Sutra. In this world, perhaps other than the 10,000 Buddha temple, only Prajna knows the complete Prajna Sutra. That Huixin you speak of is indeed deranged, but he will never be able to comprehend the secrets of the Prajna Sutra. Little monk, if you want to take revenge for your master, or even rebuild the Prajna temple, taking Prajna as your master is indeed your best choice. Blind slowly said. I already have a master, so I won't take any other master. I believe that with my abilities, I can also take revenge for my master and rebuild the Prajna temple. The little monk said with incomparable stubbornness. Ling Xiao let out a light sigh, but didn't try to persuade him any further. If it was anyone else, they might have already kneeled down and taken him as their master without any hesitation. After all, he was the ancestor. Even taking him as his master wasn't a problem, let alone the great opportunities and natural luck that were hidden within. However, the little monk refused him so straightforwardly. He had a pure and innocent heart, naive and pure. Even hatred couldn't corrupt him, so this type of stubbornness seemed even more precious. Prajna ancestor stared at the little monk without saying a word, his eyes deep and calm. The little monk also stubbornly raised his head, but his eyes were clear and pure, revealing a hint of reverence and nervousness. Patriarch Ban Rua suddenly smiled and lowered his head. His smile seemed to be able to infect heaven and earth. It was like the moment when Buddha enlightened all living beings, boundless light surged out. It was a smile that came from the bottom of his heart. Blind was also slightly surprised. In the end, he looked at the little monk and said, Ban Rua said that even if you don't take him as your master, he will still teach you. Maybe you can go further than him because your heart is purer than his. Although the little monk was a little confused, he still knelt down respectfully and said, Huining greets the patriarch. Thank you for imparting me the Dharma. Ling Xiao had some understanding in his heart. The lineage of Ban Rua temple seemed to be the true representative of the Heart Buddha sect. They emphasized the cultivation of the heart. The diamond saint physique was the heart and the diamond was the physical body. One inside and one outside, one still and one moving. This was the supreme state of diamond indestructible. That was why Patriarch Ban Rua revealed such a smile when he saw the pure heart of the little monk. Little friend, during this period of time, Ban Rua will impart the Dharma to Huining in the Void Saint world. You can do as you wish. However, Huining still needs to cultivate in the divine world. In the future, please bring Huining away. In return, Ban Rua agrees to tell you a secret realm of the ancient sages. How about it? Blind looked at Ling Xiao and said with a smile. There's such a good thing? Of course I'm willing. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. Even if Blind and Cripple didn't give him any benefits, he definitely wouldn't abandon the little monk. However, he would be a bastard if he didn't take advantage of the situation. Blind and Cripple had stayed in the Void Saint world for God knows how many years. They might even be one of the ancient sages. They definitely knew a lot of secrets in the Void Saint world. If they were willing to tell Ling Xiao about the secret realm of the ancient sages, it was naturally for the best. The ancient sages had thousands of divine abilities and tens of thousands of wondrous techniques. I see that your physical body is strong. Why don't I tell you a secret realm of the ancient sages? Blind looked at Ling Xiao and said. The method of establishing a sage through the physical body? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up and couldn't help but ask. Blind laughed bitterly and said, how difficult is it to establish a sage through the physical body? In a great world, there might not even be a single body saint. Furthermore, the body saint cultivation arts were different from each other, and each path was different as well. However, the sage I'm talking about, although he failed in his attempt to become a physical sage, his physical body was still considered invincible. He should be of some use to you. Then forget it. Why don't you tell me the secret realm of a Piltdown sage? Ling Xiao smiled. If it wasn't for his physical sanctification, it wouldn't be of much use to him. His ancestral dragon's secret skill and Myriad tribulations' indestructible saint technique were top-notch physical body techniques. Therefore, Ling Xiao wasn't interested in the saint's secret territory that Blind Man mentioned. On the contrary, Ling Xiao had become much more interested in the Tao of Pills after reading many books on the Tao of Pills in the Alchemy Library of the Alchemy Academy. If he could find a secret realm of a saint of pills, then perhaps his attainments in the Tao of Pills would skyrocket. Alchemy Saint's mystic realm? Not to mention, there really was a Piltdown Saint's secret realm that was about to appear. Moreover, that Piltdown Saint was extremely famous even in the ancient times. Many saint kings and imperial monarchs scrambled madly for the pills that he refined. However, that place is filled with danger. Once it appears, I'm afraid that it will attract many experts. Are you sure you want to go? Blind asked. Oh? Even saint kings and imperial emperors flocked to it. Who is that saint of pills? I really want to see it. Ling Xiao was instantly interested. The Origin Pill Saint. The Origin Pill Saint was famous in ancient times. Not only can the Origin Pill that he created help people become saints, but the Origin Daluo Pill can also help saints break through to the next realm. It's even useful for saint kings to break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Its power is terrifying. The Origin Sacred Fire can burn the heavens and destroy the earth. It can be ranked at the top of the saints of ancient times. Blind said slowly. The Origin Pill Saint? Where's the secret realm that he left behind? Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. It sounded like the Origin Pill Saint was extremely powerful. If he could obtain his inheritance, it would be of great help to his performance at the Alchemy Talisman ceremony. It's in Mount Hunyuan. However, you have to hurry. Because according to my calculations, the Origin Pill Saint's secret realm will be completely opened soon. At that time, countless experts will be alarmed. Even saints will be interested in the Origin Pill Saint's inheritance. With your insignificant cultivation, I'm afraid there won't be anything left of you. Blind said. Then, a resplendent light shot toward Ling Xiao and fused into his sea of consciousness. It turned into a torrent of information that introduced the situation of Mount Primordial Chaos and Primordial Chaos Alchemy Saint in detail. Thank you. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He immediately bade farewell to the little monk and headed toward Mount Hunyuan. Looking in the direction that Ling Xiao left, Blind's face revealed a strange expression. He said slowly, this kid is not simple. If we can form a good relationship with him, it might be of great use to us. Cripple waved his hand. His eyes were deep and calm. I know that his cultivation is still weak and time waits for no one. However, I still hope that he can improve his cultivation as soon as possible. Blind said faintly. The little monk's face was full of confusion. He did not understand what Blind and Cripple were talking about. However, after Ling Xiao left, Blind and Cripple quickly brought the little monk out of the starting ground. It was as if they had disappeared into thin air. There were so many people in the starting ground, but no one noticed when Blind and Cripple disappeared. Mount Hunyuan. I hope the Origin Pill Saint's inheritance is still there and no one else has gotten it first. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although the golden sacred badge between his eyebrows was dense with light and could not conceal his aura, he still used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to conceal his aura. His appearance also became extremely blurry. His entire person turned into a stream of light and shot toward Mount Hunyuan. In the Void Saint world, there were ancient and majestic mountains everywhere. Ancient trees towered into the sky and precious herbs were everywhere. Everywhere was exuding a desolate and ancient aura. It was as if it was an ancient mythological period. It was filled with a mysterious chaotic aura. This place was very real. It was so real that Ling Xiao could not tell what kind of existence the Void Saint World was. Legend has it that the Void Saint World covers the 3,000 great worlds. However, other than the last time I saw Long Xiaoxiao and the experts from the demon race, I rarely see experts from other worlds. It seems that the Void Saint World still hides many secrets that I do not know. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he flew and sensed and observed the Void Saint World. Ling Xiao's speed was extremely fast. Especially after breaking through to the Sage-to-Be realm, when he used the teleportation secret technique, there was a feeling of the Great Void teleportation. He flew thousands of miles in an instant. Soon, he flew across hundreds of thousands of miles of vast land and approached Mount Hunyuan. It's him? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat when he saw a few sneaky figures moving through the forest. Although they had concealed their auras, Ling Xiao still recognized them. It was Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun was dressed in black, and he carried a strange saber on his back. His figure was extremely vigorous, and two old men with obscure auras followed behind him. They were slowly passing through the forest and approaching a mountain range in front of them, as if they were chasing after a target. Xiao Yun's cultivation was still at the 5th Revolution Half-Saint realm, but the two old men with concealed auras had already reached the 7th Revolution Half-Saint realm. Ling Xiao could keenly sense that they were emitting a faint killing intent. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and quietly followed them. Young master, are we really going to attack that woman? She is the holy maiden of the Supreme Tao Palace. Although she is only at the 1st Revolution Half-Saint realm, it's inevitable that she doesn't have a flawless saint treasure. Once those lunatics from the Supreme Tao Palace discover her, I'm afraid our Xiao family will be in great trouble. A black-robed old man asked hesitantly. Xiao Yun sneered and said, so what if she is the holy maiden of the Supreme Tao Palace? Remember, it's not that we want to kill her, but that someone from the Supreme Tao Palace doesn't want her to live. This Saint Soul Annihilation rune specifically targets the primordial spirit. It can even seriously injure a saint. No matter what trump card she has, she will definitely die. Later, you guys will surround her, and I will find an opportunity to kill her in one fell swoop. Yes. The two black-robed old men looked at each other and nodded. Although the woman's identity was extraordinary, she was only at the 1st Revolution Half-Saint realm. It wouldn't be difficult for the three of them to kill her. Whoosh! 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 The speed of the three of them was extremely fast. Very quickly, they passed through the forest and arrived at the top of an ancient mountain. There was a red-clothed woman on the mountain peak. Her clothes fluttered like a burning cloud. Her temperament was extraordinary, and she stood aloof from the world. However, she had a head of long white hair that danced in the wind. Her back was facing Xiao Yun and the other two, as if she didn't know that they were approaching. The sea of clouds in front of her was ethereal. Looking into the distance, one could see a golden sun rising out of the sea of clouds in the distance, shining golden rays of light. Xiao Yun and the other two looked at each other, and killing intent flashed in their eyes. They were about to pounce at the woman in red. You guys are too slow. A clear and cold voice rang out, causing the expressions of Xiao Yun and the other two to involuntarily change. Their figures also came to a halt. Are you waiting for us here? How did you discover us? A sharp glint flashed in Xiao Yun's eyes as he stared at the woman in red. His expression became serious. The woman in red slowly turned her head. Her peerless appearance made everyone sigh in admiration of the creator's favoritism. Her otherworldly temperament made people feel inferior. It was too perfect. This was Xiao Yun and the other two's first impression. However, there was no emotion in that pair of resplendent eyes. They were deep and indifferent, as if they were cold to the bone. As for Ling Xiao, who was following them from afar, his mind instantly exploded. Jints? Ling Xiao's entire body was trembling, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He had never imagined that he would meet Jints in such a manner in the Void Saint world. How could Ling Xiao not miss Jints when she entered the Taishang Dao Palace? If it was possible, how could he have sent Jints into the Taishang Dao Palace? However, only the Taishang Dao scripture of the Taishang Dao Palace could restore Jints to her original state and allow her to recall her past memories. Ling Xiao knew that the Taishang Dao Palace was in the Taiching Sky domain, but he didn't even dare to come to the Taishangdao Palace to see Jin's. He was afraid that the Taishangdao Palace would discover his secret with Jin's. Therefore, Ling Xiao could only suppress the deep longing in his heart. At the same time, he hoped that Jin's would be able to reverse the Taishang emotionless Dao and turn it into the Dao of emotions, allowing her to recall her past. However, now that Ling Xiao saw Xianxia again, he could no longer suppress his longing for Xianxia, and it all gushed out. Ling Xiao seemed to have forgotten everything at that moment. There was only that red-clothed, white-haired figure in his eyes that had turned into eternity. "You're here to kill me, right? Then hurry up and do it. I still have other things to do. Don't waste my time," Jin said calmly as she looked at Xiaoyun and the other two. "Arrogant. So what if you're the saintess of the Taishangdao Palace? You're just a first revolution half-saint. How dare you speak so arrogantly? Today will be the day you die. Kill her." Xiaoyun's eyes turned cold as he roared. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two old men's eyes were filled with murderous intent as they charged towards Jin's. Powerful saintly auras erupted from their bodies, causing their auras to become cold and dark. A long sword appeared in each of their palms. Millions of rays of sword light blossomed in the void and enveloped Jin's. Ling Zhao's eyes instantly turned blood red. Terrifying energy gushed out from his body as he shot out like a bolt of golden lightning. His voice was incomparably cold as it exploded in the void. "You deserve to die." Ling Xiao would never allow anyone to harm Jin's. Jin's was the only person who could make him lose all reason and disregard everything else. Rumble, the flipping sky seal flew out from Ling Xiao's body. It was ancient and mysterious. Chaotic energy filled the air as if it could suppress 3,000 worlds. It had an invincible aura that could destroy stars and turn everything into dust. Ling Xiao grabbed the flipping sky seal and instantly appeared on top of the mountain, suppressing the two old men. "Zhao Ritian? What are you doing here?" Xiaoyun's body trembled as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Jin's also saw Ling Xiao and a strange look appeared in her eyes. She seemed to have thought of something and was slightly confused. Boom! Ling Xiao didn't even bother with Xiaoyun. The flipping sky seal was like an immemorial sacred mountain that contained an energy fluctuation that could suppress everything. It directly shattered all the rays of sword light in the sky. The two old men felt the terrifying energy from the flipping sky seal and couldn't help but turn pale. They no longer cared about dealing with Jin's. Two ancient swords bloomed with blazing light as they charged towards the flipping sky seal. Puff! Puff! The two old men still didn't feel safe and spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. The aura of the two ancient swords soared several times. The sword light was incomparably sharp as if it could even shatter the heavens and the earth. Rumble, the flipping sky seal fell and collided with the two ancient swords. Unparalleled divine energy exploded and the two ancient swords exploded. It was as if they couldn't even stop the flipping sky seal for a moment. The flipping sky seal didn't slow down. Its speed was extremely fast as it suppressed the two old men in despair. Buzz, the two old men were killed by Ling Xiao. However, the two silver holy badges between their eyebrows shone brightly and wrapped around their primordial spirits to lead the void saint world. Devour. Ling Xiao had expected this. With a flash in his eyes, he activated the wordless heavenly book and the sky-devouring secret skill. Suddenly, a terrifying power erupted. Before the silver holy badges disappeared, it turned into a devouring vortex and devoured the two silver holy badges and the primordial spirits of the two old men. Ling Xiao was not afraid of exposing the wordless heavenly book to Xiaoyun. After all, Xiaoyun was already a dead man in Ling Zhao's eyes. Is that the flipping sky seal? You are not Zhao Ritian. You are Long Out Yan of the War God Temple? When Xiaoyun saw that Ling Xiao had used the cyclic sky seal to kill the two old men, he seemed to have thought of something. He could not help but exclaim in shock. His eyes were filled with an extremely ugly expression. Xiaoyun did not expect that the countless experts in the God world were looking for Long Out Yan. In the end, this brat changed his name to Zhao Ritian and hid in Taishan City. Bingo! However, you still have to die. Ling Xiao laughed coldly. His eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. Xiaoyun dared to attack Xianxia. In Ling Zhao's mind, Xiaoyun was already on his must-kill list. Boom, the flipping sky seal shone brightly. In an instant, it turned into a stream of light and flew towards Xiaoyun. A terrifying power erupted. The power that could suppress everything made it impossible for Xiaoyun to dodge. Long out Yin, go to hell. Xiaoyun's eyes flashed with murderous intent. He activated the soul-destroying holy charm in his palm. It turned into a black light and shot towards Ling Zhao's forehead. This soul-destroying holy charm was originally prepared to deal with Jinsei. Now that Xiaoyun saw Ling Xiao, it could be said that the new enmity and the old hatred had all erupted. The soul-destroying holy talisman was activated and turned into a black soul-destroying holy light. Its speed was extremely fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of Ling Zhao's glabella and entered it. It wanted to destroy his primordial spirit directly. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could feel the terrifying power contained in the soul-destroying saint light. If he was really an ordinary sage to be, he would probably die in the soul-destroying saint light. His soul would be completely destroyed and he would not be able to leave the void saint world alive. However, Ling Xiao was least afraid of such attacks. The wordless heavenly book flashed and swallowed the soul-destroying holy light as if it had opened its mouth. However, Ling Zhao's expression did not change. He continued to control the flipping sky seal to attack Xiaoyun. What? How can you block the soul annihilation holy symbol? Xiaoyun's expression changed drastically, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. When the soul-extinguishing holy light entered Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. It didn't have any effect at all. Xiaoyun couldn't figure out why. There are still many things you can't imagine. Ling Xiao said coldly. The flipping sky seal rumbled and pressed down. The vast divine path light around Xiaoyun exploded. He seemed to be about to die under the flipping sky seal. Long out Yin, I will remember you. Just you wait. You will never leave Taishan City alive. Xiaoyun roared angrily. His voice was filled with unwillingness. He was not afraid of anything. After all, even if he died in Ling Zhao's hands, he wouldn't really die. His primordial spirit would automatically leave the void saint world and return to his physical body. Boom, Xiaoyun's body directly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In front of the flipping sky seal, even his two subordinates couldn't block it, let alone Xiaoyun. The silver holy badge between his eyebrows wrapped around his primordial spirit. It was also about to leave the void saint world. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold look. Instantly, the wordless heavenly book bloomed with a vast light and swallowed the silver holy badge and Xiaoyun's primordial spirit. Ling Xiao naturally couldn't leave any trouble for himself. If Xiaoyun really left just like that and his identity was exposed, there would be endless trouble. Ling Xiao had tried before. The wordless heavenly book could resist the will of the void saint world and swallow the primordial spirit protected by the silver holy badge. However, if it was the owner of the golden badge, even if Ling Xiao activated the wordless heavenly book, he wouldn't be able to kill him completely. If he wanted to blame someone, he could only blame himself for being unlucky. Rumble, dark clouds rolled in the void and thunder rumbled. A vast worldly law descended. The holy badges were formed by the will of the void saint world. Ling Xiao swallowed 3 silver holy badges in succession. It was as if he was challenging the will of the heavenly path of the void saint world. It immediately angered the void saint world. How troublesome. Ling Xiao looked at the lightning that was about to fall from the void. He immediately used the heaven-shrouding secret skill and separated himself from the void saint world. It was as if he had turned into an ordinary mountain rock in the void saint world. The lightning in the void circled for a while but couldn't detect any aura from Ling Xiao. In the end, it dispersed unwillingly. Swoosh, Ling Zhao's figure flashed and appeared in front of Jinsei. Jinsei, long time no see. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He suppressed the excitement and joy in his heart and pretended to be calm. Long time no see. Jinsei said indifferently. Her eyes were still incomparably cold, without any fluctuations of emotion. Even though Ling Xiao had told her everything in the past, the current Jinsei was like a block of ice, exuding a mysterious aura of indifference. She had no memories of the past, no feelings, and no impression of Ling Xiao. Her heart was only filled with the supreme path of cultivation. Ling Xiao felt bitter when he saw Jinsei's current state. However, he regained his composure after a while. Although Xianxia had forgotten everything about him, as long as Xianxia continued to cultivate, she would be able to cultivate the Tao of emotions one day and recover her past memories. The Tao of unruffled emotions and the Tao of emotions are said to be derived from the secret skill of Yin-Yang of the Taishang Palace. If I can obtain the secret skill of Yin-Yang and impart it to Xianxia, she might be able to comprehend the Tao of emotions faster? Ling Xiao thought to himself. Xianxia, where are you heading to? If you have nothing to do, why don't you explore a secret place with me? That place is the land of inheritance of a sage. If you can obtain his inheritance, your cultivation will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Ling Xiao suppressed his thoughts and said with a smile. No matter what, being able to be with Xianxia was the happiest thing in Ling Xiao's life. I'm also planning to train in the Void Saint world for a period of time. I don't have a specific goal for now. Where is the land of inheritance of the sage that you mentioned? Xianxia's eyes flashed as she asked plainly. The land of inheritance I mentioned is in the chaotic Yuan mountain. It's the land of inheritance of the chaotic Yuan Pill Saint from ancient times. Not only was the chaotic Yuan Pill Saint extremely accomplished in the Tao of pills, but he was also extremely powerful. I already know how to enter the chaotic Yuan mountain. Why don't we explore it together? Ling Xiao said with a smile. Xianxia pondered for a moment and nodded plainly. Sure. Taishan City. In a manner of the Xiao family, Xiao Rui looked at the secret chamber in front of him. His eyes were filled with rage. In the secret chamber, Xiao Yun and two black-robed elders were sitting cross-legged. Their glabella was cracked, and their eyes were filled with horror. There was no sign of life. They were already dead. Xiao Rui had Xiao Yun's life token. Today, he suddenly found that Xiao Yun's life token was broken. He immediately rushed to the secret chamber where Xiao Yun was in seclusion to check and saw the scene. First young master, second young master has gone to the illusionary saint world. Even a saint would rarely be able to kill second young master in the illusionary saint world. Only a few legendary treasures would be able to do so. Could it be that Saintess Xianxia has such treasures? Behind Xiao Rui, a ninth revolution half-saint in a black robe said slowly with divine light flashing in his eyes. No matter what, Xianxia has to die. So what if she is the saintess of the Taishang Palace? She dared to leave the Taishang Palace alone. Who knows how many people want her life? Uncle Tong, follow me to the Void Saint world. I really want to see what Xianxia is capable of. Xiao Rui's voice was bone-chilling and filled with murderous intent. He had secretly instructed Xiao Yun to enter the Void Saint world to kill Xianxia, but he did not expect such a thing to happen. The hatred in his heart reached its peak. He had already determined that Xianxia was the murderer of Xiao Yun. Mount Hunyuan was a very ordinary mountain. It was located in an ancient mountain range. It looked to be only a few thousand feet tall. The peak was lush, and ancient trees towered into the sky. Clouds filled the air, and it looked very peaceful. If Ling Xiao had not obtained the specific location of Mount Hunyuan from the blind Taoist, he would not have believed that this was the secret realm left behind by the Origin Alchemy Saint. Ling Xiao, is the secret realm you mentioned here? I don't feel any powerful spatial or array fluctuations. Xianxia and Ling Xiao walked side by side. They stepped on the void and flew toward Mount Hunyuan. For some reason, Xianxia felt that Ling Xiao was both familiar and unfamiliar at the same time, causing ripples to appear in her calm heart. That's right. This is the mystic realm left behind by the primordial chaos pill saint. The reason why we can't sense any powerful array formations or spatial fluctuations is because the primordial chaos mountain is just a door, and the mystic realm is within the primordial chaos mountain. Ling Xiao said with a smile. He was always in a good mood when he was with Xianxia. He seemed to recall the first time he had brought Xianxia back from the Origin Sea and traveled the War God's world with her. Although the scene was brief, it was incomparably beautiful. Xianxia nodded and didn't say anything else. She just let Ling Xiao lead the way and they arrived at a valley in Mount Primordial. The valley was very quiet and secluded. In the deepest part of the valley, there was a waterfall that flowed down 3,000 feet. It fell into a deep pool at the bottom, creating huge waves. The primordial chaos pill saint's mystic realm is in this deep pool. Xianxia, follow me. I'll open the door to the secret realm. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he smiled. One had to admit that the blind Taoist was very generous. He told Ling Xiao all the detailed information about the primordial chaos pill saint's mystic realm, including the method to open the door. The primordial chaos pill saint had left this mystic realm for him to choose his successor. Therefore, before the mystic realm was fully opened, one had to crack the door to the mystic realm to enter. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Jin Se leapt into the deep pool, as though a path had appeared in front of them. Ling Xiao and Jin Se leapt into the pool. Ling Xiao and Jin Se dived down for thousands of feet and finally arrived at the bottom of the pool. They saw an extremely old stone tablet at the bottom of the pool. There were 2 faint ancient characters on it. Primordial Chaos. This primordial chaos ancient tablet is the door to the mystic realm. However, it contains countless alchemy restrictions. Only by cracking the primordial chaos ancient tablet can we enter the mystic realm. Jin Se, protect me, I'll break the restriction. Ling Xiao said to Jin Se, all right. Jin Se nodded and began to examine the stone tablet in front of her. Buzz, Ling Xiao sat down with his legs crossed. A bright light flashed between his eyebrows. Instantly, a powerful spiritual wave surged into the primordial chaos ancient tablet. The primordial chaos ancient tablet buzzed and trembled. The surface of the tablet began to peel off, revealing a dazzling light. It was as clear as a crystal and there were mysterious patterns on it. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit seemed to have entered another world. In front of him were dense and powerful restrictions. They were all questions related to alchemy and contained the essence of alchemy. Only those who had a deep understanding of alchemy would be able to crack the restrictions and open the door to the mystic realm to enter. Even a 9-star alchemy grandmaster would find it difficult to solve these alchemy questions. The primordial chaos pill saint's standards for choosing his successor are really high. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. However, these alchemy Dao restrictions weren't difficult in Ling Xiao's eyes. He had his heart realm. These alchemy Dao restrictions were formed by the fusion of the alchemy Dao origin and the laws of heaven and earth. In Ling Xiao's heart realm, these alchemy Dao restrictions didn't have any secret and could be easily resolved. Rumble. Not long after, the primordial chaos ancient tablet shone brightly. A gorgeous door of light appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Jin Se. It was ancient and mysterious, as if it led to another world. The door to the mystic realm has been opened. Let's go. Ling Xiao opened his eyes and smiled at Jin Se. He walked into the door of light with her. Gotcha. Just as Ling Xiao and Jin Se entered the door of light, the primordial chaos ancient tablet trembled violently. The runes on it exploded and turned into a dazzling divine light that shot into the sky. Boom. In the sky above the primordial chaos mountain, there seemed to be a divine pillar that reached the sky. It was ancient and mysterious, containing an incomparably mysterious aura. In an instant, it spread out in all directions. Ling Xiao, who had already entered the mystic realm, could not help but feel a slight change in his expression. He quickly said to Jin Se, not good. It seems like the primordial chaos mystic realm is about to be completely opened. Let's go. Otherwise, more and more experts will come. When the time comes, a fierce battle will be inevitable. Just how many treasures were there in the cave of a pill saint? Perhaps even a true saint would be tempted and rush over to snatch it. Although Ling Xiao had the advantage, time was still very tight. It was not that easy to obtain the pill saint's inheritance. In the void sacred world, many people were shocked by the bright pillar of light in the sky above Mount Hunyuan. What's that? Could it be that a saint's secret realm has appeared? Let's go. Every time a saint's secret realm appears, there will be a large number of treasures. This time, we actually found it. This is really good luck. Ha ha ha. Let's go. If we can get the saint's supreme sacred technique, we'll be rich. Get out of my way. Those who block me will die. The experts around Primordial Chaos Mountain were all alarmed. Their faces were filled with excitement as they rushed towards Primordial Chaos Mountain. Even the experts who were even further away were flying over as the news spread. With such a huge commotion, this was definitely not an ordinary saint's secret realm. Everyone had cultivated in the void sacred world for many years and naturally knew how terrifying the ancient saints were. No one wanted to miss out on such a supreme opportunity. In the Hunyuan secret realm, Ling Xiao and Jin Sei were surrounded by clouds. They could vaguely see an ancient and huge palace in front of them. However, the clouds shone brightly and transformed into various mysterious shapes. They gave off a dangerous feeling. It's actually a large array? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He could sense the changes in the clouds around him. The clouds seemed to have been bestowed with spirituality by the formation, transforming into various living creatures within the formation. Each and every one of them was extremely lifelike, making it impossible to tell if they were real or fake. Roar! With a loud roar, the clouds rolled and a white tiger leaped out from the clouds. It opened its bloody mouth and lunged towards Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. Get out of my way! Ling Xiao's physical strength exploded as he threw out a punch. Gotcha! The golden fist print traversed the void and contained unparalleled divine power. It directly blasted the white tiger away. It turned back into clouds and disappeared into the large array. However, Ling Xiao seemed to have poked a hornet's nest. Suddenly, the clouds rolled and surged. Countless powerful divine beasts rushed out from within. Their auras were monstrous and extremely powerful. Jin Sei, follow me. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly. He could not be bothered to find the exit of the large array and directly took out the flipping sky seal. Rumble! In an instant, the flipping sky seal radiated an immeasurable amount of light. It was ancient and heavy. Dazzling runes shot out from its surface and immediately shattered the powerful divine beasts transformed from the clouds and mist. The flipping sky seal shrouded Ling Xiao and Jin Sei's heads. Saintly might spread out like a defensive barrier, protecting them as they flew toward the depths of the formation. This formation was extremely mysterious. It was a supreme holy formation. It seemed to contain the world of heaven and earth. Clouds and mist were faintly discernible. Not only could it form powerful divine beasts, it could even form wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and other vast natural forces. Ling Xiao could sense that one needed an extremely deep understanding of the laws of the world to make it out of the formation unscathed. It was impossible for regular people to make it out of the formation so easily. However, Ling Xiao was not in the mood to break the array bit by bit. Time was of the essence. Experts were about to enter the chaotic universe secret realm at any time. Ling Xiao took out the flipping sky seal and used its supreme power to open up a path, leading him and Jin Sei out of the array. Boom! The path in front of them suddenly opened up. Dazzling rays of light filled the air. A huge herb garden appeared in front of Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. A rich fragrance wafted out from the herb garden. It was invigorating. Is this the herb garden of the chaotic universe elixir saint? Ling Xiao's eyes widened in shock. He was pleasantly surprised. 9 transformation soul lotus, golden glow grass, yuan ling divine fruit. There are so many ancient divine herbs here? It seems that this is indeed the secret land of inheritance of an elixir saint. Jin Sei nodded. Her eyes fell on the herb garden in front of her and revealed a strange light. Inside the herb garden, dazzling rays of light shrouded the precious herbs. They were verdant and filled with mysterious Taoist rhymes. At first glance, one could tell that they were extremely extraordinary. Ling Xiao could even see that there were several blood soul fruits that he had just obtained from the auction in the Fortune Treasure Pavilion. This was definitely an unimaginably huge treasure trove. However, every stalk of divine medicine was enveloped in a layer of mysterious enchantment. It looked like it was overflowing with light and contained a powerful defensive power. Buzz! When Ling Xiao got close to a divine herb, the barrier suddenly shone brightly. Strange runes and restrictions appeared on it. It was the same as what Ling Xiao saw in the primordial ancient tablet. They were all alchemy restrictions. If he wanted to obtain this divine herb, he had to break the elixir Dao restrictions. Ling Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This chaotic universe elixir saint really left tests everywhere. However, I don't have the time to accept your test now. I'm sorry. If the chaotic universe ancient tablet had not opened, Ling Xiao might have the mood to slowly break the elixir Dao restrictions. It was naturally very beneficial to his elixir Dao cultivation. However, there were people coming in at any time now. Although Ling Xiao and Jin Sei had a certain advantage, They could not afford to waste any time if they wanted to maintain their advantage. Boom, Ling Xiao immediately took out the flipping sky seal. The flipping sky seal shone brightly and contained unparalleled divine power. It directly slammed into the inhibition of alchemy way in front of him. Suddenly, the bounded domain exploded. Xianxia, I will break the barrier. You take the divine herb. Ling Xiao smiled at Xianxia. Okay. Xianxia nodded. Suddenly, a light flashed in her palm. It turned into a divine rainbow and swept up the divine herb. Boom. 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 After Ling Xiao tasted the sweetness, there was a violent roar in the herb garden. Every time the flipping sky seal fell, it could break a powerful barrier. Then, Xianxia would take away the divine herb within. Soon, Ling Xiao and Xianxia worked together and collected hundreds of divine herbs. Ling Xiao, we are still too slow. Let's give up on the ordinary divine herbs. Let's go to the center of the herb garden. There should be origin source sacred herbs there. They are the most precious. Xianxia said lightly to Ling Xiao. Okay. Let's go. Ling Xiao nodded and flew into the depths of the herb garden with Xianxia. The herb garden was extremely large and covered an area of more than 10,000 miles. Ling Xiao and Xianxia were not fast. As they flew, they collected some of the more precious divine herbs and half-step divine herbs. Presumably, the origin elixir saint had left behind such a powerful barrier in the hope that everyone could use their understanding of elixir Dao to collect the many precious herbs in the herb garden. However, the origin elixir saint did not expect such a freak like Ling Xiao to be able to break through one barrier after another with the flipping sky seal and take away the precious herbs within. At the center of the medicinal garden, rays of light were dense. Multicolored light was resplendent, and 9 golden barriers actually appeared there. Within the 9 golden boundaries, there were a total of 9 incomparably mysterious precious medicines. Each of them looked incomparably mysterious and contained an extremely powerful spiritual fluctuation. Some were like golden divine dragons, some were like phoenixes bathed in flames, and some were like purple lightning. At a glance, one could tell that they were extremely extraordinary. There are 9 origin sacred herbs? Looks like we're really going to be rich this time. Ling Xiao could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. The origin sacred herbs contain the origin of the great Tao. Basically, they have already broken through the limits of the spiritual herbs themselves. Many of them have the ability to fly. Be careful not to let them escape. Xianxia said slowly. Okay. I'll break the barrier later. Xianxia, you take the origin sacred herbs. This 7-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma is an origin sacred herb from ancient times. It's almost lost now. You may only be able to find it in the demon realm. The 7-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma can be refined into a powerful sacred elixir that can temper the physical body. It can also increase the success rate of crossing the nirvana tribulation. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on a sacred herb that was emitting 7-colored divine light. It looked like a small golden dragon. This 7-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma was extremely mysterious. It looked lifelike, as if it was really a divine dragon. Its pair of extremely intelligent eyes were also staring at Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Boom, the flipping sky seal soared into the sky. Wrapped in monstrous divine power, it suddenly pressed down on the 7-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma. The golden barrier seemed to have sensed a powerful external attack. It instantly became dazzling and emitted a reddish-gold glow. Runes flowed, and there was a mysterious and immortal fluctuation. The flipping sky seal hit the golden barrier but did not shatter it. It was blocked, however, Ling Xiao could still see that the golden bounded domain had dimmed slightly. Apparently, it had suffered a great deal of pressure in order to withstand the blow of the flipping sky seal. As expected of the origin sacred medicine's barrier. I'm afraid only a true saint would be able to break it. Ling Xiao sighed inwardly. If an ordinary person wanted to obtain these 9 origin source sacred herbs, they would probably only be able to watch helplessly without being able to undo the Pil Dao restrictions within. I'd like to see how many times you can block the flipping sky seal's attacks. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he controlled the flipping sky seal to suppress the 7-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma again. Boom. Boom. Boom, the entire herb garden was shaking violently. Ling Xiao controlled the flipping sky seal and blasted it dozens of times in a row. Finally, he shattered the golden bounded domain. The seven-colored heavenly dragon Ganoderma trembled slightly and turned into a bolt of golden lightning. It wanted to escape the moment the barrier shattered, but Xianxia was already prepared. Her slender fingers reached out and grabbed. There seemed to be a mysterious world in her palm. She directly put the Ganoderma away. Phew! The power of this bounded domain is really strong, Ling Xiao said with a wry smile. The flipping sky seal had only broken one bounded domain after attacking it for so long. This showed how strong the defense of the golden bounded domain was. The flipping sky seal was a top holy treasure. Although it had the Thunder Spirit King as its device spirit, Ling Xiao was the owner of the flipping sky seal. He was extremely tired after controlling the flipping sky seal for so long. If he continued to attack with the flipping sky seal, Ling Xiao would probably only be able to break 2 or 3 more bounded domains before he was completely exhausted. No one knew what dangers there would be in the immemorial mystery land. Moreover, experts could come at any time. Ling Xiao had to maintain enough battle strength. Let's try using the sky-devouring secret skill. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately walked to the second origin source sacred medicine and slapped it with his palm. Boom! Ling Xiao directly activated the sky-devouring secret skill. The vast sky-devouring power broke out. Divine light surged behind Ling Xiao and a vast ocean appeared vaguely. The power of the bounded domain began to surge toward Ling Xiao's palm. However, Ling Xiao found that the golden bounded domain was perfect and balanced. Although the sky-devouring secret skill could shake the power of the bounded domain, it would take a long time to break the power of the bounded domain at this speed. Wordless heavenly book, break out. Divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. At the same time, he activated the power of the wordless heavenly book. The wordless heavenly book emitted a vast and ancient aura. In an instant, it merged with Ling Xiao's sky-devouring divine power. With the support of the wordless heavenly book, Ling Xiao's sky-devouring secret skill began to soar. A terrifying sky-devouring power broke out, causing the golden bounded domain to tremble violently. Crack, runes broke one after another. The vast power contained in the golden bounded domain instantly flowed through Ling Xiao's palm into the wordless heavenly book. It was swallowed and refined by the wordless heavenly book. A moment later, the golden bounded domain shattered. The second sacred herb of origin was taken by Xianxia. This golden bounded domain actually contains the alchemy Tao of the origin Pale Saint. Although it's just a fragment, it's still very precious. After Ling Xiao swallowed the golden bounded domain, he also absorbed the alchemy Tao restriction within it. He felt that his understanding of alchemy Tao had deepened. His eyes lit up involuntarily. Boom! Ling Xiao began to devour the third bounded domain. With the support of the wordless heavenly book, the sky-devouring secret skill erupted with terrifying power. It could be said that it could devour anything. It devoured the heavens and earth, swallowing all the golden bounded domains. In the blink of an eye, all 8 sacred herbs of origin had fallen into the hands of Ling Xiao and Xianxia. There's still the last one, the mystical turtle immortal orchid. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and fell on the last sacred herb of origin. The mystic turtle immortal orchid looked like a strange orchid rooted on an ancient mystic turtle. It was surrounded by a faint chaotic light. There were strange patterns of great Tao emerging. Its shape was very peculiar. The mystic turtle immortal orchid was also an ancient sacred herb. It contained an incomparably vast primordial spirit power. It could purify a person's primordial spirit and make it conform to the great Tao. If it was refined into a sacred herb and consumed, it could increase the success rate of becoming a saint. Therefore, the mystic turtle immortal orchid was extremely precious to many half-saints. However, the mystic turtle immortal orchid had almost been lost in the divine world. Only a few stalks of the mystic turtle immortal orchid still existed in the herb gardens of the immortal sacred grounds. However, they were all provided to the holy sons and holy daughters with the most potential to consume. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 silhouettes traversed the air and arrived at the centermost area of the herb garden in an instant. The leader was a young man in a white robe. He looked to be in his 20s. His body was strong and vigorous, and his face was handsome. His skin was as translucent as jade, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. His cultivation had already reached the fourth revolution half-saint realm, and he had a lofty air of arrogance. Beside him stood an old man with white hair and a beard. His face was ruddy, and he looked very dignified. His eyes were deep, and his whole person was unfathomable. Although the old man hid his aura, Xianxia still sensed that this old man was at the peak of the ninth revolution half-saint realm. This is, the mystical turtle immortal orchid? The old man's eyes flashed. He saw the mystical turtle immortal orchid in the boundary, and his body trembled. His eyes were blazing. Is it really the mystical turtle immortal orchid? Grandpa, the mystical turtle immortal pill refined from the mystical turtle immortal orchid can purify your primordial spirit, and greatly increase your chances of becoming a saint. I didn't expect that we would encounter such a sacred herb of origin. God is really helping us. The young man in a white robe also showed a trace of joy in his eyes. They automatically ignored Xianxia and Xianxia. After all, Xiao's cultivation was only at the second revolution half-saint realm, and Xianxia was only at the first revolution half-saint realm. The only thing that surprised them was that Xiao and Xianxia both had a golden holy badge between their eyebrows. After all, the golden holy badge was extremely rare. Generally, only the true disciples of the immortal sacred grounds or the holy sons were qualified to obtain it. They immediately began to suspect Xiao and Xianxia's identity. Who are you? The mystical turtle immortal orchid is not something you can covet. Leave, we want the mystical turtle immortal orchid. The young man in a white robe glanced indifferently at Xiao and Xianxia. No matter who Xiao and Xianxia were, the mystical turtle immortal orchid was extremely important to the young man's grandfather. Therefore, he must obtain it. 2 children, give the mystical turtle immortal orchid to me, and I will help you choose 10 half-saint herbs. How about it? The boundary of this sacred herb of origin is extremely powerful. It's not something you can shake. The old man also smiled slightly, and he looked very amiable. He was a cautious person, and before he figured out Xiao and Xianxia's identities, he didn't want to offend them. Xiao did not even look at the white-robed young man and old man. Boundless devouring power erupted from his palm, continuing to devour the barrier's energy. Xianxia, on the other hand, had always been indifferent, so she naturally ignored them. When the white-robed young man saw that he was being ignored like this, his eyes couldn't help but turn cold. He scolded, "Are you too deaf? I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Hurry up and scram." The smile on the old man's face slowly vanished. He coldly said when he saw how the 2 juniors had failed to appreciate his kindness, "The origin saint herb is not something you can covet. Leave immediately, and I won't pursue your offense. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Crack, as soon as the old man finished speaking, a crisp sound rang out. The golden barrier shattered. The mystic turtle immortal orchid trembled slightly, but before it could escape, it was grabbed by Xianxia and put away. Xiao and Xianxia's cooperation was perfect, so they instantly took away the mystic turtle immortal orchid. The white-robed young man and old man were both stunned. They had tried it before. Even the enchantments of divine herbs and semi-sage herbs were incomparably powerful, not to mention the golden enchantment outside the mystical turtle immortal orchid. It wasn't something that an ordinary semi-sage could break. However, the 2 young men in front of them had used some unknown method to break the golden barrier and take away the mystic turtle immortal orchid. Xiao turned around and looked at the white-robed young man and old man indifferently. "We found the mystic turtle immortal orchid first. Why should we give it to you? If you don't want to die, scram immediately. I'm in a good mood today, and I don't want to kill anyone. You want us to scram? Ha ha ha. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Boy, you've successfully angered me. Even if you kneel down and offer up the mystic turtle immortal orchid with both hands, don't think of leaving so easily, grandfather. I see that this boy has a special method to take the origin saint herb. Why don't we capture him and collect the origin saint herb for us? This girl's temperament isn't bad. Let her be my concubine." The white-robed young man laughed out of anger and stared at Xiao and Xianxia. "All right. Looking at the location of the barrier, there should be 9 origin saint herbs. I'm afraid that this boy has taken all of them. When I capture him, I'll make him our herb slave. As for this girl, she'll be your bed-warming maid." the old man said coldly. His gaze was incomparably deep. Boom, a powerful aura exploded from the old man's body. The cultivation of a ninth revolution half-saint filled the air and suppressed Ling Xiao. However, the old man was disappointed that he didn't see any fear or terror from Ling Xiao and Jinsei's expressions. Ling Xiao's eyes instantly turned blood-red, filled with monstrous killing intent. "You're courting death." It didn't matter how much the white-robed young man and old man provoked Ling Xiao. However, Jinsei was Ling Xiao's reverse scale. No one could blaspheme it. Dragons had reverse scales, and those who touched them would die. The white-robed young man and old man were on Ling Xiao's must-kill list. "Leave him to me." Jinsei's cold voice rang out. Her gaze landed on the white-robed young man, without a trace of emotion. "All right. Be careful." Ling Xiao nodded. His gaze fell on the old man instantly. His killing intent was almost tangible. Buzz, the flipping sky seal shone brightly. It instantly flew out of Ling Xiao's body and soared into the sky. It was like an archaic sacred mountain, exuding an aura that could suppress everything. The white-robed young man and old man were still sneering. However, when they felt the aura of the flipping sky seal, their expressions changed drastically. "Retreat." The old man felt a fatal danger from the flipping sky seal. Without thinking, he grabbed the white-robed young man and tried to retreat quickly. However, the flipping sky seal shone brightly. Its vast aura instantly suppressed the old man and the white-robed young man. "Open up!" the old man roared. His hair and beard stood up. His palm shone brightly and a long black rod appeared. He suddenly faced the flipping sky seal. The long black rod was a powerful holy treasure. Its holy aura permeated the air. Its aura was very powerful. It directly collided with the flipping sky seal. Boom, a terrifying divine power exploded out, and the black staff in the old man's hand was sent flying. His entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, fiercely smashing into the ground in the distance. This is the flipping sky seal of the War God Hall? You are the War God Hall master, Long Out Yen?" The old man seemed to have thought of something. Suddenly, his body shook and his eyes revealed a tinge of fear. The flipping sky seal of the War God Hall was too famous. During the battle a million years ago, the Scarlet Dragon War God used the flipping sky seal to suppress the sages and shook the entire divine world. Although the flipping sky seal was not an extreme Dao Emperor weapon, it was more famous than many other extreme Dao Emperor weapons because of that battle. In addition, the War God Hall had spread the news that the flipping sky seal had recognized an owner. The owner of the flipping sky seal was Long Out Yen. In the great Zhou divine country's Wuzong mountain, he and Ji Feishuan had opened the treasure of the Empress of Life and obtained the extreme Dao Emperor weapon Zhou Tian's life and death mirror. Previously, the old man did not recognize the flipping sky seal. However, even his flawless holy treasure, Tian Ji Pol, could not block the attack of the black ancient seal. He immediately thought of the flipping sky seal. Rumble, Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. He did not answer the old man. The flipping sky seal released a blazing light again and suppressed the old man. "Palace Master Long, please calm down. We have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare our lives, Palace Master Long. We will definitely follow Palace Master Long's lead." The old man's eyes revealed a tinge of anxiety and fear as he hurriedly shouted. Although he was not afraid of dying in the void sacred world, it was not easy for him to encounter the opening of the primordial Chaos Pill Saint's secret realm. If he was killed by Ling Xiao now and left the void sacred world, he would really miss this opportunity. The old man's cultivation had been stuck in the ninth revolution half-saint realm for countless years. Now that he was nearing the end of his lifespan, he had to find an opportunity to break through as soon as possible. He did not want to be eliminated just like that. After recognizing the flipping sky seal in Ling Xiao's hand, he knew that he was no match for Ling Xiao. Therefore, he immediately gave in. "What were you doing earlier?" Ling Xiao smiled coldly. The flipping sky seal shook violently, and a terrifying divine power descended. Runes fell down, forming a vast chaotic space. The elder had no room to dodge at all. "Long Out Yen, I will remember you. Don't think that you can do whatever you want with the flipping sky seal." You will die a horrible death one day. The old man roared angrily. He knew that Ling Xiao wouldn't forgive him, so he just started cursing. Rumble, under the suppression of the flipping sky seal, the old man's body suddenly exploded into powder. The silver holy badge between his eyebrows rolled up his primordial spirit and instantly disappeared into the void. Ling Xiao originally planned to use the wordless heavenly book to keep the elder's primordial spirit, but he found that the elder's primordial spirit was extremely mysterious. Before Ling Xiao could do anything, the primordial spirit disappeared directly. On the other side, the white-robed young man was battling with Xianxia. When the white-robed young man saw that Xianxia was only a first revolution half-saint, his eyes were full of contempt. He was ready to capture Xianxia to threaten Ling Xiao, but he made a big mistake. Xianxia's strength was so terrifying that even the white-robed young man felt like he couldn't resist her. Whoosh, Xianxia held an ancient sword in her hand. The aura around her was cold and sharp. Her white hair was like streaks of sword radiance, forming a vast sword realm around her. Every strike was as fast as lightning, aiming for the white-robed young man's vital points. It was a kind of vast and ruthless sword essence, which was close to the way of heaven. Because it was ruthless, its power was multiplied. Every strike contained the aura of death, causing the white-robed young man to be flustered. Soon, several bloody wounds appeared on his body. Grandfather. The scene where Ling Xiao used the flipping sky seal to kill the old man was also discovered by the white-robed young man. Immediately, his body shook and he could not help but roar loudly. He didn't expect that his grandfather would be killed by Ling Xiao so quickly. Puff. When the white-robed young man was distracted, the sword radiance in the sky suddenly converged into one. Along with Xianxia's lightning-like figure, the sword radiance instantly slashed the white-robed young man's neck. Blood spurted out, and a huge head flew up into the sky. Wang. This time, the wordless heavenly book flashed. The moment the white-robed young man was killed by Xianxia, it was about to devour his primordial spirit. However, a vast holy way radiance bloomed in the white-robed young man's primordial spirit, blocking the power of the wordless heavenly book for a moment. This moment was enough for the silver holy badge to sweep up the white-robed young man's primordial spirit and disappear from the void saint world. Ling Xiao still couldn't keep the white-robed young man's primordial spirit. The mark of a sage? It seems like this pair of grandfather and granddaughter are not simple. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The primordial spirits of the old man and the white-robed young man had powerful means left behind by the sages. Ling Xiao couldn't keep their primordial spirits. It seemed like this pair of grandfather and granddaughter were not simple people. Perhaps they were experts from some holy land. What surprised Ling Xiao was Xianxia's combat strength. With the cultivation of a first revolution half-saint, she was able to kill a fourth revolution half-saint expert. Xianxia's sharp sword essence sent chills down one's spine. It was like the sword of heaven, unparalleled. This was probably the Taishang sword essence of the Taishang Holy Ji Palace. With the Taishang unruffled sword essence, it was compatible with the origin of the heavenly way. With the heavenly way as one's heart, it possessed unfathomable combat strength. Therefore, the experts of the Taishang Holy Ji Palace were mostly sword cultivators. Each of them had extraordinary combat strength and were known to be invincible among their peers. However, when Ling Xiao thought of Xianxia's longevity sword essence, which was completely different from the one before him, he couldn't help but feel bitter. Could Xianxia really recall her past memories? At this moment, even Ling Xiao was a little uncertain. What are you thinking about? More people have come to the herb garden. Let's leave this place first. Xianxia's cold voice rang out. She saw that Ling Xiao was a little absent-minded and couldn't help but reveal a strange look in her eyes. They're not slow at all. Let's go. Ling Xiao suppressed the complicated thoughts in his heart. He also felt the faint aura of the experts in the distance and smiled at Xianxia. The two of them left the herb garden and headed towards the depths of the secret territory. After passing through the herb garden, they arrived at a huge palace. The palace was completely black and looked extremely old and shabby. The mottled walls left behind traces of the passage of time. No one knew how long it had existed. Behind the palace, there was an extremely vast building complex. There were pavilions, pagodas, palaces, and pagodas. It looked very majestic, and one could even vaguely feel that there were powerful rune restrictions hidden within it. Is this really just the Origin Essence Pill Saint's cave abode? It looks more like the ruins of a sect. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke slowly. The Origin Essence Pill Saint was very famous in the ancient times. The supreme divine pills that he refined were highly valued even by sage kings and imperial emperors. Looking at the scene before us, perhaps this is the sect that he founded in his later years. Let's search around first. The inheritance left behind by such a person is probably not that easy to obtain. Although Ling Xiao and Xianxia were chatting, their speed wasn't slow. They turned into two streaks of light and directly flew into the ancient palace in front of them. Inside the palace, rays of light filled the air. In front of Ling Xiao and Xianxia, a beautiful galaxy appeared. It stretched across the sky and stretched for billions of miles. When Ling Xiao and Xianxia entered the palace, it was as if they had entered a mysterious galaxy. They were instantly attracted by the magnificent scene before them. No. This is not an illusion of a galaxy. It's a galaxy formed by Saint Liquid? How many drops of Saint Liquid are there? Ling Zhao's body trembled as a look of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Although the galaxy in front of him was very confusing, dazzling, and intoxicating, Ling Xiao was still very sensitive to the fact that this entire galaxy was actually a Saint Liquid galaxy. It was completely made up of Saint Liquid. Hurry up and collect it. Xianxia's eyes flashed as she leaped up. Her red robes fluttered and her white hair danced as she flew towards the galaxy in front of her. All right. Ling Xiao naturally knew that time was of the essence. He took a deep breath and a terrifying golden light erupted from his body. He activated the heaven-devouring secret skill and the wordless heavenly book at the same time. Rumble, dazzling golden light bloomed as an ancient and mysterious aura erupted. A golden vortex appeared above Ling Zhao's head and began to devour the vast amount of Saint Liquid in the galaxy. If the entire galaxy was made of Saint Liquid, would it be a few 100,000 pounds, a few million pounds, or a few 100 million pounds? Ling Xiao had never imagined that there would actually be a Saint Liquid galaxy in this seemingly ordinary palace. Even the immortal sacred grounds would find it difficult to take out such a large sum. Boom, the golden vortex swallowed the vast amount of Saint Liquid like a whale swallowing the ocean. In an instant, millions of drops of Saint Liquid were devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao did not refine the holy liquid. After all, his current physical body was only formed by the faux saint world and was not his real physical body. However, the holy liquid seemed to be very useful to the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao could feel the aura of the wordless heavenly book gradually increasing. The damaged parts on the originally sparkling and translucent pages also started to repair. I've really struck it rich this time. Ling Zhao's heart was incomparably carefree. In the span of a few breaths, he had already swallowed hundreds of millions of drops of holy liquid. This was even faster than robbing money. Perhaps even a saint would go crazy after seeing such a vast amount of holy liquid. Boom, the wordless heavenly book shone brightly as it devoured the holy liquid. When the holy liquid fell into the wordless heavenly book, it was condensed into pure white pills by the mysterious power of the wordless heavenly book. They were the size of a longan fruit and had strange runes on them. They were filled with powerful holy aura and contained extremely pure energy fluctuations. This is the origin pill? Who would have thought that the wordless heavenly book could condense the holy liquid into a source pill? This is really an unexpected surprise. Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. Although saints could extract holy liquid from the energy of heaven and earth, holy liquid was still very important to semi-saints. It was almost useless to saints. Saints comprehended the origin of the Great Path, and the power in their bodies was the origin saint power. Therefore, they needed to refine the origin power between heaven and earth in order to improve their cultivation. Although the holy liquid contained a trace of origin power, it was still somewhat impure. The origin pill contained the purest origin energy. Even for a saint, it was extremely useful. It could help a saint cultivate and break through. However, even for a saint, it would take a lot of effort and time to condense an origin pill from heaven and earth. Therefore, many saints would condense some saint liquid for their younger disciples to use. Only saints would use origin pills to cultivate or trade. The origin pill was the hard currency between saints. Ling Xiao estimated that it would take more than 1,000,000 drops of holy liquid to condense an origin pill. Although he had swallowed a large amount of holy liquid, the wordless heavenly book had only condensed 10 origin pills. Good stuff. With the origin pill, I'll definitely be able to break through to the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Ling Xiao thought excitedly. At the same time, he activated the wordless heavenly book and the sky-devouring secret skill even more crazily. He swallowed a large amount of holy liquid while condensing origin pills with the wordless heavenly book. As for Xianxia, although she didn't have the sky-devouring secret skill or the wordless heavenly book, a green gourd appeared in her hand. It looked dazzling and vast. It was also a powerful saint treasure. The green gourd was opened and expanded in the void. It was also swallowing the vast holy liquid in the galaxy. Although it was not as fast as Ling Xiao, it had also collected a large amount of holy liquid. Rumble, the Saint Liquid Star River trembled violently. Ling Xiao could see countless stars in the dazzling Star River. Those stars seemed to represent the origin elixirs. After Ling Xiao condensed hundreds of origin elixirs with the wordless heavenly book, the Star River dimmed. Ling Xiao estimated that he had already devoured more than half of the holy liquid in the holy liquid galaxy. However, the gate of the palace was opened again. Swoosh! Swoosh! Whoosh! A dozen figures flew in from outside the palace. They were all half-saint experts. However, most of them were low-level half-saints. There were 2 6th Revolution half-saint experts and a 7th Revolution half-saint black-robed middle-aged man. When the dozen figures entered the palace, they were instantly stunned by the scene in front of them. Oh my god, am I seeing things? This entire galaxy is actually made up of saint liquid? This is incredible. Is this the remains of an ancient immortal holy land? How can there be so much holy liquid? The holy liquid here is enough for each of us to cultivate to the peak of the 9th revolution half-saint realm. Everyone became incomparably excited, and their eyes revealed a greedy and fervent light. Look, the 2 of them are collecting the holy liquid so fast. Let's do it too. With so much holy liquid, we are really going to be rich this time. Someone's eyes flashed as he saw Ling Xiao and Xianxia collecting the holy liquid. They are just a 1st revolution half-saint and a 2nd revolution half-saint. They must have a powerful spatial holy treasure on them. How can collecting the holy liquid be as fast as stealing it? The 7th revolution half-saint black-robed middle-aged man said coldly. Although the cultivation of this couple is not high, look at their glabella. Both of them have golden holy badges. I'm afraid they are disciples of immortal sanctuaries or ancient clans. They are not to be trifled with. The rest of the people did not move. Their gazes fell on the golden holy badges between Ling Xiao and Xianxia's glabella with a tinge of fear in their eyes. Let's see what Daoba is capable of. This is the Void Saint world. Everyone can hide their aura and appearance. So what if they rob them? They can forget about finding our real bodies in the divine world. However, if they have powerful holy treasures, Daoba might not be able to get away with it. Some people laughed at Daoba's misfortune. The middle-aged man with the scar also saw the golden holy badges between Ling Xiao and Xianxia's glabella. However, he had always been arrogant. Moreover, he was in the Void Saint world. Relying on his powerful cultivation, he did not take Ling Xiao and Xianxia seriously at all. Therefore, although he had some guesses about their identities, he still took action. Boom, black light flickered in Daoba's palm. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao. His 5 fingers were like 5 ancient mountains. They contained extremely powerful energy fluctuations and suppressed Ling Xiao. This was the unique skill of the middle-aged man with the scar, 5 sacred mountain palms. Although the middle-aged man with the scar was arrogant, he did not dare to be careless. Therefore, he used his unique skill right off the bat. In his opinion, Ling Xiao would be severely injured even if he did not die. Ling Xiao's expression was extremely calm. He was still using the heaven-devouring secret skill to devour the vast holy liquid. When the palm was about to land on Ling Xiao's head, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. He said coldly, "Scram." Ling Xiao's voice boomed like thunder, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The flipping sky seal flew out from the top of Ling Xiao's head and expanded with a rumble. It directly shattered the 5 sacred palms in the void and then pressed down on the middle-aged man with the scar. Poof, the middle-aged man with the scar did not even have time to scream. He was killed by the flipping sky seal and turned into a pool of blood. Xianxia did not even move. The moment the flipping sky seal appeared, a 7th Revolution half-saint was killed. The scene in front of them completely stunned the dozen or so experts who were watching the show. Even their bodies were trembling. They even thought that if they had lost their minds and followed the scarred man to deal with Xianxia and Xianxia, they would probably be dead by now. Xianxia, let's go. Xianxia looked at Xianxia with a warm smile on his face. At this moment, everyone was in a daze. Was this still the same person who killed without batting an eyelid? He actually revealed such a smile? All right. Xianxia nodded obediently. In this Saint Liquid galaxy, more than half of the Saint Liquid had been collected by Xianxia and Xianxia. There was no point in staying behind to collect more. Moreover, as more and more experts appeared behind them, there would only be more trouble. It was better to continue forward and collect more resources. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia and Xianxia didn't even look at the crowd. They turned into 2 streaks of light and flew out of the palace. Only then did everyone heave a sigh of relief and wipe the sweat off their foreheads. Their hearts were in their mouths just now. They were afraid that Xianxia and Xianxia would kill them all in a fit of anger. Fortunately, Xianxia didn't put them in his eyes. This should have made them angry, but now they were incomparably relieved. These two must be true disciples of the immortal Saint Land. Moreover, they must be true disciples with extremely high status. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to control such a powerful saint treasure. Someone said slowly, his eyes full of fear. That's right. I just don't know what kind of treasure that ancient seal is. It's so terrifying that even a 7th Revolution half-saint couldn't withstand its power. Everyone was guessing the identity of Xianxia and Xianxia. This secret territory is not ordinary. There must be more treasures behind it. Everyone, a mere Saint Liquid isn't that precious. I'll take my leave first. If I can obtain the inheritance of an ancient saint, it'll be a great opportunity and fortune. After Xianxia and Xianxia left, a few people became restless. The Saint Liquid galaxy in front of them was no longer that attractive. They all flew out of the palace and flew into the depths of the secret territory. Only a few low-level half-saints with lower cultivation decided to stay and collect the Saint Liquid. It was hard to say what kind of opportunities and treasures there would be later, but they would first collect the Saint Liquid in front of them. The primordial chaos mystic realm quickly became lively. The heavenly divine pillar alarmed countless experts in the void saint world, causing them to rush towards the immemorial secret territory. After passing through the large array at the entrance of the secret territory, they began to explore the secret territory. Some chose to explore bit by bit, but there were also experts who chose to rush directly into the depths of the immemorial secret territory. Even the herb garden didn't attract their attention. A few powerful auras swept past the herb garden and headed towards the depths of the secret territory. That's Ironheart Yuan and Xiao Rui from Pill Talisman Mountain? The two of them are here too? The #1 genius of Pill Talisman Mountain, Fairy Linshi, is here too. As expected of Fairy Linshi. She's an outstanding beauty with a peerless appearance. Her cultivation has actually reached the 9th Revolution half-saint realm. The #1 holy son of 5 elements saint sect, Huang Xuanzong, is here too. Everyone in the medicine garden lifted their heads and saw the few powerful figures flashing across the medicine garden. Immediately, an incomparably shocked expression appeared in their eyes. In addition to the experts that everyone knew, there were many unfamiliar figures with powerful auras. They might have concealed their auras and identities. All of them were heading towards the depths of the secret territory at an extremely fast speed. For these geniuses, although the precious herbs in the herb garden were precious, they were not enough to stop them. What they really cared about were the treasures in the depths of the secret territory. It might be a supreme divine pill, a powerful holy treasure, or a supreme divine technique. Only the inheritances of the true ancient saints were worth fighting for. Some people chose to continue collecting herbs in the herb garden, but some couldn't resist the temptation of the depths of the secret territory. They followed the experts and flew towards the depths of the secret territory. Alchemy Palace, this was one of the most majestic palaces in the group of buildings. It emitted a scarlet glow and was filled with flaming runes. There was also a powerful array restriction at the entrance of the palace. The array restriction was related to the secrets of alchemy Dao. If one were to follow the normal method, only an alchemy saint would be able to unlock the array restriction at the entrance of the alchemy palace. Naturally, Ling Xiao couldn't enter through the normal method. Wang. Boom. Boom. Boom, the sky-flipping seal slammed into the door, causing runes to explode. The terrifying power caused the entire alchemy palace to tremble. Ling Xiao's violent attacks, coupled with the power of the sky-devouring secret skill, caused the alchemy palace's array to weaken after countless years. It was quickly broken by Ling Xiao. They're really fast. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he sensed a group of powerful figures flying towards the depths of the secret realm. His heart skipped a beat as he entered the alchemy palace with Xianxia. The interior of the alchemy palace was extremely spacious and contained an internal space. After Ling Xiao and Xianxia entered, they felt an extremely hot aura coming towards them. In front of them were hundreds of alchemy furnaces. Each alchemy furnace was incomparably huge, ancient, and mysterious. They were enveloped in mysterious flames, and a faint pill fragrance emanated from the alchemy furnaces. In addition to these hundreds of alchemy furnaces, there were many alchemy furnaces and remnants of pills. Some were broken, while others were formed by the alchemy furnaces' self-destruction. Using alchemy furnaces to nurture pills, and who knows how many years they've been nurturing pills. The pills in these alchemy furnaces must be extraordinary. The ones left behind must be of high quality. Xianxia said slowly as a strange look appeared in her eyes. The era of the saints of the Antiquity Age was probably hundreds of millions of years ago. The secret realm of the Origin Pill Saint was also extremely ancient. The elixir that could be preserved from the Antiquity Age to the present must be extraordinary. These hundreds of alchemy furnaces must be at least of the divine grade. It's a pity that these alchemy furnaces can't be moved and are connected to the power of the secret realm. We can only open the alchemy furnaces and take the alchemy furnaces. Otherwise, those fellows behind us can only eat dust. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with a trace of pity. Let's split up. I'm afraid those people will be here soon. Xianxia's eyes flashed and instantly fell on an alchemy furnace in the distance. Boom, her slender hand suddenly clapped, but the cauldron shook violently. Unexpectedly, there was the sound of metal clashing. Flames rose like sword qi, and sword-shaped patterns appeared on the surface of the cauldron. It's a divine-grade pill that contains the sword Dao's origin? It is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. He could sense the vast and pure sword intent within the cauldron. No wonder Xianxia had chosen this cauldron immediately. It was because the sword intent within was extremely compatible with her. Clang, Xianxia's forehead glowed resplendently. Powerful spiritual force spread out and enveloped the cauldron. It was as if swords were slashing at the cauldron, emitting metallic clangs. Mysterious ripples spread out, and the entire cauldron began to shine brilliantly. The flames became more and more turbulent. In the end, Xianxia's eyes flashed, and it turned into a mysterious sword qi that slashed at the cauldron. Rumble, the cauldron suddenly exploded, and a bright sword light bloomed. It was like the first light of the creation of the world. It contained an unparalleled sharpness, and looked mysterious. It was a milky white pill that emitted a dazzling light. The light was solid and sharp. Hundreds of millions of swords instantly shrouded Xianxia. The pill jumped slightly in the void and instantly turned into a stream of light, wanting to rush out of the alchemy palace. It is indeed the regal sword heart pill. Xianxia's eyes were bright. The sword light that filled the sky did not seem to have any effect on her. She reached out and grabbed at the void. It was as if the world had turned upside down. The sword light that filled the sky, including the pill, instantly fell into her palm. Xianxia had successfully obtained a divine-grade pill. On the other side, Ling Xiao had also chosen a golden cauldron. Although Ling Xiao did not know what kind of pill was in the cauldron, he could sense from the faint medicinal fragrance that it was a divine-grade pill that could increase one's physical strength. Rumble, the flipping sky seal shone brightly and suddenly smashed into the cauldron, causing it to explode. It was so simple and violent. Suddenly, a golden pill with a blazing golden glow flew out of the cauldron and into Ling Xiao's pocket. What a pity for these cauldrons, Ling Xiao said with some regret. These cauldrons were not ordinary at first glance, but there was no way to take them away. In order to take out the pills in the cauldrons as quickly as possible, Ling Xiao could only break them with brute force. Boom! At this moment, the door of the alchemy palace suddenly opened. Powerful figures rushed in from the outside. Their auras were extremely powerful. Most of them were high-level half-saints. These guys are really fast. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Although there were many unfamiliar faces among these people, Ling Xiao also knew many of them. Xiao Ruwei, Tai Xingyuan, Huang Xuanzong, and Lin Shi were among them. However, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret skill to change his aura and appearance. Therefore, they did not recognize Ling Xiao as Grandmaster Zhao Ritian of Taishan City. However, the appearance of these people did not affect Ling Xiao and Jin Sei. They walked towards the next cauldron. There are hundreds of cauldrons? These cauldrons have existed for hundreds of millions of years. The pills in them must be priceless. Someone exclaimed. His eyes were full of excitement. Even Xiao Ruwei, Tai Xingyuan, Huang Xuanzong, Lin Shi, and others could not help but have their eyes lit up. The pills in these cauldrons also made them a little excited. Lin Shi and Jin Sei exchanged glances secretly. They did not say anything because Lin Shi knew that Jin Sei did not want to expose her identity. However, Lin Shi still walked towards a cauldron near Jin Sei. She was ready to open this cauldron and get the pills in it. Everyone's eyes stopped on Ling Xiao and Jin Sei for a moment. Finally, their eyes fell on the golden holy badges between their eyebrows. Although Ling Xiao and Jin Sei's cultivation was not high, they had golden holy badges. Their identities were probably not ordinary. What's more, there were hundreds of cauldrons in the alchemy palace. It was enough for everyone to distribute. Therefore, there was no conflict for a while. Everyone rushed towards the cauldrons they had chosen and began to think of ways to open the cauldrons. Boom! 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 For a moment, the entire alchemy palace rumbled. Everyone used various means and magic powers to open the cauldrons in front of them. This is a little troublesome. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. If no one was around, he could use the flipping sky seal to break open the cauldrons by force. However, in front of everyone, Ling Xiao naturally could not be so stupid as to take out the flipping sky seal. Not only would his identity be exposed, but he would also become the target of public criticism. Rumble, in the alchemy palace, everyone was using their own methods to open the alchemy furnaces in front of them. Hundreds of alchemy furnaces shone brightly and were wrapped in blazing flames. They were ancient and mysterious. If one wanted to open the alchemy furnaces, they needed a fixed opening method. Otherwise, it would be like a lock without a key. Of course, one could also choose to break it by force. However, these alchemy furnaces were also incomparably sturdy. Everyone was also afraid of damaging the elixirs in the alchemy furnaces, so they were carefully trying various opening methods. Fairy Lin Shi opened one of the alchemy furnaces. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Shi. Boom! The alchemy furnace in front of Lin Shi spewed out rays of light as runes bloomed one after another. The lid of the alchemy furnace slowly opened, and a rich medicinal fragrance filled the air. A bright green light shot out from it, gorgeous and dazzling. Lin Shi was already prepared. She knew that the elixir in the alchemy furnace was extremely extraordinary and even had spirituality. It was very likely that it would escape. Therefore, she directly threw a palm across the air and used a magical power to grab the green elixir in her palm. What elixir is that? I can feel that just the medicinal fragrance has made my saint energy purer by a lot. Everyone's eyes fell on Lin Shi's palm, wanting to see what elixir Lin Shi had taken. However, to everyone's disappointment, Lin Shi did not show it to them. Instead, she kept it, but the corners of her eyes revealed a hint of joy. This Lin Shi, her methods are not ordinary. Ling Xiao said with some surprise. He had just noticed that Lin Shi had used an extremely ancient method to open the alchemy furnace and took the supreme sage elixir in it. To be able to exist in the alchemy palace for so long, these hundreds of alchemy furnaces were definitely supreme sage elixirs. However, countless years had passed. Originally, there might have been many elixirs in one furnace, but now, they had all merged into one and only one was left. Soon, Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan also opened the alchemy furnace in front of them. Young Master Xiao actually obtained the Dragon Blood Saint Elixir? Someone exclaimed. There was a blood-red elixir in Xiao Rui's palm. It was filled with a powerful dragon's might. There seemed to be phantoms of real dragons appearing on it. It looked extremely extraordinary. The Dragon Blood Saint Elixir could increase the strength of the physical body. Legend had it that it was refined from the blood essence of a saint-level Dragon Clan expert. It even had a certain chance of awakening the magical powers of the Dragon Clan. Although Xiao Rui had also put it away in an instant, the Dragon Blood Saint Dan was not considered rare, so everyone still recognized it. What young Master Tai obtained is the profound yellow holy pellet, which is also a holy pellet that can increase the strength of the body. In the Iron Heart Ape's palm was a pill that was filled with a mysterious yellow aura. It was the size of a longan fruit and was extremely round. It seemed to contain a heavy and ancient aura. The black-yellow sacred elixir contained a trace of the black-yellow origin power. It could also enhance the physical strength of a sage-to-be expert, making his physical body stronger and more abundant. Lin Shi, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan were all genius disciples of Pill Talisman Mountain. They had many means. They were the first to open the alchemy furnace in front of him. Everyone was incomparably amazed. The foundation of Pill Talisman Mountain was really amazing. Next, Huang Xuanzong also opened the alchemy furnace in front of him. Ling Xiao could feel that there was a very terrifying flame in Huang Xuanzong's body. Although it was just a flash, it burned all the runes on the alchemy furnace. He easily obtained the divine elixir in the alchemy furnace. In the alchemy palace, the light was bright and dazzling. From time to time, someone opened the alchemy furnace and obtained the precious divine elixir. Ling Xiao deliberately chose the alchemy furnace at the edge of the alchemy palace. Although he did not use the flipping sky seal to directly smash the alchemy furnace, he quietly used the sky-devouring secret skill to devour the runes on the alchemy furnace. The speed of opening the alchemy furnace was not slower than Lin Shi, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan. Moreover, Ling Xiao had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to conceal his and the alchemy furnace's aura, deliberately weakening his own existence. Although he had obtained 7 or 8 divine elixir pills in the past few hours, no one had noticed his existence. Young Master, that young man is not simple. He and Saintess Xianxia both entered the alchemy palace before us. He has already opened 8 alchemy furnaces. A black-robed old man standing behind Xiao Rui. Although his face was very old, his eyes were incomparably deep, as if he could see through everything. He slowly transmitted his voice to Xiao Rui. Are you suspecting that he is in cahoots with Saintess Xianxia? It is indeed possible. To be able to kill Xiao Yun and the 2 great elders, and even prevent their primordial spirits from escaping, I'm afraid that Xianxia can't do it alone. Xiao Rui glanced indifferently at Ling Xiao in the distance and sneered. Do you want to make a move? If you were worried about Saintess Xianxia, I can capture this brat first. The black-robed old man said. Don't be hasty. No matter how many alchemy furnaces this brat opens, the divine elixir in his possession will be ours. This brat's cultivation is only at the 2nd transformation half-saint realm, but he was able to enter the secret territory before everyone else. Perhaps he knows the secret of this secret territory. Xiao Rui said faintly. Although he was opening the alchemy furnaces, his attention was always on Xianxia and Ling Xiao. Xiao Yun's death filled his heart with hatred and killing intent, but Xianxia was the saintess of the Supreme Tao Palace. He did not dare to attack Xianxia in front of everyone. After all, it was very likely that there was no way to completely kill Xianxia in the Void Saint world. In that case, the Xiao clan would really offend the Supreme Tao Palace. Although Xiao Rui could not wait to kill Xianxia immediately, he did not want to do it too openly. Otherwise, the person in the Supreme Tao Palace would not be able to protect him. Ling Xiao had already opened 8 alchemy furnaces. Nearly half of the alchemy furnaces in the alchemy palace had been opened. Ling Xiao had already decided to take the opportunity to leave the alchemy palace. He had a premonition that when all the alchemy furnaces were opened, there would be an unavoidable chaotic battle. After all, there were over 100 supreme divine elixir pills here. It was priceless. Anyone would be tempted, especially those high-level half-saints with extremely strong cultivation. They would not allow anyone to take away the divine elixir pills. This is? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he suddenly stopped in front of an alchemy furnace. The alchemy furnace in front of him looked very ordinary. It was not made of gold or jade. It looked like an alchemy furnace made of some kind of stone. There was no flame around it, and it was cold to the touch. It looked like an abandoned alchemy furnace. It was very inconspicuous. Even Ling Xiao almost overlooked this alchemy cauldron, if not for the wordless heavenly book trembling a few times. For the wordless heavenly book to be able to sense it, there was definitely a treasure in this alchemy cauldron, and it was an extremely precious treasure. Let me try. Ling Xiao suddenly became very curious and wanted to try to see what kind of treasure was in this alchemy cauldron. After walking around the alchemy cauldron, Ling Xiao found that there were no runes or restrictions on the cauldron, and he couldn't sense any elixir aura. There was only a black cauldron lid, as if as long as he opened the lid, he would be able to see the inside. Xianxia, this alchemy cauldron probably has a very precious elixir. I will open the cauldron later, and we will collect the elixir together. After that, we will leave the alchemy palace immediately. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia had just opened an alchemy cauldron and took out a divine elixir. Hearing this, her eyes flashed, and she nodded. She walked calmly towards an alchemy cauldron near Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao and Xianxia's actions didn't attract the attention of others, except for Lin Shi and Xiao Rui. This was because Lin Shi and Xiao Rui's attention had always been on Xianxia. Their eyes followed Xianxia's movements, and they were paying attention to Xianxia's every move. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and his eyes flashed. He reached out and grabbed the lid of the alchemy cauldron in front of him. Terrifying divine power erupted from his body, and he suddenly lifted it up. The lid of the alchemy cauldron didn't move at all. Ling Xiao seemed to have expected this, and his eyes lit up. Interesting. Boom, there seemed to be a dragon's roar in his body, and a vast dragon's power rose. There was a purple light overflowing from his body, and it was flowing with brilliant colors, making him look extremely mysterious. At this moment, the ancestral dragon's secret skill and the indestructible sacred technique were activated in his body at the same time, and an extremely terrifying power erupted. Buzz, the lid of the alchemy cauldron trembled slightly. In the face of Ling Xiao's terrifying divine power, even an immemorial sacred mountain could be uprooted directly. Although this alchemy cauldron was very magical, it was still shaken by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's unparalleled godly strength erupted, and the lid of the cauldron rose slightly. Ling Xiao felt as if there was a vast world in his hands, and it was extremely heavy, causing him to feel extremely strained. When Ling Xiao pulled up the lid of the pill furnace instantly underwent a transformation. Rumble, terrifying divine light gushed out from the alchemy cauldron. It was as if lightning was blazing and dazzling. The entire alchemy cauldron began to tremble. The originally ordinary-looking alchemy cauldron began to emit boundless light. Runes appeared one after another. Chaotic chi lingered around the cauldron. It seemed as if countless shadows of ancient divine beasts had appeared above the cauldron. As the lid of the cauldron slowly opened, the surrounding void trembled slightly. It was as if the ancient people were singing, or as if the divine sound of the great Tao had appeared. The entire alchemy palace became ethereal and mysterious. What kind of alchemy furnace is that? Someone exclaimed, his gaze instantly landing on the alchemy furnace that Ling Xiao was opening. This alchemy furnace was simply too amazing. Its mysterious aura suppressed everything and shocked everyone in the alchemy palace. It must be an unimaginable treasure. Could it be a top-notch divine pill? Everyone's voice trembled a little. They revealed an incomparably blazing light as they rushed over. Rumble, at this moment, a terrifying rumble exploded. The lid of the alchemy cauldron was directly lifted off by Ling Xiao. Boundless light gushed out from the alchemy cauldron. It was like a divine pillar that reached the sky. It shot straight up like a storm and swept in all directions. The weaker half-saints were swept by this divine light storm, and their fighting strength became unstable. They couldn't help but retreat, and their eyes were filled with unimaginable shock. Swoosh! 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 3 dazzling golden lights shot out from the alchemy cauldron at an extremely fast speed. It was as if no one could react. In an instant, they were about to shoot out of the alchemy palace. Everyone could see that they were clearly 3 dazzling golden elixirs. "Come over here." A divine light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. The moment he lifted the lid of the alchemy cauldron, he was already prepared. He instantly stretched out his hand and grabbed one of the golden elixirs. Xianxia seemed to have a telepathic connection with Ling Zhao. Her speed was also fast. A dazzling sword light instantly shot out. It rolled in the void and directly rolled up a golden elixir and flew towards her. At the same time, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, Lin Shi, Huang Xuanzong and the others all made their moves. Their eyes were blazing like lightning. They were determined to get the golden elixirs. They all grabbed at the 3 golden elixirs in the void. Lin Shi and Huang Xuanzong both stared at the 3rd golden elixir. Xiao Rui's eyes flashed coldly. He grabbed at the golden elixir in front of Xianxia. Tai Xingyuan was incomparably domineering as he rushed towards Ling Zhao. In addition to them, there were also some high-level sage-to-be who relied on their cultivation. Each of them had unparalleled strength. Their bodies exuded an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. They all used various magical means to grab a golden elixir. Their eyes were incomparably sharp. They could see that these 3 golden elixirs were absolutely incomparably precious. Their value was immeasurable. At this time, how could they still care about who opened the alchemy cauldron first? It would belong to whoever grabbed it. The energy around Tai Xingyuan was incomparably violent. His body was incomparably strong. He was like an ancient demonic ape. Even if Ling Zhao could grab the golden elixir, Tai Xingyuan would still be able to directly hit him. Ling Zhao's eyes turned cold. The sky-devouring secret technique in his palm erupted. He instantly sucked the golden elixir into his palm. Then, he threw another punch towards Tai Xingyuan. "You're courting death." Tai Xingyuan's eyes turned cold. He didn't expect that Ling Zhao, a mere second revolution sage-to-be, would dare to directly snatch the golden elixir under his nose. Moreover, he didn't dodge. Instead, he dared to attack him. Tai Xingyuan immediately threw a punch. A black fist print erupted with incomparably violent energy. The fist momentum was monstrous. It was as if it wanted to smash everything in front of it into powder. Rumble, the 2 fists collided. Suddenly, the void trembled violently. Dragon roars rumbled from Ling Zhao's body. Purple gas rose. The chaotic light behind him pervaded. It was as if there were 3,000 worlds across the sky. His figure only trembled slightly. He retreated a few steps. However, Tai Xingyuan was sent flying by his punch. What? A 2nd revolution half-saint had sent an 8th revolution half-saint Ironheart ape flying with a single punch. Everyone felt as if they were dreaming. Ironheart ape was the peerless genius of the Iron family. His combat strength was extraordinary. Legend had it that his physical body was unparalleled. He possessed the bloodline of the ancient demon ape. However, his physical body was inferior to a 2nd revolution half-saint. Who is he? Everyone had the same question in their hearts. Whoosh, while everyone was in a daze, Ling Zhao didn't have time to check the gold core. He directly kept it in the wordless heavenly book. "Boy, hand over the gold core or die." Ironheart ape leaped up and blocked Ling Zhao's path. His body was surrounded by a violent aura. His face was ugly, and his eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. He hadn't expected that a mere 2nd revolution half-step sage would possess such a formidable physical strength. That punch had numbed his arm. He felt as if he had collided head-on with an expert of the dragon race. Could it be that this person was an expert from the dragon tribe? Ironheart ape couldn't imagine that an expert from the human tribe could have such a terrifying physical body. "I opened the alchemy furnace and snatched the gold core. Why should I give it to you?" Ling Zhao said with a faint smile. His expression was very calm. "Boy, don't think that you have the right to behave atrociously in front of me just because you can block my punch. Since you don't want to hand it over, I'll take it myself." Ironheart ape's eyes flashed with killing intent. He slammed his palm toward Ling Zhao. At the same time, the high-level half-saints recovered from their shock. Their eyes were filled with greed as they rushed toward Ling Zhao. Although Ling Zhao's physical body was very strong, they didn't think that he could escape unscathed from the siege of so many people. You're courting death. Ling Xiao sneered. The blazing golden light in his eyes suddenly bloomed. Boom, the flipping sky seal erupted with a vast light. It instantly soared into the sky like a black mountain. It was ancient and mysterious, as if it could suppress the heavens. It smashed toward Ironheart Ape and the other experts. Unparalleled divine light bloomed. Everyone's various magical powers blasted onto the flipping sky seal, but there was not even the slightest ripple. They were all annihilated in an instant. Under that terrifying suppressive force, everyone's expression changed drastically. Their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. This is the flipping sky seal of the War God Temple? Someone exclaimed. His voice was trembling violently, and he instantly wanted to escape. However, when the flipping sky seal pressed down with all its might, the terrifying power formed a vast and ancient domain, as if it wanted to turn all life into dust. Puff, several 7th Revolution half-saints were unable to resist the power of the flipping sky seal. They were instantly turned into blood mists. Their primordial spirits were wrapped up by the holy badge and left the void saint world. The 2-9 Revolution half-saint experts fought desperately. Although they were seriously injured by the flipping sky seal and half of their bodies were smashed, they managed to escape with their lives intact. Ironheart Ape also felt the fatal danger from the flipping sky seal. A purple gold long rod appeared in his palm, exuding an unparalleled holy power. It was a powerful holy treasure. He slammed it towards the flipping sky seal. Bang, the Ironheart Ape felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The purple gold staff in his hand trembled violently, and his 2 arms suddenly exploded into powder. His entire body was directly sent flying. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with incomparable shock. Flipping sky seal, it's actually the flipping sky seal? He is the master of the War God Temple. Long Out Yen? Ironheart Ape's eyes were filled with unwillingness. At the same time, his gaze towards the flipping sky seal was filled with greed and awe. The flipping sky seal, this legendary treasure, had finally appeared in front of everyone. Get lost. Ling Xiao did not chase after Ironheart Ape and the others. Cold killing intent surged in his eyes. He saw that Xiao Rui was chasing after Xianxia, trying to snatch the gold elixir in her hands. The flipping sky seal rumbled forward, blooming with blazing light, and directly suppressed Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui's expression changed drastically. He also saw the miserable end of Ironheart Ape and the others, and he also heard the crowd shouting for the flipping sky seal. At this moment, seeing that Ling Xiao was rushing towards him, how could he still care about chasing after Xianxia? Xiao Rui's body suddenly flashed, and he fled into the distance in a sorry state. The black-robed elder who followed Xiao Rui roared, "Don't hurt my young master." The black-robed elder pushed his palms forward, and terrifying holy power erupted. He wanted to push the flipping sky seal away. Otherwise, with Xiao Rui's strength, he would not be able to withstand such a terrifying blow from the flipping sky seal. Boom, the flipping sky seal came across the sky and instantly pierced through the layers of holy power boundaries in front of the black-robed elder. The black-robed elder's arms suddenly exploded, and his entire body trembled violently. Blood spurted from his 7 orifices, and he was directly sent flying. "Young master, let's go." The black-robed elder was terrified, and his eyes were filled with horror. He forcibly supported his severely injured body, and directly rushed out of the alchemy palace's door with Xiao Rui. Ling Xiao did not chase after Xiao Rui. Instead, he went directly to Xianxia and asked with concern, "Xianxia, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Xianxia shook her head, and there was a strange look in her eyes. Just now, Ling Xiao desperately came to save her, and it gave Xianxia a very familiar feeling. However, she could not recall it. Unknowingly, ripples seemed to have appeared in her calm heart. As for the 3rd golden pill, it was snatched by Lin Shi, and Huang Xuanzong was a little depressed as he missed it. So he is the new battle hall master of the War God Hall, Long Out Yin. Someone looked at Ling Xiao with incomparable reverence. Yes. To be able to make the flipping sky seal recognize him as its master, this palace master Long is indeed not ordinary. The flipping sky seal is a top holy treasure. 1,000,000 years ago, in the hands of the Scarlet Dragon War God, it slaughtered many saints and shocked the entire divine world. It is a legendary treasure. However, this palace master Long is so flamboyant. I'm afraid it's not a good thing. That's right. After all, he is relying on external forces, and not his own cultivation. Without the flipping sky seal, he is no match for young Master Tai and young Master Xiao. Everyone discussed softly. Some were shocked, some were jealous, but without a doubt, no one dared to make a move against Ling Xiao. Let's go. Tai Xingyuan's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at Ling Xiao coldly and left the alchemy palace with his subordinates. He was also afraid that Ling Xiao would continue to attack him. If he continued to stay, he would only be humiliating himself. Are you the hall master of the war god temple, Long Outyan? Lin Shi looked at Ling Xiao curiously and asked. The flipping sky seal floated above Ling Xiao's head, giving him a majestic and overbearing aura. Everyone seemed to have unconsciously overlooked Ling Xiao's cultivation. At this moment, no one dared to look down on Ling Xiao. It's me. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His aura and appearance had been changed, so he was not afraid of being recognized by Lin Shi. Have we met before? Why do I feel that you are very familiar? Lin Shi looked as if she was not afraid of Ling Xiao at all. She looked at Ling Xiao carefully and smiled. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He had obviously used the heaven-shrouding secret skill to change his aura. Could it be that he was recognized by Lin Shi? However, he still said coldly, Miss Lin, I'm afraid you have remembered wrongly. We have not met before. All right. Lin Shi smiled charmingly and looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. Then, she turned and left the alchemy palace. Let's go too. Ling Xiao said to Jin Sei. Almost all the alchemy furnaces in the alchemy palace had been opened. There was no point in staying any longer. However, the true inheritance of the Hunyuan alchemy saint had not appeared yet. All right. Do you know the origin of the 3 golden elixirs? Jin Sei asked curiously. That alchemy furnace was very ordinary, but Ling Xiao had discovered it and created such a terrifying scene. This made Jin Sei curious about the origin of the 3 golden elixirs. If I'm not wrong, those 3 golden elixirs should be the Hunyuan golden elixirs. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to Jin Sei. His voice was slightly excited. According to what the blind Taoist had told Ling Xiao, the Hunyuan golden elixir created by the Hunyuan elixir saint was an extremely precious divine elixir that could help a 9th revolution half-saint to become a saint. It was extremely mysterious and contained the power of the origin of the Great Way. After Ling Xiao obtained the golden core, he could sense the terrifying power contained within it. It was as vast as the sea. It was very likely that it was the Hunyuan golden core created by the Hunyuan Dan saint. Ling Xiao did not hide anything from Jin Sei and told her about the Hunyuan pill saint and the Hunyuan golden pill. Primordial chaos golden core? It was indeed a supreme treasure. I'm afraid that all the holy pills in the entire alchemy palace combined can't even compare to these 3 primordial chaos golden pills. Jin Sei was also slightly moved. That's right. However, the 3rd Hunyuan golden dan fell into Lin Shi's hands. In any case, she doesn't recognize the Hunyuan golden dan. It seems that I have to find a chance to take it back from her. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. He had his eyes on the 3rd mixed yuan golden pill. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ling Xiao and Jin Sei flew out of the alchemy palace together and continued towards the depths of the secret territory. This was a very vast building complex. The palaces and pavilions looked ancient and grand. Some had powerful restrictions, while others had wide open doors. The treasures within were open for anyone to take. Ling Xiao and Jin Sei opened a few pavilions and pagodas. They discovered that there were some semi-sage treasures and even the martial skills of divine kings and semi-sage. However, they did not see any true holy treasures or the inheritance of the Hunyuan Dan saint. It seems that the most precious treasure should be in that pagoda. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed and landed on the pagoda in the center of the secret territory. It was a 9-story pagoda. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent like glass. It exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it was shrouded in an extremely terrifying cloud formation. The cloud formation made the 9-story pagoda seem extremely mysterious and peaceful. It shone resplendently under the sunlight, giving it an aura of zen and nature. Many people had already gathered below the 9-floored pagoda, but no one was able to break through the formation of clouds and mist. There were some who were bold enough to force their way through the formation of clouds and mist, but they all died within the formation of clouds and mist as expected. Ling Xiao and Xianxia stood in a pavilion and looked at the 9-story pagoda from afar. Is the inheritance of the Hunyuan saint really in the 9-story pagoda? Xianxia seemed to be asking Ling Xiao, but also seemed to be talking to herself. I don't know. Perhaps? However, don't you feel that this secret territory is a little too strange? From the saintly liquid galaxy to the alchemy palace, to the countless pavilions here, there are so many treasures. There are basically no formations or restrictions protecting them. It's like they're waiting for people to come. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a strange light in his eyes as he looked at the 9-story pagoda in the distance. Oh? Have you discovered something wrong? Xianxia asked. I just feel that it's a little too easy for us to plunder the treasures in this secret territory. Since the Hunyuan saint left behind this secret territory, I'm afraid that the most important thing is still to find a successor for his inheritance. Ling Xiao said slowly. There was a wisp of wisdom in his eyes. When we analyze the Hunyuan saint's goal, we need to analyze the Hunyuan saint's goal first. The greatest possibility is that he wants to find a successor. Then where are the tests and assessments that he set up? It can't be that all the treasures were plundered by everyone and then set up an assessment in the 9-story pagoda, right? Xianxia nodded and said, You're right. If I were the Hunyuan saint, it's impossible for me to leave like this. The most likely is to set up an assessment first. Only by passing the final assessment and becoming the Hunyuan saint's successor will one have the qualifications to inherit all of this. Ling Xiao smiled slightly and said, That's right. Therefore, either the Hunyuan saint's assessment is the cloud formation at the entrance of the secret territory, or all of this is a pretense. He's not selecting a successor at all. All of this is to attract everyone to this 9-story pagoda. Attract everyone to the 9-story pagoda? What does the Hunyuan saint want to do? Could it be that he's not dead yet? Xianxia was also slightly surprised. Don't know. Maybe it's the Hunyuan saint's arm, or maybe it's not the Hunyuan saint. Ling Xiao's gaze became somewhat fierce. The wordless heavenly book in his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, flickering between brightness and darkness, emitting a mysterious undulation. It was somewhat excited and agitated, as if it sensed something and also seemed to be warning Ling Xiao. The wordless heavenly book showing this kind of undulation, Ling Xiao had encountered it before too. That was when a fiend race powerhouse appeared nearby. The wordless heavenly book would only give this kind of warning. In other words, there were fiend race powerhouses existing in this secret territory. The textless heavenly book seemed to be the nemesis of the devil race. Every time a devil race expert appeared, the textless heavenly book would be extremely excited. Even those precious treasures couldn't be compared to this excitement. There seemed to be a strange fate between the textless heavenly book and the devil race. It must end with the destruction of one side. Ever since Ling Xiao had entered the primordial mystery realm, he had felt that something was wrong. An indescribable sense of crisis had filled his heart. This was especially true when he saw the 9-story pagoda. That sense of crisis had reached its peak, and even the wordless heavenly book had begun to warn him. Ling Xiao was sure that there was a devil race expert in this 9-storied pagoda. Ling Xiao, after hearing what you said, I found that the cloud formation is actually a sealing formation. Could it be that it exists to seal the 9-storied pagoda? Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of strange color. The cloud formation surrounding the 9-storied pagoda looked very strange. The clouds were steaming and a sea of clouds was floating. The 9-storied pagoda was faintly discernible. It looked very dreamy and mysterious. However, the cloud formation was very terrifying. Ordinary people had no way to enter it. Those who rashly entered the formation had already died inside. They couldn't come out again. Maybe. But I'm not willing to leave like this. The inheritance of the primal chaos pill saint may be in this 9-storied pagoda. As the saying goes, wealth comes from danger. I really want to see what dangers there are in this 9-storied pagoda. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Since they had come to the Primal Chaos secret realm, and it was the place of inheritance left by the Primal Chaos Pale Saint, they naturally couldn't return empty-handed. Well, let's go in and see. I think those people should have the means to open the cloud formation, Xianxia said lightly. Her eyes fell on Linshi, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan, Huang Xuanzong and others in the distance. At this moment, everyone had already gathered in front of the cloud formation. However, they were somewhat at a loss. They had thought that a 7th Revolution half-saint had died in the cloud formation. This made everyone understand the terror of the cloud formation. So, they didn't dare to rashly enter the formation. Huang Xuanzong's eyes flashed. He looked at Linshi, Xiao Rui, and Tai Xingyuan and said, I have a treasure that might be able to break open this great cloud formation. However, I need your help. Oh? Brother Huang actually has a way? Of course we're willing to help. Both Xiao Rui and Iron-Hearted Yuan were shocked as they smiled. Pale Talisman Mountain had a good relationship with the Five Elements Sacred Sect. Xiao Clan and Tai Clan were even more inclined towards the Five Elements Sacred Sect. Therefore, they spoke very casually and had a certain understanding and trust of each other. Everyone was not stupid. They had already guessed that the inheritance of the ancient saints was likely to be in the 9-story pagoda. Being able to open the great cloudy mist array would naturally give them the upper hand. Huang Xuanzong said with an indifferent smile. Then, a sparkling and translucent holy treasure appeared in his palm. It was emitting 5-colored divine radiance. It looked very ancient. Its entire body was streamlined. It was a shuttle-shaped magic treasure. This is the 5 Elements space-breaking shuttle, a powerful holy treasure of our 5 Elements Saint sect. It is said to be unbreakable and unbreakable. It is very powerful and will definitely be able to break this cloud formation. However, the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle consumed a great deal of saint energy. The more saint energy that was poured into it, the more powerful it would be. Therefore, I need everyone's help to activate the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle together and break through this cloud formation. Huang Xuanzong said slowly. There's actually such a unique treasure? Since that's the case, there's no time to lose. Let's activate the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle to break the formation. Xiao Rui's eyes suddenly lit up. His eyesight was very sharp. He could see that the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle was extraordinary at a glance. It was very much like an ancient treasure. It was ancient, mysterious, and contained a kind of power that could break through restrictions. That's right. Everyone should have no objections, right? Only by breaking the great cloudy mist array can we enter the 9-story pagoda. Tai Xingyuan also glanced at everyone and said. Of course, we have no objections. Everyone nodded and agreed. Anyway, it was just consuming some saint energy. As long as they could break the great cloudy mist array, it was not a problem at all. Good. After I activate the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle, everyone will pour in saint energy. As long as we work together, we will definitely be able to break the great cloudy mist array in one fell swoop. Huang Xuanzong said with great satisfaction. Whoosh, as a light flashed in Huang Xuanzong's palm, the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle suddenly emitted a strange sound wave. It expanded in front of everyone and emitted an incomparably powerful energy fluctuation. Rumble, everyone immediately unleashed their cultivation and poured their majestic saint energy into the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle. Suddenly, a blazing light bloomed. The 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle's aura became stronger and stronger. The light also became more and more resplendent. It directly turned into a streamer and shot into the clouds. Kacha, the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle broke through the layers of clouds as if it had triggered a terrifying restriction. Suddenly, lightning flashed and the surrounding void trembled violently. Black mist spread out and lightning flashed down. It was as if it wanted to completely destroy the 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle. Boom! 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 The 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle was incomparably sturdy. It emitted an immortal and indestructible light. It shuttled back and forth in the great cloudy mist array. Although its speed was not fast, wherever it went, the black restriction runes collapsed one after another. The clouds also began to slowly dissipate. 5 Elements void-shattering shuttle? What a strange saint treasure. It can actually directly target the restriction origin and break the power of the array. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Huang Xuanzong was indeed the holy son of the Five Elements Saint sect. This Five Elements void-shattering shuttle was definitely not an ordinary saint treasure. Such a powerful great cloudy mist array actually began to collapse in front of the Five Elements void-shattering shuttle. Boom, the clouds dissipated one after another. In the end, it seemed to form a chain reaction. The Five Elements void-shattering shuttle's speed also became faster and faster. Bright golden light bloomed. In an instant, all the arrays were broken. The great cloudy mist array also completely dissipated. The 9-story pagoda emitted a gorgeous light. It was crystal clear like glass and appeared in front of everyone. The holy son of the Xuanzong is still the best. Such a terrifying great cloudy mist array is an incomparably powerful saint array. I didn't expect it to be broken so easily. Everyone exclaimed. Although breaking the misty cloud formation had consumed more than half of their saint energy, the result was still very pleasantly surprised. With the misty cloud formation broken, there was nothing else that could stop them from entering the 9-floored pagoda. Let's go. Swoosh, the door of the 9-floored pagoda opened with a loud bang. Huang Xuanzong took the lead and led the few people from the Five Elements Saint sect into a few streams of light, shooting into the 9-floored pagoda. The most precious treasure in the entire secret realm, even the inheritance of the saint, must be in this 9-floored pagoda. Let's go. Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan looked at each other and followed closely behind Huang Xuanzong, rushing into the 9-floored pagoda. Swoosh! 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 Everyone's eyes were blazing. Their faces were filled with excitement as they rushed into the 9-floored pagoda one after another. Let's go in and have a look. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Although the Five Elements void-shattering shuttle was extremely extraordinary, it was still out of Ling Zhao's expectation that the great cloud array could be broken so easily. He thought for a while and decided to enter the 9-floored pagoda to have a look. Inside the 9-floored pagoda, there was a strange world hidden. The land was vast and the sky was dusky. The first thing that appeared in front of everyone was actually a pile of bones. Those bones were densely packed, as if they couldn't see the end of it. They were all human bones, sitting neatly on the ground. There wasn't a trace of malevolence on their faces. They looked very peaceful and even had a trace of intoxication. Such a scene made everyone's scalp tingle and their bodies feel cold. Why are there so many bones? Someone exclaimed, his voice trembling uncontrollably. Looking at those skeletons, everyone could tell that those skeletons belonged to mortals below the divine spirit realm. In this world, there were tens of millions of skeletons, and it was incomparably shocking. Isn't this the saint's secret realm? How could there be so many corpses left behind? What the hell is going on here? Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Even their breathing became extremely careful. The door of the 9-floored pagoda opened, and everyone entered the space. It was as if some kind of balance had been broken. Those mortal bones were blown by the breeze and instantly turned into fine powder. Rumble, the corpses of countless mortals were reduced to dust, and it was as if a storm had been set off in the entire space. The ashes danced in the air like powerful tornadoes, surging toward the crowd. Not good. These bone ashes are highly toxic. Huang Xuanzong's complexion changed, and he hastily roared. In an instant, his entire body shone with radiance, and the Five Elements void-breaking shuttle appeared above his head, and formed a powerful defensive barrier, protecting him and the people of the Five Elements Saint sect. After that, the shuttle flew towards the void. I can't let the ashes touch my skin. These bone ashes are too evil. They actually contain the power of curses? The crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. Everyone's eyes were filled with terror. That storm came too suddenly. Everyone's entry broke some kind of balance, causing those skeletons to turn into ashes that fluttered in the air, forming an incomparably mysterious and evil corpse poison. A young girl who was only a first revolution half-saint didn't notice the bone ashes. She was careless, and was instantly swept up by the storm. Her entire body was wrapped up. Sizzle, the girl, who could be considered pretty, began to burn instantly. Black flames appeared all over her body, and her pretty face was disfigured. The ashes were like tarsal bones, and when they landed on her body, they turned into evil flames. Ah! Ah! Save me! The young girl screamed miserably. That kind of voice made people's hair stand on end, and they couldn't help but shiver all over. However, no one went to save the young girl, or it could be said that it was too late. After she screamed a few times, her flesh and blood were incinerated into nothingness, leaving behind only a set of white bones, which floated on the ground. However, the expression on her face was very peaceful and intoxicated, and it was incomparably strange. The most important thing was that even the silver holy badge between the young girl's eyebrows was incinerated into nothingness. Everyone had a premonition that the young girl didn't even return to the divine world, and had thoroughly died here. And this thought made everyone incomparably terrified. What is this place? It's too strange. Everyone was incomparably terrified, and some of them even wanted to leave this place. But what made him despair was that the door of the 9-floored pagoda had completely disappeared, and everyone seemed to be trapped in this 9-floored pagoda. Those bone ashes actually contained the original power of the devil Tao? A sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes, and he was incomparably shocked in his heart. The wordless heavenly book seemed to have an incomparable desire for that power, and it even wanted to fly out from between Ling Zhao's eyebrows to devour the bone ashes that filled the sky. The reason why the divine world and the devil world were mortal enemies was because the original power of the divine world and the devil world were like the opposites of black and white, light and evil, water and fire. There was no way for them to coexist, and they had to fight to the death. Therefore, the original power of the devil world was naturally highly toxic to the experts of the human race. As long as one wasn't a true sage, one wouldn't be able to resist the invasion of this power at all. Could it be that there's an expert of the devil saint level here? Thinking of this, Ling Zhao's heart became even more cautious. However, the original power of the devil Tao in those bone ashes was very little, and as long as one used a power to isolate it in advance and didn't come into contact with the bone ashes, there wouldn't be any problem. That young girl was just too unlucky, and a little too careless. As expected, other than that young girl, no one else was contaminated by the bone ashes, and their bodies burned with black flames. This should be the first level of the 9-floored pagoda. Let's go find the passage to the second level. Someone stared at the void above and said. Since there was no way out, they could only continue forward. Anyway, everyone could feel that although the bone ashes were strange, they weren't too dangerous. For everyone, as long as they were careful, there wouldn't be too much of a problem. Sure enough, at the center of the first level, they found the passage to the second level. Everyone followed the passage and entered the second level. Why are there still so many skeletons? This time everyone was a little uneasy. The second level was still full of skeletons. Although there were fewer skeletons than the first level, there were at least 1 million skeletons as far as the eye could see. Those skeletons were all dressed in coarse clothes, and they were also neatly sitting cross-legged on the ground. It could be vaguely seen that their cultivation should have reached the divine realm when they were alive. More than 1 million skeletons of the divine realm were terrifying, and they were even more curious about what had happened here. Boom! Look, the passageway to the first floor has disappeared. Someone shouted in horror. His eyes were filled with fear. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Sure enough, the passageway from the first floor to the second floor had disappeared without a trace. Everyone suddenly felt a chill down their backs. It was as if an invisible hand was manipulating everything. An incomparably oppressive feeling shrouded everyone's heart, and everyone's eyes became incomparably solemn. Although the bone storm formed by the skeletons on the second floor didn't cause any casualties, everyone could clearly feel that the power of the storm was much stronger than the first floor. Let's go. Let's continue forward. I want to see who's behind this. Huang Xuanzong's eyes flickered with a cold light, and his face was incomparably gloomy. He led the people from the 5 Elements Saint sect to the 3rd floor. Everyone had no way out, and it seemed that they could only move forward. No one knew what awaited them in the 9-floored pagoda, and no one knew if it was an opportunity or destruction. On the 3rd floor, there were hundreds of thousands of skeletons, dressed in green robes, neatly sitting in front of everyone. Obviously, these skeletons were much stronger than those on the 2nd floor. Look at the symbol on the green robes. Someone exclaimed in surprise. Everyone saw that there was a golden sun embroidered on the green robes. It was dazzling, and within the sun, there was a black alchemy cauldron. Sun, moon, alchemy cauldron. What did this mean? Many people revealed a trace of doubt in their eyes. This is the symbol of the ancient sun-moon alchemy sect. Legend has it that the most powerful chaotic yuan alchemy saint came from the sun-moon alchemy sect. Could these people be the disciples of the sun-moon alchemy sect? Lin Shi's eyes flickered, as if she had thought of something, and said slowly. Pill Talisman Mountain was the current Pill Talisman Holy Land, and naturally had a certain understanding of the alchemy Holy Land of the ancient times. Although the sun-moon alchemy sect had a long history, Lin Shi still recognized the meaning of the sun, moon, and alchemy cauldron. Sun-moon alchemy sect? Wasn't it rumored that the sun-moon alchemy sect was destroyed in the demon calamity of the ancient times? Why would it appear here? Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan looked at each other, and their eyes were filled with shock. A disciple of the sun-moon elixir sect? From the second level's black robes to this level's green robes, could it be that the next few levels are filled with the corpses of the sun-moon elixir sect members? Huang Xuanzong said slowly. His eyes were filled with seriousness. No matter what, we have no way out. Look, the passageway to the second floor has already disappeared. Let's continue forward. Lin Shi sighed softly. Ever since everyone entered the 9-story pagoda, it was as if they had fallen into a huge conspiracy and trap. Everything could only proceed according to the thoughts of the mastermind behind the scenes. There was no room for retreat at all. There were more than 10,000 experts here, and no one knew what the mastermind was plotting. Everyone's hearts were shrouded in a thick shadow. On the 4th level, there were tens of thousands of skeletons, all of them wearing long silver robes. According to everyone's guesses, the corpses should have reached the level of god kings when they were alive. Even in the ancient sun-moon pill sect, they should have been inner disciples. Tens of thousands of inner sect disciples were also turned into ashes. However, the storm was extremely terrifying, making it increasingly strenuous for everyone to resist it. Everyone stepped onto the 5th level with a heavy heart. A total of 5,000 skeletons, all of them wearing long golden robes, were still sitting cross-legged neatly. Their faces were still peaceful and intoxicated. I'm afraid that the cultivation of these people had reached the half-saint realm when they were alive. Someone said slowly. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes were filled with horror. Not good. Rumble. As soon as his voice fell, the 5,000 skeletons were turned into ashes at the same time. A terrifying storm swept across the world, containing an extremely dark and evil power that far exceeded the previous 4 levels. Some low-level half-saints couldn't resist the power of such a terrifying storm at all. The Saint Dao boundary around them exploded, and even the half-saint treasures they took out were shattered. Then, they were drowned by the black ashes. Boom, the black flames burned fiercely, and thousands of fireballs appeared in front of everyone. Those people screamed in agony, and their eyes were filled with horror. However, the black flames were extremely evil, and there was no way to extinguish them. Soon, they were all turned into thousands of skeletons, which fell on the ground below, and turned into ashes once again. At the same time, their primordial spirits were annihilated, and their souls were completely destroyed. Not even their corpses were left. The scene in front of everyone shocked them, and their eyes were filled with horror. This was only the 5th level. If the storm on the previous levels was getting more and more terrifying, wouldn't it mean that everyone would die here, and no one would be spared? I don't want to continue. I want to leave this place, I want to leave this place. Some people couldn't take it anymore, and finally broke down. A few people even chose to commit suicide. They naively thought that as long as they committed suicide, their primordial spirits would be brought out of the void saint world by the saint badge and returned to the god world. However, the others realized that the few people who committed suicide were also swept up by the ashes storm, and their primordial spirits and saint badges were annihilated at the same time. Continue forward. No matter who it is, I'll make him pay an unimaginable price for plotting against me. Huang Xuanzong roared in a low voice, and his eyes were filled with blazing killing intent. He had the 5-element space-breaking shuttle to protect his body, and the ashes storm had no effect on him at all. It couldn't even get close to him, but everything in front of him still made him furious. In the end, a small half of the people who survived chose not to enter the 6th level, while the majority chose to continue forward. Rumble, when everyone stepped onto the 6th level, they suddenly saw that the 5th level seemed to have been annihilated, and those who stayed on the 5th level were all dead. Everyone was trembling. It was a cold despair, and a rage that came from not being able to control their own life and death. Those who were able to reach this level, which one of them wasn't a genius? Which one of them didn't go through untold hardships and endless trials to reach this level? However, they were now like dogs, dying silently here, and they didn't even know who the enemy was. This feeling was extremely sullen, and it was also extremely hopeless. "Gents, follow me. Don't leave the range of the flipping sky seal," Ling Xiao said solemnly. Xianxia's body stiffened. She instinctively felt repulsed, and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but she realized that Ling Xiao's hand was gripping her tightly, and she had no way to do so. Xianxia raised her head, wanting to say something, but her eyes met Ling Xiao's, and she couldn't help but feel shocked. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with worry and concern, as well as love that was hidden deep in his eyes. Xianxia's heart trembled involuntarily. She vaguely recalled that there was once someone who seemed to have the same look in his eyes. Unknowingly, Xianxia seemed to be in a daze. She forgot to withdraw her hand, and allowed Ling Xiao to pull her forward. The flipping sky seal bloomed with brilliant light, enveloping Ling Xiao and Xianxia. Ling Xiao's white robes were whiter than snow, and Xianxia's red robes fluttered. The two of them looked like a pair of immortal lovers. However, everyone's attention was focused on the 2,000 skeletons in front of them, and no one noticed them. The 2,000 skeletons in front of them were all wearing white robes, and their auras were much stronger than the skeletons on the 5th floor. It was still the same storm, but it was more terrifying and cold. It covered the sky and the sun, causing the world to become incomparably dark. This time everyone was prepared, but many people still died in the storm. Everyone's mood was extremely gloomy and depressed, and they were burning with anger. Everyone moved forward silently, wanting to hold on until they found the mastermind behind the scenes. On the 7th floor, there were 500 skeletons in purple robes. According to everyone's guess, these 500 skeletons should have been high-level half-saints when they were alive. Everyone had already figured out the pattern of the storm. The stronger the skeleton's cultivation was when they were alive, the stronger the strange storm of ashes would be. The stronger the skeletons were when they were alive, the stronger the demonic Tao origin energy in their bodies, and naturally, the stronger the storm. Could it be that the entire Sun-Moon alchemy sect was massacred by a demonic saint? Ling Xiao's heart trembled. In ancient times, the Sun-Moon alchemy sect was a powerful faction that was comparable to an immortal sacred land. Not only did the sect have a deep foundation, but it also had many Saint Wei experts. Yet, it had been wiped out just like that. It was clear how powerful the enemy of the Sun-Moon alchemy sect was. However, the way the people from the Sun-Moon alchemy sect had died was a little too strange. Starting from the first level of the mortal opening, the odd job disciple, inner disciple, outer disciple, and true disciple were all neatly sitting there cross-legged. It was as if they had died without any pain. It was chilling. Rumble, a terrifying storm broke out. Black light soared, and the void in all directions trembled violently. This storm was comparable to that of a high-level semi-sage skeleton. It contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power. Many mid-level semi-sage experts couldn't withstand the power of this storm, let alone low-level semi-sage experts. They were ignited by the devil's original power in the ashes. They screamed and turned into ashes. Only those who possessed flawless saint treasures could barely protect themselves and the people around them. However, more than half of the thousands of experts were killed in an instant. Only less than 1,000 people were left. The entire 7th level was like a purgatory on earth. Black flames soared, and miserable screams were incessant. Even some high-level semi-sage experts were caught off guard and were contaminated by the ashes. Then, black flames rose from their bodies and they turned into ashes. Ling Xiao held Xianxia's hand tightly. He looked at the purgatory on earth without joy or sorrow. His expression was calm. The person behind this should die, Xianxia said slowly after a moment of silence. Her voice was extremely cold. Yes, he should die. No matter who he is, he must pay the price for all this. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The killing intent in his heart had reached its peak. The remaining thousands of people were panic-stricken. Their eyes were filled with despair. Either they had reached the high level of the half-saint, or they had the protection of perfect holy treasures to resist the terrible storm. However, the storm on the 7th level was already so terrifying. What about the remaining 2 levels? No one could be sure that they could survive to the 9th level. Even if they could survive to the 9th level and meet the person behind this, they would probably suffer a fate worse than death. Everyone, if you feel that you can't withstand the storm on the 8th level, you can come near me. I can protect you. Ling Xiao suddenly looked at the crowd and said slowly. He didn't have to do this because people's hearts were unpredictable. He didn't know if someone with ulterior motives would harm him and Xianxia. Moreover, the person behind this would probably notice him. However, seeing the purgatory on earth in front of him and seeing so many experts of the human clan die like this, Ling Xiao's heart was filled with anger and pity at the same time. Temple Master Long is willing to protect us? Thank you, Temple Master Long. Thank you, Temple Master Long. Temple Master Long, you are really a good person. Temple Master Long, whoever dares to speak ill of you in the future will be my mortal enemy. Everyone was ecstatic. Their eyes were filled with incomparable surprise. Even those high-level half-saints weren't sure that they could withstand the storm on the 8th level. Ling Zhao's cyclic sky seal was a top-notch holy treasure. It would definitely be able to withstand the storm. Immediately, hundreds of people came to Ling Zhao's side. Their faces were filled with gratitude. Let's go. Ling Xiao grabbed Xianxia's hand tightly. A divine light flashed in his eyes as he flew toward the 8th level. I didn't expect this kid to be so soft-hearted. Lin Shi glanced at Ling Xiao curiously and also flew over. On the 8th level, there were a total of 9 skeletons in white robes. They looked very old, but those skeletons exuded extremely powerful holy aura. It was terrifying and intimidating. Those 9 skeletons were actually left behind by 9 saint-level experts. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Could these be the saint-level experts of the Sun Moon Elixir sect? They had all died here. Boom, the storm broke out again, but this time, everyone was prepared. The flipping sky seal blocked the terrifying storm and protected everyone as they rushed out of the storm and entered the 9th level of the space. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation. Perhaps there would be an exit to the outside world on the 9th level. This was their motivation to persevere. Otherwise, many of them would have collapsed. Rumble, the 9th level was a mysterious and vast starry sky. After everyone appeared on the 9th level, they instantly saw a mysterious and vast figure in front of them. It was an old man with white hair and beard. His face was ruddy and benevolent. There was a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. His entire body exuded a vast and majestic holy aura. It was as if all the stars in the sky were revolving around him. The moment everyone appeared, the old man with white hair and beard suddenly opened his eyes. In the vast starry sky, the big stars were dazzling, exuding a desolate and lonely aura as if there was no trace of life. An old man in linen robes sat cross-legged under the starry sky. His vast aura made everyone hold their breaths. Kacha, the old man in linen robes, opened his eyes. 2 bright lights pierced through the sky like lightning, as if they could penetrate everyone's heart. You're finally here. The old man in linen robes said slowly. His voice was extremely old, with the vicissitudes of time and sadness. Who are you? Someone couldn't help but ask, his eyes filled with fear. Within the 9-story pagoda, the first 8 floors were deathly silent. They were filled with endless white bones, and there was also a strange bone ash storm. However, a person who was still alive had suddenly appeared on the 9th floor. This caused everyone to involuntarily feel a little nervous in their hearts. I'm the Origin Pill Saint. Aren't you here to obtain my inheritance? The old man in linen robes said lightly. His eyes were calm and deep. No one could see what was hidden under his eyes. Origin Pill Saint? This name is so unfamiliar. Everyone's eyes were filled with incomparable doubt. However, Lin Shi, Xiao Rui, Tai Xingyuan and Huang Xuanzong couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes were filled with disbelief. Origin Pill Saint? You're the peerless pill saint of the Sun Moon Elixir sect in the ancient times? How is this possible? Xianxia's face was slightly pale. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. It should be known that the primordial chaos elixir saints era was the ancient era of saints, which was hundreds of millions of years ago. It was impossible for a saint to live past an era. Could it be that the primordial chaos elixir saint had already become an emperor? Impossible. The origin pill saint has already fallen. A saint can't live for so many years. You're not the origin pill saint. Who are you? Xiao Rui and Tai Xingyuan couldn't believe it. They stared at the old man in linen robes and asked. I'm indeed the origin pill saint. Others may not be able to live for so many years, but I can. I have an immortal body. The heavens can't destroy me, the earth can't take me. Even the Great Tribulation can't do anything to me. What's so strange about me being alive until now? The old man in the linen robe said with a faint smile, but there was a kind of arrogance in his eyes. Primordial Chaos Pill Saint? Ling Xiao was also shocked. The blind old Taoist had told him that this was the secret realm of the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint, but he did not expect that the Primordial Chaos Pill Saint was still alive. No. There was no trace of life in his body at all. He was filled with the aura of death. Although the blood and qi around him were very strong, it was still difficult to conceal the trace of decaying aura of death. He should have died a long time ago, so why is he still alive? Ling Zhao's heart trembled. He had obtained the secret art of life and the secret art of death from Mount Musashi. He already had an incomparably deep understanding of the source of life and death. Perhaps others could sense that this linen-clothed old man's body was filled with boundless vitality. His vitality was very strong, as if he was in the prime of his life. However, Ling Xiao could sense that under the boundless vitality, there was an endless aura of death, a withered life, a body and primordial spirit that should have died a long time ago. In other words, this linen-clothed old man's lifespan was already exhausted. He should have turned into a pile of dust long ago. Immortal body? Hearing the linen-clothed old man's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Since ancient times, who dared to claim that they had an immortal body in all the realms of the universe? Even a powerful great emperor would be buried in the passage of time in the end, unable to resist the passage of time. True immortality was something that even great emperors could not achieve. How could a mere primordial chaos pill saint achieve it? Senior, since you're still alive, why don't you leave this place? Huang Xuanzong asked cautiously. After all, what they had seen and heard on the first 8 levels made everyone feel a strong sense of conspiracy. Everyone was still very vigilant towards the old man in linen clothes in front of them. Regardless of whether he was the primordial chaos alchemy saint or not, everyone maintained sufficient vigilance. Although this old man is still alive and my cultivation is close to reaching the peak, only a step away from the supreme great emperor realm, this old man has an obsession that has yet to be completed. This obsession must be completed before I can come out of seclusion and reach the peak. Therefore, if you obtain this old man's inheritance, it is equivalent to helping this old man complete his obsession. This is your opportunity and fortune, and also the hope for this old man to come out of seclusion. The linen-clothed old man smiled faintly, his eyes were incomparably bright. Obsession? Then how can we help Senior complete his obsession? Xianxia asked cautiously. Little girl, your talent is not simple. You will be a pill saint in the future. It seems like you are the most promising person to obtain this old man's inheritance. Not bad, not bad. The linen-clothed old man looked at Xianxia with a little surprise, then continued to say, then let me tell you the requirements for obtaining this inheritance. There are so many memory stars around me, all of them are the crystallization of this old man's memories and various martial arts cultivation techniques. However, only one memory star is the true location of this old man's inheritance. Whoever obtains that memory star first will be able to obtain this old man's inheritance and become this old man's last disciple. Memory star? Everyone couldn't help but be stunned and carefully observe the surrounding stars. Buzz, those stars were gorgeous, cold and lonely, no different from real stars. However, when everyone looked carefully, they discovered that those stars were emitting incomparably mysterious runes, as if some incomparably mysterious spiritual fluctuations were sealed within them. Memory star, this was actually the primordial Chaos Pale Saint's memory star. However, there were so many memory stars around the linen-clothed old man. It was unknown how many there were, but there were at least tens of thousands of them. How difficult would it be to find the memory star that truly contained this old man's inheritance among so many memory stars? Senior, we saw countless skeletons on the first 8 levels. They were all wearing the Sun Moon Alchemy sect's Taoist robes. Do you know how they died? Lin Shi glanced at the linen-clothed old man again and slowly asked. Everyone's hearts couldn't help but rise. This was also the question that everyone was most concerned about. The scene before them was too terrifying. Originally, there were tens of thousands of people, but 80 to 90% of them had died in the first 8 levels. They couldn't help but suspect the origin of those skeletons. Those are indeed the disciples and elders of my Sun Moon Alchemy sect. End of chapter 1838. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.